Chapter 1. Qingshan City, Chu Family Village. Bang, bang, bang. As darkness enveloped the sky, within a modest courtyard, a young lad gritted his teeth, relentlessly striking the sandbag with fervent punches. Qingyun, take a break. Tomorrow is the day of your soul awakening test. A middle-aged man emerged from the rear of the house. No, father, I still have 400 punches to complete today. The boy replied resolutely. Please, rest for now, the father urged. The youth hesitated for a moment, yet his fists continued to rain down upon the sandbag with renewed vigor. This child, the middle-aged man, familiar with his son's tenacious spirit, could only shake his head in resignation before returning indoors. The boy, named Chu Qingyun, was renowned in the vicinity of Chu Family Village as a prodigy, having reached the 9th level of martial apprentice at the tender age of 15. However, those who knew him understood that such talent was forged through relentless effort and sweat. Regardless of the harshness of winter or the sweltering heat of summer, or even amidst wind and rain, Chu Qingyun had never ceased his rigorous training. Awakening one's martial soul is the most pivotal event in a person's life. To advance beyond the 9th level of martial apprentice, one must harness the power of their martial soul. Only with a martial soul can one transcend to the rank of martial artist and truly embark on the path of martial prowess. Without a martial soul, one is destined to remain a mere 9th level martial apprentice, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. After completing the 400 punches, Chu Qingyun, utterly exhausted, took a hasty shower and returned to his room. Lying in bed, sleep eluded him. Father, I will not let you down. I shall awaken my martial soul. In his drowsy state, Chu Qingyun gradually drifted into slumber. Chu Qingyun's father, Chu Xian, had never awakened a martial soul himself, remaining a 9th level martial apprentice throughout his life. Thus, he regarded Chu Qingyun as the continuation of his own existence, dedicating all his efforts to nurturing his son's martial aspirations. Chu Qingyun, in turn, had consistently demonstrated remarkable talent and diligence from a young age. The following morning, the village square was bustling, with nearly all the villagers gathered in anticipation. Today, Chu Family Village was set to celebrate the emergence of 3 new 9th level martial apprentices. Most notably, the focus was on Chu Qingyun. The younger one is at the age of awakening their martial soul, the greater the hope for success. With Chu Qingyun's breakthrough to the 9th level at just 15, it seemed almost a certainty that he would awaken his martial soul. Esteemed villagers, today we celebrate the addition of 3 9th level martial apprentices in Chu Family Village. This is a momentous occasion for us all. Now, let us commence the martial soul awakening tests. First up, Chu Shifei. At the center of the village, an elderly man, his hair white, yet his spirit undiminished, called out robustly. As the villagers gazed upon him, admiration and reverence shone in their eyes. He was the village chief, a formidable presence of the 9th level, blessed with a powerful 2nd-tier martial soul. The martial souls awakened by different individuals varied significantly. There were distinctions in quality, ranging from 1st tier to 9th tier. Yet, in a remote place like Chu Family Village, the ability to awaken a martial soul was already a remarkable feat. It was a rare blessing indeed for a 2nd-tier martial soul to emerge. I must awaken my martial soul and become a powerful warrior to protect Chu Family Village like Grandpa Village Chief. The youthful Chu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with determination as he clenched his fists. Chu Shifei, a man in his 30s, felt the weight of the many gazes upon him for the first time, his demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Relax, Shifei. Do not feel pressured. The village chief, Chu Qingyun, comforted him with a friendly pat on the shoulder. In the chief's hand lay a translucent, pale, golden crystal. This was the Sultistine crystal, specifically designed to detect martial souls. One crystal could suffice for 3 individuals, but its energy would gradually deplete after each use. Hence, in a village of this size, it was customary to wait until 3 9th level martial apprentices were gathered before testing commenced. As the chief infused his energy into the crystal, a golden light enveloped Chu Shifei. A minute later, the golden glow receded, but there was no response from Chu Shifei. Disappointment swept through the crowd, filling their hearts with desolation. Shurfei, do not lose heart if you lack a martial soul. Simply embrace being an ordinary person, the village chief consoled. Chu Shurfei managed a forced smile, scratching his head as he replied. I'm over 30, I've long since lost hope. It's all fine. Next up, Chu Qingyun. As soon as the village chief's words fell, a young man in his early 20s eagerly bounded onto the martial soul platform. Chu Qingyun is only 23, his chances of awakening a martial soul are still considerable, murmured the villagers. I believe he will definitely awaken his martial soul. Qingyun, stand properly. No slouching. The village chief admonished sternly. Instantly, Chu Qingyun straightened up, grinning. Village chief, hurry up. I can't wait any longer. This lad. A flicker of amusement crossed the village chief's eyes as a beam of golden light shot forth from the sultasting crystal, enveloping Chu Qingyun. Approximately half a minute later, the space in front of Chu Qingyun appeared to warp, and slowly, a small, ethereal black mouse, about 20 centimeters long, materialized. Martial soul. It's a martial soul. Haha. My Qingyun truly has a bright future. He has awakened his martial soul. The crowd erupted in excitement, particularly Chu Xingyu's family, who could not contain their joyous laughter. Some began to speculate about marrying off their daughters to Chu Qingyun. A minute passed, and the golden light faded. The village chief, smiling, announced, Chu Qingyun, you possess a first-tier mouse martial soul. Excellent. From now on, work diligently and do not squander this talent. Next, Chu Qingyun. Upon hearing the name, the crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated on the handsome youth. He was the prodigy of Chu family village, their pride and joy. I believed in this child since he was young. He will undoubtedly awaken his martial soul. Of course, a 9th-level martial apprentice at 15, it would be strange if he didn't awaken. I think Qingyun might even awaken a 2nd-tier martial soul. Remember, the village chief only reached the 9th level at 18. Many villagers whispered amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun's parents watched anxiously from a distance, particularly Chu Xian, whose hands trembled with nervousness, even more than when he had stood on the martial soul platform 20 years prior. Qingyun, just relax, the village chief thought, feeling quite pleased with the youth. This boy had always been earnest and diligent, with a remarkably steady temperament. The village chief and others firmly believed that once Chu Qingyun awakened his martial soul, his future cultivation would soar to great heights. They even contemplated sending him to Qingshan City to further develop his talents, thereby granting Chu family village a true powerhouse. The village chief, now holding a significantly smaller, sultasting crystal, summoned forth a golden light that enveloped Chu Qingyun. As the golden glow surrounded him, Chu Qingyun felt a warm and comforting sensation coursing through his body. In the second that followed the appearance of the golden light, Chu Qingyun sensed something emerging from within him. Yet, upon closer inspection, even as he reached out to touch it, he found nothing. Chu Qingyun did not dwell on it, assuming it to be a common sensation experienced by all. Everyone held their breath, silently counting down the seconds. Half a minute passed without a sound. 45 seconds later, still no response. 50 seconds. 55 seconds. The smiles on everyone's faces began to fade gradually. Chu Qingyun's heart sank with each passing moment. Is it possible I have no martial soul? How can this be? Could it be that I am without a martial soul? A minute passed, and as the golden light dissipated, Chu Qingyun found himself staring into an empty void before him. Chu Qingyun had no martial soul. A wave of profound disappointment washed over him, leaving his face pale, nearly causing him to faint. Even the village chief stood frozen on the martial soul platform, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Qingyun's father, too, was ashen-faced. Ultimately, it was all in vain. Ahem, perhaps the sultasting crystal has run out of power. Let's retrieve a new one and try again. The village chief instructed someone to fetch a new crystal. Though this was a breach of protocol, no one voiced their objections, as it offered them a glimmer of renewed hope. Perhaps it truly was an issue with the sultasting crystal. To forego a sultasting crystal merely to save a single coin resulting in the loss of a prodigy from the Chu family village, would indeed be a grave misfortune. Soon, a new soul testing crystal was procured. Once more, 3 tests were conducted, yet ultimately, there was still no sign of a reaction whatsoever. Chu Qingyun's heart plummeted into desolation. After the final test, the village chief sighed deeply. He gently placed a hand on Chu Qingyun's shoulder and said, "Qingyun, do not be disheartened. You have exerted yourself greatly, and no one shall hold you accountable." Chu Qingyun's parents stepped onto the martial spirit platform, leading the disheartened Chu Qingyun away. The throng of villagers instinctively parted to clear a path for them. Alas, who would have thought he lacks a martial spirit? This child, Qingyun, is truly pitiable. What a waste of a soul testing crystal. As Chu Qingyun overheard the hushed murmurs surrounding him, an overwhelming sense of bitterness swelled within. He clenched his fists tightly, the sharp edges of his nails digging deeply into his flesh, drawing forth thin trails of blood. Upon returning home, Chu Qingyun collapsed beside the sandbag in the courtyard, pounding it in a frenzy. Why am I without a martial spirit? Heaven, are you toying with me? Chu Qingyun's mother, Lu Lanfeng, wished to intervene, but was halted by Chu Xian. Lanfeng, why not prepare something delicious for Qingyun? Perhaps the pressure I have placed upon him over the years has been too great. Observing Chu Qingyun's wild outburst, Chu Xian's eyes brimmed with affection and sorrow. He seemed to recall the moment 20 years prior when he himself had been found lacking a martial spirit, feeling an equal measure of indignation and helplessness. As night enveloped the world, the stars twinkled above. For the first time, Chu Qingyun did not complete his training regimen. His hands were wrapped in thick bandages, exuding a pungent medicinal odor. Seated atop his rooftop, he gazed into the vast sky, his heart shrouded in confusion. 5 years of arduous effort had crumbled in an instant. Anyone in his position would struggle to accept such a reality. The memory of countless disappointed or mocking gazes cut deeper into Chu Qingyun's heart, amplifying his anguish. "Qingyun, it has been a long time since your father and you have shared a conversation," Chu Xian remarked, having climbed up to the rooftop unbeknownst to Chu Qingyun. Without turning around, Chu Qingyun nodded gently. "In my youth, I too was devoid of a martial spirit. Initially, it was difficult to accept, but with time, one gradually grows accustomed. Perhaps we have imposed too much pressure on you over the years. In truth, leading a simple life can be quite fulfilling, rising with the sun and resting at dusk." That evening, Chu Xian and Chu Qingyun conversed extensively. Gradually, Chu Qingyun's heart felt a fraction lighter. The following morning, while chopping firewood at home, Chu Qingyun noticed a stream of villagers hastily making their way towards the village entrance. "Uncle De, what is happening? Why is everyone in such a hurry?" Chu Qingyun inquired of a passerby. The man paused momentarily before replying, "Mengzi and the others have returned from the Yuan stone vein. It seems something has occurred. You should go and see." Without another word, Uncle De hurried away. The so-called Yuan stone vein was, in fact, an abandoned site. The powerful factions in Qingshan City had extracted nearly all the Yuan stones, yet the remaining scraps still drew many martial artists from nearby villages. Chu Qingyun had little interest in such matters and preferred to remain indoors. However, his mother, Lu Lanfeng, insisted on pulling him outside. "Qingyun, do not sulk at home. Let us go take a look." At the village entrance, a crowd had already assembled, encircling several young martial artists. Once again, it is the Zhao family fortress. They're truly excessive. Alas, there is little we can do. The Yuan stone vein is a chaotic place. What a pity for Mengzi. From the conversations around him, Chu Qingyun quickly discerned the situation. The one injured was a martial artist named Chu Meng. A few martial artists from Chu family village had encountered members of the Zhao family fortress at the abandoned Yuan stone vein, and Chu Meng had sustained severe injuries, arriving at the village entrance only to breathe his last. The villagers were engulfed in profound sorrow. The death of a martial artist with a martial spirit was a significant loss for Chu family village. Yet, as Chu Qingyun gazed upon the lifeless body, he felt something within him stir. That sensation was akin to what he had experienced the previous day before the soul testing crystal. What is happening? It has returned. A spark flickered in Chu Qingyun's eyes. Yesterday, He had dismissed it as mere illusion or a common sensation experienced by all. But with its return today, it was clear that it was no mere figment. Chu Qingyun closed his eyes, concentrating intently. After a few breaths, he sensed a presence before him. Could it be that I possess a martial spirit, simply unseen? Excitement surged within Chu Qingyun. The sensation intensified, culminating in his firm belief that there was indeed an invisible entity before him. As the sensations grew increasingly intense, Chu Qingyun's connection with that entity became ever more profound. A minute later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. He beheld. Before him floated a mass of indistinct gas, lacking any specific form. What is this? Is it my martial soul? Although bewildered, Chu Qingyun felt an overwhelming joy. The exhilaration of reclaiming something lost is a sentiment that is utterly beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. A surge of impulse surged within him, compelling him to share this revelation with everyone. Yet his inherently composed nature reminded him that such a moment was ill-suited for such proclamations. Gazing once more at the center of the crowd, his eyes widened in shock upon seeing the lifeless body of Chu Meng. To his astonishment, a small three-leaf vine was swaying gently in the breeze atop Chu Meng's form, a first-tier martial soul. The three-star vine. Chu Qingyun understood that it was Chu Meng's martial soul. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming yearning emanating from his own martial soul. His martial soul craved that three-star vine. It is common knowledge that when a person dies, their martial soul vanishes as well. Moreover, unless intentionally revealed, it is impossible for ordinary individuals to perceive another's martial soul. Yet now, Chu Qingyun could see Chu Meng's martial soul. This must be the doing of my own martial soul. Chu Qingyun found himself engulfed in profound confusion and hesitation. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself. He directed his martial soul towards the three-star vine. His indistinct martial soul enveloped the three-star vine, returning swiftly and merging back into his body. In that moment, Chu Qingyun received a message. Martial soul absorption progress. 1.my martial soul is actually absorbing Chu Meng's martial soul. His heart raced wildly, but he glanced around nervously, relieved to find that no one had noticed, and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Subsequently, he remained in a daze until his mother brought him back home. Gradually regaining his senses, observing Chu Qingyun's state, Lu Lanfang sighed in exasperation. She initially thought that he had yet to recover from the blow of the previous day. Qingyun, don't overthink it. You'll be fine in a few days. Go rest. I'll prepare dinner. Upon returning to his room, Chu Qingyun kicked off his shoes, leaped onto the bed, and took a few deep breaths, finally feeling completely alert. Releasing his martial soul once more, he received another message. Martial soul absorption progress. 2. This time, with an increment of 1, Chu Qingyun was finally certain. His martial soul was indeed consuming others' martial souls. My martial soul grants me the ability to perceive the martial souls of the deceased, and yet others cannot see mine. Such a peculiar martial soul. I shall name you Devourer of Souls. I wonder what will manifest once the absorption is complete. Chu Qingyun's heart gradually settled. Moreover, given the extraordinary nature of this martial soul, he resolved not to disclose this matter for the time being. The thought of consuming others' martial souls was terrifying. He had no desire to be regarded as an anomaly or a monster. With the confirmation of his martial soul, Chu Qingyun's spirits lifted considerably, even prompting him to practice some punches in the courtyard. Witnessing this, both Chu Xian and Lu Lanfang felt a weight lifted from their hearts. 2 days passed swiftly, and the martial soul absorption progress reached 64. It appeared that in another day or two, the absorption would be complete. On that day, the Chu family was enjoying lunch in the courtyard when a group of over a dozen individuals suddenly stormed into the Chu household, accompanied by several villagers from Chu family village. Qin, brother Qin, what brings you here? Upon seeing the leading figure, Chu Xian hastily set down his bowl and stood up. Chu Qingyun and Lu Lanfang followed suit. The middle-aged man known as Brother Qin was robustly built, his gaze sharp, exuding an aura of authority. Chu Qingyun recognized him as Chu Qin from Chu family village. His daughter, Chu Xiaocui, was 3 years older than Chu Qingyun and had been betrothed to him since childhood. Instantly, a sense of foreboding enveloped the Chu family. Clearly, Chu Qin did not come with good intentions. Xian, I have come today with an important matter. My daughter is to wed Zhao Yixue from Zhao family fortress in a month. I am here to inform you, Chu Qin stated with a stern expression. Chu Xian's face instantly paled, and he exclaimed anxiously, "How can you do this? Xiao Cue is clearly betrothed to my son." A betrothal? My Xiao Cue awakened her martial soul just last year. She is a genius, and your son, he has no martial soul. Merely a waste. How dare he claim her? Chu Qin retorted coldly. Zhao Yixue awakened his martial soul at 19. And now he is a fourth-tier martial artist. He is the one worthy of my Xiao Cue. A wave of overwhelming force emanated from Chu Qin, causing the Chu family to stagger back, struggling to maintain their footing. Truly a bunch of useless wastrels. Chu Qin's disdain only intensified. Chu Qin, let's converse civilly. Bullying ordinary people is hardly commendable. A cold voice rang out from the entrance, scattering Chu Qin's imposing aura. A resolute-looking man stepped into the courtyard of Chu Qingyun's home. Chu Hua. A flicker of apprehension crossed Chu Qin's eyes, and his demeanor softened considerably. Chu Hua, the cousin of Chu Qingyun, was also the vice-captain of the Chu family village's guard team. A seventh-tier martial artist, and far more formidable than Chu Qingyun that moment. Chu Qingyun stepped forward, maintaining his composure. Uncle Qin, may I inquire whether Xiao Cue's marriage to Zhao Yixue is a result of coercion? Or is it of her own volition? Both Chu Qin and Chu Hua looked taken aback, surprised that Chu Qingyun could retain such steadiness in this moment. Coercion? A mocking glint appeared in Chu Qin's eyes. Xiao Cue, you tell him yourself. From the group behind, a young woman emerged, clad in a flowing aquamarine gown. Her figure was graceful, and her features were fair, making her a beauty in her own right. However, the contempt and rage in her eyes utterly marred her charm. Chu Qingyun, you talentless wastrel. You have caused me to be ridiculed for several days. How could I ever wish to marry you? Brother Yixue is 1,000 times better than you. Of course, I willingly choose to marry him. Chu Xiaocue's words were merciless and could see this moment. Not only did Chu Xian and Lu Lanfang's faces darken, but even those around them could not help but shake their heads. Such words were too harsh. Crossing a line to utter such sentiments was to render Chu Qingyun incapable of holding his head high in the future. Chu Xian stepped in front of Chu Qingyun, nearly roaring, "Chu Qin, it was you who sought to arrange a marriage with us." Recognizing Qingyun's exceptional talent, now you come to annul the engagement. How shameless! We will not annul this marriage. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin's expression darkened. Xian, think this through. Zhao Yixue is the son of Zhao family fortress's lord. If you refuse to annul it, refuse? What of it? Do you intend to use Zhao family fortress to threaten us? Chu Hua interjected coldly, standing beside Chu Xian. Enough, Father Uncle Hua. Let it be, if they wish to annul it. Let them. Marrying such a woman would be a disaster. Chu Qingyun sighed. Qingyun, Chu Xian and Chu Hua gazed at Chu Qingyun in disbelief. Have one's engagement annulled at home was an utter humiliation for a man. Yet, Chu Qingyun was willing to endure it. Little waste. At least you know to recognize the situation. Here, sign the annulment. Chu Qin tossed over a pen and paper. Chu Qingyun's expression remained calm as he signed the annulment agreement, stating, Chu Qin, Chu Xiaocui, I have signed the annulment. From this day forth, our family shall have no further ties, and I hope you do not come to regret this. Regret? A waste without a martial soul dares to speak such grandiloquent words. If I, Chu Qin, were to regret this, may I be struck down. Chu Tam laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with contempt. Chu Xiaocui shook her head and remarked, Chu Qingyun, you have shown some wisdom. Ultimately, you and we are not of the same ilk. With a daring challenge, she added, how about a wager? A month from now, I will ensure that you remain unmarried. If I win, you must publicly apologize to my parents. A flicker of coldness flashed in Chu Qingyun's eyes as he responded. While he was indifferent to the annulment of the engagement by Chu Tan and Chu Xiaocui, he could not tolerate an insult directed at his parents. Chu Xiaocui paused, then recalled the customs of the villages near Qingshan City, where suitors from other villages would bring along young warriors from their own village to compete against the young warriors of the bride's family. Only upon victory could they take the bride. However, generally speaking, This was merely a formality, a casual affair. Yet, from Chu Qingyun's words, it seemed he intended to defeat all the young warriors of the Zhao family when Zhao Yishui came to propose a month later. Suddenly, Chu Xiaotsue laughed, a laugh tinged with resignation and mockery. Very well, Chu Qingyun, if you can defeat Brother Yishui and his companions in a month, I will acknowledge my mistake and bow to your family in apology. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, a mere waste without a martial spirit dared to challenge Zhao Yishui. What a fantastical delusion. Once Chu Tan and the others left, the remaining onlookers gradually dispersed, shaking their heads in resignation. The absence of a martial spirit was already a tragic misfortune, yet encountering someone as snobbish as Chu Tan only compounded the adversity. Qingyun, I must say, you have acted impulsively this time. Chu Hua remarked, frowning slightly. Chu Qingyun smiled reassuringly, saying, Uncle Hua, rest assured, I have my own plans, signed. He added, well then, Xingu, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After exchanging farewells with Chu Xian, he departed. Once everyone was gone, Chu Xian could no longer hold back, succumbing to despair as he sank to the ground, tears streaming from the eyes of the tall man. Qingyun, it is all my fault. All my father's inadequacy. I was blind to let you suffer such humiliation. A pang of sorrow struck Chu Qingyun's heart, and he almost revealed the truth about the devouring martial spirit. However, he managed to suppress it and comforted. Father, do not worry. In a month, I will make sure that Chu Xiaotsue apologizes to you. At that moment, Chu Qingyun silently vowed, for the sake of his parents and his own honor, he must defeat the Zhao family and Zhao Yishui in a month's time. After enduring yet another day of hardship, that night, deep in silence, the progress of the devouring martial spirit finally reached 99. Chu Qingyun stayed awake until the dead of night, waiting with bated breath. Come on, hurry up and devour. His heart raced like countless ants scurrying about. Anxious and restless, he had never felt time crawl so slowly. Yet that final 1% paid him no heed, proceeding at a steady pace. Silently continuing. Finally, it seemed Chu Qingyun heard a crack from within his body. The progress had reached 100. The devouring was complete. In an instant, a new piece of information flooded into his mind that he now faced two choices. First, he could choose to retain the 3-star Vine Martial Spirit, thus possessing two martial spirits, his original Devouring Martial Spirit and the newly acquired 3-star Vine Martial Spirit. Alternatively, he could opt to use the power of the 3-star Vine Martial Spirit to enhance his other martial spirits. However, with only the Devouring Martial Spirit at his disposal, he could only strengthen it. Without hesitation, Chu Qingyun made his decision. Retain the martial spirit. The Devouring Martial Spirit was too enigmatic. He was resolute in keeping the secret from everyone. Moreover, as the Devouring Martial Spirit was intangible and invisible, he had yet to discover any other abilities aside from devouring other martial spirits. What he desperately needed now was a usable martial spirit. After making his choice, a somewhat ethereal 3-leaf vine materialized before Chu Qingyun out of first-tier martial spirit. The 3-star vine. Under the dim moonlight, he could see the 3 long vines swaying as if dancing in the wind. At that moment, Chu Qingyun felt a surge of emotion, tears streaming down his face. That a martial spirit. He finally possessed a martial spirit. He had endured countless hardships and humiliations for this, with a martial spirit. He would grow stronger. No one would be able to humiliate his family again. Beneath the pale moonlight, the young man resolved to embark on the path of the strong. The tribulations of recent days had made Chu Qingyun acutely aware of the fickleness of human sentiment and the unpredictability of life. He would remember those who treated him well, while those who had wronged him would not be spared. Those who insult others shall themselves be perpetually insulted. This is the way of the world. This is the truth. Chu Tan and Chu Xiaotsue, in 1 month's time, I will ensure you live to regret your actions. Having witnessed the martial spirit, Chu Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if all his strength had been drained, and he could no longer resist the pull of sleep. That night, he dreamt of his 3-star vine, growing to an enormous size, a vine so large it blocked out the sun, effortlessly shattering a massive city. The next morning, Chu Qingyun awoke with excitement. He eagerly extended his hand to try again. Indeed, he summoned the 3-star vine once more, It was not a dream. Chu Qingyun leaped from his bed, intercepting his father and mother as they were about to leave, exclaiming joyfully, "Father, Mother, I have a martial spirit. I truly have a martial spirit." Seeing the ecstatic expression on Chu Qingyun's face, both Chu Xian and Lu Lanfang displayed deep concern rather than joy. "Qingyun, do not rush. Having no martial spirit is not such a big deal. Yes, in a month they will have their wedding, and we need not attend. Out of sight, out of mind, it's not shameful at all." Chu Qingyun sighed. Realizing they thought he was losing his mind and were trying to comfort him, he extended his hand, and soon an ethereal 3-star vine appeared. Since he was not yet a 1-star warrior and lacked elemental energy within him, all he could do was summon the 3-star vine. This is a martial spirit. It is truly a martial spirit. Qingyun, you really have a martial spirit. A first-tier martial spirit, the 3-star vine. I must be dreaming. Chu Xian and Lu Lanfang were filled with immense excitement. With a martial spirit, their son was no longer a waste. "I'm not sure how it happened. I just woke up and found this." Chu Qingyun could only fabricate a vague excuse. He sensed that the devouring martial spirit was far from ordinary. Not only did it inexplicably grant him an additional martial spirit, but such a phenomenon was simply unheard of. If word of this got out, it would spell disaster not only for their family, but for the entire Chu family village. "Qingyun, wait." Chu Xian suddenly dashed back in his room, returning with a bundle, which he handed to Chu Qingyun. "Qingyun, this contains a dozen elemental stones that your mother and I have saved over the years. I intended to set it aside for your wedding. But since you have a martial spirit now, use it for your cultivation at O. And one more thing." Chu Xian shoved the bundle into Chu Qingyun's arms and hurried back inside, rummaging through drawers. Seeing the joy on his parents' faces, Chu Qingyun felt warmth and happiness swell within him. Soon, Chu Xian returned, handing Chu Qingyun another package. "Qingyun, this is a manual left behind by your grandfather. The 7 Swords of the Gale. That it is said that even the village chief has praised this manual." Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement and surprise. He had always felt guilty for lacking a martial spirit, unable to inherit his father's legacy. Now, everything had changed. His son possessed a martial spirit and could inherit it all. For Chu Xian, his joy was no less than that of Chu Qingyun. "This is wonderful. Our family will finally produce a warrior. Lanfang, go fetch some money. Let us prepare a splendid feast today to celebrate." Chu Xian and Lu Lanfang stepped out of the door with great cheerfulness. Chu Qingyun opened the package and discovered it contained 13 pieces of pale gray stones, each the size of a pigeon egg. Yuan stones are an indispensable resource for martial artist cultivation and also serve as a hard currency among them, usable as a form of money. Yuan stones are classified into 4 grades, and these pale gray stones are merely the lowest tier, low-grade Yuan stones. While Chu Xian and Lu Lanfang ventured outside, Chu Qingyun returned indoors, sitting cross-legged and grasping a Yuan stone, commencing his cultivation. The 9th level of martial apprentice is a process of bodily refinement, honing the body to withstand the intensity of martial souls. The cultivation at the martial artist level involves refining and accumulating Yuan power, which is then used to drive the martial soul and harness its power. The method of cultivation at the martial artist level is quite straightforward, known by almost everyone. Absorb the Yuan power from the Yuan stone and open the meridians within the body. Each open meridian corresponds to a minor realm. Once all 9 meridians are opened, converging at the Dantian to establish the Qi Si, one can become a formidable martial master. Even the village chief has not yet established his Qi Si. It is prudent to first become a martial artist. Chu Qingyun held a Yuan stone in each hand, absorbing the Yuan power within and attempting to open the first meridian. The forceful attempt to breach the meridian was accompanied by excruciating pain, causing him to involuntarily gasp for breath. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, not daring to relax his focus in the slightest. Having experienced loss, he understood the value of treasuring what he had. Chu Qingyun's martial soul was hard-won and fraught with challenges. Hence, he deeply cherished this opportunity for cultivation. After a full hour of relentless effort, he consumed 10 low-grade Yuan stones and finally succeeded in completely opening the first meridian. The pain dissipated instantly following the opening of the meridian, replaced by a refreshing, cool sensation circulating within him. a feeling of unparalleled comfort enveloping his entire being that a first-level martial artist. Chu Qingyun's eyes suddenly widened, a glimmer of brilliance flashing before slowly settling into his gaze. Having expended 10 yuan stones, he had now truly become a martial artist. There was no rush. He would stabilize his meridian first. With the meridian opened, Chu Qingyun did not conclude his cultivation. Instead, he absorbed the power from the remaining 3 yuan stones to solidify his newfound realm, concluding his training and feeling the continuous flow of yuan power through his meridians. He was filled with a sense of strength that it was time to test the true power of a martial artist. Chu Qingyun wandered around the courtyard and set his sights on an abandoned stone mill. Grasping both ends of the stone mill with his hands, he exerted his arms with all his might, and the mill, seemingly weightless, was effortlessly lifted above his head. This stone mill weighed about 400 to 500 pounds. In the 9th level of martial apprentice, even lifting it would have been strenuous. Now he could raise it high above his head. Delight spread across Chu Qingyun's face, having broken through to a first-level martial artist. His strength had more than doubled. This exemplified the stark contrast between those who embarked on the martial path and ordinary individuals. Gently placing the stone mill down, Chu Qingyun summoned his 3-star Divine Martial Soul. As each martial soul possesses a unique soul skill, it was time to discover the soul skill of the 3-star vine. Every martial soul is endowed with an innate soul skill. Those martial artists who possess a martial soul strategize their combat based on their soul skills. Stepping into the courtyard, Chu Qingyun released his 3-star Divine Martial Soul, focusing intently to establish communication with it. Soon, he learned of the soul skill associated with this martial soul: resilience. With this skill, his 3-star vine tendrils would become exceptionally tough. Chu Qingyun and his peers had often listened to the village chief expound upon the knowledge of martial souls. The varieties of martial souls are countless and uncountable. Yet their functions can generally be categorized into 4 types: offensive, control, defensive, and supportive. Given that the 3-star Divine Martial Soul, combined with the resilient skill, should belong to the control category, Chu Qingyun quickly grasped this concept. He began to experiment with his martial soul, channeling yuan power into the ethereal 3-star vine in his hand, causing 3 dark green tendrils to sprout and grow. Ultimately, they extended to a length of 5 meters. Remarkable! It has grown to 5 meters. Chu Qingyun was exhilarated. It was his first time wielding the power of a martial soul, filling him with immense curiosity. "Bind that tree," he commanded, yet the 3 tendrils remained limp and unmoving. Perhaps this is not how it works. After pondering for a moment, Chu Qingyun uncovered the secret of the martial soul. The 3 tendrils lacked their own consciousness. They were akin to 3 newly grown arms of Chu Qingyun. Requiring his control, that it was like learning to walk anew. At first, he found it exceedingly challenging to move the tendrils even slightly. However, Chu Qingyun's rate of progress was remarkably swift. By midday, when Chu Xian and Lu Lanfeng returned home, Chu Qingyun had already gained the ability to control the 3 tendrils of the 3-star vine as adeptly as his own arms. Strange. The village chief mentioned that utilizing the power of a martial soul is quite difficult. Yet I find it utterly effortless. Chu Qingyun felt a twinge of confusion. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that simplicity and control was hardly a disadvantage. Unbeknownst to him, the 3-star vine, having been reformed from a devoured martial soul, was uniquely tailored for him, resulting in an exceptionally high degree of compatibility and ease of mastery. After a brief rest following lunch, Chu Qingyun resumed his study of the sword technique. Within his home lay a finely crafted iron longsword, which had been his cherished toy since childhood. Yet now, as a first-level martial artist armed with the Whirlwind 7 Swords manual, he realized this sword was no longer a mere toy. This sword was a weapon of lethal intent. The first sword of the Whirlwind 7 Swords, Spring Breeze, transforms into rain. Infusing yuan power, a faint glow illuminated the longsword. A sharp aura emanated from Chu Qingyun, akin to a drawn sword. Its brilliance evident. The first sword, Spring Breeze, transforms into rain, consisted of over 10 movements. Initially, Chu Qingyun could only mechanically replicate the actions as described in the manual. However, with each repetition, his movements gradually became more fluid, and the speed of his strikes quickened. Eventually, each sword technique flowed seamlessly, becoming second nature to him. His movements resembled illusions, elusive and difficult to perceive as he weaved and dodged, after spending the entire afternoon. Chu Qingyun had mastered the first 4 swords, each transition between techniques flowing like water. Standing with his sword sheathed, Chu Qingyun furrowed his brow. Deep down, he sensed that although he had become proficient in the sword technique, he had yet to grasp the most crucial element. What exactly was he missing? Chu Qingyun pondered deeply at the tea that moment. A gentle breeze swept by. The early spring wind, though still slightly cool, caressed Chu Qingyun's face with a tender touch. The wind. It is the wind. Enlightenment struck him. What he lacked was an essence, the essence of the wind. The spring wind is gentle, the summer wind fervent, the autumn wind desolate, and the winter wind piercing. Realizing this, Chu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Once more, he executed the first 4 swords of the Whirlwind 7 swords. His form was no longer a mechanical mimicry of the manual. Instead, it transformed into the essence of the 4 seasons' winds, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. The sharp sword light left a series of intersecting scars upon the ground. The autumn wind sweeps away the fallen leaves as all the sword energies converge to their zenith. Chu Qingyun suddenly let out a low roar and executed a sweeping strike with his sword. The crescent-shaped, razor-sharp blade light shattered the abandoned stone mill into fragments, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the eye in the span of a single afternoon. He had mastered the first 4 techniques of the 7 swords of the Gale. Such speed, if divulged, would likely astound many. However, Chu Qingyun felt unsatisfied and continued to delve into the 5th sword, Dawn Wind and Dying Moon. This 5th technique, in terms of both complexity and the subtleties involved, far surpassed the initial 4. Clearly, the first 4 were merely foundational, while the latter 3 encapsulated the essence of this swordsmanship. After over an hour of study, Chu Qingyun found himself devoid of any progress, reluctantly putting away the manual. Yet, this was hardly surprising. Firstly, his cultivation level was too low, merely that of a novice warrior. Secondly, he had not undergone the trials of real combat, having spent his time in isolation, thus lacking significant insights. Given his current capabilities, defeating the 4th-level warrior Zhao Guangshui was utterly impossible. With a month remaining, it was imperative to venture into the abandoned or mine. Chu Qingyun made the resolute decision to explore the forsaken or mine. He had exhausted all the or at home and needed to take some risks if he wished to triumph over Zhao Guangshui in a month's time. The next day, to spare his parents from worry, he informed them he was going to practice swordsmanship in the mountains and left home. The abandoned or mine lay approximately 100 miles from Chu family village. With the stamina of a 1st-level warrior, he arrived at the outskirts after more than 2 hours of travel. Approaching his destination, Chu Qingyun donned a mask he had prepared earlier. This was a common practice, as this area was rife with chaos, where murder and robbery were frequent, and one could easily fall prey to ambushes. Although he was merely a 1st-level warrior, with the aid of his martial soul and swordsmanship, he should be capable of handling 2nd-level warriors. Provided he remained cautious, drawing his long sword, Chu Qingyun advanced with care. After a short while, he caught a faint whiff of blood. Approximately 100 meters ahead, 4 corpses lay scattered, each one drenched in blood. A ghastly sight, suppressing his nausea, Chu Qingyun approached the bodies. Devouring Martial Soul, he silently commanded within, releasing his Devouring Martial Soul. Through its power, he discerned that each of the 4 corpses possessed a minuscule martial soul, a hammer, a short stick, a sparrow, and a goat. Each one was an ordinary 1st-level martial soul, and to be precise, even his 3-star vine paled in comparison. Devour! Chu Qingyun commanded his Devouring Martial Soul to envelop and absorb the 4 martial souls into his body. The Devouring Martial Soul could only consume 1 martial soul at a time, but could temporarily store excess souls for gradual absorption. After securing the martial souls, Chu Qingyun wasted no time and swiftly departed. Before long, he stumbled upon a hollowed-out mine. At the edge of the mine, he retrieved the tools he had prepared and began to excavate. This site was once a moderately sized or vein, but the precious stones near the main vein had long been depleted by the powerful factions of Qingshan City. What remained had little value for large-scale mining, even if one toiled all day. Poor luck could yield nothing at all. However, Chu Qingyun's fortunes seemed to be favoring him. After selecting a spot and digging for about half an hour, his pickaxe struck something hard with a resounding clang. With a few vigorous strokes, he unearthed a piece of light gray or low-grade ore. Gazing at the ore in his hand, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. His parents had labored for over a decade, accumulating only 13 pieces of ore, while he, by daring to venture here, had procured one in merely half an hour. However, such risks came with a caveat. Ordinary individuals without martial prowess lacked even the qualification to take such risks. Continue digging. The discovery of a piece of ore spurred Chu Qingyun to work even harder. By midday, he had extracted 3 pieces of low-grade ore from the rock face, a haul that left him quite pleased. A first-level warrior dares to come here. Truly reckless. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from behind him. Chu Qingyun turned to see a girl clad in green. Her delicate features and bright eyes momentarily captivated him. This girl was known as Ichi, a renowned beauty from the nearby villages. Yet, standing before her, Chu Xiaoce was utterly overshadowed in both demeanor and appearance. She was leagues ahead. Humph, still daring to stare? I'll teach you a lesson. A glint of mischief sparkled in the girl's bright eyes. Without further ado, she drew her sword and lunged at Chu Qingyun. Startled, Chu Qingyun swiftly unsheathed his long sword to counter her attack. Silent summer wind. He thrust forward, his sword's momentum akin to the fervent summer breeze. Quite interesting to think I would encounter such swordsmanship in this rural setting. Yi Qi mused, her eyes lighting up. She diminished her strength considerably and shifted to finesse, gracefully evading Chu Qingyun's strike like water flowing around rocks. A master reveals their skill at once. Recognizing her adept technique, Chu Qingyun realized he was facing a swordsmanship expert. Spring wind transforms into rain. Winter wind cuts through frost. Autumn wind brings falling leaves. With a desire to hone his skills, Chu Qingyun executed the first 4 techniques of the 7 Swords of the Gale with fluid grace. Directing them towards the girl in green. Yi Qi, suppressing her strength to that of a first-level warrior, was also refining her own swordsmanship in the process. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged over a dozen strikes, both exhibiting remarkable synergy, refraining from utilizing their martial souls and merely competing in swordplay. After 50 exchanges, Chu Qingyun's assaults became increasingly fierce and relentless. After 100 strikes, Yi Qi found herself at a disadvantage, struggling even to defend herself. Damn it, how is this kid improving so rapidly? Yi Qi bit her lip, her frustration palpable. Initially, she had easily discerned that Chu Qingyun lacked practical experience, but the tables had turned. Now, she felt the mounting pressure of his advancing prowess. You little brat, perish! With a cold snort, the girl's sword suddenly blazed with blinding light. As their blades clashed, Chu Qingyun felt an overwhelming force travel up his arm, numbing it to the point that his long sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Humph! No matter your swordplay, I shall defeat you with sheer strength. Now, remove your mask. Let me see your face. The girl pointed her sword at Chu Qingyun's throat, a triumphant smile adorning her features. Reluctantly, Chu Qingyun complied and removed his mask. However, he felt no real concern, for during their exchange, he sensed that she bore him no ill will. Otherwise, with her strength, she could have easily dispatched him without the need for elaborate swordplay. Hey, not bad looking. Why wear a mask? She exclaimed. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. Who did you learn from? I am Yi Qi. What is your name? How old are you? As the battle concluded, the girl revealed her true nature, sheathing her sword and chattering incessantly. Chu Qingyun shook his head in resignation and replied, I am Chu Qingyun, 15 years old. Upon finishing his words, Chu Qingyun swung his hoe once more and resumed his mining activities. Merely 15 years of age, a year younger than this young lady, his swordsmanship could be regarded as a prodigious talent. Yi Qi mused to herself, yet her thoughts startled Chu Qingyun deeply. This girl, only 16, possessed the power to defeat him with a single sword strike. From that very blow, Chu Qingyun deduced that she must possess at least the strength of a 4th-level martial artist, if not potentially a 5th-level one. A fifth-level martial artist at 16 years old was truly remarkable. In comparison, even the so-called genius Zhao Guangshui was rendered insignificant. "Hey, Chu Qingyun, why are you mining here?" Yi Qi inquired with curiosity. "To cultivate," Chu Qingyun replied, and with a clang, he unearthed a low-grade elemental stone. "Don't be angry. I was merely engaging in a friendly spar with you. Let's put that aside. I'll share a secret with you as compensation," Yi Qi said, waving her hand dismissively. Chu Qingyun felt somewhat speechless. He was not angry at all. He simply wished to mine in peace. However, upon hearing about his secret, he remained silent and listened attentively. In a large mine over there are numerous elemental spirit fruits. However, it is guarded by a multitude of elemental mining mice, making it quite difficult to approach. What do you think? Would you like me to take you there for a try?" Yi Qi said with a mischievous smile. Elemental mining mice could be considered among the weakest of magical beasts. Even the mature ones possessed only the strength of a 9th-level martial apprentice. However, their sole advantage lay in their sheer numbers. There were simply countless of them. The sight of so many elemental mining mice in that mine made even Yi Qi, a 5th-level martial artist, feel a chill run down her spine. Naturally, her intention in bringing Chu Qingyun there was to witness his frightened reaction. Upon hearing the name Elemental Spirit Fruit, Chu Qingyun's eyes brightened. The first-tier spiritual herb, Elemental Spirit Fruit, grew in elemental stone veins, absorbing the ambient elemental energy from the soil and air. Its energy was gentle and perfectly suited for lower-level martial artists to cultivate. "All right, let us go take a look." Chu Qingyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed to Yi Qi. After all, acquiring even a single elemental spirit fruit would save him a significant amount of mining time. Time was precisely what Chu Qingyun lacked at the moment. Let us hurry." "Don't worry. With me protecting you, no one will dare to bully you in this elemental stone vein," Yi Qi said, waving her small hand and leading the way toward the elemental spirit fruit. "As she had stated. Although they encountered several groups of people along the way, Yi Qi's imposing presence as a 5th-level martial artist deterred them. While those individuals gazed at her with fiery eyes, none dared to take action. Standing atop a large stone platform in a vast mine, Chu Qingyun spotted several elemental spirit fruit trees not far below. The trees were quite short, measuring about half a meter in height, each bearing several fist-sized white fruits. Those are the elemental spirit fruits. However, what astonished Chu Qingyun was not the elemental spirit fruit trees, but the elemental mining mice. Below, they were densely packed, carpeting the entire mine like a living tapestry. Chu Qingyun, are you dumbfounded?" Yi Qi prepared to mock him. Unexpectedly, instead of displaying fear, Chu Qingyun's face reflected deep contemplation. "Why, Yi Qi, what is your martial soul and soul skill?" Chu Qingyun turned and asked. Why Yi Qi was taken aback, unable to suppress her words. "Chu Qingyun, you're not seriously thinking of going after those elemental spirit fruits, are you? If you want to seek death, don't drag me into this. I want to accompany your madness. When numbers increase, a qualitative change occurs. With so many elemental mining mice, not even a 5th-level martial artist would be able to escape unscathed, let alone a 6th or 7th-level one." Chu Qingyun smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry, when I go down, you will provide support and my martial soul is a 2nd-tier earth element sword, and my soul skill is earth element sword prison. Chu Qingyun, if you want to cultivate, I can lend you some elemental stones to obtain the elemental spirit fruits." It's far too risky. Seeing the serious expression on Chu Qingyun's face, Yi Qi couldn't help but persuade him. In fact, she regretted bringing him here. "The 2nd-tier sword martial soul is impressive. When I leap next to the elemental spirit fruit tree, you need to use your soul skill to support me." Having devised their plan, Chu Qingyun summoned his martial soul that a vine extended to 5 meters, forcefully plunging into the ground, killing 2 elemental mining mice. Utilizing this newfound power, Chu Qingyun leaped toward the nearest elemental spirit fruit tree. Yi Qi now, before he even touched the ground, Chu Qingyun shouted. Why Yi Qi's face turned serious. She waved her hand, and a sword radiating white light and somewhat ethereal appeared in her grasp. Earth Element Sword Prison. With a pointed finger and a low shout, from massive elemental power swords swiftly emerged from the ground, encircling the area within a 3-meter radius of the elemental spirit fruit tree. The 4 elemental power swords spun rapidly along the ground. Due to their incredible speed, the swords formed a cylindrical barrier, isolating Chu Qingyun, the elemental spirit fruit tree, and several elemental mining mice within. What an impressive soul skill, truly worthy of a second-tier martial soul. Chu Qingyun silently praised as he landed. In an instant, he swept his sword several times, effortlessly obliterating the elemental mining mice trapped within the sword prison. The strongest among them, merely 9th-level martial apprentices, could not withstand his sword's brilliance. After dispatching all the elemental mining mice, Chu Qingyun wasted no time in swiftly collecting the elemental spirit fruits. Outside, the swarm of elemental mining mice grew agitated, with those nearby charging fearlessly toward the isolated elemental spirit fruit tree. However, under the might of second-tier martial soul-esque skill, all the charging elemental mining mice were ground into a pulp. The bloodshed and death further inflamed the remaining elemental mining mice. As they devoured their fallen kin, they surged in a frenzied wave toward the earth element sword prison, in less than 10 seconds. Chu Qingyun had plucked all 5 elemental spirit fruits. Retreat, Chu Qingyun shouted, and Yi Qi instantly dispelled the earth element sword prison. Upon seeing the bare elemental spirit fruit tree and Chu Qingyun, the surrounding elemental mining mice became even more frenzied. Squeak, squeak, squeak. All the elemental mining mice roared angrily, their eyes bloodshot as they charged toward Chu Qingyun on the stone platform. Yi Qi clenched her fists tightly. This was undoubtedly the most perilous moment in the face of the overwhelming swarm of elemental mining mice. Chu Qingyun wore a cunning smile that he swung 2 vines, which instantly extended to 5 meters in length. Using these vines as leverage, Chu Qingyun leaped several steps, landing on the stone platform and pulling the dumbfounded Yi Qi along as they dashed out. Behind them, the enraged and frenzied swarm of elemental mining mice quickly enveloped the stone platform, chasing after Chu Qingyun and Yi Qi. However, once they exited the mine and were exposed to the sunlight, all the elemental mining mice became exceedingly panicked. Some, in their frenzied rush, even bled dark red from their eyes. Squeak, 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 squeak. The elemental mining mice swiftly retreated, scurrying back into the dim mine. It wasn't until the last of the elemental mining mice had retreated that Yi Qi regained her senses. She gazed at Chu Qingyun in astonishment and exclaimed, "Chu Qingyun, you actually used your martial soul like that? Is there anything strange about it?" Chu Qingyun casually asked, glancing back at the mine, just as he had plucked the elemental spirit fruits. He had faintly sensed something peculiar deep within the swarm of elemental mining mice, even causing his mysterious devouring martial soul to tremble slightly. However, with his mere first-level martial artist strength, the elemental energy was too weak for him to maintain his martial soul for long. Thus, he had no intention of delving further. Of course, it's strange. I've seen plenty of binding and controlling martial souls, but even among high-level martial artists, I doubt anyone can control it as perfectly as you can right now. Do you have any secrets? Please tell me. I still can't utilize the power of the Earth Element Sword martial soul very well. Yi Qi grasped Chu Qingyun's arm, her face brimming with excitement as she spoke incessantly. There's no secret. I just practiced for an afternoon until I became proficient, Chu Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Chu Qingyun casually uttered a dismissive remark. The secret of devouring martial spirits was something he had not even disclosed to his own parents, let alone to others. By the way, we have a total of 5 yuanling fruits. I'll take 3, and you can have 2. Does that sound agreeable? Chu Qingyun swiftly changed the subject, producing all the yuanling fruits and handing 2 to Yi Qi. Naturally, Yi Qi had no objections to this arrangement. It was Chu Qingyun who faced life and death. She was merely assisting him, having utilized a single soul technique. After dividing the yuanling fruits, Chu Qingyun sought a more secluded spot to commence his cultivation. Both Yi Ling by his side and Zhao Guanshui, the young lord of Zhao's stronghold, exerted considerable pressure on him. The power of a first-level warrior was simply too weak. This guy starts cultivating without taking a break. He really is quite relentless. Yi Qi murmured in complaint. Yet she quietly stood guard beside Chu Qingyun, keeping watch. The yuanling fruit, the size of a fist and a milky white spirit fruit, emitted a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the senses. With a few crisp bites, Chu Qingyun consumed one yuanling fruit. It melted in his mouth, transforming into gentle, pure yuan power that flowed into his body. Chu Qingyun dared not be careless. He focused intently, utilizing this yuan power to break through to the second meridian. With the aid of the yuanling fruit's power, the second meridian was gradually opened inch by inch. Finally, after nearly 2 hours, the second meridian was successfully unblocked. Yuan power surged through the 2 meridians, and Chu Qingyun could distinctly feel his strength significantly enhanced. A second-level warrior was still insufficient. Chu Qingyun took out the remaining 2 yuanling fruits and consumed them entirely. An even stronger yuan power filled the 2 unblocked meridians, causing them to throb with a slight ache. Chu Qingyun directed this potent yuan power towards the 3rd meridian. However, the difficulty of the 3rd meridian exceeded his expectations. After exhausting the yuan power in the first 2 meridians, the 3rd meridian still remained partially unbroken. Damn it, am I going to fail after all this effort? What a waste of 2 yuanling fruits. Chu Qingyun thought with dismay that if the meridian could not be opened in one go, the previously unblocked portions would close off again without the flow of yuan power. Not only would this waste cultivation resources, but it would also make future breakthroughs even more challenging. Just then, Yi Qi unexpectedly handed him a yuanling fruit, urging Chu Qingyun, quickly use this yuanling fruit. In that critical moment, Chu Qingyun did not hesitate. Swiftly consuming the fruit, with the reinforcements provided by the fruit, he surged forward, instantly breaking through the 3rd meridian. Ha! Opening his eyes, Chu Qingyun let out a long breath, casting a grateful glance at Yi Qi. Had it not been for a timely intervention, he likely would have failed in his breakthrough. Why, Yi Qi, thank you so much this time. I will definitely repay you with a yuanling fruit in the future, Chu Qingyun declared. However, Yi Qi merely waved her hand dismissively, saying, no need, it's just a yuanling fruit. She had come to this yuan stone mine primarily for enjoyment, unlike others who sought resources for cultivation. After completing his cultivation, Chu Qingyun resolved to return. The turmoil caused by the yuan mine rodents likely wouldn't subside for at least 10 to 15 days. That it was simply too dangerous to venture there again at this time. Moreover, the eerie sensation he felt deep within the rodent horde had made him quite wary as from mining yuan stones. Even if he were to dig for a month, he doubted he could gather enough stones to elevate himself to a 4th-level warrior. Thus, Chu Qingyun decided to head back. Although he had spent less than a day exploring the abandoned yuan stone mine, his gains were substantial. Yi Qi, having also grown somewhat weary of the place after several days, accompanied Chu Qingyun as they exited together. In the border area, close to the exit, they encountered 2 factions in conflict. One group was familiar to Chu Qingyun, as they were from Chu family village. Among them was Chu Xingwei, who had tested martial spirits alongside Chu Qingyun. Xiaolan, we've already given you the yuan stones. What more do you want? Shouted the leader of the Chu family village group. Chu Qingyun recognized this individual as Chu Lai, a 3rd-level warrior. What more do we want? Let me think. How about this? Chu Lai, you 3 can line up and crawl under my pants, and I'll let you leave today, sneered the leader of the Zhao stronghold. The remaining 2 burst into laughter at this. Xiaolan, you're dreaming. You think we would ever submit? My brothers from Chu family village would rather stand and die than kneel and live. Chu Lai and his companions were filled with indignation. Stand and die? Ha! That's what your Chu Meng said, and then he died, Xiaolan remarked, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. You killed Meng Ge? Chu Lai and his companions were taken aback with a mix of shock and fury. Young and impetuous, the villagers of Chu family village were incensed, yet their leader refrained from revealing who had slain Chu Lai. Indeed, it was I who killed that useless waste. What can you do about it? You see, that useless Chu Meng was just as ungrateful as you. I shattered all his ribs and crushed his knees and elbows, Xiaolan bragged. You scoundrel! I'll fight you! Mid-sentence, Xiaolan was interrupted as Chu Lai roared, his fists glowing with a faint white light as he charged forward to strike in the quaint village. The people were simple, lacking deceit and treachery. The bonds formed among villagers, especially those who had fought together through thick and thin, ran deep. Zhao Lan's taunts about how he had killed Chu Meng were enough to infuriate Chu Lai beyond reason. Seeking death, Zhao Lan scoffed disdainfully at the furious Chu Lai, fully confident in his superiority as a fourth-level warrior. With a swift motion, Zhao Lan deftly avoided Chu Lai's punch and then delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The force of a fourth-level warrior's kick was tremendous. Chu Lai coughed up blood on the spot, the pain from his fractured sternum causing his vision to blur. Liga! Liga! The other two from Chu family village rushed to support him. Cough, my brothers, it's my fault for being useless. It seems we want to be returning to Chu family village. Chu Lai said, coughing up more blood, his expression filled with regret. Liga, don't say that. Even if we die today, we want to bow our heads. Yes, even in death, I'll take a piece of flesh from that Zhao stronghold scoundrel. The three from Chu family village displayed a fearless resolve, ready to fight to the end. Damn it, the people from Chu family village are all the same, Zhao Lan sneered. Zhao Guang, Zhao Er, finish them off. I want this Chu Lai to suffer worse than Chu Meng, Zhao Lan coldly commanded. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun and Yi Qi had slowly approached the scene. Yi Qi, have you ever killed anyone? Observing the confrontation between Chu Lai and Zhao Lan. Chu Qingyun's expression had grown icy. His three-star Divine Martial spirit originated from Chu Meng, and he had always felt a lingering sense of guilt about it. Now, encountering the very murderer of Chu Meng filled him with profound disdain for Zhao's stronghold, especially considering the incident with Chu Xiaocui. Kill someone? Yi Qi was taken aback, then shook her head. She did not understand why Chu Qingyun would ask such a question. That I haven't killed anyone either. But soon, I intend to kill those three that you help me keep watch. Chu Qingyun's voice was laced with cold determination. I could see that moment. Zhao Guang, having moved quickly, had reached the front of Chu Lai and his companions. Apart from a severely injured Chu Lai, the other two members were a first-level and a second-level warrior, utterly outmatched by Zhao Guang. Die, you worthless scum from Chu family village. Just as he was about to take action, a dark green vine suddenly surged up from the ground. The vine spun around, binding Zhao Guang tightly, and then dragged him toward Chu Qingyun. After advancing to the third level of martial arts, the maximum length of the three-star vine had astonishingly increased from 5 meters to an incredible 10 meters. Zhao Lan and the others were so arrogant that they failed to notice that Chu Qingyun's three-star vine had silently crept along the ground, drawing near to Zhao Guang. What the hell is this? Zhao Guang exclaimed furiously. Break free. With his entire body surging with elemental power, he unleashed the strength of a third-level martial artist, attempting to escape the constricting vine. However, the three-star vine wielded by Chu Qingyun possessed the passive soul skill of resilience. As a fellow third-level martial artist, Zhao Guang found it utterly impossible to break free. Instead, the vine tightened its grip, rendering him unable to muster the strength to escape the three-star vine. Chu Meng, Zhao Lan, and Chu Lai were both taken aback. The three-star vine used by Chu Qingyun was almost identical to that of Chu Meng. Yet upon closer inspection, they shook their heads. Despite Chu Qingyun wearing a mask, the difference in their physiques was too stark. They were clearly not the same person. Friend, we are from Zhao family fortress. What do you intend to do? I advise you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you, Zhao Lan said with a sinister glare. Chu Qingyun had taken one of his subordinates right before his eyes, causing him to feel utterly humiliated. What do I intend to do? I intend to kill. A flash of murderous intent gleamed in Chu Qingyun's eyes as a vine shot forth, swiftly wrapping around Zhao Guang's neck. The vine tightened suddenly. With a crisp snap, Zhao Guang was instantaneously strangled, deprived even of the chance to plead for mercy. You bastard, you're seeking death. To dare kill someone from Zhao family fortress, you deserve to die. Zhao Lan and Zhao Er were filled with rage that in this region, Zhao family fortress was known as a formidable village. They had even changed their name from Zhao family village to Zhao family fortress. Whether in this elemental stone mine or elsewhere, it had always been Zhao family fortress warriors who bullied others. They had never suffered a loss. Therefore, when one of their own was killed, Zhao Lan and Zhao Er were instantly enraged, drawing their great swords and charging at Chu Qingyun. Mouse Strike, Putrid Slime. Zhao Lan and Zhao Er's martial souls were that of Field Mouse and a repulsive slug, respectively a beam of black light and a mass of pale green. Disgusting slime shot toward Chu Qingyun from two directions. Meanwhile, the two of them approached Chu Qingyun, seeking to exploit any weaknesses. Their strategy was to disrupt the enemy's formation with soul skills and then launch a surprise attack. Thanks to their tacit cooperation, they had defeated numerous opponents in this elemental stone mine. 3-star vine. Autumn wind and falling leaves. Chu Qingyun simultaneously unleashed two moves, activating his 3-star vine martial soul. A vine instantly grew to 5 meters in length, striking fiercely at the black light of the mouse strike. The black light was instantly dispersed, but the vine was also severed by more than half, drooping limply to the ground. Even with the resilience soul skill, it was challenging for the vine to withstand the power of a 4th-level martial artist's soul skill. At the same time, Chu Qingyun executed a horizontal slash, the chilling sword aura instantly shredding the slimy mass. Now's my chance. The two of them seized the moment when Chu Qingyun had exhausted his previous moves and was momentarily vulnerable, leaping toward him with ferocity. Their great swords glimmered with a chilling light as they slashed forcefully at Chu Qingyun. This is bad. That masked man is going to lose. Chu Lai and the others felt a surge of anxiety. However, at that moment, Chu Qingyun's eyes were filled with mocking amusement. Die. It's you who will perish. Rise. With a cold shout from Chu Qingyun, Zhao Lan and Zhao Er suddenly felt their ankles tighten, lifting them into the AI. It turned out that while dealing with their soul skills, Chu Qingyun had been silently controlling two other vines. Stealthily approaching them, as their guard was lowered, the vines erupted, ensnaring the two of them, simultaneously controlling 3 vines. At that moment, both the severely injured Chu Lai and the suspended Zhao Lan were filled with astonishment. Even with their awakened martial souls, mastering the full power of their abilities required extensive training. For instance, Chu Meng, who had awakened his martial soul nearly 5 years ago, could only skillfully control one vine. Managing 2 at once was already quite taxing. Yet this masked fellow, seemingly young, was executing sword techniques while simultaneously controlling 3 vines to perform the same actions. After lifting the 2, Chu Qingyun forcefully tossed Zhao Lan aside, while Zhao Er was drawn closer to him. Damn it! Cut it! Corrode it! Zhao Er struggled vehemently, desperately wielding his great sword and martial soul's power in an attempt to sever the life-threatening vine. Unfortunately, the resilience soul skill of the vine demonstrated its terrifying effectiveness once more. The abilities of a 3rd-level martial artist were utterly insufficient to sever this vine. Die, Zhao Er. Chu Qingyun's heart was icy as he invoked the 4th sword of the 7-wind sword technique, channeling its power into a single strike aimed directly at Zhao Er's heart. The chilling force of the sword made Zhao Er feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloping him in a wave of cold. The refined sword strike was even more potent than that of an ordinary 1st-level martial soul's soul skill. Zhao Er's great sword was sent flying, and the long sword accurately pierced his heart, the elemental power erupting and shattering his heart. With one strike, Zhao Er was dead. Zhao Guang had perished, and now Zhao Er was also slain in the presence of Chu Qingyun. They had exhibited no capacity for resistance, being killed outright. At this moment, Zhao Lan finally sensed that something was amiss. This masked man, despite clearly exuding the aura of a 3rd-level martial artist, displayed combat prowess more terrifying than even a 4th-level martial artist. Even Zhao Lan himself would likely struggle to achieve such a swift kill against Zhao Guang and Zhao Er. Brat, for killing someone for Zhao family fortress, be prepared to meet your end. Zhao Lan threatened, before promptly turning to flee. The formidable sword techniques and perfect control of martial souls demonstrated by Chu Qingyun had thoroughly intimidated him. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Chu Qingyun snorted coldly, swiftly pursuing him. With the aid of the 2 10-meter-long vines, he lunged forward, almost instantly catching up to Zhao Lan. 1 vine, infused with elemental power, sharpened to a point like a spear, lunged toward Zhao Lan. With a piercing sound, the vine struck true, cleanly piercing through Zhao Lan and pinning him to the ground. Zhao Lan, you're done for. Please convey my thanks to Meng Ge. Chu Qingyun spoke softly as he approached him. You? Who are you? Zhao Lan was filled with terror, wishing to say more. However, Chu Qingyun afforded him no opportunity, driving his sword through Zhao Lan's heart. Zhao Lan and his companions had relied on the reputation of Zhao family fortress to rob and kill many from other villages in the elemental stone mine. Now, they finally faced their just retribution, as Chu Qingyun eliminated them all. After Zhao Lan's demise, Chu Qingyun summoned his Devouring Martial Soul, consuming Zhao Lan's field mouse martial soul. He then turned Zhao Lan's corpse over, searching for a moment before discovering a package. Upon opening it, he found it filled with pale, gray elemental stones. Having plundered such a wealth of elemental stones, it was uncertain how many lives had been harmed in the process. After collecting the martial souls of Zhao Guang and Zhao Er, Chu Qingyun and Yi Qi left the elemental stone mine. Once they had distanced themselves, Chu Qingyun suddenly removed his mask and clutched his stomach. Retching violently, the act of killing for the first time left him feeling profoundly unsettled. During the battle, he had forcibly suppressed this sensation, but now he could no longer endure, succumbing to dry heaves. The sight of Zhao Guang's severed neck and the twisted, unwilling expressions of Zhao Lan and Zhao Er haunted his mind. Chu Qingyun, I heard my father say that one inevitably feels immense discomfort after killing for the first time. However, one must understand that once one embarks on the path of a warrior, all of this is inevitable. If you do not slay others, they will inevitably slay you. To his surprise, Yi Qi did not mock Chu Qingyun. Instead, she sought to enlighten him. Chu Qingyun nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I understand, a brief respite will suffice. Yi Qi nodded in response, clearly pleased with Chu Qingyun's demeanor. At the tender age of 15, a third-tier warrior. He single-handedly defeated a fourth-tier warrior and two third-tier warriors, demonstrating extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and perfect mastery over his martial spirit. Chu Qingyun, I possess a swordsmanship manual if you can successfully master the first form. Seek me out in Qingshan City, she declared, producing a thin manual from her bosom, tearing off the front portion and handing it to Chu Qingyun. The three styles of the heavenly sword. Upon receiving the small, yellowed fragment of the ancient manual, Chu Qingyun noticed the four large characters inscribed on the cover. Hearing this name, Yi Qi's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. This manual had been acquired at great cost by her father. However, despite her years of contemplation, she had yet to master even the first form. Ahem, if you can master the first form, perhaps you will barely catch my eye. Then, come find me in Qingshan City, she added, waving her hand as she turned toward the direction of Qingshan City. Observing her departure, Chu Qingyun felt a dawning realization. He had previously suspected that Yi Qi might not belong to the nearby village. A young fifth-tier warrior with a second-tier martial spirit would certainly not remain inconspicuous in the vicinity of Chujia village, the warriors of Qingshan City. He mused. Chu Qingyun tightened his grip on the three styles of the Heavenly Sword Manual. From Yi Qi, he could vaguely perceive that the warriors of Qingshan City were significantly more formidable than those from the lower villages. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Qi was indeed a remarkable presence among the younger generation of warriors in Qingshan City. Before long, darkness enveloped the sky entirely. Chu Qingyun hunted a small wild boar in the forest for dinner and rested outside for the night. The next day, he disposed of his mask and outer garments, donning the attire he had prepared in advance, ready to return to the village. However, at the village entrance, he encountered Chu Lai, Chu Xingwei, and another companion, Ti that moment. Chu Lai had somewhat recovered, yet his complexion remained pale and devoid of color. Qingyun, good morning. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, the three greeted him with smiles. Good morning, Weigo, Ligo, Bogo. Ligo, it seems you have sustained injuries. Chu Qingyun feigned surprise as he spoke. Qingyun, you have no idea. This time, when I went to the Yuanshu mine with Lai Gu and Bo Gu, there were warriors everywhere. A first-tier warrior like me was utterly insignificant. What's more infuriating is that, as we were leaving, guess who we encountered? The killer of Mengge, Zhao Lan from Zhao family fortress. They even tried to kill us, but unexpectedly a masked expert appeared and effortlessly dispatched those three fools. You should have seen it. That masked expert's strength was astonishing, wielding a 3-star vine martial spirit with unmatched finesse, and his swordsmanship was equally formidable. If only I could possess such power. Chu Qingyun exclaimed excitedly, draping an arm around Chu Qingyun's shoulders. Chu Qingyun forced a smile, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Little did Chu Qingyun realize that the masked expert he admired so fervently was right beneath his very arm. Ahem, Qingyun. Chu Lai cleared his throat, casting a reproachful glance at Chu Qingyun. Suddenly recalling something, Chu Qingyun's expression turned awkward as he said, "Qingyun, I meant no offense, just making conversation." Chu Qingyun chuckled, brushing it off as he replied, "It's fine, Lai Gu. You all should focus on healing. I shall return now." After watching Chu Qingyun depart, Chu Lai turned to Chu Qingyun with a hint of admonishment, saying, "Qingyun, you know he lacks a martial spirit. You should refrain from discussing warriors in front of him." Chu Qingyun scratched his head in embarrassment, replying, "Lai Gu, I was just caught up in the excitement after witnessing that masked expert that I promise I'll be more mindful next time." Chu Lai nodded, then suddenly gazed in the direction where Chu Qingyun had left, remarking, "Don't you think Qingyun's silhouette seems somewhat familiar?" Upon returning home, Chu Qingyun checked and discovered that the assimilation progress of his first hammer martial spirit had reached 31. It appeared that in 2 days he would be able to attempt to enhance his martial spirit. This expedition to the Yuanshe mine, coupled with the subsequent encounters with Zhao Lan and others, had granted Chu Qingyun a total of 7 first-tier martial spirits. However, all 7 were of the offensive type. Given that he already possessed the Gale 7 swords and the newly acquired 3 styles of the Heavenly Sword, he found little need for additional offensive capabilities. Therefore, he resolved to utilize all 7 martial spirits to enhance his own. Through experimentation, Chu Qingyun had discerned numerous applications for the 3-star Vine Martial Spirit. He even came to a profound realization. The essence of a martial spirit lies not in quantity, but in quality. After bidding farewell to his parents, Chu Qingyun retreated to his room to delve into the study of the 3 styles of the Heavenly Sword. Although he had triumphed over the 4th-tier warrior Zhao Lan, his current strength did not afford him absolute confidence in defeating Zhao Yishui. After all, Zhao Yishui possessed a formidable 2nd-tier martial spirit, while Zhao Lan merely wielded a rather ordinary 1st-tier martial spirit. The disparity in martial spirit ranks was an unavoidable challenge for every warrior. The 3 styles of the Heavenly Sword. The first form, the Draw of the Sword. After dedicating an entire day to studying the Draw of the Sword manual, Chu Qingyun began to grasp its essence. The following day, he commenced his training in the Draw of the Sword within the confines of his courtyard. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. The essence of the Draw of the Sword lies in one word: speed. A draw executed with utmost swiftness can lead the opponent to defeat before they have the chance to prepare or strike. The practice consisted solely of 2 movements: draw the sword, sheath the sword, draw the sword, sheath the sword. Chu Qingyun's objective was to master every nuance of the draw, achieving greater speed and power. After a day of arduous practice, his right arm had swollen, and after applying medicine, he felt a piercing pain from within. Despite the agony, the thought of giving up never crossed Chu Qingyun's mind. From a young age, he understood that talent was one thing, but effort was another. Regardless of how exceptional one's talent may be, without effort, it amounts to nothing. That evening, the first hammer martial spirit was fully assimilated. Chu Qingyun was presented with 2 choices: retain the hammer martial spirit or utilize its power to enhance the other 2 martial spirits. This time, Chu Qingyun opted to enhance the 3-star Vine Martial Spirit. Upon making his choice, both the 3-star Vine Martial Spirit and the assimilated Martial Spirit materialized before him. Chu Qingyun felt a surge of mysterious power flowing from the assimilated Martial Spirit into the 3-star Vine Martial Spirit. Receiving this power, the 3-star Vine Martial Spirit seemed to stir with excitement, its 3 tendrils gently swaying. Furthermore, Chu Qingyun inexplicably felt a sense of affinity emanating from the martial spirit. This struck him as peculiar. Had he not heard that martial spirits lacked their own consciousness? Or was it merely due to their lowly nature? This conundrum eluded Chu Qingyun's understanding, leaving him to silently observe the transformations of the 3-star Vine Martial Spirit. After the enhancement, the ethereal 3-star Vine Martial Spirit appeared to solidify slightly, though no significant changes were evident. Following the completion of the enhancement, a new piece of information surfaced in Chu Qingyun's mind. Assimilated Martial Spirit, Enhancement Level, 0.3-star Vine Martial Spirit, enhancement level. 23. Upon reaching 100% enhancement, a martial spirit would evolve, ascending from first tier to second tier. However, this was contingent upon the foundational assimilated martial spirit achieving second tier status. Only then could the remaining martial spirits ascend as well. Moreover, a first-tier assimilated martial spirit could only devour first-tier martial spirits, to devour second-tier martial spirits. One must first elevate the assimilated martial spirit to second tier. Upon receiving this information, a brilliant light ignited in Chu Qingyun's eyes. Indeed, my previous conjectures were correct. Devouring martial souls not only grants me the possession of numerous martial souls, but may also facilitate their evolution. The very notion of martial soul evolution is nothing short of unprecedented. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly cause seismic upheaval throughout the entire world at that juncture. It would not merely be Chu Qingyun at risk. Even Qingshan City, and perhaps even Lianshan County and the vast Xia Nation, could face utter annihilation. Once the fervor of excitement settled within him, Chu Qingyun's resolve solidified into an unwavering conviction. The matter of devouring martial souls must remain a closely guarded secret. With this exhilaration nestled in his heart, he fell into slumber till the break of dawn the next day. Chu Qingyun rose early to continue his practice of the sword-drawing technique that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. With each repetition, his comprehension of the sword-drawing technique deepened profoundly. 3 days passed, and he successfully devoured the second short-staff martial soul. This time, Chu Qingyun opted to enhance the devouring martial soul. Although it was also a first-tier martial soul, the hammer martial soul elevated the 3-star vine martial soul to level 23, while the short-staff martial soul only enhanced the devouring martial soul to level 10. Over the subsequent 2 days, Chu Qingyun discovered that following the enhancement, the devouring martial soul's absorption rate had significantly accelerated. In just 2.5 days, he completed the devouring of the 3rd martial soul. After further enhancing the devouring martial soul to level 20, its absorption speed increased yet again. This revelation illuminated many insights for Chu Qingyun that it appeared that the optimal enhancement sequence involved first strengthening the devouring martial soul to augment its efficiency, followed by the enhancement of other martial souls. Before he knew it, more than half a month had elapsed. There were merely 5 days remaining until Zhao Yishui's visit to procure a bride. All 7 first-tier martial souls had been consumed, and Chu Qingyun's martial soul enhancement level had transformed. Devouring martial soul enhancement level 60. 3-star vine martial soul enhancement level 238. This moment, the devouring martial soul's absorption speed had markedly improved, capable of consuming a martial soul in less than a day. Unfortunately, there were no sufficient martial souls left for it to devour. Otherwise, Chu Qingyun could have elevated his own martial soul to the 2nd tier before Zhao Yishui's arrival. Nevertheless, despite this setback, Chu Qingyun remained confident about the impending battle in 5 days. In the courtyard of Chu Qingyun's home stood a boulder towering over a person. Standing before this stone, he grasped the sword hilt with a reverse grip. Inhaled deeply, and a glimmer of fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Sword-drawing technique. In a silent whisper, a cold glimmer flickered. In the blink of an eye, the sword had returned to its sheath. Chu Qingyun's sword was swift. Indeed, remarkably swift. After executing the technique, a satisfied smile graced his face as he turned to return indoors. The sword-drawing technique had been mastered. It was not until he re-entered the house that the massive stone emitted a soft crack as its upper half slowly slid away. The surface of the stone revealed an impeccably smooth, slanted cut. This demonstrated just how sharp Chu Qingyun's sword truly was. The sword-drawing technique was undeniably a formidable weapon. Chu Qingyun believed that even 5th or 6th-tier martial artists would struggle to evade such a rapid strike, greatly suffering as a result. However, this technique also bore a significant drawback. The sword-drawing technique was excessively swift and forceful. Each execution placed an overwhelming strain on Chu Qingyun's right arm. For over an hour following its use, his right arm endured intense pain. Thus, this technique could only serve as his trump card, reserved for critical moments. unless he could discover a means to enhance his physique or bolster his right arm. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Chu Qingyun expended some low-grade yuan stones to solidify his cultivation. While sorting through the package obtained from Zhao Lan, he was pleasantly surprised. In addition to over 200 low-grade yuan stones, the package contained 3 medium-grade yuan stones. Medium-grade yuan stones, characterized by their white hue, contain tenfold the purity of yuan power compared to their low-grade counterparts. The worth of a single medium-grade yuan stone equated to that of 100 low-grade yuan stones. Although the yuan stone mine was abandoned, it still yielded a meager supply of low-grade yuan stones. Yet, even the most barren mine harbored some essence within. Soon, the day arrived for Zhao Yishui to come to Chu family village to collect his bride. That day, the villagers related to Chu Tan were in high spirits, rejoicing at the prospect of a family member marrying the son of the Zhao family fortress. For them, this was a matter of great pride. Chu Xiaocui's parents had been busy since 2 days prior, directing preparations to adorn their home with festive decorations. They even invited nearly everyone from Chu family village, ensuring that the wedding celebration would be lively and grand. The wedding procession from Zhao family fortress arrived in Chu family village around noon, accompanied by music and merriment. Leading the procession was a striking figure clad in a vibrant red robe, riding a majestic steed, exuding an aura of handsomeness. Zhao Yishui, the son of the Zhao family fortress, and today's groom. Following Zhao Yishui were more than a dozen young men on horseback, each radiating vitality and possessing an air of distinction, unmistakably not of ordinary stock. Zhao Feilong, the success of the wedding competition rests upon your shoulders, Zhao Yishui remarked, turning slightly to address a companion behind him. The man laughed heartily, thumping his chest in assurance. Fear not, brother Yishui. Among the younger generation of Chu family village, only that stubborn Chu Ming poses a challenge. The rest are hardly worthy of my concern. Besides, even if I should falter, there is still brother Huang to sow. Brother Yishui, rest assured and await your bride. Zhao Yishui nodded in agreement, but suddenly felt a twinge of melancholy. With Zhao Huang supporting you, I have no worries. Alas, there was originally Zhao Lan as well, but that fool met his end in the Yuan Stone mine, among the younger generation of Zhao family fortress. There had been 3 formidable experts, Zhao Yishui, Zhao Huang, and Zhao Lan, all of whom were 4th-tier martial artists on the other side. A young man with a shaved head scoffed, "Humph, that fool Zhao Lan had been warned repeatedly against meddling in the Yuan Stone mine affairs. He should have known better than to tread such treacherous ground. He must have run into trouble." Zhao Yishui shook his head, his expression turning serious. Let us not forget our primary objective this time. The wedding is one aspect, but far more crucial is to showcase the might of Zhao family fortress, making it abundantly clear who holds authority in this region. The wedding procession was soon welcomed into the village, where the most significant event, the competition platform, had long been prepared. "Haha, brother Zhao, you have finally arrived. Chu certain has been awaiting your arrival." Chu Tan greeted with hearty laughter as the procession entered. The master of Zhao family fortress, Zhao Zi, would not personally attend the wedding in Chu family village. Thus, the elder in charge of the procession was Zhao Zi's younger brother, Zhao Yishui's uncle, Zhao Zhimo. Zhao Zhimo remained mounted on his horse. Showing no intent to dismount, he offered a respectful salute to Chu Tan, saying, "Brother Chu, please lead the way." Chu Tan's smile faltered, suddenly turning awkward. Lead the way? With Zhao Zhimo and Zhao Yishui mounted, how could he, the father of the bride, not appear as a mere horse handler? In that moment, Chu Tan found himself in a predicament, unable to proceed or retreat. Fortunately, at that moment, others stepped in to diffuse the tension. If the Zhao family fortress wishes to marry our Chu family village maiden, they must first defeat our young men. Indeed, if they cannot win the wedding competition, they shall not take the bride today. The crowd joined in, laughing and cheering. It seemed Chu Tan had found a way out, smiling as he replied, Yes, let's first engage in the competition." At that moment, the members of Zhao family fortress wore secretive smiles. The wedding competition was indeed the primary reason for their visit that day. Very well, let the wedding competition commence. Brother Chu, as the host, you shall call the shots. Zhao Feilong, go and spar with the young men of Chu family village. But remember, do not cause any fatalities. We must preserve harmony. Zhao Jiamo, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, remarked with particular emphasis on the word harmony. Zhao Feilong, undeterred, leapt gracefully from his horse and landed firmly on the arena. Who among the people of Chujia village dares to step onto the stage? Fear not, for I, Zhao Feilong, shall grant you a sliver of mercy, he proclaimed with an expression of arrogance. The members of Zhao Jiafort, perched upon their steeds, nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with satisfaction at Zhao Feilong's actions, which aligned perfectly with their intentions for this visit. In stark contrast, the countenances of the Chujia villagers darkened, for they understood that this so-called welcoming duel was merely a jest among the youth, a form of entertainment. Yet, it appeared that Zhao Jiafort intended to take matters seriously. Caught in the middle, the most awkward and uncomfortable was none other than Chu Qingyun. He could not afford to offend Zhao Jiafort. Should he do so, his daughter's future marriage would surely be marred by disdain. Equally, he could not neglect the place he had called home all his life. Ahem, Chu Si, why don't you step up and engage with the folks from Zhao Jiafort? Chu Qingyun suggested to a young man nearby. This young man, named Chu Si, was the cousin of Chu Shaochui. Though he had awakened his martial spirit 2 years prior, his talent was woefully inadequate, leaving him as merely a level 1 warrior. All right, uncle, I'll go and spar with the brothers from Zhao Jiafort, Chu Si replied cheerfully as he ascended the arena. Brother Feilong, we shall soon be family, so please show some leniency for my cousin's sake. Chu Si said with a grin, clasping his hands in greeting. Zhao Feilong shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Very well, out of respect for my future sister-in-law, I shall allow you to leave the stage on your feet. Upon hearing this, many in attendance from Chujia village displayed their indignation, for Zhao Feilong clearly regarded them with contempt. Chu Si's expression shifted, but now that he had ascended, retreat was not an option. Brother Zhao, I beg your pardon. Firefox blast, Chu Si declared, thrusting his palm forward. A surge of crimson energy coalesced in his palm, and, after a brief moment, shot toward Zhao Feilong with great force. A level 1 warrior is simply too weak, Zhao Feilong scoffed, shaking his head. Without even employing the power of his martial spirit, he enveloped his palm in elemental energy, effortlessly intercepting Chu Si's technique. The Firefox blast, with a resounding crash, Zhao Feilong crushed the attack in his grip, inflicting no harm upon himself. Brother Zhao, you are formidable. I concede defeat, Chu Si said, preparing to depart. However, a glint of malice flickered in Zhao Feilong's eyes. Such a swift concession was hardly satisfying. Chu Si's face paled, yet before he could react, Zhao Feilong, possessing level 3 prowess, surged forward. Rest assured, when I say you'll leave the stage on your feet, I mean it. Take this, Zhao Feilong cackled, delivering a powerful punch to Chu Si's abdomen that left him curled up on the arena floor. Then, with a forceful stomp, he crushed Chu Si's face, sending him sliding off the stage, having dispatched Chu Si with ease. Zhao Feilong's grin widened in triumph. Is the younger generation of Chujia village all but useless? Or are they merely turtles retreating into their shells, afraid to step forward? He boasted loudly from the arena. Chu Si descended, shooting a resentful glare at Chu Qingyun before turning to head home. Being humiliated on the arena before the entire village was a disgrace of monumental proportions, all stemming from Chu Qingyun's words. Ahem, Brother Zhao, is this not a tad excessive? Chu Qingyun ventured cautiously, standing beside Zhao Jiamo. His feeble demeanor only served to intensify the frustration of the villagers of Chujia. Excessive? Not at all, just young people having a bit of fun. Harmless in nature. But surely, is there truly no one from Chujia village to step forward? Zhao Jiamo's words left no doubt among those present. It was evident they were seizing this opportunity to flaunt their might under the guise of a welcoming duel. Soon, one individual from Chujia village could no longer restrain himself and ascended the stage. That was Chu Ping, a level 3 warrior who surely could vanquish Zhao Feilong. Elder brother Chu Ping has awakened his martial spirit for 5 years. Zhao Feilong is undoubtedly no match for him. The villagers murmured, filled with anticipation as they watched the challenger. Chu Ping, at your service, he announced with a respectful bow upon reaching the stage. Chu Ping, I've heard of you. You couldn't even best Chu lie. You are no match for me. This time, you will leave horizontally, Zhao Feilong replied with a dismissive laugh. Arrogant, Chu Ping retorted furiously, launching himself at Zhao Feilong. The two clashed instantaneously. Unfortunately, after a series of exchanges, Zhao Feilong seized an opening, landing a decisive blow to Chu Ping's chest, forcing him to yield. After besting Chu Ping, Zhao Feilong continued his onslaught, ruthlessly breaking two of Chu Ping's ribs and sending him flying off the stage with a single kick. Although both were level 3 warriors, Zhao Feilong had already reached the pinnacle of that level. Mere steps away from breaking through to level 4, but the gap between him and Chu Ping was substantial. With yet another defeat, and this time against a fellow level 3 warrior, many from Chujia village fell into a heavy silence. On the arena, Zhao Feilong shook his head, sighing, Chujia village, it simply cannot compete. The villagers seethed with anger at his taunts, wishing to drag him down and deliver a beating, but they understood that such a notion was futile. The strength of Zhao Jia Fort was beyond their reach. Look, the village chief has arrived, someone exclaimed. Not only the chief, but several captains from the guard had also come. That is Chu Qingyun. I have heard he has been training alongside the village chief. With the arrival of the village chief, the villagers of Chujia felt a renewed sense of hope. Upon his arrival, Zhao Jiamo and his companions dared not maintain their arrogance, dismounting their horses and respectfully clasping their hands in greeting. After all, even Zhao Jiafort would think twice before offending a level 9 warrior. Village Chief Chu, still as vigorous as ever, Zhao Jiamo remarked with a smile. The village chief shot him a glance, replying, aging indeed. It seems even your young ones dare to flaunt their prowess in Chujia village. Zhao Jiamo felt a pang of anxiety and quickly responded with a forced smile. Oh, it is merely youthful playfulness. Chu Qingyun, however, dared not underestimate the village chief. Very well. If it is mere play, Chu Qingyun, step up and engage with the brothers from Zhao Jiafort. The village chief instructed a man standing behind him. The man nodded silently and ascended the stage without further ado. So, you're the most formidable of the younger generation from Chujia village. You appear rather unremarkable. Let us finish this quickly. Battling a bunch of useless individuals is simply dull. Zhao Feilong sneered upon seeing Chu Qingyun. Then, I shall request Brother Zhao to extend his guidance. Chu Qingyun replied with an expressionless demeanor. The lack of provocation surprised Zhao Feilong, who now regarded the calm Chu Qingyun with newfound interest. Below the stage, Zhao Jiamo nodded in approval, saying, this young man is indeed talented. The village chief stroked his beard, smiling contentedly. He had always held a high regard for Chu Qingyun, often keeping him close and personally mentoring him. On the arena, the two began to engage in combat. Chu Qingyun possessed a first-tier martial soul, that of a pangolin, and his soul skills were primarily defensive in nature. Thus, their battle appeared as Zhao Feilong relentlessly attacking, while Chu Qingyun remained calm in defense, occasionally countering. However, Chu Qingyun's strength ultimately fell short of Zhao Feilong's. After fending off over 50 strikes, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. By the 100th exchange, his defenses began to crumble. Ultimately, Zhao Feilong seized the opportunity, landing a powerful blow on his shoulder that sent him crashing off the stage. Chu Qingyun had been defeated. The inhabitants of Chu village fell into a profound silence. Even the village chief and several captains of the guard wore expressions of displeasure. Was there no one of merit in Chu village? All that came forth were mere wastrels. Zhao Feilong stood triumphantly on the arena, sneering as he declared, 3 consecutive victories, including the highly regarded Chu Qingyun, have inflated my confidence to new heights. The people of Chu village could only bow their heads in silence, enduring the arrogance of Zhao family fortress. The martial world is indeed cruel. Everything is dictated by strength. Had there been skilled warriors among the younger generation of Chu village, they could have retaliated by breaking Zhao Feilong's legs, and the Zhao family fortress would have had no grounds of protest. But alas, they did not, and thus could only swallow their pride. Zhao Feilong, what are you so proud of? You are merely a third-tier martial artist. Zhao Yishui and Zhao Huang have yet to make an appearance. Zhao Jiamo, feigning sternness, chided Zhao Feilong. Yet his face and eyes sparkled with mirth, lacking any genuine reprimand. It was merely to emphasize that the warriors from Zhao family fortress consisted of a mere third-tier martial artist, with two fourth-tier martial artists yet to reveal themselves. Instantly, a deep sense of helplessness enveloped Chu village from top to bottom. The disparity in strength between the two villages' younger generation was simply too vast. Ahem, let us conclude the arena here. Chunlan, go fetch Xiaozui. Let the marriage procession begin, Chu Qin announced, stepping forward. With the village chief present, Zhao Zhimo could not provoke further, and having achieved his purpose, he nodded in agreement. Urging for the bride to emerge promptly, Chu Qi nodded and bowed in response, heading inside to prepare. This scene left the onlookers from Chu village feeling increasingly stifled, while other families faced challenges during wedding processions. Now the roles were reversed, making it appear as though the Chu family was the one making concessions. However, they had no choice. Their strength was simply inferior. Soon, the veiled Chu Xiaozui emerged. She had witnessed everything that transpired. Yet rather than feeling anger, she felt a surge of joy. Once married, she would belong to Zhao family fortress. Upon seeing Chu Xiaozui, Chu Qingyun squeezed through the crowd. Chu Xiaozui, you finally decided to show yourself. Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Xiaozui's expression changed beneath the veil. However, she quickly scoffed. Chu Qingyun had no martial soul. What could he achieve now but further humiliation? Chu Qingyun, what is he doing here? Murmured the crowd. Do you not recall? On the day of their engagement's cancellation, Chu Qingyun declared that Chu Xiaozui would not marry. That I do hope Chu Qingyun give Zhao family fortress a good thrashing, but regrettably, he lacks the strength. The spectators buzzed with conversation. Chu Xiaozui, do not forget your word from that day, Chu Qingyun remarked, casting a glance at her before stepping onto the arena. Qingyun, what are you doing? Stop this nonsense and come down. Chu Hua, standing beside the village chief, called out anxiously to Chu Qingyun. In ordinary circumstances, anyone could join in the wedding festivities. However, this time, Zhao family fortress was clearly here to provoke. And with Zhao Feilong's ruthless nature, Chu Qingyun would face dire consequences if he ascended the stage. Uncle Hua, do not worry. I know what I am doing, Chu Qingyun replied with a smile. So you are Chu Qingyun, the one without a martial soul? Zhao Feilong sneered, a malicious grin plastered across his face. Chu Qingyun remained unfazed. Ignoring him entirely, a mere third-tier martial artist held no significance in his eyes. His sole objective today was Zhao Yishui. What a pretentious fool. How many moves do you believe it will take for me to incapacitate you? Zhao Feilong, faced with an ordinary person, was eager to toy with Chu Qingyun, aiming to psychologically break him. Unfortunately, Chu Qingyun paid no heed to his antics. You wretched little brat, congratulations. You have successfully enraged me. I have decided. One strike, and I shall leave you crippled. Zhao Feilong's aura erupted as he unleashed his full power, his hands aglow with energy, and he hurled a punch at Chu Qingyun's chest that a full-force punch from a third-tier martial artist could easily kill an ordinary person. The spectators below tensed, while the village chief and Chu Hua clenched their fists. Their eyes filled with fury. Zhao Feilong had truly gone too far this time. However, in the face of this ferocious punch, Chu Qingyun merely smiled. Since you insist on a single strike, let it be so. With a light chuckle, Chu Qingyun slightly shifted his body, deftly evading Zhao Feilong's blow. He then brought his index and middle fingers together, using them as a sword to thrust sharply towards Zhao Feilong's back. The moment his fingers struck, a fierce surge of energy erupted like a blade from his fingertips, producing a dull thud as it pierced through Zhao Feilong's chest. How can this be? Zhao Feilong gasped in disbelief, watching as his shirt became soaked with blood. Just moments ago, he had fortified himself with energy. Yet, Chu Qingyun's piercing strike had effortlessly torn through his defenses, fracturing even his ribcage. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Feilong attempted to protest, but the grievous injury to his lungs forced him to kneel on the arena, violently coughing blood, unable to utter a single word. The once arrogant Zhao Feilong now found himself badly injured and kneeling pitifully before Chu Qingyun. With one move, I have defeated you. Now, you may leave in the manner you prefer. Fly away. Chu Qingyun stepped before him and delivered a kick to Zhao Feilong's face, sending him tumbling down before the crowd of Zhao family fortress. The members of Zhao family fortress wore expressions of dismay, but having initiated the provocation, they could not voice any complaints. Moreover, Chu Qingyun had indeed shown restraint. Had he aimed for Zhao Feilong's left side, it would have been his heart pierced instead of his lung. An injured lung could recover with time, but an injured heart would likely lead to instant death. I won. I actually won. Remarkable, a single finger defeated Zhao Feilong. The people of Chu village stood in stunned silence. They contemplated countless possibilities, yet none had anticipated that Chu Qingyun would emerge victorious so effortlessly that I knew it. A 15-year-old martial apprentice of the 9th level is certainly no ordinary individual. Qingyun, splendid victory! Bravo! Chu Qingyun, splendid performance. That was exhilarating. The long-suffering villagers of Chu erupted in ecstatic cheers. After enduring 3 consecutive defeats and Zhao Feilong's relentless provocations, they finally turned the tide and could breathe a sigh of relief. This lad with such strength did not inform me. He truly deserves a proper reprimanding. Chu Hua's face also shone with excitement. T15, having awakened his martial soul for less than a month, he had already reached the 3rd tier and defeated Zhao Feilong with a single move. In Chujia village, an extraordinary genius has emerged. Zhao Zhimo's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. What is happening? Why is it not concluded yet? Why are they all calling out the name Chu Qingyun? Beneath the red veil, Chu Xiaozui was perplexed, unable to discern the events unfolding outside. How infuriating! What on earth is going on? Ultimately, unable to contain her curiosity, Chu Xiaozui lifted the veil to gaze at the arena. How is this possible? She had just witnessed the scene of Zhao Feilong being kicked off the stage. How could this be? Chu Qingyun, does he not lack a martial soul? Chu Xiaozui could hardly believe her eyes. Yet the young man standing proudly on the stage coldly confirmed that it was all indeed true. Chu Qingyun was no longer a waste. As the villagers of Chujia celebrated fervently, the bald youth Zhao Huang ascended the stage with a grim countenance. A 2-meter-long iron staff slung over his shoulder. You little brat from Chujia village, you have forced my hand. This is merely your misfortune. When I, Zhao Huang, strike, I shall show no mercy to anyone. Use your strongest move, or you shall have no chance left. The cheers from below gradually subsided. Zhao Huang was a renowned expert among the younger generation of the Zhao family, possessing the strength of a level 4 warrior and wielding his iron staff with exceptional skill. Even some individuals from the previous generation dared not challenge him. That move is not meant for you, Chu Qingyun replied, casting a calm glance at him. Instantly, the expressions of all those watching from below shifted dramatically. Chu Qingyun's words were undeniably audacious. Nevertheless, the villagers of Chujia felt an exhilarating thrill. Indeed, it was quite exhilarating. Zhao Huang's eyes widened with fury. Boy, if I do not leave you crippled today, I will change my surname. Zhao Huang roared, leaping 2 steps to stand before Chu Qingyun, gripping his staff tightly and striking down with force. Come at me, spring wind and rain. Chu Qingyun's eyes sparkled as he drew his long sword. Unleashing the first strike of the 7 swords of the gale, using softness to counter Zhao Huang's brute strength. Chu Qingyun was a level 3 warrior, while Zhao Huang was a level 4 warrior. Coupled with their formidable swordplay and staff techniques, the battle was truly spectacular. Sword light and staff shadows intertwined, etching traces upon the arena. Even the village chief, Chu Hua, and Zhao Zhimo were riveted. Their eyes glued to the duel, nodding and shaking their heads in turn, utterly captivated. Those like Zhao Feilong, who relied solely on brute force in their attacks, could hardly attract the attention of true masters. It was Chu Qingyun and Zhao Huang, the true experts, the genuine warriors. This is the 7 swords of the gale. I never expected that within just a month, Qingyun would reach such a level. The village chief beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly. For a long time, Chu Qingyun's lack of a martial soul had been a source of regret for him. Now, that concern had finally been resolved. Chu Qingyun did not lack a martial soul, merely awakened it at a slower pace. As the two battled for over 10 minutes without a clear victor, it was impossible to discern who held the upper hand. Zhao Huang, Enough hesitation. Allow me to demonstrate my recent insights into swordsmanship. Chu Qingyun declared, sweeping Zhao Huang's staff aside with a laugh. Zhao Huang furrowed his brow. If it were anyone else, he would have scoffed at such words, perhaps even retaliated with a strike. However, after their exchange, he realized that Chu Qingyun's swordsmanship was not in the least inferior to his staff techniques. Thus, he could not afford to underestimate the claim. Watch closely. 7 Swords of the Gale, Season's Sword Song. Chu Qingyun exclaimed, instantly launching his attack. Clang, clang, clang. Another flurry of exchanges ensued. Many spectators below shook their heads, murmuring, "What is this Season's Sword Song? Isn't it just the same few moves? Merely a scare tactic, the same sword play as before." Yet, on the stage, Zhao Huang felt as though he might vomit blood. The sword moves were indeed the same, but he sensed that Chu Qingyun's swordplay had come alive, shifting between warmth and ferocity, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, inexplicably, Zhao Huang felt that within this constant flux, the power of Chu Qingyun's swordplay was growing ever stronger. Initially, he could handle it with ease, but after a while, he found himself exerting all his strength to block the erratic long sword. That is the sword intent. After that earlier encounter with Zhao Feilong, he had thought he had misjudged. To his astonishment, Qingyun had truly grasped the sword intent. The village chief of Chujia was filled with excitement as he watched, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Sword intent. Qingyun has truly comprehended the sword intent. How wonderful! When sword intent reaches its peak, it can condense into sword energy, which would be truly remarkable. Beside him, Chu Hua was equally elated, his fists clenched in excitement. Humph, sword energy? Zhao Zhimo scoffed coldly. It is rare for a martial artist to condense sword energy. Do you think he can? Zhao Hua retorted without mercy, emboldened by his powerful nephew. Zhao Zhimo fell silent. Understands sword intent at the warrior stage is undoubtedly a sign of genius in the sword arts. Even in Qingshan City, such talents would be coveted by various factions, and with such comprehension, breaking through to martial master would be almost effortless. The insurmountable barrier that stymied countless warriors would pose no challenge to such a prodigy. Chujia village was indeed fortunate to have birthed such a young man. No, I cannot allow this boy to grow. A flicker of murderous intent rose within Zhao Zhimo yet, after casting a glance at the village chief of Chujia. He wisely buried his malice deep within. In the midst of their conversation, the match on the stage had determined a victor. With the comprehension of sword intent, Chu Qingyun's sword techniques grew increasingly powerful, ultimately reaching a level that even Zhao Zhimo could not withstand, even with his martial soul. Final strike, tumble down, Zhao Huang. Chu Qingyun bellowed, delivering a decisive blow. This strike, with its fierce sword light, tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound, crashing violently against Zhao Huang's staff. Bang! The specialized steel staff for warriors could not withstand the force, shattering in two. Zhao Huang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground below the arena. Another victory? Qingyun, you are incredible. Well done. Ha! Who was it that said if they lost, they would share the surname Qingyun? With another victory, the people of Chujia erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Zhao Huang, overwhelmed with shame, retreated into the crowd of Zhao family members. Even when provoked, calling out Zhao Huang's name, he dared not utter another word. He had lost this match, and with his level 4 warrior status, he had been defeated by a level 3 warrior. However, Zhao Huang accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, fully aware that Chu Qingyun's swordsmanship far surpassed his own. Zhao Yishui, it is your turn now. Standing on the stage, Chu Qingyun gazed at the person surrounded by the Zhao family members like a star among moons, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Over the past month, he had risked himself in the Yuan stone mine, fought desperately for the Yuan spirit fruit, and endured pain to master the sword-drawing technique. Everything had been for today, to defeat Zhao Yishui, to publicly demonstrate how foolish the decisions made by Chu Tan and Chu Xiaotsui had been, to compel Chu Xiaotsui to apologize to his parents in front of everyone. As all eyes were upon him, Zhao Yishui chuckled lightly, shedding his grand red wedding robe, stepping onto the stage with deliberate grace. There are always some foolish individuals who, having defeated a few weaklings, become oblivious to the vastness of the world. Chu Qingyun, Today, I shall enlighten you on the true essence of genius and the nature of genuine strength. Zhao Yishui, as he walked, exuded the formidable aura of a fourth-level warrior. Both he and Zhao Huang were fourth-level warriors, yet Zhao Yishui's presence was palpably more solid and weighty than that of Zhao Huang, a testament to the might of a second-tier martial soul. The power of a martial soul manifests not only in soul techniques, but also in the overall enhancement it provides to a warrior. Brother Yishui possesses a second-tier martial soul. Victory is assured. Indeed, how audacious of that boy to provoke Brother Yishui into action. He is as good as finished. The onlookers from the Zhao family fortress gazed at Zhao Yishui on the arena with unabashed admiration. From the moment Zhao Yishui awakened his second-tier martial soul, he became a legendary figure within the Zhao family fortress, having never met an equal of his rank, let alone the first-level Chu Qingyun. Zhao Yishui is his opponent. Is Qingyun going to be all right? Rest assured, he will be fine. Let us not forget, up until this moment, Qingyun has yet to employ his martial soul. Indeed, what could Qingyun's martial soul be? In contrast, some individuals from Chu village were not entirely certain. After all, Zhao Yishui had been a prominent figure among the younger generation for several years, while Chu Qingyun had only recently begun to make his mark. Chu Qingyun, today, I shall demonstrate the might of a second-tier martial soul, Flame Lance. Zhao Yishui conjured a crimson long spear between his hands, flames occasionally bursting forth from its shaft, a fierce and searing aura instantly enveloping the entire arena. Even the spectators below were compelled to step back in awe of this overwhelming presence. This was his second-tier martial soul, the Flame Lance. Chu Qingyun's expression grew unusually grave. He had encountered many ordinary weapon martial souls, mostly commonplace items like sickles and hammers, but weapons like swords were exceedingly rare. Furthermore, this second-tier martial soul possessed its own elemental attribute. With a single strike, I shall end you. Flame Slash, Zhao Yishui bellowed, swinging his spear through the air, unleashing a towering crescent of flame that scorched the arena, leaving a charred mark in its wake as it surged towards Chu Qingyun. Arrogance, 3-star vine. In response to this ferocious assault, Chu Qingyun dared not underestimate the situation and immediately activated his martial soul. He shouted sharply, raising a vine high before cracking it down like a whip towards the Flame Slash. The vine, propelled by a piercing wind, shattered the Flame Slash with a resounding crack, scattering the flames like embers. However, the vine itself was singed and charred, losing a considerable length. The martial soul is the 3-star vine. So, it is a first-tier martial soul. The 3-star vine, as Chu Qingyun finally unleashed his martial soul, it sent ripples of excitement through the crowd below the arena. Meanwhile, Chu Lai, Chu Xingwei, and Chu Bo widened their eyes in astonishment. Doesn't it look remarkably similar? Indeed, it's strikingly alike. Chu Xingwei nodded mechanically on the arena. Chu Qingyun's form and movements bore an uncanny resemblance to the masked expert they had encountered that fateful day. Ha ha, Chu Qingyun, I am a level above you, and with fire overcoming wood, my flame lance shall overpower your 3-star vine. You are destined to lose this match. Zhao Yishui laughed heartily, gripping the flame lance as he charged towards Chu Qingyun, thrusting the spear forward with 3 fiery blossoms aimed directly at him. Overcome your sister. Chu Qingyun deftly sidestepped the thrust, while the other 2 vines struck from unconventional angles, wrapping around Zhao Yishui. The vine that had been singed quickly regenerated under his life force. In an instant, the 2 combatants were entangled in a fierce struggle. Zhao Yishui held an undeniable advantage in both rank and martial soul, leveraging his overwhelming strength and extensive battle experience to disrupt Chu Qingyun's sword momentum at crucial moments, preventing him from gathering sufficient power. However, Chu Qingyun's control over his martial soul far surpassed that of Zhao Yishui. With the agile and clever use of his 3 vines, coupled with his sword techniques, he proved to be equally formidable. For a time, the 2 fought to a standstill, neither yielding an inch. 10 minutes passed, and the contest remained extremely intense. Each of Chu Qingyun's vines had been severed twice, and his clothing was singed in several areas. Likewise, Zhao Yishui was no better off. He had been lashed by the vines once, and each significant movement sent searing pain through his back. After 15 minutes of fierce combat, both warriors had expended considerable energy. Yet, Zhao Yishui's advantage as a fourth-level warrior began to manifest. If this continued, the first to exhaust their energy would undoubtedly be Chu Qingyun. Little beast, once your energy is depleted, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Zhao Yishui's expression darkened at this point. He no longer sought an opportunity to defeat Chu Qingyun. Instead, he chose to engage him head-on, aiming to exhaust his energy as much as possible. Despicable, resorting to such tactics to drain Qingyun's energy. Zhao Yishui is utterly shameless. Such behavior was clearly beneath honorable combat, and the young people from Chu village could not help but voice their disdain. The spectators from Zhao family fortress, aware of their own moral shortcomings, refrained from defending Zhao Yishui. After another 2 minutes of grueling combat, Chu Qingyun's energy was nearing its limit. Suddenly, he retreated several steps, retracting his martial soul and sheathing his sword. He is even abandoning his martial soul. Does he intend to concede? It will not be so easy. Zhao Yishui, believing Chu Qingyun was about to surrender, tightened his grip on the flame lance and lunged forward, intent on teaching him a lesson. A cold smile appeared on Chu Qingyun's face. Surrender? Impossible. This battle concerns the honor of my parents. I shall not yield, even if it means fighting to the death. Draw sword technique. A chilling glimmer flashed across the arena. In the blink of an eye, the sword was returned to its sheath. Chu Qingyun maintained his previous stance, while Zhao Yishui stood motionless on the arena. What is happening? Why has Zhao Yishui stopped moving? What was that flash of light? Many were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the village chief and his companions sprang to their feet, those seated were the true experts of Chu village. They had caught a glimpse of the white light, Chu Qingyun's sword. However, that strike was so swift that even they could only perceive a blur. Perhaps only the village chief truly grasped the speed of that attack. Incredible! Such speed for a mere third-level warrior. Chu Hua and the others, including Zhao Zhima, could not help but ponder one question. If they were to face such a strike, would they be able to evade it? A collective sigh escaped their lips. None dared to claim they could certainly avoid that sword. With a soft crack, Zhao Yishui's flame lance snapped in two, his clothing, torn from his forehead to his thigh, revealed a long, gaping wound. Chu Qingyun's sword had not only severed his flame lance, but had also ripped through his garments, leaving a nearly 2-meter-long gash upon him. Yes, he regained his composure. Zhao Yishui was suddenly filled with dread. If Chu Qingyun had advanced just a step closer, or if he had struck even a moment later, he would have been cleaved in two. I concede. I concede. Zhao Yishui, dejected, relinquished the flame lance, his voice trembling in the face of that stunning strike. What fourth-level warrior and what second-tier martial soul amounted to anything? Zhao Yishui's concession sent shockwave through the crowd below the arena. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the supporters from Chu village erupted into jubilant cheers, chanting Chu Qingyun's name in a thunderous chorus. This victory was not merely over Zhao Feilong or Zhao Huang, but against Zhao Yishui, the so-called foremost youth of the Zhao family fortress. From this day forth, even if their village's strength pales in comparison to the Zhao family fortress, they could proudly declare that the prowess of their young generation surpasses that of the Zhao family fortress. In the realm of warriors, strength is power, strength is glory, and strength is everything. At this moment, Chu Lai, Chu Xingwei, and the others have already come to the realization that Chu Qingyun is indeed the masked master who vanquished Zhao Lan and his companions on that fateful day and saved them. Hee, Xingwei, remember how you embraced Qingyun and extolled the prowess of the masked master. Who would have thought that the formidable masked master was right beneath your arm? Chu Lai and Chu Bo couldn't help but tease him. Chu Xingwei's face flushed crimson. Brother Lai, Brother Bo, please spare me. That guy Qingyun is so powerful, yet he never informed us. How inconsiderate. The villagers of Chu family village were all in high spirits. Overjoyed beyond measure, in stark contrast, the people from Zhao family fortress wore sullen expressions, rendered speechless. Initially, they had intended to flaunt their might and display the authority of Zhao family fortress before Chu family village. Little did they expect that a formidable Chu Qingyun would emerge out of nowhere, not only defeating Zhao Feilong and Zhao Huang, but also besting Zhao Yixue. It was a classic case of losing the chicken and the rice. Their intended show of strength had backfired, resulting in Zhao Yixue, the foremost of the younger generation, being defeated. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun's gaze fell upon the visibly distressed Chu Xiaocui. Chu Xiaocui, it is now time for you to fulfill your promise and kneel before my parents in apology. Chu Qingyun declared loudly, his voice resonating with conviction. Everything that is now is earned through his own sweat and perseverance. Countless hours of training his martial spirit, enduring the pain of drawing his sword. All for this moment. All to reclaim dignity for his parents in front of everyone. Qingyun, perhaps we should let this go. I apologize. It was my mistake to call off the engagement and no need to kneel. Chu Xiaocui said, her face pale and her tone almost pleading in a way. Get over there and kneel. Chu Qingyun's expression hardened as he pointed toward his parents, commanding fiercely. Chu Qingyun, do not go too far. Chu Xiaocui looked toward Zhao Yixue for help. However, Zhao Yixue had no desire to acknowledge her at that moment, glaring at her with contempt before turning away. What is happening? Village chief, please say something. Chu Xiaocui turned to the village chief, but he merely sighed and shook his head. There was no need to deliberate on who held the greater weight between Chu Qingyun and Chu Xiaocui. As the village chief, he could not allow a mere Chu Xiaocui's pride to create a rift between the village and such a promising young talent like Chu Qingyun. Suddenly, Chu Xiaocui felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair. Chu Qingyun's commanding performance in the arena shattered all her support. Even Zhao Yixue, the village, and her own father did not dare to speak up at this moment. Deep down, Chu Xiaocui understood that all of this was of her own making. A consequence of her own actions. She could have happily shared the glory of defeating Zhao Yixue with Chu Qingyun from the sidelines. However, due to her superficiality and desire to associate with others, everything had changed irrevocably. With a heavy heart, Chu Xiaocui dragged her feet to kneel before the parents of Chu Qingyun. I am sorry, why earlier actions were wrong. I should not have called off the engagement or flaunted my superiority. Facing the many gazes upon her, Chu Xian and Lu Lanfang were equally at a loss, seeking assistance from Chu Qingyun atop the stage. Chu Qingyun coldly scoffed, "Get lost." Chu Xiaocui felt as if a great weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Scrambling to her feet and fleeing without a backward glance, her eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. Chu Qingyun understood that his insistence on having Chu Xiaocui kneel would undoubtedly offend her and her allies, including Chu Qin. However, he was indifferent. If Chu Xiaocui were merely targeting him, he might have been able to endure it. Yet she had deigned to humiliate his parents and family. This was something Chu Qingyun could never tolerate. With their plan for a wedding reception in shambles, Zhao Zhimo and Zhao Yixue had no choice but to fabricate an excuse to leave Chu family village, their faces devoid of dignity. As the crowd gradually dispersed, what was meant to be a celebratory occasion devolved into a farce. The Chu Qin family, who should have been the center of attention that day, found themselves overlooked. While the entire village buzzed with discussions about one name, Chu Qingyun, it was evident that it wouldn't be long before the name Chu Qingyun echoed through the surrounding villages. Chu Qin, this is all your fault. If it weren't for your meddling in the engagement cancellation, could things have turned out this way? Chu Xiaocui's mother, Qin Chunlan, couldn't help but complain. Blame me. If it weren't for your liaison with Zhao family fortress, would I have considered calling off the engagement? The blame lies solely with you. Chu Qin retorted defiantly, igniting a quarrel between them. Chu Xiaocui sighed wearily, feeling like a shell of her former self as she trudged inside the house. All of this was their own doing. Meanwhile, upon returning to Zhao family fortress, Zhao Zhimo and Zhao Yixue sought out their leader, Zhao Zi. Father, this humiliation cannot simply be swallowed. Zhao Yixue's face contorted with rage as he spoke through gritted teeth. Having enjoyed a life of ease and success, he had never encountered such a setback, nearly being slain by Chu Qingyun's sword. Zhao Zi chuckled, cannot swallow. Should we wage war against Chu family village? That old fox, Chu Jinglei, is not to be trifled with. Besides, Yixue, experiencing a setback is not necessarily a bad thing. Zhao Zhimo pondered for a moment before asserting, Eldest brother, this time I support Yishui. That Chu Qingyun must not be allowed to live. Oh, a mere 15 or 16-year-old brat merits such attention from you, Zhao Zi inquired, intrigued. Indeed, at 15, he awakened his martial spirit less than a month ago and has already reached the level of a third-tier warrior. He has trained in swordsmanship for merely a month and has grasped the essence of sword intent. That sword-drawing technique, below a 6th-tier warrior, who could possibly withstand it? I dare assert that given 3 more years, the entire Zhao family fortress will have to bow before Chu Qingyun, Zhao Zhimo replied, his expression darkening. With each word he spoke, Zhao Zi's smile faded further, replaced by a growing solemnity. Zhao Zi rose and paced the room, arriving at a decision that if that is the case, then do not blame us for being ruthless. Blame it on Chu Qingyun for being born in the wrong place. Zhimo, go to Qingshan City and enlist the help of the Assassin Alliance. Put a bounty of 5,000 low-grade elemental stones on his head. His life is forfeit. The status of Zhao family fortress must not be shaken. Both Zhao Zhimo and Zhao Yishui were taken aback. A bounty of 5,000 low-grade elemental stones typically corresponded to the assassination of 5th or even 6th-tier warriors. Zhao Zi was indeed a formidable fortress leader. When he acted, he did so with lethal intent. That very night, Zhao Zhimo set off for Qingshan City with 50 medium-grade elemental stones in hand, riding swiftly. Following his victory over Zhao Yishui, there was hardly a moment of peace in Chu Qingyun's home. As visitors came to congratulate him, nearly trampling the threshold of the Chu household, Chu Xian and Lu Lanfeng beamed with joy, their smiles wide. They were aware that their son had a martial spirit, but they had no inkling of how powerful he had truly become. Even the village chief took the time to commend them, singing Chu Qingyun's praises for an extended period. As night fell, bringing an end to the day's revelries, Chu Qingyun sat atop his roof, contemplating the path ahead. Though he had triumphed over Zhao Yishui, he remained humble. Having witnessed Yi Qi's prowess, he understood deeply that there were always greater heights and more formidable individuals. While he might be considered a master in Chu family village, in Qingshan City, he was merely an inconspicuous figure. Training, yet I still lack sufficient resources for cultivation. It seems I must venture to the elemental stone mines once more. That peculiar sensation from last time lingered in his thoughts. Early the next morning, Chu Qingyun departed his home, making his way back to the elemental stone mines. His strength was already exposed, and he saw no need to don his mask. He headed straight for the location where he had discovered the Yuanling fruit. The vast cavern remained shrouded in darkness, with Yuanling fruit trees shimmering with a milky glow, while swarms of elemental mice carpeted the cave like a writhing tapestry. Having reached the 3rd-tier warrior level, his elemental energy surged significantly. This time, he would delve deeper into the mine's depths. This moment, Chu Qingyun's 3-star vine martial spirit had grown to an impressive 10 meters in length. He deftly manipulated 2 tendrils, moving forward almost as if he were walking on 10-meter-high stilts, nearly brushing against the ceiling of the mine. Moreover, this time, Chu Qingyun exercised extreme caution, using the tendrils to gently push aside the Yuan mine mice below without slaying a single one. And he refrained from taking any Yuan spirit fruits along the way. As a result, although some Yuan mine mice were agitated, the entire rodent swarm remained in a relatively tranquil state. After carefully advancing for over 200 meters, Chu Qingyun observed that the deeper he ventured, the more Yuan spirit fruit trees there were. However, correspondingly, the Yuan mine mice found within were significantly more robust than those outside. Continuing for another 100 meters, Chu Qingyun suddenly spotted, at the innermost part, a Yuan spirit fruit tree that was more than twice the size of an ordinary one. On that tree hung a solitary Yuan spirit fruit, adorned with several delicate golden threads. A golden thread Yuan spirit fruit. Chu Qingyun could hardly contain his excitement, nearly losing his balance. The ordinary Yuan spirit fruit was merely a 1st-tier spiritual herb, aiding in cultivation. In contrast, the golden thread Yuan spirit fruit was a 2nd-tier spiritual herb, said to allow a martial artist to ascend 3 levels with good fortune. Even with lesser luck, a minimum enhancement of 1 level was guaranteed. The golden thread Yuan spirit fruit. Alas, it was visible, yet unattainable. Despite the allure of this treasure, Chu Qingyun remained level-headed. Surrounding the golden thread yuan spirit fruit were numerous well-fed yuan mine mice, considerably larger than typical adult ones. They likely possessed the strength of first- or second-tier martial artists, and their sheer numbers made them formidable adversaries. Furthermore, the eerie sensation he had sensed previously intensified. Chu Qingyun could distinctly feel his devouring martial spirit quivering gently. It was best to retreat for now. He did not press further, but began to withdraw slowly. He feared he might succumb to the temptation of seizing the golden thread yuan spirit fruit. After all, the enticement of advancing 2 levels was simply too great. Once he had retreated to the periphery of a yuan mine mouse swarm, Chu Qingyun set his sights on the 3 outermost yuan spirit fruit trees. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to take action against them. Grasping the rocky ceiling of the cave, he released all 3 tendrils. The tendrils advanced stealthily and slowly, each wrapping around the main stem of the yuan spirit fruit trees several times. Securing a firm grip on them, "Lift," Chu Qingyun silently shouted in his heart. The 3 tendrils exerted force simultaneously, uprooting the 3 yuan spirit fruit trees. At the same time, he propelled himself off a protruding rock behind him, plummeting rapidly towards the stone platform at the cave's entrance like a cannonball. In midair, Chu Qingyun caught hold of the 2 yuan spirit fruit trees entwined in the tendrils, then used the tendrils to land forcefully. Leaping onto the stone platform and sprinting towards the cave's exit without looking back, the yuan mine mice instantly erupted into chaos. Their enraged counterparts surged towards the stone platform like a tide, pursuing him outward. However, upon exposure to the sunlight outside, they quickly retreated, hiding in the shadows of the cave while howling in fury, threatening Chu Qingyun a bountiful harvest. Chu Qingyun provocatively waved the fruit trees at the yuan mine mice within the cave before swiftly departing. His rough uprooting had caused several yuan spirit fruits to fall, yet 8 remained on the 3 fruit trees. Finding a secluded spot, Chu Qingyun sat cross-legged, consumed a yuan spirit fruit, and began to cultivate. Under the abundant and gentle power of the yuan spirit fruit, Chu Qingyun spent nearly 2 hours successfully opening his 4th meridian, thus ascending to the rank of a 4th-tier martial artist. He threw a couple of punches, a satisfied expression crossing his face. Now, even without employing the sword-drawing technique, he could likely defeat Zhao Yishui. Next, let us test the length of the 3-star vine. Chu Qingyun infused one of the tendrils with yuan power, and the 3-star vine began to grow rapidly. 0.5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. The tendril extended to 20 meters before finally halting. Such a distance was splendid. He could attempt to grasp the other 2 yuan spirit fruit trees. Unable to suppress his excitement, Chu Qingyun moved outward. He found himself positioned in a narrow crevice between 2 rock walls. As he reached the exit, a sudden gust of wind swept through, creating a formidable resistance. Even with his 4th-tier strength, Chu Qingyun felt his movement momentarily hindered. The wind's resistance. That was the force of the wind. A flash of insight crossed Chu Qingyun's mind. After the arena battle yesterday, the village chief had imparted knowledge regarding sword momentum and sword energy to him. Since then, he had been contemplating how to unleash the power of sword momentum. Just then, in that instant when the wind rushed in, it seemed he grasped something. The accumulation of momentum need not be gradual, as it could be unleashed in a single explosive strike. Chu Qingyun's eyes brightened as he quickly leaped out, drew his sword, and commenced practice. Spring breeze transforms into rain. The first sword of the 7 swords of the gale, he practiced repeatedly, striving to feel the strength of each movement in this technique. The fierce sword light carved intricate, intersecting scars upon the nearby ground and rock walls. To an observer, it might appear that Chu Qingyun was merely repeating the same action. However, a true swordsmanship master would discern that with each repetition, he eliminated one action. Although the actions were fewer, the depth of the sword light's marks grew increasingly profound. After accumulating this first sword, he repeated it dozens, if not hundreds, of times, and the originally intricate and complex sword technique was distilled by Chu Qingyun into a singular strike. Spring breeze transforms into rain. On the final iteration, Chu Qingyun's gaze shone with unprecedented brilliance. He thrust the sword forward, the fierce sword light nearly bursting forth from the blade itself. The exceedingly hard black rock was penetrated by the iron sword, and the rock behind it, several meters deep, was pierced through by the ferocious sword light. Though it was but a single strike, it encapsulated the full power and momentum of the spring breeze transforms into rain sword technique. So this is it. This is the true understanding of sword momentum, the genuine application of sword momentum. Chu Qingyun withdrew his long sword and began to practice the second sword, Summer Wind Unspoken. Thus, he continued to practice until dusk, finally mastering the first 4 swords of the 7 swords of the Gale completely. All the sword techniques have been condensed into 4 strikes. However, armed with the power of these 4 strikes, Chu Qingyun felt confident enough to confront 5th-tier martial artists. As darkness descended, Chu Qingyun captured a small beast, brought it to a secluded mine, lit a fire to roast it, preparing to pass the night there. Yet he remained unaware that during his hunt, he had been spotted by a figure clad in black. Just as described in the mission, this lad must be Chu Qingyun. The diminutive figure in black stealthily concealed himself about 30 meters from the mine, casting furtive glances at the situation within. Strangely, he emitted not a single trace of aura. This individual was, of course, an assassin from the Assassin Alliance. Zhao Zimuo had posted a mission within the Assassin Alliance, offering a bounty of 5,000 low-grade yuan stones for the assassination of the 3rd-tier martial artist Chu Qingyun. Typically, the bounty for an ordinary 3rd-tier martial artist would be around 500 low-grade yuan stones. Thus, upon the announcement of this bounty, it was swiftly claimed. S. night fell completely. Chu Qingyun leaned against the rock wall, closed his eyes, and rested quietly that he had personally experienced the chaos of the yuan stone vein, having even taken lives here. Thus he slept lightly, his vigilance unwavering but stealthed. In the darkness, the assassin murmured softly, enveloping himself in a layer of black, rendering his figure exceedingly indistinct, as though merging into the boundless night. The assassin cautiously approached the cave, making not a sound. However, as he entered the cave, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. In that instant, Chu Qingyun's eyes shot open wide. Who goes there? He sprang up with a sudden motion, swiftly drawing his long sword. Prior to taking a rest, he had activated his 3-star Divine Martial Spirit, coiling 3 tendrils in a concealed manner at the entrance of the cave. Should anyone tread upon them, they would immediately rouse him from slumber. Cunning little rascal. The assassin muttered a curse under his breath and leapt backwards, fleeing the cave, while Chu Qingyun, sword in hand, pursued him. Beneath the intermittent glow of the moonlight, Chu Qingyun observed that the figure was slight of build, clad entirely in black. Even his face was obscured by a dark cloth, revealing only a pair of glinting, cold eyes. The 3-star vine. Chu Qingyun dared not be negligent, utilizing his 3-star vine. Upon his advancement to a level 4 warrior, the length of the 3-star vine had reached an astonishing 20 meters. The 3 dark green tendrils swirled and writhed in the night like phantoms. Indeed, it is the 3-star Divine Martial Spirit, without a doubt. The man in black barked coldly, his arm trembling as a black dagger slipped from his sleeve, lunging towards Chu Qingyun. The black dagger bore no glimmer, stealthily slicing through the darkness like a concealed serpent, aiming directly at Chu Qingyun. You shall not succeed. Chu Qingyun commanded the 2 tendrils to intertwine, constricting towards the shadowy figure. Break, the man in black hissed, slashing at the tendril. However, the strike met with the resilience of rubber, a tremendous force rebounding back, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. Such tenacious vines, the man in black marveled. Nevertheless, he exhibited no sign of panic, as if he were entirely confident in his ability to outmaneuver Chu Qingyun. With the elevation of Chu Qingyun's realm, the formidable power of the 3-star vine became increasingly apparent. Although the black man's dagger was sharp, it was merely an ordinary iron weapon, insufficient to sever the tendrils. After evading 2 of the vines, the man in black surged forward once more. This time, from approximately 10 meters away, he suddenly let out a cold chuckle before vanishing from sight. What just happened? Chu Qingyun's heart raced. It seemed as though the black-clad figure had simply disappeared into thin air. After a couple of breaths, an icy chill crept down his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively lunged forward. Behind him, a black dagger thrust out, nearly grazing Chu Qingyun's skin. Had he delayed even a second, he would have surely sustained grievous injury. His instincts are rather sharp. Yet, it is futile. Upon revealing himself, the man in black let out a soft exclamation before disappearing once more. Here he comes again. A cold sweat broke out over Chu Qingyun's body. Could it be instantaneous movement? Stay calm. Remain composed. Chu Qingyun forced himself to regain his focus, carefully attuning himself to the situation while devising a strategy. Here he comes. This time, the man in black attacked from the right. Chu Qingyun swiftly sidestepped to the left. Swoosh! A fierce force tore through the fabric of his right sleeve. Just a hair's breadth away. Humph! Let us see how long you can evade. I can appear beside you in an instant. The man in black scoffed lightly before once again vanishing into the shadows. At that moment, the clouds parted, revealing the moon, casting a chilling light upon the earth. In this fleeting illumination, Chu Qingyun's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. This fellow was not employing instantaneous movement at all. Rather, he was utilizing the power of his martial spirit to conceal himself within the darkness. You trickster, prepare to meet your end. Chu Qingyun roared, commanding the 3 tendrils of the 3-star vine to flail around him in a chaotic yet purposeful manner, treating them as appendages as long as he made contact with the man in black. He would instantly discern his location. In the midst of the frenzied thrashing of the tendrils, the man in black was soon struck. Right there, autumn wind and falling leaves. Upon locating the assassin, Chu Qingyun wasted no time in sweeping his sword towards him. This strike encapsulated the entirety of his swordsmanship, a sweeping force akin to autumn winds scattering leaves, directed at the concealed assassin. In the night, a shadow materialized, frozen in place, utterly motionless. Moments later, torrents of blood erupted from the chest of the shadow. In a single stroke, the shadow was unable to resist and was swiftly vanquished. How could this be? The man in black murmured as he collapsed to the ground, bewildered as to why, as a fellow level 4 warrior. His energy defense could not withstand even a single blow from Chu Qingyun. After the death of the man in black, Chu Qingyun sank onto the ground, utterly exhausted. The skirmish, though brief, had drained him mentally and emotionally. The elusive figure of the assassin had placed an immense burden upon him. This battle had truly imparted upon him the sensation of death's looming presence. With the slightest misstep, the outcome could have been completely reversed. This individual was undoubtedly a professional assassin. Chu Qingyun clenched his teeth, contemplating silently. Be it his ghostly stealth or the ability to conceal his presence. Such skills were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary warrior. Moreover, his attire and weaponry were clearly tailored for stealthy assassinations. Someone has set out to kill me. A flurry of faces flashed through Chu Qingyun's mind. Zhao Jiamo, Zhao Yishui, or perhaps Chu Tan. After mulling over the possibilities for a while, he reached no conclusion, shaking his head to dismiss the matter for the time being. Utilizing the power of his devouring martial spirit, he noticed a dark entity emerging from the corpse of the assassin. This entity seemed to lack a definite shape, vaguely resembling a shadowy human figure, but a martial spirit? Consume it. Without hesitation, Chu Qingyun employed his devouring martial spirit to directly absorb the assassin's martial spirit. According to Chu Qingyun's conjecture, the assassin's uncanny ability to appear and vanish was likely derived from this martial spirit's power. He was undeniably intrigued. After rummaging through the assassin's remains, Chu Qingyun uncovered 2 items. One was the black dagger devoid of any reflection, and the other was a palm-sized token, which bore a skull on its face, with the eye sockets faintly glowing with a dark red hue. What manner of place is Donglu Alley? On one edge of the token's back, Chu Qingyun discerned 4 characters, seemingly inscribed later. Enough of this. I must leave this place, stowing away the dagger and token. Chu Qingyun hastily departed, finding a mining cave to rest for the night. The following morning, Chu Qingyun felt rejuvenated. Not long after venturing out, he stumbled upon an unusual sight. 3 level 5 warriors, exuding an overtly oppressive aura, were escorting 4 lower-ranked warriors past the spot where he had rested. Among them, a burly level 5 warrior spotted Chu Qingyun and shouted, "Hey, you there! Come over here!" Chu Qingyun glanced around. realizing he was the one being summoned when he found no one else in sight. 3 level 5 warriors were certainly not insurmountable foes. However, after a moment of quiet contemplation, he decided it prudent to approach and ascertain their intentions. Smart move, kid. Unlike that worthless scum, the burly warrior grinned with satisfaction as Chu Qingyun approached, simultaneously delivering a harsh kick to a nearby level 3 warrior. "Gentlemen, what do you require of me?" Chu Qingyun inquired. "Mind your own business. Just follow us." Another level 5 warrior shoved him forward, and the group continued onward. Along the way, the 3 level 5 warriors apprehended several nearby villagers, ranging from level 4 to level 2 warriors, even capturing a level 1 warrior without hesitation. Before long, the group had swelled to 13 individuals. 2 of them, having resisted, were brutally subdued, their arms viciously broken. "Brother who, we've captured about 10 now. I senti that's sufficient." One level 5 warrior remarked to the burly one-up brother, who nodded in agreement. "Yes, that should do for now. Let us deliver them." Having spoken, they changed direction, pressing on with Chu Qingyun and the other 10, heading toward another path. This direction seemed to lead to the cave of the Yuan mine mice. An unsettling feeling suddenly crept into Chu Qingyun's heart. Halfway through, a third-tier warrior abruptly unleashed a soul technique into the crowd, casting a cloud of obscuring black mist before turning to flee. Humph! Seeking death, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the burly man, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Instantly dispersing the black mist, he then hurled a willow leaf dart, piercing through the fleeing warrior's heart, killing him in an instant. Anyone daring to escape would meet the same fate. The burly man glared menacingly as he issued a warning, continuing to march forward. Chu Qingyun silently collected the miniature octopus soul that had emerged from the deceased body and followed the group onward. With this precedent set, the remaining individuals became considerably more docile, no longer daring to attempt an escape. Upon arriving outside the Yuan mine mice cave, Chu Qingyun was astonished to discover nearly 100 low-level warriors had already been captured. These warriors were all from nearby villages, and he even spotted 2 from Chu family village. Surrounding them were a dozen individuals patrolling, each unabashedly exuding fierce auras and bloodlust. The weakest among them were 5th-tier warriors, and the 2 strongest sent shivers down Chu Qingyun's spine. This was dire. It seemed they had bitten off more than they could chew, and a sense of regret began to gnaw at Chu Qingyun's heart. However, with matters having progressed this far, he could only take it one step at a time. Why only 9? A scar-faced man called out to the burly one with a smirk. The burly man grunted in response. "It tried to escape, and I killed him. You 9, get into the middle of the crowd and don't wander off. Stay put." Once they entered the throng, Chu Qingyun and his companions dispersed, reuniting with their fellow villagers. Chu Qingyun approached the 2 from Chu family village. "Qingyun, why are you here without a soul?" the 2 asked, as they had been at the Yuan mine for days and were unaware of Chu Qingyun's circumstances. "Brother Gang, Brother Yun, there's no time to explain to you know what those people intend to do with us." Chu Qingyun crouched beside Chu Gang and Chu Yun, inquiring no idea. "We were just captured too. Those 5th-tier warriors are too strong. Just their terrifying aura makes one's heart tremble." Chu Gang and Chu Yun replied, shaking their heads in ignorance. They had only recently stepped into the 3rd tier and felt no inclination to resist against 5th-tier warriors. Chu Qingyun nodded, an inkling of suspicion forming in his mind. "Brother Gang, Brother Yun, whatever happens next, you both stick close to me and follow my lead." Hearing Chu Qingyun's words, Chu Gang and Chu Yun felt it peculiar. Here was an ordinary person without a soul commanding 2 warriors to follow him. Yet, Chu Qingyun's air of calm self-assurance compelled them to nod in agreement, as if it were only natural. As they waited, more individuals were brought in one after another to by midday. Nearly 200 low-level warriors had gathered in the center, all from nearby villages. Most of those drawn to the Yuan mine were young warriors below the 4th tier. Thus, the burly man's group encountered no significant troubles in a shaded area. A young man clad in a blue brocade robe, resembling a wealthy young master, was sipping wine in the company of 2 servants. Waiting idly, "Shall see. How many have we captured?" the young master lazily inquired. One servant, bowing in deference, replied with a smirk, "Young master, we've captured nearly 200, It seems we are close to clearing this place out." The other servant frowned and said, "Young master, these are all young members of nearby villages that if they find out, what are you afraid of? These lowly peasants are lucky to serve our young Master Ning." "Besides, would young Master Ning fear such commoners?" retorted the servant named Xiaoxi defiantly. "Huh, well said. Just a bunch of worthless villagers. Not a single one has reached the 5th tier. What can they do to me? My father always says I'm useless. This time, I will obtain the golden line yuan spirit fruit and show them my prowess. The time is nearly upon us. Signal for everyone to return that we are preparing to enter the cave." Young Master Ning tossed aside his wine jug and led the way out. Standing before all the captured individuals, he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered you here primarily for a cooperative venture. Within the mine behind us, there are numerous yuan spirit fruit trees, and deeper still lies a golden line yuan spirit fruit. If we collaborate to retrieve the yuan spirit fruits, I, Zhang Ning, assure you that we will take only the golden line yuan spirit fruit, and the rest will belong to you. However," he added, "there will be a minor inconvenience. We must deal with some troublesome yuan mine mice like this." Shock spread among the crowd. Who among those familiar with the yuan stone mine did not know the dread of the yuan mine mice? Such minor inconveniences were hardly to be underestimated. While few yuan mine mice posed no threat, the vast horde within the main mine was a different matter entirely. Young Master Ning's words were merely a guise to manipulate these low-level warriors into serving as cannon fodder and shields. "I refuse. Entering that mine is tantamount to seeking death. The yuan spirit fruit is enticing, but is only worth pursuing if one has the life to enjoy it." Immediately, individuals stood up in loud protest. Young Master Ning smirked sinisterly and exchanged glances with two of his subordinates. Air. The two towering men, each over 2 meters tall and exceptionally muscular, charged into the crowd. Each wielded a massive wolf-tooth club. And with a few swings, they reduced the upper bodies of the 4 dissenters to a bloody pulp. Flesh and bone splattered everywhere. Having just slaughtered 4 individuals, the 2 hulking figures roared with excitement, their terrifying aura instantly enveloping everyone present. 7th-tier warriors. These were the very individuals who had previously instilled a sense of danger in Chu Qingyun. Even he could not guarantee he could defeat a 7th-tier warrior. Given the overwhelming disparity in power, their brutal strength and bloody methods swiftly quelled all resistance. Many sighed in resignation, acknowledging their inferiority in strength and having nothing more to say. This brutal display further illuminated the harsh reality of the world of warriors to Chu Qingyun. Strength was the foundation of everything. It seems there has been a slight unpleasantness. However, it is of little consequence. Now, can everyone cooperate obediently? Young Master Ning chuckled. As though the 4 dead were mere flies, he had intended to use these nearly 200 individuals as fodder from the start and cared little for their lives. Under the pressure of young Master Ning's subordinates, nearly 200 individuals, including Chu Qingyun, were herded into the mine. The moment they entered, a message flashed through Chu Qingyun's mind. The assassin's soul had completed its absorption. The devouring soul, now enhanced to level 60, could absorb a soul in less than a day. This time, Chu Qingyun naturally chose to retain the soul. Within the dimly lit cave, a nondescript shadow materialized before Chu Qingyun. Even Chu Gang and Chu Yun beside him failed to notice. After a brief communication, Chu Qingyun gleaned information about this soul. It was a 1st-tier shadow soul, possessing the soul technique of stealth. Without needing to think further, Chu Qingyun surmised that the assassin's uncanny ability to appear and vanish in darkness must stem from this technique. With this soul, his chances of survival should increase considerably. Chu Qingyun sighed inwardly. Not far from the cave entrance, there was a stone platform, beneath which lay the mine teeming with yuan mine mice. The small stone platform could barely accommodate 200 people. And soon those hesitating at the edge were shoved forward by the pressing crowd behind them. "Who pushed me? Stop pushing. If you push me again, I swear I'll fall. Do not look at me." "It was not I who pushed, but someone behind me." "You there, stop." "I cannot stop. Behind me are 2 7th-level warriors wielding wolf-toothed clubs, driving us forward." The stone platform was instantly plunged into chaos. "Brother Gang." "Brother Yun, remember to stay by my side," declared Chu Qingyun. gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Outside the mine, Ning Xiao waited for a moment, seemingly dissatisfied with the sluggishness of those inside. Let us proceed. We shall enter as well. At his command, his subordinates began to crowd into the cave. A throng of 5th and 6th level warriors surged in, instantly displacing those at the front of the stone platform. As Ning Xiao's men pushed forward, more and more warriors were forced off the stone platform. The surrounding Yuan mine rats were relatively weak. Even among the 9th-tier martial apprentices, there were very few. The majority were 7th and 8th tier. Thus, despite their large numbers, they could do little to hinder those who had fallen into a bloody battle was on the verge of erupting. Nearly 200 warriors, though none above the 4th level, still constituted a formidable force, quickly establishing their foothold within the mine. The lowly Yuan mine rats were slaughtered in droves, thousands perishing in an instant. However, the area covered by the Yuan mine rats in the cave showed no signs of diminishing. From the depths of the mine, more and more Yuan mine rats continued to converge. This is what makes the Yuan mine rats truly terrifying. They're seemingly endless. After pushing the last captured warrior down, Ning Xiao, accompanied by his subordinates, stood atop the stone platform, watching the carnage below with a sense of satisfaction. I suddenly felt that merely watching this spectacle was quite an enjoyable affair. Next time, I shall invite Ma Xiao, Xiaoda, and others to capture more of these lowly beings for sport. Ning Xiao's eyes, stimulated by the rising stench of blood, glowed a shade of crimson as he chuckled ominously. Ahem, Ning Xiao, let us move quickly. It would be perilous if these lowly beings were to exhaust themselves. One of Ning Xiao's subordinates suggested. If the cannon fodder they had captured earlier were to perish, then it would be they who would be sent to their deaths. Very well, let us descend. Ning Xiao and his companions jumped down, following closely behind Chu Qingyun and his large group. The mine's limited space forced Chu Qingyun and his companions to form a thick wall of humanity, completely isolating Ning Xiao and his men from the throng of Yuan mine rats. Warrior brothers in front, push ahead. The Yuan mine rats are inexhaustible. Only by charging forward and securing the golden thread Yuan spirit fruit can we retreat. Ning Xiao shouted from the back. The warriors in front could not help but curse him silently. Yet he spoke the truth. At this juncture, expending energy fighting the lowly rat horde was utterly meaningless. The only path to survival lay in advancing forward. It was not that they were unwilling to turn back and fight desperately, but the overwhelming presence of the 2 7th-level warriors had instilled paralyzing fear in most, making it impossible to organize a counterattack. Chu Qingyun's position was relatively central, not at the very forefront. In just a short span of time, he had already collected 17 martial souls using his Devouring Martial Soul. This meant that 17 warriors had fallen prey to the Yuan mine rats, each one devoured to the bone. The ferocious Yuan mine rats spared even their own kind, let alone the intruding human warriors. The warriors at the front fought desperately, while those behind were also not idle, unleashing their soul techniques against the advancing rat horde. It could be said that, apart from Ning Xiao, everyone else was in the same boat. If the front fell, the rear would have to fill the gap. After pushing forward by over 100 meters, more than 30 warriors had already perished. This was still an acceptable figure, for the golden thread Yuan spirit fruit was but 300 meters away from the cave's entrance. However, Chu Qingyun understood that this was merely the beginning. The truly formidable Yuan mine rats held no interest in the periphery. They would remain deep within the darker recesses of the mine. This meant that the bloody advance would only grow more difficult, with casualties mounting as they pressed on. Ever since he had leaped from the stone platform, an ominous feeling had settled within him. It seemed as though a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows of the cave, watching their every move. The eerie sensation that set his devouring martial soul trembling grew increasingly potent. After advancing another 50 meters or so, all the warriors ahead of Chu Qingyun had perished, leaving them on the front lines, facing the onslaught of the rat horde. Here, the Yuan mine rats were all at the 9th-tier martial apprentice level. Each one was dark-furred, with razor-sharp teeth. A single bite would surely tear away large chunks of flesh. The plump Yuan mine rats, exceeding 30 centimeters in length, not only attacked from the ground, but also leaped up to assault from the front, and even from above. The warriors at the forefront had no capacity for counterattack. They could only grip their weapons tightly, attempting to fend off the frenzied assaults of the Yuan mine rats. Meanwhile, the promised Yuan spirit fruit remained untouched, trampled and ruined beneath the chaos. Autumn whined falling leaves. Summer wind silent. Chu Qingyun unleashed the furious wind's 7 swords, the sword light imbued with tremendous destructive power, shredding any Yuan mine rats it grazed into mere fragments. Yet even the mightiest of strikes proved futile against the unending tide of rats. Gongzi, be careful. Chu Yun, to the right of Chu Qingyun, suddenly swung his sword leftward, severing a Yuan mine rat that had leaped up to pounce on Chu Gang's face. Chu Gang broke into a cold sweat, and before he could express his gratitude, he caught sight of another Yuan mine rat leaping from the shoulder of a nearby warrior, aiming for Chu Yun's neck. Brother Yun, behind you! However, Chu Yun had no time to react. In that critical moment, a swift shadow pierced through the Yuan mine rat, flinging it into the sea of rats. Gongzi Yun, focus on what lies before you. Do not be distracted. Leave the rest to me. Chu Qingyun's face remained calm as he spoke. Together, the trio formed a formidable force, with Chu Qingyun's devastating sword light serving as the primary offensive, while the elusive 3 vines provided vital defense. Chu Qingyun's mastery over the 3-star Vine Martial Soul was far beyond that of an ordinary person, earning the admiration of both Chu Gang and Chu Yun. The frontline warriors exchanged wave after wave, finally advancing over another 100 meters, leaving only 50 meters to the coveted golden thread Yuan spirit fruit. However, at this moment, only 40 low-level warriors remained. The bloody journey of 250 meters had claimed the lives of over 150 warriors, leaving no trace of their existence. Of course, the number of slain Yuan mine rats was even greater, calculated in the thousands. The remaining warriors could barely contain the Yuan mine rats, as many slipped through the gaps in their defenses. Some charged toward Ning Xiao and his guards at the back, while others attacked from behind, flanking Chu Qingyun and his group. This sudden development increased the pressure on the front lines, and within a minute, nearly 10 more warriors had fallen. That group of lowly beings is nearing their breaking point, but the air protect me. The rest of you, fill in behind. Ning Xiao commanded coldly from the rear. The overwhelming stench of blood had reddened his eyes. Yet within that crimson hue lay an intense desire for the golden thread Yuan spirit fruit. To be honest, as a second-tier spirit medicine, it was not difficult for him to acquire. However, Ning Xiao was determined to obtain this golden thread Yuan spirit fruit through his own means. To flaunt it back in Qingshan City and prove his worth, he cared not how many lives were sacrificed for his pride and ostentation, even if those who perished were his own subordinates. The bearded men, filled with a sense of helplessness, brandished their weapons to plug the gaps in the frontline defense. Although they were most reluctant, they had no choice. Ning Xiao's status rendered them unable to disobey. With the sudden influx of numerous 5th and 6th level warriors, the situation stabilized significantly, and their advance quickened. After pushing forward another 30 meters, they found themselves a mere 20 meters away from the golden line Yuan Ling fruit. If Chu Qingyun wished, he could even employ his 3-star Vine Martial Soul to retrieve the fruit at this moment. However, he refrained from doing so, fully aware of the adage that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Seizing the golden line Yuan Ling fruit would instantly make him the target of all the Yuan mine rats. At that moment, an unsettling feeling washed over Chu Qingyun. Based on his previous observations, they should have encountered those unusually plump 1st and 2nd level Yuan mine rats long before reaching this point. Yet here they were, still facing 9th level martial artists among the Yuan mine rats, thanks to the fleeting flashes of light created by the soul skills of those around him. Chu Qingyun suddenly caught sight of numerous exceptionally plump Yuan mine rats climbing back towards their rear along the walls of the mine. Climbing back. They intend to surround us. We must catch them all. This thought abruptly flashed through Chu Qingyun's mind. These Yuan mine rats were not devoid of intelligence. They were not mere beasts that relied solely on brute force. They understood the tactic of encirclement. Yin, don't speak. Just listen to me, do not resist. Follow my instructions. Chu Qingyun inhaled deeply and swiftly struck a few blows, dispersing the Yuan mine rats before him, and spoke softly to Chu Gang and Chu Yun. He controlled 2 vines to coil several times around their waists. Then, those vines suddenly grew, extending to a length of 20 meters in an instant. With all his might, he swung the two vines, flinging them backward. Go, Yun, run. Don't look back, just run outside. As he hurled them away, Chu Qingyun bellowed. Chu Gang and Chu Yun soared over the three of Ning Xiao behind them and landed with a thud. Upon landing, they remained momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Chu Qingyun shout, they instinctively dashed outward without hesitation. What? Such long vines! You fool! How dare you let two escape? Brother, help me. Please throw me out too. In an instant, Chu Qingyun became the target of everyone's ire. The lower-level warriors pleaded with him to assist them in escaping. Meanwhile, Ning Xiao and his subordinates glared at Chu Qingyun with menacing expressions. Just then, a sharp and elongated sound echoed from the depths of the mine. Squeak! Upon hearing this sound, Chu Qingyun's expression shifted, and his heart skipped a beat. They are coming! All the 9th-level Yuan mine rats retreated like a tide. However, before the human warriors could celebrate, even more plump and massive Yuan mine rats quickly surged forward to replace them. The newly arrived Yuan mine rats were each over half a meter long, their sharp fangs resembling daggers, curving with a menacing arc. Moreover, these Yuan mine rats had reached the martial artist realm. They attacked Chu Qingyun and the others not only from the front, but also from both sides, and even from behind. All the human warriors found themselves surrounded. What? What is happening? We are surrounded! Panic engulfed everyone, their hands clutching weapons, trembling. Earlier, they had harbored a flicker of hope. If they could seize the golden line Yuan Ling fruit, they would be able to escape and survive. Yet now, that sole glimmer of hope had been extinguished, and most had already resigned themselves to despair. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this filthy, wretched horde of rats surround me? Even Ning Xiao, the instigator, was now consumed by madness. He had plotted against Chu Qingyun and his companions, only to find himself outmaneuvered by a horde of rats. As the stronger rat swarm bore down upon them, some individuals even abandoned resistance and discarded their weapons. Others, unwilling to be bitten to death by the Yuan mine rats, chose to take their own lives. Yet, a few others unleashed all their power, defiantly charging at the Yuan mine rats. In the face of death, the depths of human nature were laid bare. However, Chu Qingyun's mind remained clear. He still had hope. Even if surrounded by the swarm of rats, there was still a chance to escape. Wealth and glory often come with peril. It was time to take a gamble. With a steely gaze, Chu Qingyun forcefully flung out a vine, which rapidly grew to its full length of 20 meters, ensnaring the golden line Yuan Ling fruit and yanking it into his grasp. With the precious herb secured, Chu Qingyun commanded the other two vines to grow to nearly 10 meters, hoisting him toward the top of the mine, charging outward like a giant. This moment, facing the most frenzied counterattack from the human warriors, the Yuan mine rats were momentarily scattered, diverting much of their attention. Simultaneously, Zhang Ning's two guards, Ada and Air, flanked him on either side, protecting him as they surged outward. The Yuan Ling fruit. We must seize the Yuan Ling fruit. That lowly peasant has taken my Yuan Ling fruit. Ning Xiao was driven to madness, attempting to lunge at Chu Qingyun to reclaim the Yuan Ling fruit. Fortunately, his two guards had not lost their senses. They firmly held on to him, their wolf-toothed clubs smashing a bloody path as they pushed forward. Young master, save me, take me with you. The sycophantic servant, Xiao Si, clung desperately to Ning Xiao's leg, pleading for a chance to escape together. Get off, you wretched cur. Ning Xiao roared in fury, kicking Xiao Si away. Xiao Si rolled on the ground twice before being engulfed by the swarm of rats, reduced to nothing more than a clean skull in mere moments. Chu Qingyun, perched like a stilt walker, was also suffering immensely. Below him, the Yuan mine rats clawed at his vines, biting down with ferocity. Some fearless Yuan mine rats even climbed up the vines, attempting to assault Chu Qingyun as he struggled to channel his Yuan power to repair the vines. He was also forced to fend off the rats climbing up and those leaping down from above. In that moment, he found himself in a state of utter chaos. Had it not been for a third vine standing by, he might not have held on. Taking advantage of his height, Chu Qingyun leaped onto a stone platform near the cave entrance, bursting forth from the mine. Within a minute, Ning Xiao and his companions followed, escaping as well. Although the Yuan mine rats were formidable, The desperate assault of two 7th-level warriors ultimately saved Ning Xiao out of course. By the time they emerged from a mine, Chu Qingyun had long since vanished from sight. Ah, damn it, that lowly peasant, he must die. After escaping the hellish mine, Ning Xiao's eyes turned crimson with rage as he shouted furiously. After all his scheming, and with so many subordinates lost, the final prize had been snatched away by Chu Qingyun. The frustration threatened to drive him insane. Young master, this matter is too strange. I've never heard of low-level Yuan mine rats employing such tactics that we should return to Qingshan City, Ada advised, his bloodied wolf-toothed club in hand. No, find that lowly peasant for me. I want to personally slaughter him and wipe out his entire family. Ning Xiao's face contorted in rage as he bellowed out of the air. Both helpless, could only follow Ning Xiao, aimlessly searching for him like headless flies. Once their young master lost his mind, no one could stop him. Not far from the entrance of the mine, in a concealed crevice of stone, Chu Qingyun's expression turned icy. Wipe out my entire family. I will take you down first. In a fleeting moment, Chu Qingyun vanished, darting in the opposite direction from Ning Xiao and the others. After Chu Qingyun and Zhang Ning made their escape, the remaining human warriors were swiftly annihilated by the horde of Yuan mine rats. Once all the humans had perished, a 2-meter-long rat, adorned with 2 golden stripes, suddenly emerged from the rock wall beside the golden line Yuan spirit fruit tree. Upon its appearance, all the Yuan mine rats obediently prostrated themselves upon the ground, not daring to lift their heads. The golden line rat rose upright, human-like, stroking its chin and muttering to itself. That brat. The 3-star vine was truly exquisite, such an extraordinary genius among humans. What a pity he was far too vigilant. Otherwise, I could have eliminated him. But where is the vermilion bird? It must be lurking nearby. Am I truly compelled to infiltrate Qingshan City? The golden line rat murmured in human language before burrowing into the ground, disappearing from sight. The dimly lit mine returned to silence once more, though the heavy stench of blood would likely linger for a long time to come. After leaving the mine, Chu Qingyun found a secluded spot to consume the golden line Yuan spirit fruit and began his cultivation. Upon entering his belly, the fruit transformed into a peculiar force. This force surged autonomously toward the obstructed 5th meridian, vigorously impacting it without any need for Chu Qingyun's control. An hour later, the 5th meridian was completely unblocked. Level 5 warrior, yet over half of that extraordinary power remained, now directing its onslaught toward the 6th meridian. Another hour and a half passed, and the 6th meridian was fully opened. Level 6 warrior, however, at this moment, a considerable amount of the power still lingered, once again assaulting the 7th meridian. Was it truly going to challenge level 7? No matter, opportunities must not be wasted. Let it surge. Chu Qingyun hesitated briefly, but did not impede the force, allowing it to rush toward the 7th meridian. After the 7th meridian had been significantly opened, all the power was expended at that moment. Chu Qingyun produced a large quantity of Yuan stones, beginning to absorb the Yuan force contained within them, then pressed on to attack the 7th meridian. After consuming nearly all the Yuan stones he had gathered, the 7th meridian was finally unblocked. Level 7 warrior, a leap of 3 levels. Chu Qingyun's eyes snapped open, a fierce killing intent erupting from within. Ning Xiao, I hope you haven't strayed too far. When Chu Qingyun and the others had entered the mine, it was already noon. Now, having completed his breakthrough, the sky had long since darkened. The vast majority of people had perished within the mine, rendering the entire abandoned Yuan stone mine region eerily quiet. Shadow, martial soul, stealth. Under the cover of night, Chu Qingyun began to practice the newly acquired martial soul. Surrounding his body was an enveloping darkness, rendering his figure ethereal. Even when he looked down, it appeared as if he had melded into the night. Indeed, this mystical ability to blend into the darkness could only be bestowed by a martial soul. The power of the shadow martial soul lay in its ability to render the form illusory, merging seamlessly with the shadows for assassins lurking in the dark. This was an ability they could only dream of possessing. Moreover, the application of the shadow martial soul was, in strict terms, far simpler than that of the 3-star vine martial soul. Because it was tailor-made, with the highest compatibility and affinity, Chu Qingyun mastered the power of this martial soul within just over half an hour of practice. That's enough. It's time to seek out Ning Xiao and the others. Given his wild and erratic nature, he should still be searching for me. In a flash, Chu Qingyun hastily departed, beginning his search for Zhang Ning and the others. It was not until the latter half of the night that he finally located Ning Xiao and company in a grove. They had long since succumbed to slumber, with a nearly extinguished campfire flickering nearby. Humph, still daring to sleep. How delightful. Stealth. Chu Qingyun let out a soft snort, activating the soul technique of the Shadow Martial Soul. Once immersed in darkness, he stealthily approached Ada from behind, moving with utmost silence. With a slight tremor of his arm, the black dagger concealed within his sleeve slipped free. The cold, dark blade absorbed all light, reflecting none even near the fire. Die. With a swift motion, Chu Qingyun's sharp blade sliced through Ada's throat. Following the successful sneak attack, he did not linger, but retreated quietly under the cover of night. Boss, what's wrong? In the instant his throat was cut, Ada and Aer were jolted awake. But it was too late. Ada could only weakly clutch his neck, watching as blood poured forth. Meanwhile, Aer could only stand by helplessly, witnessing his demise. What happened? Aer, what happened? Ning Xiao awoke to find Ada convulsing on the ground. Unable to suppress his horrified scream, that a flicker of disdain and fury flashed in Aer's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Ning Xiao, be cautious. This method of operation resembles that of the Assassin Alliance. Aer's face bore an expression of vigilance as he shielded Zhang Ning behind him. Had it been the former Chu Qingyun, faced with such a scenario, he might have charged out to confront them head-on. However, for the current Chu Qingyun, possessing the Shadow Martial Soul, the night was his domain. Employing the stealth technique, Chu Qingyun stealthily approached Ning Xiao from the shadows, closing in on Aer without a sound. Die! Chu Qingyun silently seethed, plunging his knife toward Ning Xiao's back. There's a killing intent. Aer's expression shifted as he yanked Ning Xiao aside. The black dagger's sharp edge grazed Ning Xiao's flesh, slicing across his back. It hurts so much. You bastard, I will kill you. Ning Xiao, having never endured such pain in his life, felt a surge of madness rise within him, thrashing violently in Aer's grasp. Unsure of his intentions that moment, Aer was filled with terror and anger. Concealed in the dark was an opponent akin to a venomous serpent, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. In his grasp was a frenzied young master, whom he could neither strike nor scold. Were it not for the fear of Zhang Ning's father, Aer would have long since slapped this fool dead. 3-star vine. In the darkness, Chu Qingyun whispered. Then, 3 vines shot forth from the night, swiftly ensnaring the unsuspecting Aer and Ning Xiao in an unyielding embrace, with Chu Qingyun's elevation to level 7 warrior. The resilience of the 3-star vine had dramatically increased. Its length had even reached a terrifying 50 meters. 3-star Vine Martial Soul. It's you. Upon seeing this martial soul, Aer instantly recognized it, realizing that this was the very individual who had escaped with the golden line Yuan's spirit fruit. Indeed, it is Chu Qingyun dispelled his stealth and emerged from the shadows. Level 7 warrior. He had leapt 3 levels. Aer's pupils constricted sharply, and the Yuan power he had gathered dissipated quietly. Originally, he had intended to fight fiercely, but upon seeing that Chu Qingyun had also attained level 7 warrior status, he abandoned that thought. Not to mention that he was now bound by the 3-star vine. He was already at a disadvantage. Simply managing with a lunatic like Ning Xiao, a burden in battle, was severely compromising his combat effectiveness. My friend, let us speak amicably. Aer spoke, a hint of panic in his voice. Previously, the lives of nearly 200 individuals were in the hands of Ning Xiao and that time. They had acted with impunity, doing as they pleased. Little did they expect that within a mere day, the tables would turn entirely. Fate at times has a way of being so capricious. Speak amicably. Do you understand how many lives have perished because of that damned lunatic? I will tell you, 234. Chu Qingyun sneered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The lives lost bore no connection to you. 2 from your village were saved by you, Aer hastily explained, saying. Chu Qingyun suddenly smiled, but it was a cold smile. So, After he comes out, if he threatens to annihilate my entire family, does that have nothing to do with me? Regarding Ning Xiao, Chu Qingyun had long harbored a lethal intent that a madman like him could commit any atrocity. Allowing him to return would undoubtedly be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Damn it! Er's face was filled with anxiety, and he cursed Ning Xiao inwardly. Having to deal with such an incompetent and detrimental young master was truly a stroke of bad luck spanning 8 generations. Die, both of you! Chu Qingyun coldly shouted, his black blade piercing twice, ending the lives of Ning Xiao and Er. After searching their bodies, Chu Qingyun found nothing of particular significance, only a dozen mid-grade elemental stones and some low-grade ones. However, one item did catch his attention. That it was a blood-red jade, intricately carved with a lifelike wolf howling at the sky. Blood jade? Wolf? Blood wolf? Blood wolf gang. Chu Qingyun's eyes widened in shock. Ning Xiao, being in his 20s and possessing an extraordinary background, was merely a second-tier martial artist. Yet he possessed this seemingly extraordinary jade pendant. Clearly, his status must be quite high at the very least. And Er bore no such insignia to his astonishment. He had slain a significant figure from the Blood Wolf gang. A weight settled in Chu Qingyun's heart. The Blood Wolf gang was a dominant force in Qingshan City, notorious for its brutality and bloodshed. Truly a name that instilled terror. Nevertheless, he did not regret his actions. Those who deserved to die must be eliminated. Chu Qingyun could not wait for them to attack his family before he took action. After incinerating the 3 corpses, he hurried back to Chu family village under the cover of night. To the village entrance, he encountered Chu Gang and Chu Yun, who were anxiously waiting. Qingyun has returned. They exclaimed, their voices filled with relief. Ha! It's wonderful. Qingyun, you are alive, splendid. Seeing Chu Qingyun safe, they were overwhelmed with excitement. After waiting through the long night, they were on the verge of madness, torn between wanting to return home to check on him and fearing they might hinder him. Feeling guilty about leaving the village to rest. Now, all was well. Chu Qingyun sighed lightly, his expression heavy as he said, Brother Gang, Brother Yun, let us return and rest for a bit. After dawn, we will meet with the village chief. This matter is rather significant. Upon returning home, Chu Qingyun lay in bed but found sleep elusive. Ning Xiao's insane demeanor replayed incessantly in his mind, sending chills down his spine to raise such a child. One could only imagine the nature of his parents. They were either equally deranged or excessively indulgent, completely unrestrained. Whichever it was, it spelled disaster for Chu Qingyun's family and Chu family village. Burdened with thoughts, Chu Qingyun climbed onto the rooftop. Under the night sky, the entire Chu family village lay in silence, the atmosphere of tranquility gradually calming his heart. An idea began to take shape within him. No matter what, he must protect Chu family village, safeguard this land that had nurtured him. The next morning, Chu Qingyun, along with Chu Gang and Chu Yun, went to see the village chief, given the gravity of the situation. The village chief had summoned several team leaders from the village's guard to discuss the matter together. Aside from the issue of the Devouring Martial Soul, Chu Qingyun recounted everything that had transpired. He then presented the blood-red jade pendant to the village chief. The Blood Wolf jade, indeed, is a token of the Blood Wolf gang. Furthermore, only high-ranking members, those of Law Protector level or above, would possess such insignia. The village chief, having once ventured into Qingshan City in his youth, recognized the origin of the blood jade at a glance, confirming Chu Qingyun's suspicions. But village chief, that Ning Xiao is clearly only a second-tier martial artist. Chu Gang exclaimed anxiously. The village chief shook his head, his expression grave. That leaves only one possibility. Ning Xiao is a favored offspring of a Blood Wolf gang elder, perhaps even the leader himself, which would explain why he was bestowed this Blood Wolf jade. Elder, leader. In an instant, everyone's mood became exceedingly heavy. To become the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, one must at least be a master-level fighter. The mere mention of master brought immense pressure upon them. Though the village chief was just a step away from becoming a master, that step had eluded him for over 20 years. Like a vast chasm. Taking a deep breath, Chu Qingyun said, Village chief, one person should bear the consequences for their own actions. Allow me to handle this matter. Absurd. What do you mean one person should bear the consequences alone? Qingyun, you mustn't speak foolishly. You are not at fault in this matter. Indeed, if it were not for you, little Gang and little Yun might not have returned. We should think of a way to address this together. The village chief and Chu Hua urged. Hearing their words, Chu Qingyun felt a swell of emotion. Village chief, Uncle Hua, I have already made up my mind that I have reached the 7th tier of martial arts. And remaining in the village will only hinder my growth. I intend to venture into Qingshan City. This way, I can also discreetly gather intelligence on the Blood Wolf gang. Chu Qingyun replied with a smile. There was one point he did not express. He planned to divert the Blood Wolf gang's attention, preventing them from focusing on this matter. Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's determination, the village chief and the others nodded in agreement. Qingyun, with your talent, it is indeed right for you to go to Qingshan City. Once there, you will understand just how small Chu family village truly is. With the village chief's endorsement, the others naturally had no objections, encouraging him to diligently cultivate and strive to become the first master-level fighter from Chu family village. After returning home, another martial soul was successfully devoured. During this expedition to the elemental stone mine, Chu Qingyun had gathered over 200 first-tier martial souls. Regardless, that would surely be enough to elevate all his martial souls to the 2nd tier. Unfortunately, all of these 200 martial souls were rather ordinary. Lacking any distinctive traits, Chu Qingyun held no interest in keeping them. Once he enhanced the Devouring Martial Soul to level 70, the efficiency of devouring improved once more to be why the following evening, the Devouring Martial Soul had reached level 90. With the progress of the next martial soul nearing 99, Chu Qingyun waited silently. Soon he would elevate the Devouring Martial Soul to the 2nd tier. He could see this moment. His emotions mirrored those from over a month ago when he devoured his first 3-star Vine Martial Soul. Inside him, a sound echoed, as if a click had been heard. With the devouring progress reaching 100, Chu Qingyun decisively chose to enhance the Devouring Martial Soul. The Devouring Martial Soul manifested, beginning to absorb the power it had generated. Once all the power was consumed, the previously chaotic Devouring Martial Soul began to roll violently. Approximately a minute later, the Devouring Martial Soul returned to calm, seemingly unchanged from before. Chu Qingyun was somewhat taken aback. The progression of a martial soul, an extraordinary event, should at least entail some noticeable transformation, right? Yet, through communication with the martial soul, he indeed confirmed that the Devouring Martial Soul had advanced to the 2nd tier. After checking several times, Chu Qingyun found no significant changes. The only alteration to the Devouring Martial Soul was likely its newfound ability to consume 2nd-tier martial souls. So be it. Let us devour the next martial soul. Chu Qingyun sighed in resignation and chose to abandon the current endeavor. However, at the very moment he issued the command, the 1st-tier blue-grass martial soul was completely consumed. The now 2nd-tier Devouring Martial Soul could devour 1st-tier martial souls in an instant. Finally, it provided him with a bit of surprise that he enhanced the 3-star Vine Martial Soul. Previously, it had been augmented to level 23 at this time. After utilizing 4 1st-tier martial souls, the 3-star Vine Martial Soul successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. The progression of the 3-star Vine Martial Soul was far more pronounced than that of the Devouring Martial Soul. The somewhat ethereal mini 3-star Vine twisted wildly in Chu Qingyun's palm, its roots gradually sprouting 2 new tendrils that swelled in the wind. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, he had evolved to a state identical to the previous 3 2nd-tier Martial Soul, 5-star Vine. Transitioning from a 3-star Vine to a 5-star Vine may seem like a mere addition of 2 tendrils. However, for Chu Qingyun, this transformation significantly augmented his power. For an average martial artist, the addition of 2 tendrils might appear trivial, as mastering 3 tendrils is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Yet for Chu Qingyun, the situation was markedly different. He could flawlessly control his martial soul. Thus, the extra tendrils translated into a broader array of agile strategies at his disposal. Enhancing the Shadow Martial Soul. Following the advancement of the 3-star Vine to 5-star, Chu Qingyun simultaneously elevated the Shadow Martial Soul to the 2nd tier. The enhancement of the Shadow Martial Soul bore resemblance to the Devouring Martial Soul. revealing no apparent changes, still cloaked in a dark, shadowy form. Nevertheless, upon testing stealth, Chu Qingyun discovered that its effectiveness far surpassed that of the first-tier Shadow Martial Soul. The enhancement of both the 3-star Vine Martial Soul and the Shadow Martial Soul consumed a total of 9 first-tier Martial Souls. Now he was left with over 200 first-tier Martial Souls. Chu Qingyun devoured all these Martial Souls, channeling the acquired power to fortify the Devouring Martial Soul. However, to his astonishment, the entirety of the 200 first-tier Martial Souls had only managed to elevate the Devouring Martial Soul to level 1. If this trend continued, to raise the Devouring Martial Soul to the 3rd tier, Chu Qingyun would need to eliminate at least 20,000 martial artists possessing first-tier Martial Souls. The sheer magnitude of this daunting figure sent chills down his spine. While the authorities turned a blind eye to the conflicts among martial artists, anyone daring enough to engage in the ruthless slaughter of 20,000 martial artists would likely find themselves pursued by the entire realm of the Great Xia Kingdom. It seemed prudent to acquire 2nd-tier martial souls instead. Chu Qingyun could not help but feel a surge of anticipation for Qingshan City. With the aspiration to elevate all his martial souls to the 2nd tier, he resolved to set forth out on the morning of the following day. Chu Qingyun bid farewell to his parents and the village chief at the village entrance, mounting his steed and galloping toward Qingshan City. As he turned to gaze at the gradually fading Chu family village, he silently vowed, "Father, Mother, Village Chief, Uncle Hua, I shall not let you down. When I return next time, I will be a formidable martial master." Although Qingshan City was the nearest city to Chu family village, it was still a relative distance. Even riding at a swift pace, Chu Qingyun arrived at Qingshan City only by midday. With no riding allowed within the city, he led his horse and began to explore Qingshan City. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the city's vibrancy. He had not anticipated such a bustling crowd within Qingshan City. As he traversed the streets, every sight filled him with wonder. Xian Street, Xianhuang Tower, Treasured Artifact Pavilion, East Flow Alley, and so forth. East Flow Alley. Chu Qingyun ambled through the surrounding buildings and shops. Suddenly, it occurred to him that East Flow Alley was the very location indicated on the skull token left by the Shadow Martial Soul assassin, that I should take a look. With nothing pressing at hand, Chu Qingyun turned and entered the alley, walking deeper within. The alley was long and winding. After nearly 5 minutes, he found himself utterly disoriented, flanked by towering walls on either side. Upon reaching the end, he discovered a wall before him. This alley was a dead end. How could this be? Chu Qingyun felt a wave of frustration. After wandering for so long, he had stumbled upon a cul-de-sac. Yet, that was not the tactic of a cold-blooded assassin, who would not engage in such trivial games. Hesitating momentarily, he began to examine the wall closely. Indeed, he soon discerned something in the left section of the wall. There was a slight indentation that almost perfectly matched the skull token. Chu Qingyun produced the token and gently pressed it into the recess. The red light in the eye sockets of the skull suddenly flared brightly, and a series of clicking sounds resonated from within the wall as it slowly shifted to the left, revealing a dark passageway. After a brief hesitation, Chu Qingyun stepped inside. He advanced forward for a short distance, only to find himself in a spacious hall. The hall was relatively empty, illuminated solely by the flickering flames of torches mounted on the walls. At the far end was what appeared to be a reception desk, where a striking woman sat, idly flipping through a book. What astonished Chu Qingyun the most was that the woman wore a mask, a fox mask that bore a peculiar smile. "Are people really coming during the day?" The woman lifted her head with an air of impatience. But upon seeing Chu Qingyun, her eyes widened in clear astonishment through the small holes in her mask. "I don't believe I've seen you before." Concealing her surprise, she scrutinized Chu Qingyun, her expression a mix of curiosity and intrigue. "Ahem, I came here following this." Chu Qingyun cleared his throat and handed over the token. Feeling slightly awkward, he mused that had he known someone was inside, he would not have barged in so recklessly. Is that so? "Do you know where this place is?" The woman casually tossed the token into a pile of discarded items behind her. Inquiring, Chu Qingyun shook his head, indicating he did not know. "This is the Assassin's Alliance, and you." Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden commotion erupted from the entrance, accompanied by footsteps and voices. "Put this on," Quickly, the woman hastily produced a mask and tossed it to Chu Qingyun, urging him to don it. Just as he placed the mask on his face, two masked figures entered through the passage. Yun, we have a mission. Assassinate Feng Yuan of the Chonglu Escort Agency. The two figures strode past Chu Qingyun, completely ignoring him, and approached the woman at the reception desk. The woman accepted a skull token from them, making a note before saying, "Wait here. Someone will be dispatched shortly to confirm. Return in 3 days." The two masked individuals, evidently seasoned operatives, nodded and began perusing a thick tome resting on the desk. Nothing suitable. Let us go. After a brief examination, the two departed. Hey kid, did you see that? This is where the Assassin's Alliance conducts its mission exchanges. You, an outsider, dared to intrude. The woman, referred to as Yun, spoke with a hint of amusement. Ultimately, Chu Qingyun opted for the first path. To register and become an assassin of the Alliance, he realized that the woman had casually exuded an aura that rendered him immobile. Had he chosen the second option, he might not have even made it out the door. Think of a code name and drop a drop of blood on this. Yun produced a skull token and handed it to Chu Qingyun. Let us call it Blackblade. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qingyun replied. His presence here was entirely due to that assassin, and the only thing left behind was that black short blade. Blackblade, Junior Assassin. Done. Congratulations, you are now a member of the Alliance. Every task you complete will be recorded on the token. Yun noted something in her ledger, saying, Is that all? Chu Qingyun expressed his surprise. What more do you want? Detailed registration of your name, age, and strength. Don't be foolish. This is the Assassin's Alliance, where only money and lives matter to and a word of advice. Next time you come in, don't forget to wear a mask. ITS not a pleasant affair if other assassins learn your true appearance. Yin chuckled lightly. Understood. Could you assist me in checking if there are any missions to eliminate members of the Blood Wolf Gang, preferably targeting their higher-ranking members? Chu Qingyun's eyes flickered momentarily as he spoke. His intention was quite straightforward. If he could eliminate several key figures from the Blood Wolf Gang, it would undoubtedly divert their attention, preventing them from causing trouble for Chujia village. However, the sole dilemma was that the higher-ups of the Blood Wolf Gang were likely formidable adversaries. The Blood Wolf Gang? Nearly every member had a bounty on their heads. Yet, do you possess the strength to take down their leaders? The 9 guardians of the Blood Wolf Gang are all level 9 warriors, while the 4 elders are even stronger, being martial masters. With your current prowess as a level 7 warrior, you may find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Yun scoffed coldly and remarked, Nonetheless, I could devise a plan for you, provided you allow me to examine your martial soul. Examine my martial soul? Chu Qingyun furrowed his brow, uncertain as to why Yun desired to see it. Yet he harbored a vague suspicion that Yun must have sensed something, prompting her peculiar request. After feigning hesitation for a moment, Chu Qingyun extended his hand and said, Very well, let us proceed. As he spoke, a somewhat ethereal 5-star Vine Martial Soul materialized in his palm. Just an ordinary second-tier Martial Soul. How could this be? A contemplative expression surfaced in Yun's eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun, with a cold smirk within, realized that even if Yun pondered deeply, she would likely never guess that he possessed 3 martial souls. Yun observed for a while, even reaching out to touch the 5-star Vine Martial Soul, but discovered nothing unusual. This was merely a commonplace second-tier martial soul. However, Chu Qingyun noted that Yun's hands were delicate and fair, indicating her youth. Such terrifying strength at such a young age. Indeed, Qingshan City is a place where hidden talents abound. Ultimately, Yun chose to relent. Very well, let us proceed to slay the guardians of the Blood Wolf Gang. You will require certain equipment and secret techniques. The Black Iron Crossbow can penetrate the elemental defenses of level 9 warriors, costing 300 mid-grade elemental stones. The Rhinoceros Horn Poison can eliminate level 1 martial masters, with each dose priced at 250 elemental stones. The Hidden Chi Technique, Martial Practitioner Edition, costs 3,000 mid-grade elemental stones. Additionally, you will need intelligence on your targets, which will be around 100 mid-grade elemental stones. At this moment, Chu Qingyun was utterly stunned. The items Yun presented were all beyond his financial reach. He possessed a mere 17 mid-grade elemental stones, all of which he had acquired from Ning Xiao and his companions. Having thought he had stumbled upon a fortune, he now realized it was far from sufficient. Chu Qingyun finally understood why the village chief had repeatedly told him before he left that upon arriving in Qingshan City, he would grasp just how small Chujia village truly was. While he was yet unaware of the village's size, he certainly felt its poverty. The total cost of the aforementioned items amounted to over 3,700 mid-grade elemental stones, which converted to over 370,000 low-grade stones. Perhaps even selling Chujia village would not yield such a sum. "I have no money," Chu Qingyun said, his face turning crimson. Fortunately, with the mask concealing his face, Yuyin could not perceive his expression. Puffed. Yuyin could not help but burst into laughter. All right, I shall assist you once more. There are still two paths you may take. Firstly, the Daxia Martial Palace. Nearly every warrior in the Daxia Kingdom frequents this establishment. If you possess sufficient strength, you might acquire some elemental stones there, though not in large quantities. Secondly, there is the life and death arena under our assassin alliance. Entering the life and death arena inevitably leads to a struggle for survival. And your opponents may include not only humans, but also bloodthirsty beasts. The Daxia Martial Palace is relatively safe, but the earnings are meager. The life and death arena, on the other hand, is perilous yet allows for the rapid accumulation of substantial elemental stones. The choice is yours. Yuyin lightly tapped the table as she spoke. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Qingyun decided to first visit the Daxia Martial Palace. According to his and the village chief's estimations, even if the Blood Wolf gang were to investigate, it would take some time before they linked Ning Xiao's death to him. After all, everyone present at the elemental stone mine that day had perished. As long as Chu Qingyun, Chu Gang, and Chu Yun remained silent and did not make an appearance, it would be exceedingly difficult to trace them. Thank you, Miss Yuyin, for your guidance. I shall head to the Daxia Martial Palace first. Chu Qingyun clasped his hands in gratitude. Yuyin nodded. As you wish. If you ever wish to visit the life and death arena, feel free to seek me out. Watching Chu Qingyun's retreating figure, Yuyin furrowed her brow and murmured softly, "Strange. A mere second-tier martial soul has instilled fear in my martial soul. Even my sister's martial soul could not achieve this. What on earth is happening?" Yuyun's martial soul was of an exceptionally high rank, possessing considerable sentience. The moment she laid eyes on Chu Qingyun, she sensed a sliver of fear emanating from her own martial soul, a situation she had never encountered before in her life. Thus, she sought to discern the nature of Chu Qingyun's martial soul. After exiting the Assassin Alliance, the sky had darkened considerably, prompting Chu Qingyun to find an inn to rest for the night. The following day, he inquired about directions to the Daxia Martial Palace. Upon entering, a beautiful maid swiftly approached him. "Sir, are you here to spectate or to challenge?" The maid inquired politely. "To challenge. This is my first visit." Chu Qingyun replied, "Yes, this is your first visit. You must register first. Please follow me." The lovely maid led Chu Qingyun to an elderly man with a white beard for registration. Name, Chu Qingyun. Age, 15. Strength and martial soul. Level 7 warrior. Second tier martial soul. 5-star vine. As Chu Qingyun spoke, he exuded the aura of a level 7 warrior, and his 5-star vine martial soul manifested in his hand. Unlike the Assassin Alliance, the Daxia Martial Palace was an official institution of the Daxia Kingdom, meticulously documenting every warrior's information. Furthermore, when arranging challenges, they took the warrior's strength into account. Not bad. To possess level 7 strength at the age of 15 is quite impressive, the elderly man remarked. All right, Xiao Mo. Take him to the waiting area. The maid nodded and escorted Chu Qingyun to the back. Sir, at the Daxia Martial Palace, if you achieve consecutive victories, you can reap many benefits in our Qingshan City branch. The highest record is 10 consecutive wins, that if you attain 10 consecutive victories, you will earn the title of Daxia Warrior. With the title of Daxia Warrior, you and your immediate family will receive protection from the Daxia Kingdom. Unless you commit a crime, the murder of your family members would be a provocation against the dignity of the Daxia Kingdom. Along the way, the maid Xiao Mo enthusiastically informed Chu Qingyun, upon hearing that he could receive protection from the Daxia Kingdom. Chu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with hope. The safety of his family was his greatest concern, and he had not anticipated that there would be a solution here. However, even if he became a Daxia warrior, it would only protect his immediate relatives and not the entirety of Chujia village. Do you think 10 consecutive victories are easy? In reality, achieving 10 consecutive victories is quite challenging, as each of your opponents will have an identical record to yours. In other words, your opponent during your third consecutive victory will also have 3 consecutive victories, and your opponent during your 9th consecutive victory will have 9 consecutive victories. Upon hearing such words from Xiao Mo, Chu Qingyun comprehended the situation that as the victories accumulated, the strength of the opponents grew increasingly formidable. Continuous battles meant that a single defeat would necessitate starting afresh. Thus, without genuinely formidable prowess, achieving a 10-game winning streak would indeed prove exceedingly challenging. After arriving at the rear court, Chu Qingyun and Xiao Mo beheld a robust warrior relentlessly assaulting another fighter on the battle stage. The hall housing the arena was nearly filled to capacity, as spectators gathered to witness the day's combat. From Xiao Mo, Chu Qingyun had learned that the Great Xiao Martial Palace opened its doors every 5 days, each occasion drawing numerous onlookers. Some warriors entered to accumulate combat experience, while ordinary individuals came to enjoy the spectacle. Furthermore, many from the various factions of Qingshan City sought to discover exceptional talents. That giant is destined to be defeated, Chu Qingyun remarked after observing for a while. Xiao Mo, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Not at all. The giant has the smaller fighter completely pinned down, dominating the match. Look closely, and you will discern that while the giant's attacks appear fierce, they are increasingly disordered. Conversely, the smaller warrior's defense remains impeccable. When he counterattacks, that will spell the giant's downfall," Chu Qingyun explained with a smile. Indeed, before long, the defensive warrior seized an opportunity, launching a counterattack that sent the giant's long sword flying, while his own blade plunged deeply into the giant's shoulder. The referee swiftly intervened to separate the two combatants. "Sir, you are truly remarkable. You predicted the outcome with such precision," Xiao Mo said. Her cheeks slightly flushed, a 15-year-old, 7th-level warrior, devoid of any airs of genius, patiently elucidating matters to her, instantly elevated Xiao Mo's admiration for Chu Qingyun to new heights. "Kid, you've got a keen eye," a middle-aged man remarked from behind. "Next match, you'll face Chun Xiao." "Uncle Gao, that's rather unfair. Sir Qingyun is here for the first time at the Martial Palace," Xiao Mo pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man chuckled. "You little girl, it seems you have your own opinions already. Chu Qingyun, Chun Xiao is quite formidable among the 7th-level warriors. You have confidence." Chu Qingyun smiled and replied, "It's fine. Let him come. I wish to commence soon. Sir Qingyun, Chun Xiao has secured 2 3-game winning streaks. His strength is indeed considerable. Perhaps you should start by challenging a novice instead," Xiao Mo advised. That moment, the battle stage announced. Next match, Chu Qingyun versus Chun Xiao. A short man with a sullen expression stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Qingyun. "Kid, soon you'll learn how a country bumpkin ought to behave in the city," he sneered, clearly looking down on Chu Qingyun due to his humble attire. "Teach me how to behave." Chu Qingyun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. With his capabilities, even a 9th-level warrior would hesitate to challenge him. An 8th-level warrior would be no match, let alone the mere 7th-level Chun Xiao. The next bout featured 2 winless warriors, the 7th-level fighter Chun Xiao from Lanfeng Martial Arts School, and the 7th-level warrior Chu Qingyun from Chu Family Village. The referee briefly introduced the two before stepping aside, leaving the stage open for them. "Chu Family Village? Where on earth is that? I've never heard of it," someone remarked. "Just from the name, one can tell it's merely one of those shabby villages outside the city." Chun Xiao has achieved 2 3-game winning streaks. Defeating this country bumpkin will be a walk in the park. The stands buzzed with discussions, with no one favoring Chu Qingyun. The people of Qingshan City harbored an inherent sense of superiority over those from rural areas, which was not unfounded, as the overall strength of Qingshan City indeed surpassed that of the surrounding villages significantly. In the rear court, Xiao Mo and Gao Feng closely observed the stage. "Sir Qingyun, I hope you won't be injured," Xiao Mo fretted, clenching her small fist. Gao Feng chuckled. "Xiao Mo, don't underestimate that kid. In my opinion, Chun Xiao might not even be his opponent. Kid, either jump off the stage and concede, or I'll kick you off myself." Chun Xiao sneered, his face a mask of disdain. "Enough talk. If you wish to fight, Let us begin, if not, then be gone. Chu Qingyun retorted, irritated by Chun Xiao's repeated provocations. Fine, since you seek death, don't blame me. Black bear roar. Chun Xiao bellowed, summoning a black bear spirit that appeared before him. The bear roared skyward, a beam of black light shooting from the spirit and entering Chun Xiao's body. Empowered by this force, Chun Xiao's physique swelled slightly, radiating an aura of ferocity and strength. A second-tier spirit, an enhancement-type auxiliary spirit. Chu Qingyun's eyes brightened. He had never encountered such a spirit before. Truly, Qingshan City was impressive. The 5-star vine. Chu Qingyun chuckled softly, summoning 5 dark green vines that shot forth from his palm. Twisting and spiraling as they darted towards Chun Xiao from 5 directions. With no space to evade, Chun Xiao found himself ensnared, tightly bound like a dumpling. What exceptional control! The experienced warriors like Gao Feng were taken aback by Chu Qingyun's masterful command over his spirit. Meanwhile, the less seasoned onlookers like Xiao Mo could only marvel at Chun Xiao being subdued in an instant. Damn it, get off me. Chun Xiao, bound and unwilling to concede, struggled fiercely, emitting waves of tangible black energy. Yet the second-tier 5-star vine, inheriting the resilience of the 3-star vine technique, proved unyielding. Despite Chun Xiao's increased strength, he could not sever the 5 vines' grip. His face reddening as he became more ensnared. Is this how you teach me to behave? Off you go. Chu Qingyun scoffed, disinterested in further engagement. With a thought, he used his spirit to hurl Chun Xiao off the stage, sending him crashing down. Is it over? Just like that. The audience's eyes widened in disbelief. The clash between 2 7th-level warriors concluded so swiftly. Oh yeah, I knew Sir Qingyun would never lose, Xiao Mo exclaimed, jumping for joy in the rear court. Beside her, Gao Feng was equally astonished, realizing he had underestimated this young man. It seemed only an 8th-level warrior could pose a challenge to him, as the head of the martial artist section at the Great Siam Martial Palace. Gao Feng's role was to match warriors with suitable opponents. His discerning eye was indeed sharp. Although Chu Qingyun had only revealed a fraction of his abilities, Gao Feng keenly sensed the casual confidence that lay beneath. Uncle Gao, you mustn't bully him. Sir Qingyun shouldn't encounter an 8th-level warrior so soon, Xiao Mo warned, glaring at Gao Feng. Gao Feng chuckled wryly. You little girl, rest assured, according to the palace's rules. He won to face an 8th-level warrior in the first 3 matches. However, this means that a 3-game winning streak is firmly within his grasp. Having effortlessly secured his first victory, Chu Qingyun returned to the rear court to claim his initial reward. Yet, the prize for a single victory was merely a low-grade elemental stone. Throughout the morning, he engaged in 2 more fights against 7th-level warriors, both of which he won with ease, not even needing to draw his sword. His mastery over his spirit rendered the 7th-level opponents no match for him. With 3 consecutive victories, his reward reached 50 low-grade elemental stones. Nevertheless, it was but a drop in the bucket compared to his needs. Still far from sufficient. In the afternoon, he faced his 4th battle, this time against an 8th-level warrior who had also achieved a 3-game winning streak, Qiu Yan, an 8th-level warrior with a 1st-tier Qingstone martial soul. Stood on the battle platform facing Chu Qingyun, a towering figure. Nearly 2 meters tall, he clasped his fists in greeting. Although he held a rank above Chu Qingyun, having observed Chu's previous battles, Qiu Yan dared not underestimate him. Chu Qingyun, a 7th-level warrior wielding a 2nd-tier martial soul, the 5-star vine, returned the gesture with equal courtesy. Come forth, Qingstone, Qiu Yan bellowed, as a blue stone-like martial soul materialized before him. The radiant azure light emanated from the soul, forming a protective membrane around his body. A defensive martial soul. Receive my strike, Chu Qingyun exclaimed, and with a flick of his wrist, a vine lashed out like an iron whip, striking fiercely at Qiu Yan. With a sharp crack, the vine rebounded, while the protective membrane stood firm, unyielding as stone. Such formidable defense. If Qiu Yan were partnered with a long-range attacker, they would undoubtedly be a perfect match. Strangle, Chu Qingyun commanded, as 5 vines ensnared the azure membrane, exerting every ounce of strength to crush it. The membrane quivered violently, but remained intact, leading the two into a stalemate. After a moment, Chu Qingyun smiled and remarked, "Brother Yin, your defense is impressive, but you shall be defeated." Xiao Yin, with a resigned smile, nodded and replied, "Bring it on." With a combined force, Chu Qingyun's 5 vines lifted Xiao Yin and his martial technique from the stage before casting them down. After his defeat, Xiao Yin shook his head in resignation and turned to leave. This fellow possessed great strength. Alas, his martial soul was ill-suited for one-on-one combat, rendering him ineffective in the arena. In the back. Gao Feng reluctantly marked Xiao Yan's name off the competition list. The victor, Chu Qingyun. Congratulations to Chu Qingyun for achieving 4 consecutive victories. After 3 consecutive wins, the referee loudly announced each match's outcome. At this moment, the audience ceased to regard Chu Qingyun with disdain. Even those from various factions began to inquire about him. To achieve 4 consecutive victories upon entering the Devour Martial Palace is no small feat. Shortly thereafter, Chu Qingyun prepared for his next battle, the final match of the day. After a day of fierce competition, 2 warriors had achieved 4 consecutive victories, and they were to face off in a decisive showdown. The winner would claim 5 consecutive victories and await the next battle, while the loser would have to start anew from the first match. Zhu Yuanji, also an 8th-level warrior, possessed a 2nd-tier beast martial soul. The Iron Claw Eagle. Faced with this opponent, Chu Qingyun could not afford to be careless. Those who could achieve 4 consecutive victories in the Devour Martial Palace were undoubtedly formidable. A 7th-level brat. Your luck has run out against me. Zhu Yuanji sneered. It seemed a bit premature to boast a 3-star vine. Chu Qingyun's gaze sharpened as a vine shot forth like an arrow, swiftly targeting Zhu Yuanji. "Come forth, Iron Eagle Claw," Zhu Yuanji shouted as a glint of cold light flashed from his hand, effortlessly severing the vine. His martial technique, Iron Eagle Claw, renowned for its sharpness, could easily overpower even the resilient 5-star vine. Supported by 8th-level energy. "This is troublesome," Chu Qingyun muttered, his hand resting on the sword hilt, contemplating his next move. Without drawing his sword, it seemed impossible to resolve this match. "Ha ha, kid, if that's all you've got. You can take your leave." Zhu Yuanji laughed heartily, his hands shimmering with cold light, taking on the form of eagle claws as they lunged toward Chu Qingyun. The 5-star vines whirled and danced. But whenever they neared Zhu Yuanji, he easily tore them apart, delaying him only momentarily. The young man named Chu Qingyun was doomed if he were at the 8th level. Perhaps the vines could endure a bit longer. But alas, such was not the case. In the stands, some began to shake their heads. "Uncle Gao, do you think Lord Qingyun can win?" Young Mo asked, her eyes fixed on the battle platform. Gao Feng squinted, responding, "I don't know. That Zhu Yuanji is quite strong, possessing the 2nd-tier martial technique Iron Eagle Claw, along with the Iron Sand Palm secret technique. Together, even 9th-level warriors would not dare to underestimate him. However, I cannot quite fathom Chu Qingyun. He should possess more than just a 5-star vine on the battle platform." As Zhu Yuanji launched a fierce assault, Chu Qingyun finally drew his long sword in that case. "Let me show you my prowess." Winter Wind Frost. Chu Qingyun thrust his sword, a brilliant blade of light tearing through the air, slicing past the vines to strike Zhu Yuanji's right hand precisely. The power of a complete sword technique erupted in an instant. Zhu Yuanji's 2nd-tier martial technique crumbled under the might of the sword light, leaving a crimson mark on his hand, sword intent. Gao Feng, usually composed, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In the audience, many spectators rose from their seats, unable to contain their excitement. "What is wrong, Uncle Gao? Was that sword strike truly powerful? Why are you all so surprised?" Young Mo inquired, puzzled. "Powerful? That strike is merely sufficient to counter a 2nd-tier martial technique. Yet, what is truly impressive is that young man's understanding of the sword path. A mere 7th-level warrior has grasped sword intent. This signifies that your brother Qingyun is akin to a quasi-martial master," Gao Feng replied, regaining his composure with a smile that a martial master-level expert, even within the Blood Wolf gang, would be regarded as a significant figure, let alone among lesser factions on the battle platform. Chu Qingyun and Zhu Yuanji were engrossed in their fierce duel, oblivious to the unfolding reactions, utilizing the first 4 strikes of the Gale 7 swords. Coupled with the 5-star vine's lateral constraints, Chu Qingyun found himself in a stalemate with Zhu Yuanji. Zhu Yuanji could not best Chu Qingyun, Yet neither could Chu Qingyun defeat Zhu Yuanji. You have some skill. But this is not all my strength. Iron Sand Palm, Zhu Yuanji roared, as his palms expanded significantly, turning a deep shade of black. Initially, he had been wary of Chu Qingyun's sword light, hesitant to confront it with his hands. However, upon unleashing the Iron Sand Palm, his attacks became ferociously overwhelming, and he aimed the Iron Eagle Claw directly at Chu Qingyun's sword light. Bang! The fierce sword light, imbued with sword intent, tore through the Iron Eagle Claw, only to leave a white mark upon Zhu Yuanji's Iron Sand Palm, failing to inflict any real harm. Impressive. Indeed, a warrior capable of achieving 4 consecutive victories. Chu Qingyun could not help but feel astonished. The warriors from Qingshan City not only possessed powerful martial souls, but also wielded techniques far beyond what could be found in Chujia village, relying on the sword intent from his first 4 strikes. Chu Qingyun had been nearly invincible in Chujia village among those below the martial master level. Yet now, he found himself unable to contend with even an 8th level warrior, with the Iron Sand Palm deployed. Zhu Yuanji's momentum surged, launching a relentless assault that forced Chu Qingyun to retreat. Struggling to keep pace, it seemed there was no choice but to resort to that technique, draw sword style, utilizing the 5-star vines as cover. Chu Qingyun seized the opportunity and suddenly unleashed the draw sword style, but a flash of cold light flickered on the battle platform. Zhu Yuanji's raised hands halted mid-air. Upon reaching the 7th level, Chu Qingyun's draw sword style was swifter and fiercer than ever before. This strike was so rapid that most could scarcely perceive it. Those with stronger abilities caught a glimpse of the fleeting glint, while the weaker ones saw nothing but a blur within the entire warrior area. Only Gao Feng fully witnessed Chu Qingyun's action of drawing and sheathing his sword. With a sharp sound, blood pooled upon Zhu Yuanji's Iron Sand Palm, dripping down to that moment. The spectators finally noticed that his palms, impervious even to sword light, bore deep wounds that exposed the bone beneath. The massive black hands quickly retracted to their original form, and Zhu Yuanji, trembling, cast a profound glance at Chu Qingyun and declared, "You have won." With that, he turned and departed, leaping off the arena. The match had concluded. Chu Qingyun felt a sigh of relief wash over him. After employing the sword-drawing technique, a sharp pain akin to needles began to prick at his right arm. Yet, having achieved only 5 consecutive victories, he had already been forced to reveal his ultimate trump card, which served as a stark reminder that, with his current strength, he was truly insignificant in Qingshan City. The victor of the final match today was the 7th-tier martial artist, Chu Qingyun. Following the referee's announcement, many in the stands rose to applaud. Their gazes towards Chu Qingyun were imbued with fervor. A 15-year-old 7th-tier martial artist who comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, achieving 5 consecutive victories in the Daxiao Martial Palace. Each of these accomplishments held immense allure for them. Upon returning to the backstage, Chu Qingyun received his reward for the 5 consecutive victories, 500 medium-grade yuan stones. From the first match to the final 5 victories, Chu Qingyun accumulated a total of 661 medium-grade yuan stones. This sum paled in comparison to the nearly 4,000 he required. Nevertheless, there was little to be done. The Daxiao Martial Palace was a place for earning honor and opportunity, not for amassing wealth. My Lord Qingyun, you are truly remarkable, achieving 5 consecutive victories at just the 7th tier. Surely you will achieve 10 victories in the future. Xiao Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Chu Qingyun offered a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "That last battle forced me to reveal all my cards. Achieving 10 victories seems exceedingly difficult." At that moment, Chu Qingyun finally comprehended that the title of Daxiao warrior was not easily attained. Of course, this was also related to his level. Generally, those who achieved 4 consecutive victories or more were 8th-tier martial artists, while those who attained 7 consecutive victories were invariably 9th-tier martial artists. Chu Qingyun's 7th-tier strength was still lacking in this regard, and why Lord Qingyun will surely succeed. By the way, it seems the outside is likely crowded with those eager to recruit you, Xiao Mo remarked cheerfully. Chu Qingyun was taken aback. Feeling helpless, he had come to confront the Blood Wolf gang, prioritizing discretion, and had no desire for recruitment. Does my Lord Qingyun not wish to avoid trouble? I can assist you. I can sneak you out through the back door. Xiao Mo observed Chu Qingyun's intentions and proposed. That would be a great help, Miss Xiao and Mo. Chu Qingyun expressed his gratitude. Just call me Xiao and Mo. My Lord Qingyun, do not forget to find me next time you come. I wish to witness your 10 consecutive victories. As they slipped out through the back door of the Daxiao Martial Palace. Chu Qingyun cast a glance at the street. Indeed, he saw a throng of people gathered at the main entrance. He shook his head and hurriedly departed. After a long day of exertion, he had earned just over 600 medium-grade yuan stones. This amount was hardly enough to make a dent in the nearly 4,000 he needed. It seemed he would have to venture to the life-and-death arena, but on the way, Chu Qingyun sighed. Shaking his head, he was uncertain when the Blood Wolf gang would uncover Ning Xiao's matter. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to assassinate their higher-ups, diverting their attention. Tonight, he would seek out Yun. Chu Qingyun resolved to take the risk and challenge the life-and-death arena. Upon returning to the inn, he expended a dozen medium-grade yuan stones to rapidly restore his yuan power to optimal condition. After dining and resting for 2 hours, he quietly left the inn after nightfall, donned a mask, and entered the alley of Donglu. The few individuals were still queuing at the Assassin Alliance that evening. However, upon Chu Qingyun's appearance, Yun entrusted her duties to someone else and led Chu Qingyun aside. Have you made up your mind? Are you still set on entering the life-and-death arena? Yun inquired, her tone laced with amusement. Chu Qingyun nodded, replying, I need to earn money quickly to purchase those items, preferably today. Today just happens to have the life-and-death arena open. But are you certain you want to participate today? Today's opponent is a first-tier demon beast, the Qingfeng Wolf, Yun cautioned. Qingfeng Wolf? An adult Qingfeng Wolf possesses the strength of a 7th or 8th-tier martial artist. Did you manage to get your hands on the Wolf King? Chu Qingyun asked, perplexed. You are too naive. You require over 3,000 medium-grade yuan stones. Let me calculate. If you were to challenge 10 Qingfeng Wolves simultaneously, you could earn 3,000 yuan stones out of course. The prerequisite is that you must survive to leave the arena. Yun replied with a chuckle. 10 wolves. Chu Qingyun's pupils constricted, a sense of trepidation gripping his heart. 10 Qingfeng wolves could be likened to a small wolf pack. 1 wolf might not pose much of a threat, but a pack was undeniably terrifying. Any seasoned hunter would prefer to encounter ferocious beasts like tigers or leopards in the wild, rather than a vicious pack of wolves. What are your thoughts? Will you go or not? If you wish to proceed, I can take you there right now. Yun fixed her gaze on Chu Qingyun, awaiting his response. She had little interest in ordinary martial artist assassins. But she found Chu Qingyun immensely intriguing. The fear she had felt on that day lingered vividly in her mind, refusing to fade. Ultimately, Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth and nodded. I will go, having made the decision to enter the life-and-death arena. There is no need for further hesitation. It was better to embark sooner rather than later. Yun led Chu Qingyun through a hidden passageway in the hall, after traversing the winding passage for several minutes. The faint sounds of shouts and roars gradually reached Chu Qingyun's ears. Upon rounding a corner, his expression turned to one of astonishment. Before him lay a circular area nearly 200 meters in diameter and over 100 meters high. Approximately 100 meters below him was a 200-meter arena, where a masked martial artist was engaged in a fierce battle with 6 Qingfeng wolves. Surrounding the arena were tiered stands filled with men and women of all ages, their eyes ablaze with excitement as they waved their fists and roared at the spectacle below. What do you think? Did you expect such a place existed in Qingshan City? Yun surveyed the stand with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Every individual who could enter was either wealthy or noble. The entry fee alone was something the average person would toil a lifetime to earn. Everyone who entered donned a mask, allowing them to shed their daytime facades and indulge their darkest desires. Yun spoke with a detached tone. Below, the martial artist managed to slay 2 Qingfeng wolves before being overwhelmed, the remaining 4 wolves swiftly surrounding him, tearing him apart. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. The gruesome scene only heightened the excitement of those in the stands, who cheered and howled in frenzy. Chu Qingyun even witnessed several individuals fainting from sheer exhilaration, while others brazenly engaged in public displays of affection with nearby attendants. In an instant, Chu Qingyun was filled with revulsion towards this place. Enough of that, do not dwell on it. You are here merely to earn money. Yun guided Chu Qingyun down to the lowest level. Tianyu, I have brought someone to participate in the life-and-death arena. A 7th-tier martial artist, to challenge 10 Qingfeng wolves. Yu led Chu Qingyun to the rear of the arena, seeking out a figure in a large dog mask, stating their purpose directly as 7th-tier martial artist. 10 wolves? Seeking death. Aren't you? The one who was just torn apart was also a 7th-tier martial artist, and he couldn't even handle 6. The man, codenamed Tianyue, furrowed his brow and spoke. Yu turned her head to gaze at Chu Qingyun. The items Chu Qingyun intended to purchase amounted to nearly 4,000 mid-grade yuan stones. This indicated that 10 was the minimum he could afford. Let it be 10, Chu Qingyun pondered briefly before stating. For him, 10 Qingfeng wolves of level 7 or 8 should suffice. Let us see your martial soul, he commanded. Hang, a level 7 warrior with a 2nd-tier 5-star Vine martial soul, challenges 10 Qingfeng wolves. Very well, wait there. There are 3 more before it is your turn. Tianyue noted this on a form and turned to attend to other matters. He had merely spoken these words casually. Chu Qingyun's life or death was of no concern to him. Facing 10 foes alone, Ying, I truly wonder where you derive such courage that if you believe that the demon beasts, Qingfeng wolves, are as foolish as wild animals, you are gravely mistaken. As 1st-tier demon beasts, they possess a degree of intelligence. While waiting, Yin stood beside Chu Qingyun and asked, tilting her head. Her graceful figure continually drew the attention of passersby, yet she remained oblivious to it. Chu Qingyun turned his gaze to the arena ahead and said, Earlier today, I achieved 5 consecutive victories at the Devour Martial Palace. 5 consecutive victories. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yuyun's eyes. Having spent some time in Qingshan City, she was somewhat familiar with the level of the Devour Martial Palace. Achieving 5 consecutive victories indicated that his combat strength was above average among level 8 warriors in that case. I find myself rather intrigued at that moment. A level 6 warrior, donned in a pure black mask, entered the arena, challenging 3 Qingfeng wolves. 3 minutes later, amidst the raucous cheers from the spectators, this warrior was left utterly mangled, having only succeeded in severely injuring 1 Qingfeng wolf. The second warrior met a similar fate, tragically falling victim to the claws of the wolves. The third, a level 9 warrior, exhausted all his strength and at the cost of severely injured arm, managed to take down 10 Qingfeng wolves. Ying, it is your turn, go! Tianyue shouted from the back to Chu Qingyun. Nodding, Chu Qingyun slowly walked through the open passage into the arena. The bodies of the previously slain warriors and Qingfeng wolves lay scattered, unattended. The entire space was permeated with a faint scent of blood, igniting a thrill in those present. Ladies and gentlemen, this valiant warrior, codenamed Ying, is a level 7 warrior with a 2nd-tier 5-star Vine martial soul. He is here to challenge 10 Qingfeng wolves. A man wearing a mustached mask shouted from a high platform at the edge of the arena. His voice, amplified by a special device, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Now, unleash the wolves. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 10 large gates around the arena swung open, revealing a flash of blue-green figures within 10 colossal wolves, each the size of a calf. Pounced into the arena. Each wolf boasted a pale blue fur coat and gleaming fangs and claws. Their ravenous, green eyes fixated on Chu Qingyun, and a menacing aura gradually enveloped the entire arena. The 10 Qingfeng wolves did not recklessly charge. Instead, they cautiously approached, subtly enclosing Chu Qingyun in their midst. Kill him, my darlings, tear him apart, devour him, crush his skull. Amidst the frenzied roars of the crowd in the stands, the colossal wolves growled in unison before launching themselves at Chu Qingyun. Indeed, they were unlike ordinary beasts, 5-star Vine, faced with 10 ferocious and intelligent demon beasts. Chu Qingyun dared not underestimate them. He immediately summoned his martial soul and swiftly drew his long sword. A vine, infused with yuan power, pierced like a spear into the forehead of the fastest Qingfeng wolf. However, despite the vine's power being sufficient to shatter boulders, it merely knocked the wolf off its feet. Failing to breach its fur, the toppled Qingfeng wolf sprang back up, howling furiously and charging at Chu Qingyun once more. Meanwhile, 2 other colossal wolves lunged at him from opposite directions, their gaping jaws aimed to bite into him. Seeking death, autumn wind, and falling leaves, 1 vine coiled around a Qingfeng wolf. While Chu Qingyun executed a sweeping strike with his sword, the fierce blade slicing open another wolf, inflicting grave injuries. However, at that moment, the remaining wolves had already surrounded him, their claws and fangs poised to strike. The stands erupted with cheers, as those twisted spectators seemed to envision Chu Qingyun being torn apart. Yet he merely smiled lightly. Rise, spring breeze transforms into rain. 3 vines thrust into the ground, growing rapidly as Chu Qingyun leaped high, evading all incoming attacks. Simultaneously, he unleashed his sword, a blade of light several meters long, piercing through the skull of a Qingfeng wolf. As demon beasts, Qingfeng wolves possessed formidable defensive fur and hard bones. However, they were no match for the concentrated sword energy. Upon landing, Chu Qingyun manipulated the vines to drag the previously ensnared Qingfeng wolf closer. In a mere few seconds, the vine had been bitten through in several places, nearing the point of being freed. Beast, perish! Chu Qingyun barked, stabbing through the wolf's eye, killing it instantly. I end that exchange. Chu Qingyun emerged unscathed. While 3 of the colossal wolves lay dead, the stands erupted in a chorus of boos, disappointment palpable among the spectators. However, Chu Qingyun paid them no heed. As Yun had said, he was merely here to earn money. Eliminating these 10 wolves was sufficient. Having already lost 3, the remaining Qingfeng wolves grew cautious. They circled Chu Qingyun slowly this time, no longer rushing to attack, but instead looking for weaknesses, tenacity, endurance, savagery. These terrifying traits were all embodied by the Qingfeng wolves. Stay calm. As long as I remain composed, dealing with these Qingfeng wolves will surely pose no problem. Under immense pressure, Chu Qingyun forced himself to maintain his cool, attentively observing every movement of the colossal wolves. He had previously watched 3 battles between humans and wolves, noting that the 2 who failed had become flustered under the pressure of the wolves. After a moment of tense stalemate, an idea suddenly struck Chu Qingyun. He commanded 2 vines to whip toward 4 of the colossal wolves. Not intending to launch an all-out assault, the 4 wolves instinctively leapt back to avoid the attack. Now, a glint of determination flashed in Chu Qingyun's eyes as he charged at the remaining 3 wolves. Autumn wind and falling leaves, summer breeze, silent words. Chu Qingyun unleashed 2 swift strikes, effortlessly inflicting severe injuries upon the 3 wolves. The 4 wolves, enraged and baring their teeth, lunged at Chu Qingyun, desperate to fight back. With only 4 left, they dared to snarl at me, seeking death. Chu Qingyun chuckled coldly, the 5 vines of the 5-star vine deftly ensnaring 3 of the Qingfeng wolves, while he dispatched the last with a single stroke. In what felt like an instant, the tide of battle turned dramatically. The originally ferocious 7 wolves dwindled to 3, now struggling under the relentless and agile vines. After dispatching the final 3 wolves, Chu Qingyun felt no urge to linger and made his way toward the exit. Humph, what a fortunate fellow. His martial soul is perfectly suited for group battles. Tianyue, wearing a dog mask, scoffed behind him. Fortunate, Tianyue, does your man-eating flower of martial soul still only know how to extend and bite? The martial soul of the Black Blade is rather unremarkable. Its true strength lies in the flawless mastery over the power of the martial soul. This impeccable control surpasses even his comprehension of the sword's momentum. Beside him, Yin cast a disdainful glance at Tianyue and remarked, "Humph." A flicker of anger flashed in Tianyue's eyes as he snorted in irritation and walked away, daring only to express his displeasure with a mere huff. This woman, though she had not been in Qingshan City for long, had become infamous throughout the entire Assassin's Alliance for her terrifying prowess. Initially, there were those who sought to toy with her, but soon they all met their demise. Since then, no one within the Assassin's Alliance dared to provoke Yuyan again. We have your reward. Let us depart. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, Yuyan tossed him a small pouch. Chu Qingyun opened the pouch, and a soft, milky light emanated from within. Inside lay 33 pieces of high-grade elemental stones. Low-grade stones are a pale gray. Medium-grade stones are a dull white. While high-grade stones radiate a shimmering, milky hue. 1 high-grade elemental stone is equivalent to 100 medium-grade stones, or 10,000 low-grade stones. Upon returning to the hall where he first encountered Yuyan, Chu Qingyun commenced his shopping spree. The Hidden Breath Technique, Warrior Edition, cost 3,000 medium-grade elemental stones. The black iron crossbow set him back 300 medium-grade stones. Merely these two items consumed the entirety of Chu Qingyun's reward from the life-and-death arena. However, as long as he could eliminate the Blood Wolf Gang's protector and divert their attention, it would all be worth it. Which protector of the Blood Wolf Gang do you have a grudge against? Whom are you planning to target? Yun inquired while flipping through her intelligence dossier. Anyone will do, as long as they are a protector. Preferably with confirmed movements in the last 2 days, Chu Qingyun replied. Yun nodded and quickly selected 2 targets. Protector Mao Yang of the Blood Wolf Gang has 3 bounties on his head, totaling 1,600 medium-grade stones. Protector Chindei has 4 bounties, amounting to 1,800 medium-grade stones. Both are confirmed to have movements tomorrow night, and the intelligence fee is 100 medium-grade stones. Yun lightly tapped her fingers, a hint of amusement in her tone. With resignation, Chu Qingyun counted out 100 elemental stones and handed them to Yun. A Liang will be at Chunfeng Tower tomorrow night to compete for the first night of a courtesan. Chen Dei will rendezvous with his mistress at number 19, Sihui Street, tomorrow night. Yun disclosed the movements of both targets for the following evening. Chu Qingyun nodded, committing both locations to memory. Now, give me 2 doses of rhinoceros horn poison. Chu Qingyun counted out 500 medium-grade stones and exchanged them for 2 transparent crystal vials. Each vial, roughly the size of a thumb, contained a small quantity of pale purple potion. This substance is capable of incapacitating a first-level martial artist. Earning money is as difficult as climbing to the heavens, while spending it flows like water. After returning to the inn and gazing at his acquisitions, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but reflect. He had spent 3,900 medium-grade stones in one go. Leaving him with a mere 60 stones that a day's hard work had instantly reverted him to his pre-city arrival state. After resting for a night, Chu Qingyun rose early the next day, with many tasks awaiting him. After breakfast, he took out the Hidden Breath technique, Warrior Edition. 3,000 medium-grade stones and 30 high-grade stones for this secret technique. It better not disappoint me, he muttered silently as he began to peruse it. The Warrior Edition contained only a few thin pages of secret techniques, which Chu Qingyun quickly read and memorized. After committing it to memory, he lit a candle and burned the manuscript, adhering to Yun's warning that any leak of the Assassin's Alliance secrets, whether intentional or not, would result in relentless pursuit. The Hidden Breath technique is primarily employed to conceal one's aura. The murderous intent, malice, anger, and even the martial artist's own presence can be wholly repressed within oneself. Lower-tier martial artists struggle to hide from higher-tier ones due to 2 reasons. They cannot adequately conceal their aura, and higher-tier martial artists possess keen senses to easily detect the presence of others. However, mastering the Hidden Breath technique changes the game, that if one can perfectly control their aura, Chu Qingyun could even feign the presence of a 4th or 6th level martial artist to disguise himself as a lower-tier martial artist. Of course, this tactic would be futile against a true master. For instance, even if Chu Qingyun suppressed his aura to the utmost, Yun would see through it without difficulty. The disparity in realms is too great. Any secret technique would merely be a jest. Chu Qingyun's comprehension has always been remarkable. He spent the entire morning grasping the nuances of the Hidden Breath technique, AS for the black iron crossbow. After a few trials, he was able to wield it with ease. Compared to bows and arrows, hand crossbows are significantly more user-friendly. The saying goes that while long-range weapons are restricted, crossbows are not. In the afternoon, Chu Qingyun made another round at Chunfeng Tower and Sihui Street, identifying the most suitable routes. As the sun set behind the mountains and darkness enveloped the sky, most people in Qingshan City, having labored throughout the day, began to rest, while some others commenced their nocturnal activities. Chunfeng Tower was ablaze with lights, and a dozen young women draped in sheer veils, exposing ample snowy skin, greeted guests with cheerful smiles at the entrance. A middle-aged man with 2 scarred lines across his face arrived at Chunfeng Tower, flanked by 2 subordinates, exuding an intimidating presence. "Ah, Lord Ma, please come in. Miss Chuyue has been waiting eagerly for you." Upon the man's arrival, the Madame, Mama Zhao, personally welcomed him. Following behind, Chu Qingyun kept his head lowered as he entered. Prior to arriving, he had applied a yellowish makeup to his face and donned a false beard, emanating the aura of a 4th-level martial artist. Everything about him mirrored that of an unremarkable, middle-aged martial artist seeking pleasure, devoid of any feature that would attract attention, inside the bustling hall of Chunfeng Tower. Chu Qingyun sipped on wine while observing those vying for the first night of the courtesan, throwing money around extravagantly. As the premier courtesan of Chunfeng Tower, Chu was not only beautiful with a captivating figure, but also well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. What made her even more remarkable was that she had awakened her martial soul, making her a third-level martial artist, hence the bidding prices soared. Ultimately, a portly merchant adorned with a golden ring and 2 large gold teeth stood up to bid 100 medium-grade stones. This price stunned the entire room, silencing all competitors. I in the corner. Chu Qingyun shook his head in disbelief that I in the Assassin's Alliance. 100 medium-grade stones could reward the assassination of 10 third-level martial artists. Yet this rotund merchant was willing to part with such a sum for the first night of a courtesan. The mindset of the wealthy was indeed beyond Chu Qingyun's comprehension. Bang! Ma Liang slammed his palm down, shattering the table before him. You fat fool. I bid 80, and you counter with 100. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Ma Liang's face twisted with rage, and his 2 subordinates rose, glaring menacingly at the merchant. The wealthy man attempted to speak, but one of his companions leaned in and whispered a few words. Instantly, the merchant's expression changed, and he quickly donned a smile. Lord Ma, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. How could I dare provoke the Blood Wolf gang? I shall take this 100 medium-grade stones as my purchase for Miss Chua. A gift for you, my lord. The rotund man's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Having traveled from afar to engage in business, he had initially intended to enjoy himself. Little did he expect to encounter the formidable Ma Liang. The notorious reputation of the Blood Wolf gang was well known, echoing through nearby cities like thunder. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. If you hand over 200 medium-grade essence stones, we shall let this matter rest. Ultimately, under the threat posed by Ma Liang, the portly man reluctantly surrendered the 200 medium-grade essence stones and slinked away, his tail between his legs. Meanwhile, Ma Liang, with a carefree laugh, embraced the lovely Chiu Yu as he ascended the stairs. Ha! The Blood Wolf gang truly commands respect. Chu Qingyun chuckled softly, and after discerning which room Ma Liang had entered, he stealthily departed the hall. In a secluded area, Chu Qingyun swiftly incapacitated a passing attendant, donned his garments, and casually carried a tray to Ma Liang's room. Oh, Ma Liang, you are such a scoundrel. A giggle echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of flirtation. Chu Qingyun knocked on the door and, lowering his voice, announced, Ma Liang, Madame Zhao instructed me to deliver something to you. Get lost. I don't want anything. Ma Liang, caught in a rather compromising position, was understandably enraged by the interruption. Chu Qingyun knocked again with greater urgency, insisting, Madame Zhao said this must be delivered to you. What rubbish do you intend to send me? Ma Liang, his face twisted in anger, hastily donned his trousers and flung open the door, his chest bare. Oh, I'm here to send you to your demise. Chu Qingyun sneered, as his concealed fingers activated the mechanism beneath the tray. With a swift whoosh, a dark projectile shot forth, a black iron crossbow bolt piercing Ma Liang's body. The bolt had been smeared with rhinoceros horn poison, and, as the venom spread from the wound, Ma Liang had yet to comprehend his fate before succumbing to the lethal toxin. Upon his death, a long-sword spirit materialized before him, a mere first-tier spirit. Chu Qingyun shook his head but ultimately absorbed it. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still flesh. After eliminating Ma Liang, Chu Qingyun dared not linger and hastily departed. Approximately half a minute later, sensing something amiss, Chiu Yu called out in a sultry voice, Ma Liang, hurry up. I can hardly wait. A minute later, she approached disheveled and gave Ma Liang a gentle pat from behind. With a thud, Ma Liang collapsed to the ground, his complexion a ghastly purple, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. He was unequivocally beyond salvation. Chiu Yu shrieked, and chaos erupted within the Spring Breeze Tower. The assassination of a protector from the Blood Wolf gang was indeed a grave matter. At that moment, Chu Qingyun had already discarded the attendant as clothing and leapt over the back wall. Hearing the ensuing commotion, Chu Qingyun's expression turned serious as he employed a predetermined hidden route, activating his stealth technique, and swiftly made his way towards Sisui Street. Number 19, on Sisui Street was a property acquired by Chundai, a protector of the Blood Wolf gang, for favored mistress, featuring both front and back courtyards, a lavish expense in the bustling city of Qingshan. Clearly, news of the incident at Spring Breeze Tower had yet to reach this location. As Sisui Street remained tranquil, the 2-meter-high courtyard wall posed no challenge to a practitioner of Chu Qingyun's caliber. With a light step, he vaulted over it effortlessly. The courtyard lay still, save for a single room that emitted light, where 2 silhouettes could be seen moving. Concealment technique. Chu Qingyun murmured, channeling his energy to mask all traces of his aura and intent as he approached the door of that room. "Hey, darling, let me show you something marvelous. I recently acquired this. Although it only possesses the first 2 layers, with it, I will soon become the Blood Wolf gang's foremost protector. I shall not spare Zhao the Fool for daring to lay hands on you. What is this Xiantian divine pattern? Just a worthless book? Don't toss it aside. I sacrificed everything to procure it." Inside the room, the 2 were drinking and flirting, soon finding themselves entwined on the bed. Chu Qingyun stealthily ascended to the rooftop, cautiously lifting a tile to glimpse a fair body riding atop Chundai, writhing with abandon. Chundai was so engrossed in his enjoyment that he remained oblivious to the watchful eyes above. Finding the perfect angle, Chu Qingyun aimed the black iron crossbow into the room and pulled the trigger. With a soft click, the dark bolt flew swiftly, piercing the woman's body and embedding itself in Chundai's chest. The black iron crossbow, valued at 300 medium-grade essence stones, could breach the defenses of a 9th-tier practitioner. Chundai's mistress was merely an ordinary individual without a soul weapon, and before the bolt, she was as fragile as parchment. The rhinoceros horn poison surged forth, sealing their throats with lethal swiftness. Soon, both lay lifeless upon the bed, confirming their demise. Chu Qingyun stepped inside, and on the bed, 2 bodies lay intertwined. One adorned with purple markings, a leopard-like soul weapon manifesting above them, the 2nd-tier soul weapon, the purple-marked leopard. Chu Qingyun's eyes brightened, and he swiftly absorbed the spirit. Without wasting time, he seized the Xiantian divine pattern tome from the table and made his exit. The incident at Spring Breeze Tower would surely prompt Blood Wolf gang members to inform Chundai, and being discovered would spell trouble. He dashed back to the inn, leaping through the back window without raising any suspicion. Once inside, he washed the makeup from his face, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. His first assassination had gone off without a hitch that moment. Chu Qingyun felt a twinge of gratitude towards Yu Yun. The items she had recommended had all proven invaluable. Without the fine iron crossbow and rhinoceros horn poison, successfully assassinating 2 9th-tier practitioners would have been nearly impossible. And even if successful, it would have undoubtedly caused a commotion that could lead to his capture. Had he not employed the concealment technique, he might have been detected outside the door, resulting in failure. Curious, he pondered the treasure that had given Chundai such confidence in contending for the position of foremost protector. Chu Qingyun retrieved the Xiantian divine pattern tome and, illuminated by moonlight, examined it closely. 10 minutes later, he exhaled deeply, closing the tome with a face alight with excitement. This time, he had stumbled upon a true treasure. The Xiantian divine pattern was a method for inscribing divine patterns on the body, capable of significantly enhancing a warrior's physical abilities and strength. Though Chu Qingyun possessed a formidable technique, the sword drawing style, he had hesitated to use it due to the tremendous strain it placed on his body, rendering his right arm incapacitated for over an hour each time. However, with the Xiantian divine pattern, he could bolster his body's strength, making it resilient enough to withstand the impact of the sword drawing style. Allowing him to wield this technique at will, warriors could cultivate the first layer of the Xiantian divine pattern, though it required a metal-type spiritual herb. Chu Qingyun tucked away the tome and retired to bed. Having just eliminated 2 protectors of the Blood Wolf gang, he anticipated that the gang would be severely rattled. Thus, he resolved to lay low for a couple of days until the dust settled before proceeding with his mission. In the latter half of the night, at the Blood Wolf gang headquarters, a group of individuals gathered around, their expressions grave as they surveyed 2 lifeless bodies. their skin a ghastly purple. The rhinoceros horn poison and black iron crossbow were unmistakable signs of the Assassin Alliance's involvement. A middle-aged man with a delicate demeanor reclined in his chair, remarking, "The Assassin Alliance? How audacious to strike against our Blood Wolf gang." An elder with a fierce countenance growled under his breath. "Oh, Elder Zhang seems quite agitated. We all know where the Assassin Alliance resides. Why don't you go confront them?" The soft-spoken elder chuckled mockingly. "Peng Yu, are you seeking death?" Elder Zhang bellowed in fury. "Oh dear, seems someone is upset. 'Tis the loss of your only grandson is indeed a heavy blow. One must tread carefully with those who have nothing left to lose." Peng Yu, unperturbed, continued to provoke. With a furious huff, Elder Zhang crushed the armrest of his chair to splinters. "Peng Yu, I will kill you." "Silence," another voice commanded sharply. "What time is it? And you still squabble?" At the forefront stood a burly man with slightly reddened eyes, who halted their advance. Elder Zhang, filled with anger and resentment, retreated to his seat, while Peng Yu remained ever smiling, his gaze brimming with provocation. This Elder Zhang was none other than the grandfather of Ning Xiao, who had met his demise at the hands of Chu Qingyun in his youth. Elder Zhang's son had been slain by enemies, leaving only Ning Xiao as his sole descendant, from childhood to adulthood. Elder Zhang had indulged Ning Xiao excessively, obeying his every command, even bestowing upon him his prized Qinglang blood jade. However, just days prior, his grandson had vanished after leaving the city, although the exact circumstances remained unclear. The prolonged silence suggested a grim fate. Thus, Elder Zhang had been engulfed in fury for many days. The Assassin's Alliance was not to be trifled with by their Blood Wolf gang. Nevertheless, the assassin, who resorted to poison to slay a 9th-level martial artist, evidently lacked strength, being at least below the level of a martial master. Elder Zhang, summon back all your men and search tirelessly for that assassin, said the gang leader with a grave expression. "Leader, but my grandson." "Silence. 2 protectors fell overnight. If we do not capture that little thief and execute him by slow slicing, how can our Blood Wolf gang maintain its reputation in Qingshan City?" The leader bellowed. Though Elder Zhang felt unwilling, he could only bow his head in submission, nodding obediently. For the next 2 days, the Blood Wolf gang mobilized extensively, turning Qingshan City upside down in their pursuit of the assassin. They even dispatched individuals to monitor Donglu Alley, hoping to find a breakthrough there. However, on the very night they began monitoring Donglu Alley, every elder and protector beneath the gang leader awoke to find a bloody dagger thrust into their bedside. The following morning, the Blood Wolf gang hastily withdrew from Donglu Alley, no longer daring to approach the area. After spending 2 leisurely days at the inn, Chu Qingyun had thoroughly comprehended the mysterious Tianxian divine pattern secret technique. All that remained was to procure a metal attribute spirit herb. By the 3rd night, the devouring progress of the purple-striped leopard martial soul had reached 68. Chu Qingyun felt it was nearly time. After nightfall, he donned his mask and ventured to Donglu Alley to fulfill his task. Protector Ma Yang of the Blood Wolf gang had 3 commissions, totaling 1,600 mid-grade essence stones. Protector Chendei had 4 commissions, totaling 1,800 mid-grade essence stones. Together, this amounted to 3,400 mid-grade essence stones, which could be exchanged for 34 superior grade essence stones. Yin calculated and handed Chu Qingyun 34 superior grade essence stones. "That shouldn't you confirm this?" Chu Qingyun smiled and inquired. He recalled his first visit when someone had submitted a task, and Yin had mentioned sending someone to verify, only allowing them to claim their reward 3 days later. The Blood Wolf gang had nearly turned Qingshan City inside out. What was there to verify? Yin snorted softly and replied, "What are you confirming? We've nearly scoured all of Qingshan City already." Grasping the essence stones, Chu Qingyun asked, "Miss Yuyan, does the Assassin's Alliance have any metal attribute spirit herbs for sale?" "Metal attribute spirit herbs? What do you need them for?" Yuyan inquired. "To my knowledge, there are none available in Qingshan City. If you are in urgent need, you could pay and inquire with the Assassin's Alliance in other cities. However, metal attribute spirit herbs are quite scarce, and considering the inquiry and transportation fees, your funds might not suffice." Yuyan contemplated before responding. "I see. Thank you." Chu Qingyun felt somewhat disappointed and turned to leave. "Wait," In 3 days, Wanbao Tower will hold an auction. You might want to attend. You may find what you're looking for. Yu Yun suddenly recalled and said. After departing from the Assassin's Alliance, Chu Qingyun returned to the inn, awaiting the commencement of the auction. In the ensuing days, the Blood Wolf Gang's search in Qingshan City remained intense. For safety's sake, Chu Qingyun chose to remain in the inn. 2 days later, the devouring of the second-tier purple stripe leopard martial soul was completed. Chu Qingyun remained disinterested in attack-type beast martial souls, preferring to wield a sword. Thus, he opted to use its power to enhance his devouring martial soul, which had been strengthened to level 1 prior to the devouring, and after incorporating a second-tier martial soul. Its enhancement level rose to 6. It appeared that he would need to devour 20 second-tier martial souls to elevate the devouring martial soul to the 3rd tier, in addition to the 5-star Vine martial soul and Shadow martial soul. Upon seeing this number, Chu Qingyun suddenly felt a weight of pressure. Even the Blood Wolf Gang, reputed as the foremost power in Qingshan City, might struggle to produce 20 or 30 second-tier martial souls. In the evening, Chu Qingyun climbed to the rooftop of the inn. Gazing at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, his thoughts drifted back home, back to Chujia village. He wondered if his parents were asleep and how things were at home. With most of the Blood Wolf Gang drawn to Qingshan City, the matter concerning Ning Xiao should have gone uninvestigated. Surely the village was safe. The chilly winds atop the roof blew incessantly. Yet, Chu Qingyun remained fixated on that crescent moon, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he sprang into action. He leapt from the rooftop into the large courtyard behind the inn. Drawing his long sword, he began to practice under the dim moonlight. The sword technique he executed was none other than the 5th move of the 7-wind sword, Morning Breeze and Waning Moon. A move that had previously eluded his understanding now seemed to click, flowing seamlessly as he executed it from start to finish. Repeated practice allowed Chu Qingyun's comprehension of this sword technique to ascend rapidly. Unconsciously, he began to grasp each detail and the essence of the technique, striving to refine his moves and condense his sword intent. By the early hours of the morning, Chu Qingyun finally perfected the move, Morning Breeze and Waning Moon. In the courtyard stood a 10-meter wide and over 3-meter high ornamental hill. Chu Qingyun thrust his sword forward, and the sword light pierced through the hill as effortlessly as piercing tofu, the concentrated force erupting with a thunderous explosion, shattering the entire hill into fragments. Oh no, I've caused trouble. Chu Qingyun's eyelid twitched, and with the speed of a 7th-level martial artist, he transformed into a shadow, leaping back through the window into his own room. Boss, the ornamental hill has been destroyed. Cough, cough. May I ask which esteemed person has made a move? If there has been any offense, I humbly request your forgiveness. Soon, chaos erupted outside. The innkeeper, terrified, shouted in the courtyard, fearing he had inadvertently offended a powerful martial artist. Although the innkeeper was not a martial artist, he had the discernment to realize that a single move had obliterated such a large structure, something no ordinary martial artist could achieve. The moon is brightest in my hometown, thought Chu Qingyun, as he sheathed his sword and retired to bed. Before long, the day of the Wanbao Tower auction arrived. Chu Qingyun made his way there, joining the throngs of people and forming a lengthy queue. Brother, there are so many people. Can't we just barge in since we are from the Blood Wolf Gang? Shut up. If you want to die, do it alone. Don't drag me down with you. Even if a protector were here, they'd have to queue, unless they were at the martial master level to access a special passage. Humph, as if a mere Blood Wolf Gang could storm Wanbao Tower. Kid, what did you say? Say it again if you dare. I said, a mere Blood Wolf Gang. What can you do about it? I'm the captain of the City Lord's Guard. Upon hearing the words City Lord's Estate, the 2 Blood Wolf Gang lackeys instantly wilted. Where there are people, there are conflicts. A multitude of vigorous and spirited martial artists had gathered, and arguments erupted everywhere. However, no one dared to resort to violence, as this was the domain of Wanbao Tower. Chu Qingyun had spent some time in Qingshan City and had gained some understanding of the various powers therein. Before arriving in Qingshan City, he had heard the most about the infamous Blood Wolf Gang. However, after staying for a while, he realized that the true powerhouse of Qingshan City was the City Lord's estate. Moreover, it was said that the City Lord of Qingshan City, Yi Qingfeng, was an existence that transcended even the martial master level. The illustrious Wanbao Tower is shrouded in an aura of enigma. For Wanbao Tower, the ability to procure anything is within reach, provided one can afford the price. Each auction held by Wanbao Tower draws nearly all the martial artists from a city. A myriad of weapons, secret techniques, elixirs, and rare treasures grace the auction, offering a veritable feast for the eyes. After queuing for nearly half an hour, it was finally Chu Qingyun's turn. Upon paying the entrance fee of 1 yuan stone, he received a tag inscribed with a number 1423 in Area C that, guided by a stunning attendant, Chu Qingyun found his designated seat. The 4 sections, A, B, C, and D, hold no hierarchical distinction, simply aligning with the respective entrances. However, the true magnates of Qingshan City are located on the second floor of the auction hall, each enjoying their own exclusive private rooms. Access to these second-floor suites is not merely a matter of wealth. For instance, in the central room on the second floor, Yi Qi, whom Chu Qingyun had met at the Yuan Stone Mine, sat in utter boredom, listening to a dandy beside her chatter incessantly as Chu Qingyun settled into his seat. A rotund, middle-aged man clad in a dazzling golden robe, resembling a mouse with his beady eyes, entered through the entrance of area, beat that upon stepping into the hall. His nose twitched a few times, and his small eyes instantly sparkled with delight. The scent of the vermilion bird. Following the aroma, the middle-aged man ambled over to within a dozen meters of Chu Qingyun, fixating his gaze upon him. How strange, this lad seems familiar. Ah, it's him, the one who used the 3-star vine that day. But how could he possibly exude the aura of the vermilion bird? He certainly must have had contact with it. Excitement brimmed in the eyes of the golden-robed man. Casting a glance at a passerby's token, he seized the individual and exclaimed, "Young man, let us swap our tokens." "Swap tokens? Get lost," the other retorted. Evidently displeased, the golden-robed man's eyes glinted ominously, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the individual in an instant. Yet, the man wielded his power with great restraint, compressing all his force within a small radius around the other. Unnoticed by those nearby, "The master," the flustered man surrendered. "Here, your token." After the exchange, he scurried away in a panic. Meanwhile, the golden-robed man, grinning as he clutched the token, plopped down beside Chu Qingyun. "Greetings, young brother. I am Qian Sampang. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Upon turning to face Qian Sampang, Chu Qingyun felt an uncontrollable tremor in his devouring martial soul. That familiar sensation again. Alarmed, Chu Qingyun recalled that he had experienced this same tremor during both of his prior encounters in the Yuan mine. Yet he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "I am Chu Qingyun." Naturally, the astonishment in Chu Qingyun's eyes did not escape Qian Sampang's notice. Could he have sensed something? No, that's impossible. Even a mere martial artist, let alone a martial master or even a martial spirit or king, could not perceive such a thing. Qian Sampang lightly shook his head, dismissing the thought. "Are you a resident of Qingshan City? Or have you come from afar?" Qian Sampang inquired with a smile, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Qian Sampang aimed to extract information regarding the vermilion bird, while Chu Qingyun remained ever wary, intent on turning the tables to glean insights from him. The result was that after conversing for quite some time, they had exchanged nothing more than their names. Soon, the auction commenced in earnest. Cunning, gluttonous rogue, sly little brat, both men silently cursed as they turned their attention to the emaciated auctioneer at the forefront. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend our Wanbao Tower auction. I assure you, this event will not disappoint, and I wish everyone a bountiful harvest." Without further ado, the auction began. The first item up for bid is the masterpiece of Master Zhao Kaishan, a renowned weapon master from Deyuan Prefecture, Earth Spirit Soft Armor. This soft armor is not only incredibly lightweight, rendering it imperceptible when worn, but also boasts formidable defense. Even a 9th-level martial artist could not breach this armor. It is undoubtedly the perfect gift for disciples venturing into the martial world to ensure their safety. The starting price is 500 mid-grade yuan stones. The armor, impervious even to 9th-level martial artists, sparked fervent bidding, with individuals rapidly raising their offers until the price soared to 900 mid-grade yuan stones. One particularly eager bidder leapt up, declaring a high bid of 1,000 mid-grade yuan stones. While the armor may appear grand, a 9th-level martial artist could easily kill the wearer through it. It merely intimidates the uninformed. Qian Sampang shook his head, commenting, "Not necessarily. It could very well deflect a critical blow at a pivotal moment, saving one's life." Chu Qingyun chuckled in response. "Oh, are you planning a bid?" Qian Sampang's interest piqued. Chu Qingyun shook his head. "I lack the funds for such an acquisition." He had gleaned some information from Yu Yun about the price of metal attribute elixirs. Currently, he possessed a total of only 3,500 mid-grade yuan stones, which he intended to reserve for bidding on elixirs. "I have the funds. I can lend you some." Qian Sampang's eyes gleamed with excitement. The adage goes, one who eats from another's plate is at their mercy. By making Chu Qingyun indebted to him, it would be far easier to extract information about the vermilion bird later. Flattery is often a precursor to deceit. Chu Qingyun shot him a glance, replying, "No need. It has already been sold." That moment, the auctioneer confirmed that the Earth Spirit soft armor had been purchased by a wealthy merchant for the sum of 1,300 mid-grade yuan stones. As the auction progressed, item after item fetched astonishing prices, revealing the sheer wealth present in Qingshan City. There were several items that tempted Chu Qingyun, yet he reluctantly relinquished them upon seeing the prices exceeding 1,000 mid-grade yuan stones. Finally, nearing the halfway point of the auction, the item he had eagerly anticipated was announced. "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is a century-old golden blood ginseng." A century-old golden blood ginseng. This ginseng is a top-tier second-grade elixir, and a century-old specimen is exceedingly rare. Whether for medicinal use or collection, it holds immense value. Without further ado, the starting price for the century-old golden blood ginseng is 2,000 mid-grade yuan stones. Let the bidding commence. At the mention of 2,000 mid-grade yuan stones, Chu Qingyun's heart raced. Though he had mentally prepared, he was taken aback by the steep price for a second-grade elixir. After the starting bid was announced, offers began to roll in 2,200, 2,300, 2,500. Though each increase was modest, the price swiftly surpassed 3,000, however, once it reached 3,000 mid-grade yuan stones. The bidding slowed considerably, rising in increments of merely tens. "Damn it. Why is it escalating so quickly? Stop. Just stop." Watching the continuous bids, Chu Qingyun felt a strong urge to rush forward and silence them. "No, this cannot continue." With determination in his eyes, Chu Qingyun called out a bid of 3,300. Instantly, this substantial increase stunned the crowd into silence, and for a moment, no one dared to raise their bid. 3,300. Bidder from Area C, 1243, offers 3,300. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is indeed a rare and precious golden blood ginseng, possessing immense collectible value. The auctioneer brandished his small hammer and proclaimed loudly. However, 3,000 medium-grade elemental stones was the limit price in the hearts of many. When the bid reached 3,300, it extinguished the hopes of numerous bidders in an instant. Leaving the room in silence, "Phew, it has finally come to a halt." Chu Qingyun silently pondered. If he allowed them to continue incrementally raising the price like boiling a frog in warm water, the final bid might surpass 3,300 medium-grade elemental stones, the BY boldly declaring a high price and exhibiting an air of determination. He successfully intimidated the others. 3,330. An elderly man, nearly toothless, trembled as he raised his paddle to call out 3,500. Before the auctioneer could respond, Chu Qingyun made another bid, raising the price by nearly 200 and casting a fierce glare at the old man. The old man, feeling the weight of Chu Qingyun's fierce gaze, recoiled and shook his head, muttering, "Too expensive. I don't want it anymore." Bang! Congratulations to customer number 1243 in Section B for successfully acquiring a stock of New Year Golden Blood Ginseng for 3,500 medium-grade elemental stones. The auctioneer's hammer fell, and Chu Qingyun's heart sank along with it. 3,500 medium-grade elemental stones had virtually drained him of all his funds. Once he stepped outside, he would likely be unable to afford even a place to stay. With his pockets empty, Chu Qingyun's interest in the latter part of the auction waned significantly, adopting a perspective akin to that of a mere observer in pursuit of knowledge. Beside him, Qian Sampang, preoccupied with thoughts of Chu Qingyun's connection to the vermilion bird, shared a similar disinterest in the auction. Cough, little brother, have you heard about the significant event that recently transpired in the Hanqing mountain range? Qian Sampang attempted to initiate a conversation. Significant event? What sort of event? Chu Qingyun had been holed up in his room for days, avoiding the Blood Wolf gang, and was completely unaware of any major happenings. It's no secret. It's already been making the rounds that I'll share with you that in the Hanqing mountain range, the tomb of a martial king has been uncovered. It is said to belong to the martial king Songlong, who left Qingshan City 1,000 years ago. Qian Sampang lowered his voice, excitement palpable in his tone, though a mysterious smile flickered in his eyes. The tomb of a martial king. Chu Qingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. In Qingshan City, martial masters were considered formidable figures, while those who surpassed them, the martial spirits, were represented solely by the city lord. As for the martial kings, they were the stuff of legends, never before witnessed. Surprised are you? Even I was taken aback that a martial king is a super powerhouse. Even in Deyuan County City, with a mere flick of their hand, they could easily obliterate Qingshan City. Just one hair from such a being would likely be thicker than the waist of you and me combined. If one could extract even a modicum of benefit from that tomb, it could potentially alter one's fate for a lifetime. Qian Sampang chuckled, his head lowered. Since the tomb has been discovered for several days. Hasn't it been looted already? Chu Qingyun inquired, curiosity piqued. Qian Sampang shook his head. The remnants left by Martial King are not so easily pillaged. There are powerful seals upon the tomb, which, though weakening over the millennia, cannot be breached in haste. Moreover, let me share a real secret with you that it is said that a Martial King-level powerhouse has already come from Deyuan County City to investigate. There are formidable restrictions within the tomb that prevent any being above Martial Master level from entering. Should a Martial Master or above dare to enter, the tomb would collapse, and no one would reap the benefits. Chu Qingyun shrugged. If a Martial Master were to enter, how could a mere martial artist like me dare to join the fray? That's not necessarily the case. There is still some time before the tomb opens. Perhaps you might even break through to become a martial master yourself. Furthermore, if your strength is lacking, you can always enter with a powerful ally. Qian Sampang grinned. Actually, I don't know any powerful allies, Chu Qingyun replied with a dismissive pout. Qian Sampang was not anxious. Chuckling to himself, he believed the allure of the Martial King's tomb was irresistible. He had received intel that not only martial masters from nearby cities, but even the 4 major families of Deyuan County City had dispatched teams towards Qingshan City, that it was likely that the vermilion bird would also be unable to resist the temptation of this news. As the auction concluded in the evening, Chu Qingyun bid farewell to Qian Sampang and was guided by a maid to settle his account. Sitting next to Qian Sampang, his devouring martial soul had been restless, causing him discomfort. When it came time to pay, Chu Qingyun produced the 34 high-grade elemental stones he had just acquired, along with over 60 medium-grade elemental stones, and finally scraped together enough low-grade stones to cover the 3,500 medium-grade elemental stones. The nearby maids stifled giggles behind their hands, and a rare flush crept onto Chu Qingyun's face as he clutched the brocade box and hurried out. Upon returning to the inn, Chu Qingyun eagerly opened the brocade box and retrieved the golden blood ginseng, preparing to cultivate the Tianxian divine pattern. The century-old golden blood ginseng measured nearly 20 centimeters in length and was as thick as a baby's arm. As he opened the box, a fragrant herbal aroma wafted into the air, refreshing his spirit and dispelling the fatigue accumulated throughout the day at the auction. The first stage of cultivating the Xian Tian divine pattern involved harnessing the power of metal attribute spirit herbs to inscribe golden patterns upon one's body. However, a single century-old golden blood ginseng was evidently insufficient to achieve the first stage. Based on Chu Qingyun's estimation, this ginseng would likely suffice to engrave a golden pattern on one arm. Nonetheless, this was adequate for him, as his most pressing need was to enhance the strength of his right arm to execute the sword-drawing technique. Chu Qingyun peeled back the skin of the golden blood ginseng, revealing the viscous, dark golden sap within. This was the essence of the top-tier, second-grade spirit herb. Consuming every last drop of the sap, Chu Qingyun followed the method outlined in the Tianxian Divine Pattern Manual and began inscribing the divine pattern on his right arm. After over an hour, he had depleted the ginseng's power, successfully inscribing a complete divine pattern on his right arm. Xian divine pattern, Chu Qingyun exclaimed, channeling a surge of elemental energy into the pattern, causing intricate, dark golden lines to illuminate his right hand and arm. These lines formed a mysterious and dignified pattern that exuded beauty. Once the dark golden divine pattern manifested, Chu Qingyun felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his right arm. He drew his long sword with his left hand and, using 50% of his strength, struck at his right arm. The instant the sword met his arm, the dark golden divine pattern flared brilliantly, emitting a resounding clang as it deflected the iron sword. Witnessing this, Chu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the Xian divine pattern activated, his right arm's strength had indeed increased significantly. He estimated that even when executing the sword-drawing technique, his arm could withstand the impact. This meant that even in the face of a 9th-level martial artist, Chu Qingyun now had a fighting chance. Having comprehended the 5th sword technique, Xiaofeng Canyue, and inscribed the Xian divine pattern on his right arm, his strength had greatly augmented. Content: Chu Qingyun retired to bed for the night. However, upon awakening, he encountered yet another dilemma. Having spent all his money on the golden blood ginseng, Chu Qingyun found himself utterly broke, unable to afford even food or lodging. Oh right, today is the day the Devour Martial Palace opens. With his newfound strength, he decided to take on the challenge of achieving 6 consecutive victories. Chu Qingyun hurriedly freshened up and made his way to the Devour Martial Palace. He was already quite familiar with the place and headed directly to the back area to register with Gaofeng. Chu Qingyun, that little rascal, I've finally caught you. Upon arriving at the back area of the warrior zone, Chu Qingyun unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. I could see that moment. Yi Qi's lovely face was flushed with anger as she pouted and glared at Chu Qingyun, as if she had been searching for him for quite some time. Why, Yi Qi? Is that you? What brings you here? Chu Qingyun exclaimed with delight. The sword-drawing technique she had imparted to him had proven invaluable in his previous battles against Zhao Yishui during the wedding challenge and against Zhu Yuanji at the Great Xia Martial Palace. Thus, it could be said that Chu Qingyun owed Yi Qi a significant favor. However, at the time, he had been unaware of the technique's true power and had failed to express his gratitude adequately. What do you mean? What am I doing here? I haven't even asked you yet. Did I not tell you to find me upon arriving in Qingshan City? Yi Qi retorted, somewhat exasperated. The previous day, at the Wanbao building auction, she had spotted Chu Qingyun. However, after the auction concluded, she had rushed downstairs but was unable to locate him due to the throngs of people. She had not anticipated running into him today at the Great Xia Martial Palace. Ah, you can't blame me for that. You merely instructed me to seek you out in Qingshan City after mastering the sword-drawing technique, but you did not specify where to find you. Chu Qingyun replied, shaking his head, adamantly refusing to accept any blame. Did I not tell you my name? Oh, I see now. You actually didn't know. Forget it. I forgive you. Yi Qi seemed to have come to a realization. Smiling as she playfully tapped Chu Qingyun's shoulder to by the way, have you mastered the sword-drawing technique? She inquired with an expression full of anticipation. Having witnessed Chu Qingyun's talent in swordsmanship firsthand, she regarded him as the most promising candidate to master the technique. Of course I've mastered it. You left a month ago, and in that time, I perfected it, Chu Qingyun replied with a grin. Really? You truly mastered the sword-drawing technique? Yi Qi's face flushed with excitement as she grasped Chu Qingyun's arms with both hands. No one understood better than her what mastering the sword-drawing technique entailed. Alas, it was a pity that your martial spirit is a 3-star vine, only at the first tier, and not a sword martial spirit. Immediately, Yi Qi's expression shifted to one of disappointment as she shook Chu Qingyun's arms, lamenting her realization. The two conversed joyfully, akin to old friends reunited, oblivious to the increasingly displeased countenance of a young man standing behind Yi Qi. Ahem, Shao Qi, who is this? You haven't introduced me yet. The young gentleman forced a smile, addressing her. Why? Yi Qi cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, Deng Zhuxian, how many times must I tell you not to call me Shao Qi? And why should I introduce you? Deng Zhuxian's expression darkened further, but he suppressed his jealousy and bowed slightly to Chu Qingyun, saying, I am Deng Zhuxian, the eldest son of the Deng family from Qingshan City. May I ask for your name, esteemed brother? The Deng family of Qingshan City. Chu Qingyun mused, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized Deng Zhuxian. Although he had not been in Qingshan City for long, he had heard much about the Deng family. The head of the Deng family was a formidable martial master, and their clan was among the elite families in Qingshan City, second only to the Blood Wolf gang in terms of strength. I am Chu Qingyun, hailing from the Chu family village outside the city. He replied courteously, bowing in return. Chu Qingyun had never shied away from revealing his origins, believing that one's background was inconsequential compared to one's strength. Deng Zhuxian had presumed that someone as close to Yi Qi as Chu Qingyun must belong to a prestigious family. Thus he had forced himself to maintain decorum. However, upon learning that Chu Qingyun came from a remote village, disdain and arrogance began to seep into his expression. Humph, I had thought you were from a prominent family, but it turns out you're just a country bumpkin from a village. Shao Qi, associating with someone like this is truly beneath you. Deng Zhuxian remarked disdainfully and provocatively. Deng Zhuxian, what are you saying? Chu Qingyun is my invited guest. Yi Qi shot back, glaring at him disapprovingly. Deng Zhuxian dared not retort against Yi Qi, but fixed his gaze back on Chu Qingyun. Noticing the long sword hanging at his waist, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Chu Qingyun, I see you wield a sword at you know what the sword is also referred to as? Chu Qingyun paused, shaking his head in confusion, unsure of Deng Zhuxian's intent. Deng Zhuxian shook his head lightly, his face filled with disdain and mockery. Very well, allow me to enlighten you today. The sword is known as the gentleman's weapon among weapons, often referred to as the king of weapons. In other words, this sword is suited for gentlemen like us, while someone like you, a mere country bumpkin, should stick to using tools like hoes or rakes. Deng Zhuxian declared, waving his hand dismissively, his words dripping with sarcasm. As he was subjected to such ridicule, Chu Qingyun's expression turned icy. However, considering that Deng Zhuxian was with Yi Qi, he chose to endure, unwilling to stoop to his level. The great Chu Qingyun would never wield a hoe or rake. Interjected Xiao Mo, the beautiful attendant Chu Qingyun had met previously, wrinkling her nose at Deng Zhuxian. Following her was Gao Feng, the head of the warrior zone. Upon seeing Xiao Mo's pure and adorable demeanor, Deng Zhuxian's eyes ignited with a spark of desire, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. Eager to impress both the two beauties and the martial master Gao Feng, Deng Zhuxian decided to belittle Chu Qingyun further. Chu Qingyun, since you wield a sword, do you know what the basic sword techniques entail? Deng Zhuxian inquired with a grin, convinced that a poor villager would be clueless about such matters. As expected, Chu Qingyun shook his head once more, indicating his lack of knowledge. His sword practice had been based on the 7 Swords of the Wild Wind manual and the secret techniques Yi Qi had provided him, unlike Deng Zhuxian and his ilk, who had learned systematically from the fundamentals. The basic sword techniques consist of thrusting, chopping, sweeping, hanging, clouding, dotting, bursting, and intercepting. Each movement has its standards and complexities that begin with the thrusting technique. Deng Zhuxian rattled off the basic sword techniques, rendering Chu Qingyun and the others drowsy. Neither Chu Qingyun nor Yi Qi cared to listen, and Xiao Mo was uninterested as she was solely there to see Chu Qingyun ask for Gao Feng. He regarded Deng Zhuxian's discourse as mere child's play. What truly piqued his interest was the sword intent that Chu Qingyun had grasped. After Deng Zhuxian had finished showing off, he continued with an insatiable demeanor, stating, Chu Qingyun, you know nothing yet dare to wield a sword. My sword is meant for killing in combat. Chu Qingyun shot him a sidelong glance, annoyance creeping into his voice. Killing in combat, you say? Deng Zhuxian's eyes sparkled with pride and amusement as he laughed. Though I am but modest, I possess some skill in swordsmanship. Do you dare to compete with me? Upon hearing this, Gao Feng's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Excellent. Both of you have achieved 5 consecutive victories. How about this? We shall have you two face off to determine who will secure the 6th consecutive win. At this proposition, both Chu Qingyun and Deng Zhuxian were taken aback, surprised to discover that the other had also achieved 5 consecutive victories. Fine, I accept the challenge. I refuse to believe that a country bumpkin from a rural area can surpass me. Deng Zhuxian scoffed. Chu Qingyun, naturally, had no objections. Having just mastered the Xiaofeng Qinghua technique and inscribed the Xintian divine pattern on his right arm, he felt his strength had significantly increased, and he had come to earn his sixth consecutive victory and secure his living expenses. On the combat stage ahead, the battle between two six-tier martial artists was nearing its conclusion. Gao Feng relayed instructions to the referee behind the scenes, adding an additional match to the existing schedule. After the six-tier duel concluded and the participants exited, the referee ascended the stage to announce the next contest. Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming match will feature a duel between two formidable 5 consecutive winners, competing for the coveted 6th consecutive victory. On one side stands the esteemed young master of the Deng family from Qingshan City, Deng Zhuxian, an 8th-level warrior. On the other side is Chu Qingyun from Chujia village, a 7th-level warrior. After the referee announced the match, he swiftly exited the arena, leaving the stage to the two combatants who would have thought we would witness a battle between two 5-game winners. Such a rarity, indeed. This trip is worthwhile. With an 8th-level warrior facing a 7th-level one, Deng is bound to win. After all, he has previously achieved a 7-game winning streak. Not so fast. That Chu Qingyun I saw last time was remarkably strong. He even defeated Zhu Yuanji. Upon hearing about the fight between the 5-game winners, the audience in the stands became increasingly excited, fervently debating the outcome. If the referee had stirred the atmosphere a bit more and set up a betting pool, the commission alone could have yielded a substantial profit. Alas, the Daxia Martial Palace serves as a platform for the Daxia Kingdom to select and discover talent, and thus, such activities are neither permitted nor deemed worthy of consideration. In the background, Yi Qi, Xiao Mo, and Gao Feng were also intently focused on the arena, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two warriors. Uncle Gao, do you think Lord Qingyun could defeat that insufferable fellow? Xiao Mo inquired curiously, blinking her eyes. Gao Feng nodded, stating, if he employs that sword technique of his, defeating Deng Zhuxian should pose no problem. Deng Zhuxian's strength is on par with Zhu Yuanji, who was previously vanquished by Chu Qingyun. If Chu Qingyun utilizes his sword draw technique, he can undoubtedly overcome him with ease. However, the sword draw is ultimately Chu Qingyun's trump card. Overusing it may reveal vulnerabilities and enable others to devise countermeasures, thus losing its surprise advantage. Moreover, having just mastered the techniques of Xiaofeng Canyue and Zinian Shenwen, Chu Qingyun possesses confidence in every aspect, even against Deng Zhuxian, despite being a level lower. You country bumpkin, daring to compete with this young master for a woman? I'll settle this with a single punch. On the arena, Deng Zhuxian unleashed a powerful punch towards Chu Qingyun, his fist radiating with the brilliance of his internal energy, the formidable force of an 8th-level warrior generating fierce winds that surged towards Chu Qingyun. Come at me, Zentian Shinwen. Chu Qingyun muttered inwardly, as dark golden symbols illuminated his right arm and hand, boldly meeting Deng Zhuxian's punch head-on. Remarkably, he chose to confront it directly. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. They had not anticipated that Chu Qingyun, facing Deng Zhuxian a level higher, would not only evade but opt for the most exhilarating confrontation. In the back, Yi Qi, Xiao Mo, and the others exchanged worried glances, their hearts racing. The disparity between a 7th-level and an 8th-level warrior is not merely a matter of words. Bang! The two fists collided, resulting in a resounding crash. Amidst the swirling winds, both warriors staggered back. Deng Zhuxian retreated 5 steps, while Chu Qingyun only took 4. In pure power, Chu Qingyun had the upper hand. How could this be? This rustic fellow possesses such strength. Feeling the tingling sensation in his trembling right arm, Deng Zhuxian's eyes were filled with disbelief. Humph, what does a bit of brute strength matter? Today I'll show you the finesse of my swordsmanship. Phantom sword technique. One sword leave an image. Deng Zhuxian growled, drawing his treasured sword with a swift motion and thrusting it towards Chu Qingyun. Though he wielded a single sword, it appeared as if 2 sword images simultaneously lunged towards Chu Qingyun. Interesting. Spring wind, transforming rain. Chu Qingyun's eyes lit up as he employed the weakest technique from the Gale's 7 swords to counter. Despite Deng Zhuxian's sword leaving an illusion, confounding his opponent, Chu Qingyun's mastery of swordsmanship was exceptional, and his comprehension was remarkable. Initially, the illusions posed a minor challenge, causing him to fumble. However, after a dozen exchanges, Chu Qingyun fully discerned this so-called one sword leaves an image. The technique relies on surprise. Once seen through, it becomes worthless, and the illusion may even become a hindrance. Damn it, this little brat has seen through my sword technique. Phantom sword technique. One sword, two shadows. Deng Zhuxian gritted his teeth, pushing his family's phantom sword technique to its limits, producing two shadow images with each swing. The sudden increase in sword images caused Chu Qingyun to momentarily falter. However, Deng Zhuxian's triumph was short-lived, as he soon realized that Chu Qingyun adeptly adapted, even hinting at the ability to penetrate his one sword, two shadows. How can this damned brat possess such exceptional swordsmanship? Cold sweat began to bead on Deng Zhuxian's forehead as he gritted his teeth to endure. In the back, Yi Qi furrowed her brow, perplexed by Chu Qingyun's actions. What is he doing? His swordsmanship is far superior to Deng Zhuxian's. Though her strength was not formidable, her extensive experience granted her keen insight. She had long recognized that Chu Qingyun's swordsmanship surpassed Deng Zhuxian's by a significant margin. He was using Deng Zhuxian as a means to practice his sword techniques. This lad is no ordinary talent. Reading countless books cannot compare to traversing countless miles. The path of the sword is vast and profound. The more one observes, practices, and encounters various sword techniques, the more one can accumulate knowledge and unleash it effectively. Meanwhile, Gao Feng nodded seriously, stating, Uncle Gao, is Lord Qingyun so formidable that he might obtain that token? Xiao Mo's cheeks flushed as she blinked her eyes. That token is indeed worth considering. We shall see. Gao Feng stroked his chin, a hint of hesitation on his face. As the three conversed, the situation on the arena shifted once more. Having grasped Deng Zhuxian's strategy, Chu Qingyun initiated his counterattack, unleashing the fierce sword techniques of Gale Seven Swords, forcing Deng Zhuxian to retreat repeatedly. Particularly formidable were the techniques infused with sword intent, which left Deng Zhuxian alarmed and struggling to defend himself. Damn it, you wretched scoundrel. Let me show you the might of my martial soul. Prism. Driven to the edge of the arena, Deng Zhuxian roared in fury, manifesting his prism martial soul. Before him, a transparent, triangular prism-shaped martial soul began to rotate and emit light. Deng Zhuxian infused his internal energy into the martial soul, and the overwhelming presence of his second-tier martial soul enveloped the entire arena. He aimed to suppress Chu Qingyun with the power of a high-tier martial soul. That scoundrel is despicable. Yi Qi huffed in anger, unable to suppress her concern for Chu Qingyun. Deng Zhuxian's actions were undoubtedly a means of bullying Chu Qingyun, coming from a small, rural background without a high-tier martial soul. Martial soul suppression? Unfortunately, I am no longer the one who faced Zhao Yishui back then. Five-star Vine. Chu Qingyun sneered as he called forth his five-star Vine martial soul, a force radiating an aura that matched Deng Zhuxian's. As a second-tier martial soul, the five-star Vine naturally stood undaunted against the Prism martial soul. What? A second-tier martial soul? In the back, Yi Qi's eyes widened. When she first met Chu Qingyun, he was clearly a first-tier martial soul. However, she quickly deduced a possibility. Chu Qingyun had been concealing his true abilities. If it were someone else, Yi Qi might not believe it. Yet, Chu Qingyun had the unique capability to control his martial soul perfectly. In her view, hiding two vines should be a feasible task for him. You little brat, I kindly offered you the sword draw technique, and you dare to conceal your true strength? Just watch how I deal with you. Yi Qi glared at Chu Qingyun, her teeth already beginning to grind. You also possess a second-tier martial soul. Ah, damn it, I shall not hold back. Deng Zhuxian roared, a flash of light appearing before him as he unleashed his soul technique, thrusting his sword towards Chu Qingyun. Though he wielded only a single sword, as he thrust it forward, 6 sword images formed a circle, all simultaneously targeting Chu Qingyun. The 6 sword images sealed off all avenues of escape, rendering evasion impossible. Phantom sword technique. One sword becomes 3. All 3 possess offensive power, compounded by the illusory soul technique of the second-tier Prism martial soul. 3 real, 3 fake, an insurmountable challenge. This was Deng Zhuxian's final gambit. It appeared that Chu Qingyun would have to unleash that final sword. Gao Feng's expression turned grave as he remarked, that final sword. The sword draw? Yi Qi's curiosity piqued. her eyes widening. The sword draw was something she had possessed for several years, yet had never witnessed anyone execute. Zuantian, Xiao Feng, can you? Break it for me, Chu Qingyun bellowed, as dark golden divine patterns illuminated his right arm. The previously unused Xiao Feng Qinyu saw over 20 sword techniques converge into a single strike. Descending with tremendous force, the sword light erupted from the blade, stretching several meters long, cold and fierce like the dawn wind, and the waning moon. 6 illusory sword shadows crumbled effortlessly against this overwhelming sword light. Utterly crushed. How could this be? Deng Zhuxian shouted in disbelief. His most prized technique, the perfect fusion of soul skill and swordsmanship, had been shattered by a single strike from Chu Qingyun. Get down. Following the sword light, Chu Qingyun leaped and delivered a powerful kick to Deng Zhuxian's chest, sending him flying off the stage to crash heavily below. Deng Zhuxian, pointing at Chu Qingyun, recalled the disdainful words he had uttered earlier. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming mix of shame and fury, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The audience was left in shock. A single sword strike had defeated the 8th-level martial artist Deng Zhuxian, who had unleashed his strongest move. What kind of power is this? He is merely a 7th-level martial artist. In the back, Gao Feng and Yi Qi wore expressions of astonishment. Just a few days since his last visit, and he had comprehended such a powerful sword technique. Even Gao Feng, a master-level expert, was deeply impressed by Chu Qingyun's insight into the sword arts. Upon returning to the backstage, Chu Qingyun was met with the gazes of everyone, including Gao Feng and the others, who regarded him as a marvel. You, my boy, truly astonish me. With your strength and potential, you deserve this. Gao Feng smacked his lips and produced a gray token, inscribed on one side with the black character. Woo! Seeing this token, the martial artists in the back all revealed expressions of envy. This is the token of the great Xia warriors? Chu Qingyun inquired, puzzled. Let me explain. This is the token of the great Xia martial palace in Qingshan City. Obtaining this token means you are recognized as a martial artist by our great Xia martial palace, essentially becoming one of us. Lord Qingyun, even 9th-level martial artists find it difficult to receive such recognition. Quickly accept the token, Xiao Mo chimed in excitedly. Only a handful of martial artists achieve 10 consecutive victories. Thus, every great Xia martial palace has its own tokens, distributed to those deemed worthy and possessing immense potential. As a means to recruit talent for the Great Xia Kingdom, it is imperative to clarify one thing. Accepting this token means you are now a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, and you cannot casually join other factions thereafter. Gao Feng, being meticulous, cautioned Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun wanted to ask further, but Yi Qi snatched the token and thrust it into his hand, saying, "What is there to hesitate about? The Great Xia Kingdom is flourishing, and the Great Xia Dragon Guard is the most powerful faction. With this token, if you wish, you can go to the City Lord's mansion and become a guard captain right now." Having achieved 6 consecutive victories, Chu Qingyun received a reward of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, significantly alleviating his financial burdens. After bidding farewell to Xiao Mo and Gao Feng, Chu Qingyun and Yi Qi slipped out through the back door once more. As they walked down the street, Yi Qi suddenly grabbed Chu Qingyun's arm and twisted it sharply. "Chu Qingyun, you have something to be responsible for." "Responsible?" Chu Qingyun turned his head, his gaze naturally drifting to Yi Qi's flat abdomen. Yi Qi's face flushed, and she twisted his arm again, gritting her teeth. "You scoundrel! I haven't settled the score with you for hiding your martial soul rank, and you dare to tease me." With his arm twisted, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but grimace in pain. She was serious this time. Their playful banter drew curious glances from passers-by, who smiled without speaking. All right, stop the teasing. What is it that you need to discuss?" Yi Qi shot him a glare and replied, "Deng Zhuxian was supposed to accompany me to compete against the Blood Wolf gang, but now that he has been defeated by you, it falls to you to take his place." "The Blood Wolf gang? Compete?" Chu Qingyun instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, he had killed a descendant of one of their elders and 2 of their protectors. Showing up before the Blood Wolf gang uninvited was hardly a wise choice. In Qingshan City, there exists a spirit pond that accumulates energy every few years, which martial artists can absorb for cultivation. Have you eaten the yuanling fruit? The effects of the spirit pond are even stronger than the golden thread yuanling fruit. Our family jointly manages the spirit pond with the Blood Wolf gang, and each time it opens, the younger generation must compete to determine its rightful claim to in 2 days. We will decide who gets to use it this time. At this point, Chu Qingyun understood. She was seeking external assistance. However, given the stakes involving the survival of the entire Chu family village, he hesitated to agree. Chu Qingyun, you've mastered the sword drawing style. How do you find its power? Yiqi asked with a playful smile, a glint of cunning in her eyes, akin to a fox eyeing grapes on a tree. The power is substantial. I believe it would be difficult to find a stronger sword technique below the master level. Chu Qingyun replied honestly, nodding. Of course, the 3 styles of the heavenly sword are beyond your imagination. After the sword drawing style comes the even more powerful piercing sword style and heavenly sword style. Once mastered, you might even encounter a great opportunity. How about it? If you defeat the Blood Wolf gang's fighters, I'll grant you the latter 2 styles. Yiqi smiled, revealing her ulterior motive. The Blood Wolf gang is notorious for its bloodthirsty cruelty. Even if we win, will they willingly adhere to the rules and allow us to claim the spirit pond? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Qingyun voiced his concerns. However, Yiqi scoffed dismissively, patting her chest confidently. Rest assured, the Blood Wolf gang wouldn't dare to break the rules in our presence. Since you're with me, safety is not a worry. Yiqi's confidence, coupled with the fact that Chu Qingyun owed her a personal favor, led him to nod in agreement. All right, in 2 days, I will accompany you. But do you know the strength of the 2 fighters from the Blood Wolf gang? 2 8th-level martial artists, Yiqi replied. 2 8th-level martial artists? But you're only a 5th-level martial artist, right? Chu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yiqi rolled her eyes and said, that's why I need to find you. Chu Qingyun was momentarily speechless. No wonder she was offering the spirit pond and the latter 2 styles of the heavenly sword. She intended for him to take on 2 opponents that don't worry. It's just a wheel battle, not a simultaneous fight against both. Yiqi chuckled, giving Chu Qingyun a friendly pat on the shoulder before skipping away. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion in Qingshan City, Deng Zhixian conversed with a kindly elder, whose face was lined with wrinkles. Rest assured, Steward Qin, during the spirit pond contest in 2 days, I will protect Shao Qi with my life. I will not allow any harm to come from the Blood Wolf gang. Deng Zhixian vowed, thumping his chest. Though proud, Deng Zhixian displayed a respectful demeanor before the elder, lowering his stance as the chief steward of the city lord's mansion. Steward Qin was a significant figure in Qingshan City, and it was said that his strength was unfathomable. With a smile on his face, Steward Qin nodded when he suddenly noticed a graceful figure rushing in. Shao Qi is back. Deng Zhixian, what are you doing here? Yiqi asked, her face stern. Shao Qi, I'm here to discuss the matters of the spirit pond competition in 2 days. Deng Zhixian replied with a smile. Spirit pond? I've replaced my partner. You no longer need to go. Yiqi retorted, pouting. What? Who dares to replace me? Deng Zhuxuan's face filled with anger. Chu Qingyun. Upon hearing that name, Deng Zhuxuan's expression instantly soured, and without uttering a word, he turned and walked away. Grandfather Qin, that Deng Zhuxian is as bothersome as a fly. So please don't let him in again. Yiqi pouted playfully. With a chuckle, Butler Qin replied, the Deng family is, after all, one of the most prominent families in Qingshan City. It is prudent to soothe and win them over. But who is that Chu Qingyun to make Deng Zhuxian refrain from losing his temper? Lose his temper? Would he dare? Just half an hour ago, he was easily defeated by Chu Qingyun at the Daxia Martial Palace. Easily defeated Deng Zhuxian? Butler Qin furrowed his brow and remarked, could he be a 9th-level martial artist? The spirit pool has minimal effect on 9th-level martial artists, which is why only those below 9th level can participate in the spirit pool competition. I know, Chu Qingyun is merely a 7th-level martial artist, yet he is undeniably strong, having gained the recognition of the Daxia Martial Palace. Yiqi thought to herself. She initially intended to mention that Chu Qingyun had mastered the sword-drawing technique. But considering that the Heavenly Sword 3 techniques were painstakingly acquired by her father for her, she refrained from speaking up, fearing a scolding if her father found out she had given it to someone else. Oh, gained a recognition of the Daxia Martial Palace? A glint of interest shone in Butler Qin's eyes as he smiled. In that case, I am eager to see him. 2 days later, Chu Qingyun, Yiqi. and Butler Chin set off together for the spirit pool. The location of the spirit pool lay in a secluded area to the north of the city, whenever the spirit pool was accessible. The defenses here became exceptionally stringent that it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a guard every 10 steps and a lookout every 5. In charge of the security were some members of the Bloodwolf gang, identifiable by their attire bearing the gang's insignia, alongside the city guards, who wore standardized uniforms. However, regardless of whether they were from the Bloodwolf gang or the city guards, upon seeing Chu Qingyun and the others, they all bowed respectfully, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Chu Qingyun certainly did not believe they were bowing to him. In this regard, he began to form a vague suspicion about Yi Qi's identity. The only family in Qingshan City that could command such respect from both the Bloodwolf gang and the city guards was the one to which she belonged. Initially wary of the Bloodwolf gang, Chu Qingyun now felt considerably more at ease at the spirit pool. Members of the Bloodwolf gang had already been waiting. "Ha! Butler Chin, it seems we haven't seen each other in years." A burly man radiating a powerful aura laughed heartily as he approached. "Chief Chi, it has indeed been years, and you seem even more formidable." Butler Chin returned the greeting with a nod and a smile, seeing that the leader of the Bloodwolf gang had personally come to greet them. Chu Qingyun's earlier suspicion was now confirmed. Yi Qi was undoubtedly the daughter of the city lord, and Butler Chin was the chief steward of the lord's estate. "Where are my manners?" "In front of Butler Chin, I wouldn't dare to show off," Chi Fong said, waving his hand. "Lu Ming, come and pay your respects to Butler Chin." From among the members of the Bloodwolf gang emerged 2 young men. One bore a resemblance to Chief Chi, yet his face was marked by an unmistakable arrogance. The other, however, wore a calm expression, his aura subdued. Yet, from him, Chu Qingyun sensed a hint of threat, which made him wary. "Greetings to Butler Chin and Miss Yi." Chi Fong and Lu Ming both slightly bowed and spoke. "Very well, the 2 participants in our upcoming battle will be Miss Yi and Chu Qingyun," Butler Chin stated, stepping aside to make way for Yi Qi and Chu Qingyun, a 7th-level martial artist. Yi Qi, I know you dislike that Deng Zhu Xian, but there's no need to bring along such a weakling just to fill the numbers. Chi Fong sneered, clearly dismissing Chu Qingyun. With his 8th-level prowess, he believed that facing Deng Zhu Xian would still require some effort, but defeating an insignificant 7th-level martial artist would be trivial. "Silence, you arrogant brat. Do you dare to be so presumptuous before Butler Chin?" However, Chi Fong continued, "But Butler Chin, your participant strength seems rather lacking. How about this? You can announce that the 2 spots for the spirit pool go to my son Chi Fong and Miss Yi." Butler Chin shook his head, stating, "This rule was set by the city lord, and no one can alter it. Let us proceed with the competition." With Butler Chin's words, no one dared to voice further objections. As the competition commenced, the first match was between Yi Qi and Chi Fong. However, Yi Qi did not move and declared, "I concede." Then she turned to Chu Qingyun. "I knew it would come to this." Chu Qingyun sighed helplessly, stepping forward to Chi Fong, son of the Bloodwolf gang leader. Before the match began, Chi Fong introduced himself and glanced at Chu Qingyun, which surprised him slightly that Chi Fong did not appear as reckless and arrogant as he had previously seemed. At least he was prudent enough to inquire about his opponent's background before the fight. "Chu Qingyun, from Chujia village outside the city." Chu Qingyun replied solemnly, cupping his hands in greeting. "Chujia village?" Chi Fong tilted his head, as if the name rang a bell. However, he could not recall where he had heard it and dismissed it, concluding that it was merely an insignificant mountain village. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Chi Fong sneered, a flicker of cruelty flashing in his eyes. If he were facing Deng Zhu Xian, he might have held back out of consideration for the Deng family. But against Chu Qingyun, he felt no such need. "Bloodwolf Claw," Chi Fong shouted. Unleashing his soul technique, a crimson wolf materialized before him, howling towards the sky as a beam of bloodlight shot forth from the spirit, converging into Chi Fong's hand. His right hand transformed into a claw, striking towards Chu Qingyun. A massive blood-colored claw, over 1 meter in diameter, flew from his hand, carrying a gust of foul wind as it lunged at Chu Qingyun. The attack released a faint scent of blood that enveloped a large area around them. To unleash such a technique directly. Even if that boy managed to survive, he would undoubtedly lose half his life. Tzk. The young master demonstrates a mastery of soul power that far exceeds the ordinary. The members of the Blood Wolf gang exclaimed in admiration. Chu Qingyun's expression became grave. He had to admit that Qi Fang's control over his soul power was among the best he had encountered. Previously, the 8th-level martial artist Zhu Yuanji could only envelop his claws with soul power, whereas Qi Fang could condense his soul technique and strike from a distance, showcasing a significantly higher level of control. However, to think that he could defeat Chu Qingyun with just this one move was rather presumptuous. Xiantian Divine Pattern, Xiaofeng Canyue. In the face of the blood-drenched Blood Wolf Claw, Chu Qingyun unsheathed his sword and executed his most powerful move from the sword-drawing technique. The dark, golden divine pattern on his right arm glowed, and an astonishing sword light, several meters long, burst forth from the sword, cleaving downward towards the blood-colored claw. Simultaneously, he infused an equal amount of elemental force in his 5-star Vine Martial Spirit. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as the sword light tore through the bloodlight, shattering the blood claw and creating a violent detonation. As the bloodlight erupted, Chu Qingyun seized the moment, charging forward with his right hand enveloped in a rich crimson glow. Clawing at Chu Qingyun's neck. Ha ha boy, you may have blocked my first attack, but you won't survive my second. Prepare to die. Qi Fan laughed maniacally, his face radiating an expression of assured victory. This move was meticulously planned by Qi Fan. Seizing the opportunity when Chu Qingyun was exhausted from previous exertions, yet had not yet regained his strength. His advantage lay in the fact that he struck first, granting him a slight edge in preparation. However, in the realm of skilled combat, it is precisely the fleeting moment that can dictate the outcome. Yet, Qi Fan's overconfidence blinded him. Amidst his wild laughter, he failed to notice the slight shakes of disapproval from the surrounding masters, such as Steward Qin and Chief Qi. We have been waiting for you. 5-star vines, go. Chu Qingyun shouted, and 5 dark green vines suddenly erupted from the ground, thrashing wildly and entangling Qi Fan from all directions in a chaotic embrace. Caught off guard, Qi Fan found himself ensnared in an instant, wrapped tightly like a dumpling. Even before drawing his sword, Chu Qingyun had prepared thoroughly, activating his 5-star Vine Martial Spirit, which lay hidden beneath the earth. Damn it, you bastard, break free! Qi Fan roared, struggling desperately, blood-red martial spirit energy erupting from his body. Unfortunately, with 5 50-meter-long, resilient second-tier 5-star vines, supplemented by an unending supply of yuan power from Chu Qingyun. Even an 8th-level warrior would find it impossible to break free in a short span of time. Young Master Qi, you have lost. Upon subduing Qi Fan, Chu Qingyun gracefully stepped forward, his sharp steel sword poised against Qi Fan's neck. Feeling the cold blade against his skin, Qi Fan glared fiercely at Chu Qingyun, gritting his teeth as he conceded, I admit defeat. After retracting the 5-star vines, Qi Fan rose from the ground, snorting angrily as he approached the Blood Wolf gang members. Wonderful. Defeating Qi Fan is like winning 80% of the battle.as for that Lu Ming. I have never even heard of him. Yi Qi exclaimed gleefully, observing Qi Fan's sour expression. However, Chu Qingyun shook his head, his face serious. That Lu Ming is likely not as simple as he appears. Steward Qi nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, there must be a reason he was chosen to fight after Qi Fan. We must proceed with caution in the next match. Among the Blood Wolf gang members, Qi Fan's expression turned sinister as he leaned close to Lu Ming and whispered, Lu Ming, in a fair fight. You would undoubtedly be no match for that guy. When the time comes, unleash that move of yours and strike before Steward Qin even has a chance to react, killing that brat outright. Lu Ming frowned. Kill Chu Qingyun, but he is someone brought here by Steward Qin that if I kill him and Steward Qin becomes enraged, a mere 8th-level warrior like me would be unable to withstand his wrath. Rest assured, in a battle, blades and swords do not discriminate. Injuries and fatalities are commonplace. Moreover, that brat is merely an outsider from a broken village. Steward Qin will not act against our Blood Wolf gang for such an inconsequential figure. After Qi Fan's persistent persuasion, Lu Ming finally nodded in agreement. After a brief intermission, the second match commenced. Chu Qingyun versus Lu Ming. Chu Qingyun, you are formidable, the strongest 7th-level warrior I have ever encountered. Even I cannot match your prowess. Thus, I must apologize. Blood ignite. Lu Ming roared, his face contorted in agony. Upon invoking the blood ignite secret technique, every drop of blood within him boiled, his complexion flushed crimson. Yet his aura surged, escalating to the strength of a ninth-level warrior. This is the sensation of a ninth-level warrior, an overwhelming feeling of power. Despite the excruciating pain, Lu Ming experienced a perverse thrill, his expression twisted in a way that sent chills down one's spine. Die! As his power peaked, Lu Ming lunged forward, vanishing like a specter from his original position, delivering a devastating palm strike aimed at Chu Qingyun. Danger! Extreme danger! The overwhelming aura of a ninth-level warrior sent Chu Qingyun's heart racing. He had previously slain a ninth-level warrior, but that was achieved through the aid of poison and a crossbow, that he never anticipated that the explosive power of a true ninth-level warrior could be so terrifying. With his current strength, Chu Qingyun could easily handle 8th-level warriors, but against a 9th-level warrior, he was far from match. 5-star vines. Chu Qingyun bellowed, summoning 5 50-meter-long dark green vines that surged forth to intercept the rapidly approaching Lu Ming. Useless, Lu Ming roared, unleashing a torrent of energy from his palm that shattered the 5 vines into splinters. You brat, perish! Closing in on Chu Qingyun, Lu Ming leaped into the air, aiming a palm strike directly at his head. Should this attack connect with his current 9th-level strength, it would undoubtedly obliterate Chu Qingyun. Mystical Heaven Divine Pattern. Sword Drawing Technique. In a critical moment, Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth and unleashed his most powerful technique, one he had never employed since mastering it. The dark golden divine patterns on his right arm glimmered as he grasped the hilt of his sword. Whoosh! A flash of cold light sliced through the air. Lu Ming's body seemed to pause midair for an instant before being violently propelled backward, blood spraying as he crashed heavily several meters away. Both of his hands were severed at the wrists. The sword returned to its sheath, and after a brief tremor, Chu Qingyun's right arm gradually returned to normal. Without the enhancement of the mystical heaven divine pattern, employing the sword drawing technique would leave his arm in agony for over an hour. Yet, with the divine pattern's reinforcement, his arm returned to normal in less than 10 seconds. Moreover, with the divine pattern's enhancement, the power of the sword drawing technique was significantly amplified, cleaving through the full force of a 9th-level warrior's palm strike, severing even his hands. However, Chu Qingyun understood that he had merely faced a half-baked 9th-level warrior. This opponent had forcibly elevated his cultivation to the 9th level using a secret technique, yet was unable to utilize martial spirit abilities, relying solely on his surging yuan power for combat. If he were to face a true 9th-level warrior, it was doubtful that even the sword-drawing technique would suffice. My realm is still too low. I hope this spirit pool does not disappoint me, Chu Qingyun thought, casting a glance at the spirit pool as he pondered silently in a tea that moment. The onlookers finally reacted, astonished that Lu Ming had lost in an instant. That last sword strike was indeed the sword-drawing technique, wasn't it? Steward Qin's eyes flickered as he turned to Yi Qi and asked why Yi Qi stuck out her tongue, clinging to Steward Qin's arm, and said, Grandpa Qin, that sword-drawing technique is incredibly difficult. I've been studying it for several years without success. Steward Qin raised an eyebrow and replied, Then why not give it away? Do you know how much your father sacrificed to obtain that sword-drawing technique from the Yi family for you? Yi Qi pouted, speaking somewhat helplessly. Well, since it's already given away, I also promise to give him the latter 2 techniques if Chu Qingyun wins. So do as you please, Sai, you little girl. Yet this boy is indeed a genius. He truly managed to master the sword-drawing technique. Steward Qin sighed, shaking his head. Cough. Young friend Chu is truly a hidden talent, possessing such a technique. If you have the chance to visit our Blood Wolf gang in the future, I will certainly welcome you with open arms. Lu Ming, unconscious, was dragged away, marking a catastrophic defeat for the Blood Wolf gang. However, their leader, Qi Gang, began to harbor thoughts of recruiting Chu Qingyun. Enough, Chu Qingyun is now a member of the Great Summer Martial Palace in Qingshan City. There is no need for Chief Qi to waste his breath, Steward Qin remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qi Gang, effectively quelling his recruitment intentions, upon hearing the name of the Great Summer Martial Palace. Qi Gang could only shake his head in resignation. The Great Summer Martial Palace was undoubtedly a formidable force within the Great Summer Kingdom. Under its banner, they tirelessly sought out talents in every city, accumulating countless strong warriors for the kingdom over time. The spirit pool was not vast, and the water within shimmered with vibrant colors under the sunlight. Even standing by the edge of the pool, one could faintly sense a gentle fluctuation of yuan power emanating from within. "Ha, I'm going in first." Yi Chi let out a laugh and leaped into the spirit pool. Without wasting a moment, Chu Qingyun followed suit and jumped in as well. Once submerged in the pool, Chu Qingyun closed his eyes, assuming a meditative posture to begin absorbing the energy within, just as Yi Chi had previously remarked. The energy in the spirit pool was remarkably gentle, even more so than that of the golden line elemental fruit, making it exceedingly suitable for martial artists to cultivate as this gentle power coursed through his meridians. It seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, surging towards Chu Qingyun's 8th meridian, beginning to break through its closure. The further one progressed in opening meridians, the greater the required force became. Indeed, the energy needed to open the 8th meridian far exceeded the cumulative requirement of the previous 7. Fortunately, being in the spirit pool, which had accumulated energy over several years, provided Chu Qingyun with ample support. After over an hour, the 8th meridian was finally unblocked. An 8th level martial artist. A powerful surge of elemental force flowed through his 8 meridians like a tidal wave, and Chu Qingyun felt invigorated. Filled with strength, the elevation in his realm was undoubtedly a monumental enhancement to his power. He even felt confident that he could contend with Lu Ming without resorting to his sword technique. Upon completing his cultivation, Chu Qingyun vaguely perceived a figure nearby, quietly suspended in the water. Yi Chi was still engaged in her training, prompting him to attempt breaking through to the 9th meridian. Embracing the spirit of making the most of the opportunity, he began to absorb the energy from the spirit pool once more, aiming for the 9th meridian. However, the initial attempt to break through the 9th meridian encountered significant challenges. Chu Qingyun exerted all his strength, utilizing the immense elemental power from his 8 meridians. Yet it took him a full 10 minutes to make even a slight breakthrough. It was no wonder that reaching the 9th level martial artist was so formidable. The difficulty of the 9th meridian was exceedingly high. Absorb. Chu Qingyun focused his mind, intensifying his absorption of the spirit pool's energy. Within the vibrant, multicolored waters, one could discern waves of elemental force being devoured by him like a whale consuming its prey. With the backing of such formidable strength, his speed of breakthrough began to subtly increase. However, after an hour and a half of fervently absorbing energy, the spirit pool's vitality had diminished considerably, its colors fading significantly. At this point, Chu Qingyun had only managed to break through 2/3 of the 9th meridian. Frustration welled within him. Was he to fall short after coming so far? The thought of needing over 10,000 mid-grade elemental stones to achieve this breakthrough weighed heavily on him. For a martial artist like Chu Qingyun, lacking any significant backing, such a sum was astronomical. It was worth noting that he had risked defending the Blood Wolf gang by killing 2 9th-level enforcers, yet had only earned a mere 3,000 mid-grade elemental stones. This sense of unwillingness seemed to resonate with his devouring martial soul, which trembled slightly, but a sudden surge of powerful suction erupted from within Chu Qingyun, causing the entire spirit pool to bubble and churn violently. Waves of spiritual energy converged, parting the waters and rushing into Chu Qingyun's body at an astonishing speed, replenishing his energy expenditure. Under the influence of the devouring martial soul, the spirit pool was stirred up, and energies that had settled for years, even decades, at the bottom were drawn forth, revitalizing the upper waters into a dazzling display once more. With the support of this newfound strength, Chu Qingyun, disregarding his astonishment, directed the power forcefully towards the final segment of the 9th meridian. Half an hour later, Chu Qingyun seemed to hear a colossal explosion resonating within his body. A wave of euphoria washed over him, spreading throughout his being, as he abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant light bursting forth from them, only to gradually recede moments later. A 9th-level martial artist. Even Chu Qingyun could not contain his excitement. Trembling slightly, jumping 2 levels from an 8th-level martial artist to a 9th-level one was a feat far more challenging than his previous leap from a 4th level to a 7th-level martial artist. Were it not for the serendipity offered by the spirit pool, he would have had to accumulate elemental stones slowly, like any ordinary martial artist, to achieve such a breakthrough. Upon reaching the 9th level, the next step would be to open the Qi Sea at the convergence of the 9 meridians, thereby becoming a martial master. However, establishing the Qi Sea necessitated ample preparation. The energy within the spirit pool had been nearly depleted, and even the reserves at the bottom had been absorbed by the Devouring Martial Soul. Thus, Chu Qingyun had no intention of attempting to open the Qi Sea here. Why Yi Qi is so slow. He mused as he observed Yi Qi still immersed in her cultivation. Out of boredom, he began channeling elemental force into a tendril of the 5-star vine. The tendril grew rapidly, soon reaching its prior limit of 50 meters, and continued to extend 60 meters, 70 meters. Eventually, the tendril twisted and turned within the spirit pool, stretching all the way to 80 meters. Shortly thereafter, Yi Qi finally opened her eyes and beckoned to Chu Qingyun, and the two swam upwards together. Upon emerging from the spirit pool, Chu Qingyun exhaled deeply, channeling his elemental force to swiftly dry his clothes and tea. That moment, a late-arriving elder from the Blood Wolf gang gaped in shock, fixating his gaze on Chu Qingyun. "You little thief, it turns out to be you. I shall flay you alive today to vent my wrath." The elder, having arrived late, bellowed in fury, his violent aura sweeping forth as he extended his gnarled, claw-like arm, leaving behind an afterimage as he lunged towards Chu Qingyun, a martial master. The true strength of a martial master. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Chu Qingyun's forehead, feeling the overwhelming aura locking onto him. He felt as though he were being targeted by a terrifying primordial beast, paralyzed with fear. Were it not for his recent breakthrough to the 9th level, the sheer force of this aura alone would have been enough to bring him to his knees. Enough! At this critical moment, Qin, the steward, shouted, dispelling the oppressive aura that had ensnared Chu Qingyun. In a flash, he seized the elder's wrist and hurled him away. "Qi gang, has your Blood Wolf gang grown so audacious as to dare lay hands on my companions?" At this moment, Qin was livid, his previous genial demeanor entirely vanished. Under his wrath, every member of the Blood Wolf gang, from their leader Qi gang down to the lowest rank, fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. "Master Qin, are you truly going to shield this brat?" the leader inquired, concern evident in his voice. "You must take charge of this matter. This boy is the very one who murdered my grandson." It turned out that the elder who had arrived late was none other than the grandfather of Ning Xiao, the enforcer slain by Chu Qingyun, a 3rd-level martial master. "Elder Zhang, do you possess any evidence? If not, you must be cautious with your words." Qi gang, the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, dared not provoke Qin further. "I certainly have evidence. You, boy, are in possession of a piece of green wolf blood jade. Are you not? That was a token I gifted to my grandson." Elder Zhang pointed at Chu Qingyun, his voice filled with fury. The jade piece bore his own essence, and he would not mistake it. At that moment, Chu Qingyun was filled with regret. He had been careless and should have discarded the green wolf blood jade. He had not anticipated that the jade would carry the essence of a martial master. Since there were no martial masters in Chu family village, no one had detected the aura on the jade during the meeting with the village chief. However, at this juncture, Chu Qingyun saw no point in lying or concealing the truth. Such actions would serve no purpose, as an investigation into his background would easily reveal his connection to that day's events. Moreover, it would appear cowardly, bringing shame upon himself before Qin and Yi Qi. "Indeed, it was I who killed Ning Xiao. The killer is always pursued. If he dare to venture forth and take a life, he must be prepared for the consequences, with clarity in his thoughts." Chu Qingyun felt a sense of calmness wash over him as he admitted his actions outright. "Master Qin, leader, you have all witnessed it. He has confessed himself. The grudges between warriors naturally have their own means of resolution. I sincerely hope that Steward Qin will exercise restraint and not hinder me, allowing me to avenge my unfortunate grandson." Zhang Han trembled as he fixed his gaze on Chu Qingyun, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Old fool. Even if he stands right here for you to kill him, do you dare to do so?" Chu Qingyun, showing the token from the Dian Martial Palace of Qingshan City, Yi Qi snorted coldly and said, "Zhang Ning." Yi Qi had also heard of him. He was merely a spoiled, capricious young scion with a somewhat unstable mind. Chu Qingyun was just an unremarkable warrior from a small mountain village, lacking any significant background that if he had been driven to desperation, how could he possibly take action against such a prominent young master? Those present were no fools. It was clear to them what had transpired. Upon hearing Yi Qi's words, Chu Qingyun nodded and produced the gray token that Gao Feng had given him. Indeed, it is the token from the Devouring Martial Palace of Qingshan City. Elder Zhang Han, I, Qi Gang, command you in my capacity as the leader. Do not lay a hand on Chu Qingyun. Upon seeing the token, Qi Gang's expression turned grave as he addressed Zhang Han. Since Chu Qingyun has presented the token, any further aggression towards him would equate to a slap in the face of the Devouring Martial Palace. Such consequences are far beyond what a mere blood wolf gang can endure. Ah, scoundrel! Zhang Han's eyes flushed red with rage as he bellowed. The enemy responsible for killing his grandson was right before him, yet he could not strike. This left him seething with frustration. Chu Qingyun, that is merely the token of the Devouring Martial Palace of Qingshan City. Indeed, I do not dare to kill you, but I will annihilate your family. I will leave your Chu family village bereft of life. Zhang Han pointed at Chu Qingyun, his hair standing on end as he roared in fury. Crack! The stone slab beneath Chu Qingyun's feet shattered instantly. Old fool, calamity should not befall innocent kin. It was I who killed your grandson, so direct your wrath solely at me and spare the innocent. Chu Qingyun's face twisted in anger as he shouted that Yi Qi, standing nearby, was taken aback by his fierce demeanor. She had never before witnessed the usually composed Chu Qingyun display such fury. Calamity should not befall innocent kin. My only grandson has been slain by you, and you dare tell me that? Zhang Han glared at Chu Qingyun with malice. Zhang Han, what you desire is nothing more than my life. Very well, I shall give you an opportunity 1 month hence on the battle platform of the Devouring Martial Palace. Let us engage in a fight to the death, with no quarter given. Chu Qingyun took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on Zhang Han as he spoke solemnly. What? Chu Qingyun, have you lost your senses? That old fool is a third-tier martial master, Yi Qi exclaimed anxiously, clutching Chu Qingyun's arm. Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face was alight with wild joy. Very well, it is settled. 1 month hence at the Devouring Martial Palace, we shall engage in a battle to the death. Before that, I assure you, I will not make any move against the Chu family village. Very well. Remember your words. Chu Qingyun nodded in agreement. After finalizing their pact, the members of the Blood Wolf gang swiftly departed, and the trio of Chu Qingyun also left the scene. Chu Qingyun, you are doomed. That Zhang Han is a third-tier martial master. Oh dear, what shall we do? Steward Qin, why don't you secretly intervene and eliminate Zhang Han? On the way, Yi Qi, with a worried expression, turned her thoughts towards Steward Qin. Steward Qin shook his head and replied, the Blood Wolf gang is the foremost power in Qingshan City. For the sake of stability in the city, I cannot act against him. Yi Qi. Enough. Steward Qin has already helped me once today, and Qingyun is immensely grateful that I will find a way to resolve this matter. Chu Qingyun grasped the unwilling Yi Qi, seeing that Chu Qingyun had some understanding of the situation. Steward Qin nodded and said, Little Qi, follow me back. You're not to wander about this month. Wait a moment. Chu Qingyun, here are the latter 2 forms of the heavenly sword technique that as previously promised. I'm giving them to you 1 month from now. I expect to see you defeat that Zhang Han. You must not lose. Yi Qi pressed the latter half of the manual into Chu Qingyun's arms, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke with a quiver in her voice. After Yi Qi was taken away by Steward Qin, Chu Qingyun stood alone in the street, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Having just broken through to a 9th-tier warrior, he was expected to defeat a 3rd-tier martial master in merely 1 month. This seemed utterly inconceivable, an impossible task. Yet, Chu Qingyun felt no regret before leaving the village. He had vowed in his heart, and no matter what, he must protect his family and safeguard Chu family village. Chu family village was the root of Chu Qingyun's existence, that if the root perished, how could the leaves possibly survive to defeat a martial master? The only opportunity lay in becoming a martial master himself. In a month's time, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope there. For some reason, at that moment, an image suddenly surfaced in Chu Qingyun's mind. a woman wearing a fox mask. He did not return to the inn, but headed directly to the East Flow Alley, donned the mask, and navigated through the twists and turns into the Assassin Alliance in broad daylight. The place was sparsely populated, with only Yu Yun sitting behind the front desk, engrossed in a book. "Oh, you've come. What has happened?" Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, Yu Yun closed her book and inquired, "How did you know something was amiss?" Chu Qingyun frowned and asked, "Haven't you looked in the mirror? The words 'something is wrong' are practically written all over your face. Here, drink this. Consider my treat. Calm down and speak slowly." As Yu Yun spoke, she turned and prepared a cup of blood-red liquor for Chu Qingyun. Placing it before him, Chu Qingyun lifted the cup and took a sip, immediately grimacing, his mouth agape as he gasped for air. "What is this? So spicy." Qingshan blood, the strongest liquor here that I thought you, Black Blade, have killed several people. Surely you wouldn't shy away from a mere cup of Qingshan blood." Observing Chu Qingyun's predicament, Yu Yun couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Who says I cannot drink?" Chu Qingyun's face flushed as he raised the cup, forcing himself to endure the discomfort and downing a large gulp of the fiery liquor. As the liquid coursed through him, a burning sensation spread from his mouth to his belly. A wave of warmth and intoxication gradually surged to his head. However, what he did not anticipate was that after consuming that cup of liquor, the confusion and bewilderment that had plagued his mind began to dissipate. In its place emerged an unprecedented calmness, accompanied by a slight tipsiness. Chu Qingyun gathered his thoughts and recounted everything that had transpired to Yu Yun. Perhaps it was because, back when he first arrived in Qingshan City, Yu Yun had guided him through his confusion. Now that he faced a significant crisis, she was the first person to come to his mind. A third-tier martial master indeed poses a bit of a challenge. Yu Yun's delicate fingers lightly tapped the table as she pondered intently. Firstly, to defeat a martial master, you must become a martial master yourself, even if it is merely the lowest tier. A first-tier martial master, the Alliance possesses the Water Cloud Potion, which can assist a 9th-tier warrior in opening their Qi and breaking through to become a martial master. The price is 30,000 medium-grade essence stones. But I will take the liberty of offering it to you at half price, selling it for 15,000. However, before breaking through to become a martial master, you should first go to the Dian Martial Palace and secure 10 consecutive victories in the warrior realm to obtain the Dian Martial Token. Even if you were to perish, it would ensure your parents' safety. This is the worst-case scenario. 15,000 medium-grade essence stones. I estimate you cannot produce this amount. From this page to that page are tasks for transitioning from a 9th-tier warrior to a 1st-tier martial master. Choose some for yourself. 3 steps. First, achieve 10 consecutive victories at the Dian Martial Palace. Second, undertake tasks to earn money. Third, purchase the Water Cloud Potion and break through to become a martial master. The rest, whether you live or die, is left to fate. In a mere short while, Yu Yun had meticulously laid out the plan for what Chu Qingyun should do next. Listening to Yu Yun's words, Chu Qingyun felt as though a pair of hands had parted the fog in his mind, allowing him to see the path ahead more clearly. "Yu Yun, you are truly remarkable. It seems that nothing is beyond your capability." Chu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he spoke, that a glimmer of pride flashed in Yu Yun's eyes as she replied with a hint of arrogance. "Of course, I've been venturing out on my own since I was 6 years old. How could you, a novice, possibly compare?" With the assistance and counsel of Yu Yun, Chu Qingyun has chosen 5 targets this time. Among them, for a 9th-level martial artist serving as protectors of the Blood Wolf Gang. While one is a newly appointed elder, Zhu Shilin, who has recently broken through to the 1st level of martial arts. According to Yu Yun's words, since they have already offended the Blood Wolf Gang beyond redemption, there is no need for hesitation. Killing an elder is no different than eliminating a multitude. The combined bounty for the 4 9th-level protectors amounts to nearly 7,000 mid-grade spirit stones, while the bounty for the martial artist elder exceeds 8,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Together, they total just over 15,000, a sufficient sum for Chu Qingyun to purchase the Water Cloud Potion. After replenishing some rhinoceros horn poison and crossbow bolts, Chu Qingyun departed from the East Flow Alley and returned to the inn to rest. Tonight, he would take action against the Blood Wolf Gang. While Chu Qingyun was consulting with Yu Yun, The members of the Blood Wolf gang had also returned to their headquarters in a secret chamber. Qi Gang paced the room a couple of times, then turned to Zhang Han and said in a low voice, "Elder Zhang Han, you must not take action against Chu Qingyun's family or Chu family village within this month. That lad has immense potential. We cannot risk unleashing our wrath upon him and jeopardizing his escape if you betray our trust and harm Chu family village. Chu Qingyun can easily forego the life and death battle a month from now. He would merely bear some infamy he can cultivate under the protection of the great Xia martial palace, and, once strong enough, seek revenge against the Blood Wolf gang. That is what I fear the most." Zhang Han rose and clasped his hands, assuring, "Rest assured, gang leader, I can hardly wait to tear that little brat apart. I will not take action against Chu family village this month." "Good, remember, after 1 month. You must kill that boy on the battle stage of the great Xia martial palace. We cannot allow the Blood Wolf gang to retain such a formidable enemy." Both Qi Gang and Zhang Han exuded a chilling, murderous aura. As night deepened and silence enveloped the entire Qingshan city, the last lamp in the inn extinguished, Chu Qingyun donned the night attire he had prepared in advance, covering his face with a black mask, and leapt out of the window. Above, a waning moon hung like a hook, intermittently revealing itself through the dense clouds, casting an air of gloom over Qingshan city, occasionally punctuated by distant dog barks that shattered the stillness. The night was dark and windy, a perfect backdrop for murder, stealth. Utilizing his stealth ability, Chu Qingyun made his way to the homes of the 5 targets he had selected, previously as a 7th-level martial artist. He only dared to ambush the protectors of the Blood Wolf gang when they visited brothels or their mistresses at their most vulnerable. However, now as a 9th-level martial artist, he felt emboldened to infiltrate their heavily guarded homes. According to intelligence purchased from the Assassin Alliance, all 5 individuals would be at home that night. The first target was Zheng Chang, a protector of the Blood Wolf gang. Employing his stealth soul technique and concealment method, Chu Qingyun seemed to meld into the darkness, making his way to Zheng Chang's house without alarming anyone. Effortlessly scaling the courtyard wall, he entered the yard. Silently seizing a night watchman, he compelled the guard, under the threat of his black iron crossbow, to guide him to Zheng Chang's bedroom. Desiring to avoid innocent casualties, Chu Qingyun incapacitated the guard and quietly pushed open the door. Gripping the black iron crossbow, he pulled the trigger on the man lying on the bed. The rhinoceros horn poison was lethal to martial artists, a swift death. Zheng Chang let out a slight grunt before his body turned purple. Lifeless, even upon his demise, the woman lying beside him remained oblivious, still entwined in his embrace, deep in slumber. Employing the same technique, Chu Qingyun traversed 4 locations, successfully assassinating all 4 protectors of the Blood Wolf gang within their fortified homes. His ability to kill without a trace was due to the efficacy of the stealth soul technique, concealment method, black iron crossbow, and rhinoceros horn poison. The stealth soul technique and concealment method allowed him to move soundlessly, sometimes passing swiftly by guards without detection. The black iron crossbow and rhinoceros horn poison served as rapid means of execution, leaving 9th-level martial artists no chance to react before meeting their demise. Among the 4 slain, only one possessed a 2nd-tier martial soul. However, as his martial soul bore no extraordinary traits, Chu Qingyun intended to absorb it to enhance his own martial soul. As he arrived at the final target, the residence of the newly appointed elder Zhu Xilin, it suddenly began to rain. Torrential raindrops fell from the sky, quickly merging into a deluge that drenched Chu Qingyun from head to toe. Yet the downpour did not deter him. He understood that if he missed this opportunity, the guards of the Blood Wolf gang's higher-ups will become even more vigilant, rendering future attempts more difficult. With a light push from his toes against the wall, Chu Qingyun descended into the yard like a feather. Once inside, he utilized the shadows cast by large trees, rockeries, and columns to stealthily advance. The elder was a martial artist of considerable strength. His residence was much larger than that of the protectors, and the guards were exceedingly vigilant. In less than 10 minutes, Chu Qingyun had evaded 5 patrols. Fortunately, the heavy rain obscured visibility and muffled sounds, allowing him to traverse past the guards undetected. Soon, Chu Qingyun set his sights on a servant clad only in undergarments. Hiding in a corner, and waiting for the servant to pass. Damn it. This rain came out of nowhere, and I'm drenched just trying to relieve myself. The servant complained as he hurried along, completely unaware of the presence that had just brushed past him in a swift motion. Chu Qingyun struck, his left arm encircling the servant's neck while one hand covered his mouth, the other pressing a cold black blade against his throat. Do not scream, or I will kill you. Chu Qingyun firmly muffled the servant's mouth, suppressing his voice. The servant's eyes widened in panic, filled with fear, and he nodded vigorously in understanding, not daring to make a sound. Lead me to Zhu Xilin's bedroom. Trembling, the servant raised his arm to point in a direction. Chu Qingyun dragged him cautiously from the shadows. After several turns, guided by the servant, Chu Qingyun arrived at a courtyard, with the largest house at the far end, most likely Zhu Xilin's bedroom. At a critical moment, the servant suddenly seized the opportunity to struggle free from Chu Qingyun's grip, shouting loudly, "Master, there's an assassin. There's an assa. Damn it." Chu Qingyun cursed inwardly, striking out like lightning. He delivered a powerful blow to the servant's back, the force penetrating his body and shattering his heart, killing him instantly. Having experienced success in the previous 4 instances, Chu Qingyun had grown somewhat complacent. He never expected to encounter a foolhardy, loyal servant who would divulge his presence. As a martial artist of considerable strength, Zhu Xilin possessed keen senses. Despite the raging wind and rain outside, the servant's cry startled him. Bang! The bedroom door was forcefully flung open, revealing a burly middle-aged man with graying temples, radiating a palpable murderous aura. That's him. A cold glint flashed in Chu Qingyun's eyes as he swiftly pulled the trigger. A shadowy arrow streaking through the night towards Zhu Xilin. Not good. There's an ambush. Zhu Xilin felt a chill run down his spine and quickly sidestepped to evade. However, the crossbow bolt, smeared with rhinoceros horn poison, grazed his arm, embedding itself deeply into the pillar behind him. While he had only sustained a superficial wound, the poison quickly spread, and within 2 breaths, his entire arm began to turn a faint purple. This is rhinoceros horn poison. It's you. Zhu Xilin recognized the purple toxin and hastily channeled his inner energy to suppress the poison, although the rhinoceros horn poison was deadly to 9th-level martial artists. A martial artist of Zhu Xilin's caliber could counteract its effects. Moreover, as he had merely sustained a minor injury, the amount of poison was not substantial. Now is the time to strike. Upon feeling a stirring in his heart, Chu Qingyun seized the opportunity presented by Zhu Xilin's shock and the suppression of the poison coursing through his veins. With his right hand firmly grasping the hilt of his sword at his waist, he lunged towards Zhu Xilin, determined to unleash the Xiantian divine pattern and the sword-drawing technique, employing his most formidable move to eliminate his adversary. However, after just a few strides, another thought crossed his mind. Zhu Xilin had only recently ascended to the rank of first-level martial master, and in his current state, weakened by the potent toxin, why not seize this rare chance to engage in battle with a formidable opponent? Xiantian divine pattern, morning breeze, and remaining moon. With a swift shift in strategy, Chu Qingyun drew his long sword, and a dark golden divine pattern illuminated his right arm, radiating a fierce sword aura as he struck at Zhu Xilin. This move was a reflection of you, Chu Qingyun, the assassin who has targeted members of my Blood Wolf gang. And indeed it is you, Chu Qingyun. Damn it, the long sword. Zhu Xilin's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized Chu Qingyun. Earlier that day, he had witnessed Chu Qingyun's confrontation with Qi Fan, where this very technique had been employed. With a flick of his wrist, a somewhat ethereal white long sword materialized in his hand. This was Zhu Xilin's martial soul, a first-level long sword martial soul. The pure and potent essence of a first-level martial master flowed into it. The longsword glimmered with a blinding radiance, meeting Chu Qingyun's sword aura head-on. Boom! Thunderous sound erupted. The sword aura was thwarted, scattering shards of energy that tore through the ground, severing pillars and obliterating walls behind him. Under the immense force, Zhu Xilin was forced to stagger back 3 steps, each footfall leaving deep imprints in the floor, while Chu Qingyun, akin to a kite caught in a tempest, was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and splashing a massive spray of water. Truly, a martial master. Even with one hand, and while simultaneously suppressing the venom, he still possesses such formidable strength. At this moment, Chu Qingyun's expression turned serious, gaining a deeper understanding of the prowess of martial masters. Meanwhile, Zhu Xilin could only lament his misfortune. That fierce clash had seemingly favored him, yet the venom coursing through his left arm had rapidly spread, now saturating his entire left shoulder and chest with a purplish hue. In his current state, he could only hope for the commotion to reach his subordinates, drawing them in to besiege Chu Qingyun. Kill! Chu Qingyun could not afford to waste any time, his heart roaring as he surged forward once more. With his longsword in hand, he unleashed a relentless assault upon Zhu Xilin. Within the torrential downpour, faced with Chu Qingyun's frenzied onslaught, Zhu Xilin found himself compelled to adopt a defensive stance, while simultaneously suppressing the horn toxin. However, with his strength as a first-level martial master, he was able to withstand Chu Qingyun's attack for the time being. Boy, let you bask in glory for a moment. Once my reinforcements arrive, you shall see how I deal with you. Zhu Xilin declared coldly as he deflected Chu Qingyun's strike. Yet, Chu Qingyun paid him no heed, continuing his relentless barrage of attacks. Soon, Zhu Xilin noticed that Chu Qingyun's sword techniques were growing increasingly ferocious. The strikes becoming more powerful and the momentum intensifying. In truth, amidst this battle in the downpour, Chu Qingyun had grasped the essence of the sixth sword of the gale and storm, unleashing its might. How has this brat's swordsmanship become so formidable? Damn it! Where are my guards? Why haven't they arrived yet? As the battle pressed on, Chu Qingyun's comprehension of the sixth sword, gale and storm, deepened, and the ferocity of his sword strikes escalated. Zhu Xilin, I thank you for serving as a live target for so long. It is now time for you to meet your demise. With a low shout, Chu Qingyun executed a sweeping strike. Merging the tempestuous sword aura of gale and storm into a single blow, the chilling sword radiance illuminating Zhu Xilin's terrified visage like a flash of lightning. This strike, bolstered by the Xiantian divine pattern, surged forth like an uncontrollable gale, akin to a torrent of rain, utterly unstoppable. Bang! The longsword shattered, and Zhu Xilin was cleaved in two, blood splattering forth. After vanquishing Zhu Xilin, Chu Qingyun noticed numerous guards rushing toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt onto the rooftop, swiftly vanishing into the vast night. Though two martial artists pursued him, he refrained from lethal force, utilizing his stealth techniques and concealment skills to easily outmaneuver them. Upon returning to the inn and changing his clothes, Chu Qingyun could hardly contain his exhilaration. Just moments ago, he had directly slain a martial master, although he had taken advantage of the horn toxin's ambush. The fact remained that Zhu Xilin was a genuine martial master. If he could defeat a first-level martial master at the 9th-level warrior stage, then upon ascending to the first-level martial master rank, defeating a 3rd-level martial master would not be beyond the realm of possibility. This battle had instilled in Chu Qingyun the confidence to defeat Zhang Han a month hence. After a night of traversing 5 locations and completing 5 assassination missions, along with engaging in a fierce battle against a martial master, Chu Qingyun was utterly exhausted and soon fell into a deep slumber. In the early hours of the morning, the high-ranking members of the Blood Wolf gang convened once more. This time, no one exchanged pleasantries. Every face bore an expression of grave seriousness, even bordering on grimness. For this time, not only had 4 9th-level warrior protectors perished, but also an elder, a martial master-level elder. While the loss of 9th-level warriors could be replenished, securing a martial master was no easy feat for any faction in Qingshan City. A martial master represented a foundation, the very essence of survival. Once again, the horn toxin and that individual. Who exactly is the scoundrel that dares to repeatedly strike at my Blood Wolf gang? Gang leader Qi Gang shattered everything within the hall that could be broken, roaring in fury as the terrifying aura of a 4th-level martial master enveloped the entire chamber, rendering everyone silent, too afraid to even breathe. Gang leader, do you think it could be that brat? Zhang Han inquired, his brow furrowed, uncertain. That brat? Chu Qingyun? Impossible. He has only just broken through to the 9th-level warrior stage. According to the observations of Elder Zhu's guards, that individual directly killed Elder Zhu. Indeed, Anyone capable of directly slaying a martial master must also be a martial master themselves. Damn it, a martial master employing horn toxin. How despicable and sly. The high-ranking members of the Blood Wolf gang engaged in frenzied discussion. However, none suspected Chu Qingyun, for they deemed it utterly implausible for a 9th-level warrior to defeat a 1st-level martial master. Ultimately, the Blood Wolf gang resolved to consolidate all their forces to investigate this matter. Furthermore, from that night onward, all protectors of 4th level and above were required to return to the Blood Wolf gang's stronghold, remaining together to prevent being picked off one by one to esteemed members. The seal of the Martial King's tomb has weakened further, and its opening is imminent. This presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could fundamentally alter the fate of our Blood Wolf gang. Prior to this, we cannot afford to suffer any further losses. The Qi gang surveyed his surroundings and sighed. The loss of an elder had indeed dealt a severe blow to the Blood Wolf gang. However, none of this was known to Chu Qingyun. Even if he were aware, it would not matter to him, for he had already gathered enough yuan stones to purchase the Water Cloud elixir, and there was no longer any need to take action against the Blood Wolf gang. After spending 2 days at the inn, the day for the opening of the Great Xia Martial Palace arrived. Upon reaching the Great Xia Martial Palace and explaining his situation to Gao Feng, Gao Feng immediately agreed to help Chu Qingyun find opponents within a day, enabling him to swiftly achieve 10 consecutive victories. As a genius personally discovered by Gao Feng, the stronger Chu Qingyun became, the greater the rewards for Gao Feng. When Chu Qingyun was a 7th-level martial artist, he could easily defeat 8th-level martial artists. Now that he had ascended to the 9th level, he was essentially invincible among martial artists. The 4 opponents Gao Feng provided, ranging from 6 to 9 consecutive victories, were utterly no match for Chu Qingyun. Without even drawing his sword, he effortlessly defeated them using only the power of his 5-star Vine Martial Soul. After successfully securing 10 consecutive victories, Gao Feng retrieved the gray token he had previously given to Chu Qingyun and presented him with 2 identical black tokens. These black tokens represented the true Great Xia Martial Order, obtainable only by achieving 10 consecutive victories in the Great Xia Martial Palace. 1 token could be kept to signify his identity as a Great Xia martial artist, while the other could be given to a family member, granting his immediate relatives the protection of the Great Xia Kingdom. Holding the 2 tokens in his hands, Chu Qingyun felt a surge of excitement. With the Great Xia Martial Order in hand, regardless of the outcome a month later, his parents would undoubtedly be safe. After departing from the Great Xia Martial Palace, Chu Qingyun hurriedly made his way to the Assassin Alliance. "I waited for you for 2 days and thought you wouldn't come," said Yu Yun, a hint of amusement gleaming in her eyes. "How could I not come? You don't need to pay me in yuan stones. Just hand over the task and give me a portion of that Water Cloud elixir," Chu Qingyun replied with a smile, presenting his Assassin Skull token. Yu Yun recorded the task information onto the token and then retrieved the prepared Water Cloud elixir, handing it to Chu Qingyun. This Water Cloud elixir, concocted from over 100 precious spiritual herbs using a special secret method, could stimulate the yuan power within the 9 meridians, aiding in the opening of the Qi Sea. Breaking through to the martial master level is a significant event. In my opinion, you should find a secluded chamber here to break through to. It would be much safer than doing so in an inn. The secluded chambers in the Assassin Alliance were specifically designed for training and confidential discussions. The arrangement of the chamber was quite simple, consisting of just a table and a few chairs. Chu Qingyun cleared a space, sat cross-legged, and took out several medium-grade yuan stones to absorb the yuan power within. After absorbing the energy from dozens of yuan stones, Chu Qingyun's yuan power reached its peak, and he adjusted his state to its optimum level. The Water Cloud elixir, a light blue potion stored in a palm-sized crystal vial, swayed within the bottle, releasing wisps of white mist that floated like clouds. After gazing at the Water Cloud elixir for a moment, Chu Qingyun suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had momentarily become entranced by the potion. In a wonder, it's capable of assisting one in breaking through to the martial master level. Chu Qingyun mused, then uncorked the vial, tilted his head back, and swallowed the entire potion in one gulp. The action left him feeling a pang of regret. After all, this potion was worth 15,000 medium-grade yuan stones. With a lift of his neck and a parting of his lips, he had just consumed an entire fortune. The water cloud elixir was cold upon entry, and Chu Qingyun felt a chilling sensation spreading from his mouth down to his abdomen. Under the influence of the water cloud elixir, he soon sensed the yuan power within his 9 meridians becoming frenzied, surging through his body at an accelerated pace, to the point where the 9 meridians converged in his dantian. A swirling vortex began to form, wildly spinning and absorbing the yuan power from the meridians. As the yuan power flowed through the vortex, a portion was consumed. Chu Qingyun understood that this was the Ci that would precede the opening of the Qi Ci. Once the Ci absorbed sufficient yuan power, it would burst and expand, giving rise to the Qi Se. As the yuan power in the meridians diminished, the Ci grew larger in a moment. When the Ci had absorbed enough yuan power and expanded to its utmost limit, it suddenly contracted into a minuscule point before erupting with a thunderous bang. Chu Qingyun heard a deafening roar that left him dizzy, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Within his dantian, the tumultuous Ci had vanished, replaced by a vast sea of yuan power. The Ci burst, and the Qi Ci was formed. Chu Qingyun was now a bona fide martial master. However, rather than feeling relaxed, he bore an unprecedented gravity in his expression. For the next step was to guide his martial soul into the Qi Ci. This was a crucial step that would determine the martial artist's future. It is well known that the rank of a martial soul dictates a martial artist's innate talent and can even provide insights into their future prospects. Hence, all martial artists on this continent regard martial souls with utmost importance. High-grade martial souls not only possess stronger soul techniques and more formidable martial soul power, but also play a decisive role in a martial artist's Qi Ci. The 9 meridians opened by martial artists differ little from one another. Yet the Qi Ci is the foundation of a martial artist. The size of the Qi Ci dictates the strength of their martial arts foundation. High-grade martial souls can assist martial artists in developing a more expansive Qi Ci. Currently, Chu Qingyun's Devouring Martial Soul was only at the 2nd level, and while it would certainly be beneficial to wait until he had a higher-grade Devouring Martial Soul before opening the Qi Ci, he could not afford to wait. He had to grow stronger to facilitate the evolution of his Devouring Martial Soul. A 2nd-level martial soul should be able to open a Qi Ci with a radius of about 100 meters. Chu Qingyun thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. 100 meters was hardly an expansive Qi Ci. The Devouring Martial Soul, still in a chaotic state, slowly sank into the Qi Ci in his dantian under Chu Qingyun's guidance. Once the martial soul entered the Qi Ci, the newly opened Qi Ci seemed to be under immense pressure, causing its boundaries to rapidly expand. In an instant, Chu Qingyun's Qi Ci swelled to a radius of 100 meters. Moreover, it showed no signs of stopping, continuing to expand uncontrollably, reaching a radius of 500 meters and then 1,000 meters. When the Qi Ci expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters, the yuan power within it had become nearly depleted, with numerous small cracks appearing throughout the Qi Ci. A sharp pain surged through Chu Qingyun, nearly causing him to cry out in agony. Damn it, there's not enough yuan power. Chu Qingyun trembled with alarm. The yuan power accumulated in his 9 meridians was insufficient to stabilize the Qi Ci under the pressure of the Devouring Martial Soul. The Qi Ci continued to expand wildly, causing those cracks to widen further. If this continued, he would inevitably face one fate. The Qi Ci would tear apart, rendering him utterly incapable. I never expected it would end like this. Chu Qingyun, would stumble here. Truly, my success and failure hinge upon the Devouring Martial Soul, he thought, facing the ever-widening cracks in the Qi Ci with a sense of desolation. Just then, the Devouring Martial Soul within the Qi Ci seemed to sense the anomaly. The chaotic mass of the martial soul suddenly began to churn violently, and an overwhelming suction force erupted from it. Caught in the terrifying pull of the Devouring Martial Soul, the entire secluded chamber was immediately engulfed in a fierce whirlwind. As all the yuan power in the chamber was swiftly drawn into Chu Qingyun's Qi Ci. However, this amount of yuan power was merely a drop in the bucket for a Qi Ci that had already expanded to a radius of 2,000 meters. The Devouring Martial Soul continued to absorb, and the yuan stones that Chu Qingyun carried were also being drawn in. Whether of middling or inferior quality, at this moment, they all emerged from his body. floating around him. Bang, bang, banged in a rapid succession of explosive sounds. Within a brief span of mere seconds, all the elemental stones detonated, and all the elemental energy was completely drained, poured into the ever-expanding sea of Qi. The infusion of elemental energy from the stones slightly alleviated the expansion of the fissures. However, as the sea of Qi continued to swell, that marginal effect was swiftly negated, and the countless cracks grew larger and more numerous. Faced with the impending rupture of the sea of Qi, the devouring martial soul seemed to be provoked, unleashing an even more formidable force of absorption. The skies above the Assassin Alliance trembled violently with the fluctuations of elemental energy. As streams of energy from the heavens and earth converged, forcefully drawn into Chu Qingyun's sea of Qi. The moment the elemental energies were disturbed, the leaders of the City Lord's mansion, the Bloodwolf Gang, the Deng family, and Wanbao Tower, nearly every martial artist, turned their gazes towards the direction of the Assassin Alliance, their expressions altered in shock. Disturbing the elemental energies of the world was no trivial feat. Outside the secret chamber, Yiyun's expression shifted dramatically, and she dashed towards the room where Chu Qingyun was meditating. Inside the chamber, a tempest raged, as all the furniture was reduced to splinters, colliding chaotically within the room. While the elemental energies seemed to form a funnel-like vortex, to the core of it sat the cross-legged Chu Qingyun, this fellow, causing such a commotion upon breaking through to a martial artist. "Suppress it," Yiyun uttered in a low voice, and waves of cold energy radiated from her palms, swiftly filling the space and concealing the disturbed elemental forces as the tremors of the elemental energy subsided. Many returned their gazes, silently speculating what had transpired. However, within the City Lord's mansion, a figure shot forth, transforming into afterimages, flickering across rooftops, heading towards the Assassin Alliance. His speed was so astounding that he was barely perceptible. On a rooftop adjacent to the Assassin Alliance, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with a handsome visage, suddenly appeared, furrowing his brow as he observed the vortex of elemental energy gathering above the Assassin Alliance. This man was Yi Qi's father, the City Lord of Qingshan City, a martial spirit-level powerhouse. Yi Qingfeng, this matter pertains to my Assassin Alliance. I kindly ask you not to meddle. Inside the chamber, Yiyun slightly lifted her head, speaking in a dispassionate tone. Though she had not witnessed it firsthand, she could sense the presence of a concealed aura outside, belonging to a powerhouse of her caliber. This place was not only the Assassin Alliance, but also Qingshan City, and more broadly, the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. Unmoved, the blue-robed man remained on the rooftop. An exceptionally refined elemental energy flowed from his hand, merging with the elemental forces of heaven and earth. Attempting to ascertain the situation below, perceiving the aura of that elemental energy, Yiyun snorted softly, and a jet-black flame surged from her delicate fingertips, instantaneously incinerating that elemental force into nothingness. Yi Qingfeng's expression shifted. A powerful aura surged from the rooftop, crashing down fiercely, subtly clashing with Yiyun's presence. However, both refrained from fully engaging, with Yiyun being mindful of the nearby Chu Qingyun, while Yi Qingfeng considered the unfathomable Assassin Alliance behind Yiyun. Approximately 2 minutes later, as Chu Qingyun's sea of Qi reached its limit, the devouring martial soul gradually subsided, obediently hovering at the center of the sea of Qi. The previously disturbed elemental energies swiftly regained their calm. Aside from the utterly chaotic secret chamber, everything seemed as though nothing had transpired. As the anomalous event dissipated, Yi Qingfeng did not linger, casting a deep glance below before vanishing like a phantom, as if he had never been there. Once Chu Qingyun's sea of Qi stabilized, the 5-star Vine Martial Soul and Shadow Martial Soul also settled within the sea of Qi. However, the two were positioned at opposite corners, keeping their distance. The central region of the Sea of Qi was dominated by the murky, devouring martial soul, leaving no room for the 5-star Vine and Shadow Martial Souls to approach. Finally, it was over. Chu Qingyun opened his eyes, wiping away the cold sweat. He had to admit, this endeavor to establish the Sea of Qi had truly terrified him. he had initially thought that with the second-tier Devouring Martial Soul, creating a sea of chi with a radius of 100 meters was remarkable. Little did he expect that the Devouring Martial Soul would go into a frenzy, nearly tearing the sea of chi apart. The moment Chu Qingyun opened his eyes, he saw a pair of delicate, pale hands dart toward his abdomen like lightning. Even though Chu Qingyun had advanced to a first-tier martial artist, he found himself immobilized under Yuyun's terrifying aura, helplessly watching as her hand pressed against his lower abdomen. Suddenly, Yuyun's eyes widened in astonishment. The sea of chi with a radius of 10,000 meters. How is this possible? Even with Yuyun's extensive knowledge, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A sea of chi of such magnitude was not something one merely saw. She had never even heard of it. Even the largest sea of chi she had encountered in this world only measured 8,000 meters, which was still a considerable distance from 10,000. Cough. Miss Yuyun, could you please remove your hand? Chu Qingyun coughed lightly, speaking with a hint of exasperation. A martial artist, his physical constitution was naturally exceptional, rendering him impervious to temperature extremes. Hence his attire was rather scant. However, Yuyun's hand had fortuitously found its way to a rather sensitive area, provoking a reaction from the youthful and vigorous Chu Qingyun. Let me see your martial soul. Yuyun's face flushed slightly, and with a playful huff, she insisted on inspecting Chu Qingyun's martial soul. Amused, Chu Qingyun released the 5-star Vine Martial Soul, allowing Yuyun to examine it thoroughly. The ability to manifest a sea of chi with a radius of 10,000 meters left Chu Qingyun utterly astonished. However, he understood that this was undoubtedly due to the Devouring Martial Soul. He still had not fully comprehended this mysterious martial soul. Yuyun meticulously examined several times, even requesting Chu Qingyun to channel elemental energy and attack her with a 5-star Vine Martial Soul. But to no avail. From every angle, this martial soul appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary second-tier martial soul. How curious. Blackblade, did you experience any unusual sensations during your breakthrough? Yuyun inquired, furrowing her brow. No peculiar sensations. I was in a semi-dazed state at the time. Chu Qingyun replied, feigning contemplation that it was not that he intended to deceive Yuyun. The implications of the Devouring Martial Soul were simply too significant. In revealing it would bring nothing but harm. Sigh. So be it. Perhaps you were just fortunate. However, do not speak of your vast sea of chi. Otherwise, it may attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Be cautious not to let others easily probe into your sea of chi. Yuyun warned Chu Qingyun. Listening to her admonition, Chu Qingyun felt a warmth in his heart and nodded earnestly to be by the way. I must remind you of something. The larger the sea of chi you establish, the more resources it will consume when you break through to a sea of chi with a radius of 10,000 meters, if you were to use top-grade elemental stones to fill it. It would be quite staggering, Yuyun remarked, shaking her head as she exited the secret chamber, leaving Chu Qingyun in a state of astonishment. Previously, when he had established the sea of chi, all his elemental stones had shattered and been consumed, leaving him with an asset of 0. The thought of needing top-grade elemental stones, which could leave even a formidable figure like Yuyun astounded, made him wince. Upon leaving the Assassin Alliance, the sky had begun to darken slowly. Walking along the streets and witnessing the dwindling crowds, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but think of home, of Chujia village. With Yichi confined for a month, he likely wouldn't see her during this time. After 2 assassination attempts against the Blood Wolf gang, they would undoubtedly be on high alert. Attempting another assassination would likely prove to be fraught with difficulty. Having been away from home for some time, and now having advanced to a martial artist, it was time to return home and pay a visit. Chu Qingyun silently made this decision. After spending one last night at the inn, he set out with nothing but the clothes on his back, riding the same horse he had arrived on, leaving Qingshan City. Upon his arrival, he had at least a dozen mid-grade elemental stones. Now, he departed without even a single low-grade elemental stone. Giddy up, upon departing the town, Chu Qingyun could not help but indulge in a moment of self-mockery, and then he brandished his whip, hastening towards Chu family village. Although he currently possessed not a single piece of elemental stone, he bore upon him numerous treasures that were previously unimaginable in Chu family village. Whether it be the concealment technique or the mystical heavenly inscription, both significantly contributed to his prowess. Even the black iron crossbow he carried would likely astonish the villagers. Even an ordinary individual wielding such a weapon, capable of penetrating the defenses of a level 9 martial artist, could potentially eliminate those of level 7 or even 8, galloping forth without pause. Chu Qingyun arrived near Chu family village just before noon. He gazed upon the increasingly discernible outlines in the distance. His heart swelled with excitement. That moment, for figures suddenly leapt down from the trees flanking the road. Who dares to intrude upon Chu family village? Halt, dismount, and prepare to face your demise. The four shouted as they descended upon the horseback figure of Chu Qingyun. With a cold snort, Chu Qingyun tightened the reins slightly and reached for the hilt of his sword. However, upon recognizing one of their faces, he halted his hand and smiled. The aura of a martial artist abruptly erupted from Chu Qingyun, causing the four airborne figures to display expressions of sheer horror. Under the oppressive aura of Chu Qingyun, they found themselves utterly immobilized. With a series of dull thuds, the four fell to the ground like dumplings. Before they could express their anger, Chu Qingyun burst into laughter. "Ha! Genga, Ligo, what brings you here? I don't recall there being any lookout station outside the village." It turned out that these four were none other than the younger generation of martial artists from Chu family village. Chu Gang, Chu Lai, and the others were all individuals whose lives Chu Qingyun had previously saved. In his eagerness to return to the village, he had neglected to notice their ambush among the trees. "You are Qingyun. Qingyun has returned. Is it really you, Qingyun? In just a few days, you've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you." Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, the four were overwhelmed with joy. After his departure from the village, Chu Qingyun had undergone a series of experiences and broadened his horizons. Particularly, having broken through to the level of a martial artist, his demeanor and presence had transformed considerably, making it difficult for them to recognize him at first. "Qingyun, was that aura of yours indicative of your breakthrough to martial artist status?" Chu Lai inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was a formidable level 4 martial artist, yet even the aura of a level 9 village chief could not render him immobile. Yet under Chu Qingyun's aura, he felt akin to a small rabbit ensnared by a fierce tiger, utterly unable to move or entertain any thoughts of resistance. This was an absolute suppression of power. Chu Qingyun nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I just made the breakthrough these past few days. I am now a level 1 martial artist." "Heavens, you've truly become a martial artist in such a brief time. How could you have advanced to such a level? A genius. You are a genuine genius." Chu Lai and the others could not help but shake their heads in awe. They were all considerably older than Chu Qingyun, yet their strength paled in comparison. Qingyun, it's wonderful that you become a martial artist. You must return home and see your family." The eldest among them, Chu Gang, was the first to regain his composure, addressing Chu Qingyun with a tone laden with unspoken concern. Chu Qingyun's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Without further ado, he bid farewell to the four and spurred his horse onward. Chu Qingyun understood clearly that rather than squander time inquiring about matters with them, it would be far more prudent to return home and ascertain the situation for himself. As a level 1 martial artist, he would ensure that the Zhao family fort would no longer act with such impunity. Our Chu family village now boasts a martial artist, and a young one at that. The next time those from Zhao family fort come around, they shall think twice. As they watched Chu Qingyun's retreating figure, Chu Lai and the others were filled with elation, abandoning their caution as they followed in the direction of the village. Upon entering the village, Chu Qingyun dismounted and swiftly dashed toward his home. His speed was so remarkable that to onlookers, he appeared as mere afterimages, indistinguishable from anyone else. Upon crossing the threshold of his courtyard, Chu Qingyun's expression darkened. The once tidy and pristine yard had been ravaged, left in utter disarray. Not only had everything breakable been destroyed, but even the walls of the house had been smashed, leaving several large holes. "Cough, cough, cough! Who is out there? There's nothing to see. Just leave." A weak voice accompanied by intermittent coughs emanated from within the house. Hearing this voice, Chu Qingyun's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed inside. Upon seeing his father, Chu Xian, lying pale upon the bed, tears welled in Chu Qingyun's eyes. "Father, what has happened to our home? Who did this?" Chu Qingyun knelt beside the bed, grasping Chu Xian's hand, his words laced with a simmering rage and a sense of urgency. His family had always been Chu Qingyun's Achilles heel. He had never flinched even in the face of a level 3 martial artist like Zhang Han. Yet now, his home lay in ruins, and his father had been left bedridden. "Qingyun, you've returned. That is good, and I'm fine, merely unwell. I shall recover in a few days." Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, a hint of color returned to the pale face of Chu Xian, though he denied having been harmed, attributing his condition to illness instead. Chu Qingyun, however, was unconvinced. The destruction of his home, combined with the words of Chu Lai and the others, led him to believe that something grave had transpired. "Chu Xian, I brought today's medicine. I shall brew it for you shortly," that a familiar voice called from outside. And soon, Chu Qingyun's mother, Lu Lanfang, entered. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, she was so startled that she dropped the wrapped medicine onto the floor. "Mother, who is responsible for all this? Who harmed father?" Chu Qingyun rose, gazing intently at Lu Lanfang. Lu Lanfang hesitated, glancing between Chu Qingyun and Chu Xian, unwilling to divulge the truth. "Father, mother, even if you do not tell me, I can inquire with Chu Lai and Chu Gang. Rest assured, I am not the same as before. I will not act impulsively." Chu Qingyun insisted, his urgency palpable. With a heavy sigh, Chu Xian began to explain. "Just 2 days after you left for Qingshan City, news came from Zhao family fort that Zhao Zi, the lord of Zhao family fort, had broken through to become a martial artist in the surrounding villages. No martial artists existed, and Zhao family fort has become the dominant force in the area. Subsequently, Zhao Yishui, the lord's son, led a group to Chu family village. When they could not find you, they vented their anger by wreaking havoc upon our courtyard and home." Chu Xian's tone was somber as he recounted the events. Lu Lanfang, wiping her tears, added, "Yes, your father merely attempted to dissuade them slightly. Yet Zhao Yishui kicked him, leaving him gravely injured. Had it not been for the village chief's medicine, he might have—" "Enough of this nonsense. Go prepare the medicine." Chu Xian interrupted sharply, followed by a fit of heavy coughing. "Zhao Yishui, Zhao Zi." Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth, his fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. He could scarcely believe that trouble would find him even after his departure. In the world of martial artists, an unwritten rule existed that family members should not be harmed. Chu Qingyun's parents were merely ordinary individuals. Even if Zhao Yishui sought revenge, it should not have been directed at them. However, with a martial artist emerging from Zhao family fort, they clearly felt emboldened, acting with reckless abandon. "Father, mother, I need to step out for a moment." Chu Qingyun inhaled deeply, preparing to leave. "Qingyun, don't act rashly. Qingyun, come back. We cannot provoke them. We cannot afford to hide." Chu Xian and Lu Lanfang urgently called after him. Chu Qingyun paused momentarily, turning back with a smile. "Do not worry. I am merely going to speak with the village chief." Upon hearing that he was going to find the village chief, Chu Xian and the others finally felt somewhat relieved. In their eyes, the village chief was an invincible presence, certain to put a stop to Chu Qingyun. As Chu Qingyun stepped outside, he unexpectedly collided with Chu Lai and his 3 companions. "Qingyun, are you aware?" they inquired, following him closely. Chu Qingyun nodded, his face contorted with fury as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Zhao Yishui dares to strike my father. I want him dead. Indeed, he deserves to die. Moreover, aside from that incident with Zhao Yishui, the Zhao family often sends people to invade our village. With the village chief's medicine, Uncle Xian was almost fully recovered, but after being struck once more by Zhao Feilong, his condition worsened significantly. The Yuan stone vein is also in jeopardy. The Zhao family members are brazenly robbing us, showing no regard for life." Upon learning that Chu Qingyun had become a level 1 martial master, Chu Lai and his companions felt as though they had found a strong ally and eagerly shared everything with him. Hearing this, Chu Qingyun's gaze turned more fierce, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. When the village chief learned of Chu Qingyun's return, he gathered some key figures and was about to step outside when Chu Qingyun and his companions barged in. "Qingyun, you shouldn't have returned. Hurry back to Qingshan City. Calm down. Qingyun, the situation is quite complicated, and we must remain patient. Chu Lai, Chu Gang, Why are you still dawdling? Quickly fetch a swift horse to send Qingyun back to Qingshan City. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, the village chief and the others immediately urged him to return to Qingshan City. Zhao Zi had already broken through to become a martial master. Chu Qingyun was the only hope for Chu family village. They could not afford any mishap to befall him. Village chief, Uncle Hua, esteemed uncles, I am now a level 1 martial master, declared Chu Qingyun, releasing a powerful aura that enveloped the village chief's courtyard. In an instant, except for the village chief, who was a level 9 martial artist, everyone else was left immobilized by the overwhelming presence. The aura arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, after a brief moment. Chu Qingyun retracted his imposing energy. Ha! After a moment of stunned silence, the courtyard erupted in laughter, leaving half the village bewildered. They had been pent up for far too long. Chu family village had formidable strength. Previously the only one among nearby villages capable of contending with the Zhao family. Thus, with Zhao Zi's breakthrough, the Zhao family aimed their first strike at Chu family village. In recent days, not only had Chu Qingyun's home been utterly destroyed, but even the village's higher-ups faced frequent humiliation and ridicule. Even the younger generation of the Zhao family treated them with disdain. Qingyun, regarding your father's matter, well, the village has its own difficulties, the village chief said apologetically as he looked at Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun nodded in understanding, replying, It's all right, village chief. I can comprehend. However, now that I have returned, the Zhao family's good days are numbered. Previously, when Zhao Yishui had caused trouble, the village chief had not fully resisted. Chu Qingyun understood this. Provoking Zhao Yishui might have led to an all-out war with the Zhao family, putting the entire Chu family village at risk. Moreover, had it not been for the village chief's medicine, Chu Xian might not have survived to this day. By the way, Qingyun, how does your strength measure up among level 1 martial masters? Can you defeat Zhao Zi? Chu Hua asked, somewhat excited. After pondering for a moment, Chu Qingyun replied, Among level 1 martial masters, I should have no rivals. As for level 2, that remains uncertain. In truth, Chu Qingyun's assessment was rather modest. With a chi reservoir spanning a radius of 10,000 meters, coupled with his sword-drawing technique, Xiantian divine pattern, and his comprehension of sword momentum, he would likely hold his own against an ordinary level 2 martial master. Wonderful. That scoundrel Zhao Zi's good days are over. That old fool took over 20 years to break through, while our Qingyun achieved martial master status before even turning 16. Slaying that old fool would be as easy as killing a dog. Chu Qingyun's words reignited excitement among those in the courtyard at that moment. A middle-aged man rushed in, exclaiming, Village chief, dire news! Zhao Feilong from the Zhao family has returned. Upon hearing the name Zhao Feilong, a spark of fury ignited in Chu Qingyun's eyes. Just moments ago, Chu Lai had informed him that his father's injuries had nearly healed, only to be further harmed by Zhao Feilong. Chu Hua. Qingyun, you two go confront Zhao Feilong, the village chief commanded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. While the village chief remained still, Chu Hua led a group of young martial artists to the village entrance. At that moment, Zhao Feilong was flaunting his authority at the entrance of the village, harassing the women passing by. The men of Chu family village seethed with rage, daring not to voice their anger. Zhao Feilong reveled in his triumph. Striding alone into a major village like Chu family village was something he had never dared to imagine. Yet here he was, enjoying the power without anyone daring to challenge him. Zhao Feilong, it's you again, Chu Hua shouted as he arrived, startling Zhao Feilong, who nearly stumbled in surprise. Damn it, Chu Hua, how dare you speak to me, Brother Feilong, like that? Apologize and call me Brother Feilong, or I will make sure this matter is far from over. Zhao Feilong regained his composure, speaking with a haughty demeanor. Hearing this, Chu Hua's lips twitched in anger, wishing he could slap the scoundrel in a silenced by lineage. Chu Hua was considered Zhao Feilong's elder, yet Zhao Feilong demanded that he call him Brother Feilong. This was simply intolerable. Humph, Zhao Feilong, do you still recognize me? Chu Qingyun said coldly, stepping out from the crowd with a chilling gaze directed at Zhao Feilong. He now regretted not finishing Zhao Feilong off during the wedding challenge. However, it was not too late to act now. Chu Qingyun, Zhao Feilong laughed maniacally. You dare return? Good, just wait. You're as good as dead. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, Zhao Feilong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Delivering this news to Zhao Yishui would earn him significant merit. However, recalling how he had been easily defeated by Chu Qingyun during the wedding challenge, Zhao Feilong decided to toy with him first. Chu Qingyun, today Brother Feilong is in a good mood. Come here and lick the soles of my shoes clean, and I might let you go. What do you say? Zhao Feilong gazed at Chu Qingyun with a sinister smile. Lick the soles of your shoes, and you think you'll let me go? Chu Qingyun's expression darkened, while Chu Hua and the others scoffed internally. If this fool only knew that Chu Qingyun had already become a martial master, he would surely be terrified. Zhao Feilong, you truly are unrepentant. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Qingyun suddenly moved, appearing before Zhao Feilong like a phantom. Zhao Feilong, merely a level 4 martial artist, underestimated Chu Qingyun's speed, as if he had teleported right in front of him. Get down, Chu Qingyun barked, delivering 2 swift kicks that effortlessly shattered Zhao Feilong's knees. With a thud, Zhao Feilong fell backward, lying on the ground, his legs rendered useless. To no, this can't be. How could you be so fast? Lying on the ground, Zhao Feilong finally came to his senses, fear and disbelief flooding his voice. Humph, Zhao Feilong, with your pathetic demeanor, you dare call yourself Brother Feilong? You think I would lick your shoes? Chu Qingyun looked down at Zhao Feilong from above, his voice icy. Chu Qingyun, you dare strike me? Do you believe that the Zhao family can reduce your Chu family village to ashes in an instant? Zhao Feilong, still unyielding, threatened viciously. Reduced to ashes? Chu Qingyun scoffed, then lifted a foot and forcefully stomped on Zhao Feilong's mouth. A dog cannot spit out ivory. Weren't you eager to lick the soles? Today, you shall lick to your heart's content. With a sudden surge of strength, Chu Qingyun forcefully stomped down, shattering all of Zhao Feilong's teeth. Chu Qingyun, Brother Yun, spare me. I shall never dare again. At this moment, Zhao Feilong finally displayed a cowardly demeanor. With his teeth completely gone, his pleas for mercy came out slurred and incoherent. Spare you? You dare to strike my father? You deserve death. Chu Qingyun scoffed coldly, delivering a brutal kick to Zhao Feilong's chest, the terrifying force penetrating deeply and shattering his heart. Well done, among the scoundrels of Zhao's stronghold. Zhao Feilong was the most arrogant. The crowd from Chu family village erupted in applause. However, some voiced their concerns, fearing the dire consequences that might arise from killing Zhao Feilong. As evening approached, Chu Qingyun and several captains from the guard team visited the village chief. Village chief, esteemed uncles, tonight I shall venture to Zhao's stronghold to eliminate Zhao Zi and Zhao Yishui, completely extinguishing their hopes. Chu Qingyun's expression was icy as he spoke. Having undergone trials in Qingshan City and faced numerous challenges, the current Chu Qingyun would show no mercy to his enemies. Isn't it a bit hasty to go tonight? Someone suggested. The village chief shook his head, saying, Listen to Qingyun, it must be tonight. However, Qingyun, there's one thing you must always bear in mind. Your own safety is paramount. At barely 16, you have already become a first-tier martial artist. Your future is boundless. Compared to you, the entire Zhao stronghold is but a mere trifle. Therefore, even in failure, ensure your safety first. Upon hearing the village chief's words, everyone nodded in agreement. As long as this talented Chu Qingyun continued to grow, the future of Chu family village would be limitless. Rest assured, village chief, Zhao Zi and the others are as good as dead. That night, after resting at home and waiting for his parents to fall asleep, Chu Qingyun quietly rose, leaping out of the courtyard and leaving the village to the village entrance. Chu Hua and several others have been waiting for a long time, preparing horses for him. Qingyun, since you have decided to take action, you must be ruthless and leave them no chance to retaliate. You understand? Chu Hua whispered to Chu Qingyun as he mounted his horse. Chu Qingyun nodded, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he declared, After tonight, there will be no martial artist above the 6th level left in Zhao's stronghold. If I only kill Zhao Zi and Zhao Yishui, their strength will still pose a significant threat to us. However, if I eliminate all martial artists above the 6th level, the surrounding villages will deal with them without us having to lift a finger. After all, Having been bullied by Zhao's stronghold for so many years, they will retaliate fiercely if given the chance. Zhao's stronghold was not far from Chu family village. Chu Qingyun spurred his horse onward, arriving in just about 2 hours. Once near Zhao's stronghold, he found a place to tie up his horse. He then changed into night gear he had brought from Qingshan City and activated his stealth technique, moving silently towards Zhao's stronghold. The name of Zhao's stronghold was not given lightly. Compared to ordinary villages, its defenses were formidable. Tall walls surrounded Zhao's stronghold, and numerous guard teams patrolled day and night. However, for Chu Qingyun, all of this was of little consequence. Having infiltrated the residence of the Blood Wolf gang's elder without a sound, these defenses posed no challenge to him. Relying solely on the martial artist's stealth technique would not allow him to completely conceal his presence. Thus, he decided to first deal with the martial artists above the 6th level in Zhao's stronghold. Concealed in a shadowy spot, Chu Qingyun pondered for a moment before making his decision. He would confront Zhao Zi last. 7th, 8th, and 9th level martial artists were considered advanced fighters. Even though Zhao's stronghold was the largest in the vicinity, they had fewer than 20 advanced martial artists, most of whom were at the 7th level. Prior to arriving, Chu Qingyun had thoroughly inquired about the residences of the advanced martial artists in Zhao's stronghold and had memorized them. From west to east, Chu Qingyun began his cleansing of the advanced martial artists in Zhao's stronghold. With his first-tier martial artist strength, coupled with the stealth technique, as long as he didn't approach Zhao Zi directly, no one would sense his presence. After approximately 3 hours, all advanced martial artists, except for the stronghold's master, Zhao Zi, had been eliminated by Chu Qingyun. Throughout these 3 hours, Zhao's stronghold remained eerily quiet, without a single person noticing that a harbinger of death had infiltrated their midst. Having crushed the throat of the last 7th-level martial artist outside, Chu Qingyun's eyes locked onto the courtyard of Zhao Zi's residence. Zhao Yishui, Zhao Zi, it's your turn. Leaping over the wall of Zhao Zi's home, Chu Qingyun suppressed his presence to the utmost, advancing through the shadows along the way. His first target upon entering was the 8th-level martial artist, Zhao Zhima, who was positioned farthest from Zhao Zi. Zhao Zhima had previously sought assassins from the Assassin Alliance to eliminate Chu Qingyun. Now he had become the prey in Chu Qingyun's assassination scheme. An eye for an EYS night deepened. After a fierce struggle in bed, Zhao Zhima lay contentedly asleep, embraced by his newlywed concubine. Chu Qingyun, having suppressed his aura to the extreme, squatted outside Zhao Zhima's door, holding his breath and attentively listening for any sounds nearby. During his time with Yiyan, he had learned many things about assassins, the most crucial and repeatedly emphasized being one word: caution. Even with the strength of a first-tier martial artist, when attempting to assassinate an 8th-level martial artist, Chu Qingyun remained fully committed, leaving no room for carelessness. Inside, 2 breaths could be heard. One was steady and long, likely belonging to Zhao Zhima, while the other was short and rapid, presumably just an ordinary person. Both breaths were calm, indicating that they were sound asleep. After making this assessment, Chu Qingyun slid a black dagger into the door's crack, channeling his energy into it. The dagger swiftly flashed, severing the latch on the door. Gently pushing the door open just a crack, he slipped inside and quickly closed it behind him, then stealthily approached the bedside. Bathed in the faint moonlight pouring in, Chu Qingyun clearly saw that the figure asleep in the bed was indeed Zhao Zhima, the brother of Zhao Zi, who had once led the wedding procession for Zhao's stronghold. Die, Zhao Zhima. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Qingyun's eyes as he covered Zhao Zhima's mouth and nose with one hand. At the same instant, the black dagger plunged fiercely into his heart, twisting violently. Zhao Zhima struggled violently for a brief moment before falling motionless, lifeless on the bed. The young woman beside him was startled awake and, after a moment of confusion, clung to his arm before drifting back into a deep sleep. Next was Zhao Yishui. After leaving Zhao Zhima, Chu Qingyun stealthily made his way to the next target. However, as he circled around the back of a building, an elderly man with white hair, sitting cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. His piercing gaze shone like 2 sharp beams of light, cutting through the darkness of the room. This man was none other than Zhao Zi, the master of Zhao's stronghold, who had recently broken through to become a first-tier martial artist. Who goes there? Zhao Zi bellowed, bursting through the back window and leaping outside. "Damn it, I've been discovered." Chu Qingyun cursed inwardly, quickly changing direction and raising his hand to unleash a powerful palm strike, infused with surging energy. Aimed directly at Zhao Zi, a martial artist. Sensing the ferocious aura erupting from Chu Qingyun, Zhao Zi's expression changed, and he dared not underestimate the situation, mustering all his strength to counter with a palm strike of his own. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Zhao Zi was sent flying, crashing through a wall behind him and landing in a heap of rubble. Chu Qingyun, however, staggered back several steps, leaving a series of cracked footprints on the ground as he absorbed the force of the impact. Though both were first-tier martial artists, the energy sea that Chu Qingyun had cultivated spanned a radius of 10,000 meters, while Zhao Zi's was barely over 20 meters, a stark difference. "Who are you? And why do you attack my Zhao's stronghold? If we have offended you in any way, please speak your grievances." This moment, Zhao Zi appeared disheveled and covered in dust, although he managed to feign calmness on his face. His heart was in a state of utter shock. The aura emanating from Chu Qingyun was, like his own, merely that of a first-level martial artist. However, in the midst of their confrontation, Zhao Zi quickly realized the vast disparity in their strengths. The surging primordial energy in Chu Qingyun's palms instilled in him an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Who is this person? Naturally, the one who intends to kill you. Chu Qingyun chuckled coldly and charged toward Zhao Zi once more. He discerned that due to the significant difference in their energy reservoirs, Chu Qingyun's primordial energy held an absolute quantitative advantage, utterly crushing Zhao Zi. "Junior, seeking death." Zhao Zi gritted his teeth and roared, a spear over 2 meters long manifesting before him. Although Chu Qingyun had not even drawn his sword, Zhao Zi was already so intimidated that he activated his martial spirit. "Angry Dragon Piercer." Zhao Zi bellowed, gripping the spear tightly as he unleashed his soul technique, thrusting it forcefully at Chu Qingyun. The power of a martial spirit enveloped Zhao Zi instantaneously, causing a fierce brilliance to erupt from his spear. With his speed escalating to an extreme, like a bolt of lightning, the spear surged forth, as if the martial spirit and Zhao Zi had become one, driving forward with furious intent toward Chu Qingyun. Impressive, mystical heaven divine pattern. Chu Qingyun silently praised, then activated the mystical heaven divine pattern, a dark golden symbol illuminating his right arm, as his primordial energy surged, meeting Zhao Zi's assault with a palm strike. The audacity of this junior to dare to block my soul technique with his bare hand. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun neither employ his martial spirit nor wield a weapon, but rather extend his palm, Zhao Zi could not help but roar in anger. Humph. Merely a first-level martial spirit. No matter how adeptly it is wielded, it remains a trivial first-level soul technique. Chu Qingyun scoffed lightly. "Die!" amidst Zhao Zi's furious shout. Chu Qingyun's right hand struck down fiercely upon the spear's brilliance. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Zhao Zi's fierce spear light shattered under the force of Chu Qingyun's palm, disintegrating like fallen glass, splintering into fragments. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun's hand bore the divine pattern, sustaining no harm whatsoever. Impossible! How could this be? Zhao Zi stood frozen in place, unable to suppress his astonished exclamation. There is nothing impossible. Perish. Chu Qingyun's gaze remained indifferent as he pressed the attack. His palm tearing through the air, striking down upon Zhao Zi's head with tremendous force. In that instant, Zhao Zi caught a glimpse of the dark golden divine pattern flickering on Chu Qingyun's hand. What is that? As the final thought crossed his mind, Zhao Zi's head was crushed with a resounding blow from Chu Qingyun's palm, blood and brains spraying backward in a gruesome display. The recently ascended martial artist, Zhao Zi, who had been arrogant for merely a few days, was dead. The lord of the fortress is dead, slain by that man in black. He is far too powerful. With just a casual strike, he shattered the lord's soul technique, the angry dragon spear. Run! Flee! The guards and servants witnessing this scene were paralyzed with terror, scurrying about like headless flies, having revered their seemingly invincible martial artist lord. They were now too frightened to take action against Chu Qingyun. The chaos surrounding Zhao Zi rapidly spread, awakening many from their slumber. The bodies of the slain high-ranking martial artists were soon discovered, triggering a chain reaction of panic throughout the Zhao family fortress. Chu Qingyun, however, remained unfazed. Although things had deviated slightly from the plan, his target was now solely Zhao Yixue. Chu Qingyun was confident that he could not escape. Previously, he had refrained from plundering the possessions of the high-ranking martial artists he had slain, fearing that it might alert others. However, after eliminating Zhao Zi, he entered the latter's quarters. Surely, Zhao Zi would not have entrusted the fortress's accumulated wealth to outsiders. He would be keeping it under his own watch. After thoroughly searching the room, Chu Qingyun discovered a meager 20 or so mid-grade primordial stones. This paltry sum could not possibly represent the entire wealth of a martial artist, especially one who held the position of village chief. Suddenly, Chu Qingyun's gaze fell upon a brass lion positioned to the left of Zhao Zi's bedside. Flanking the bed, each side pressed against the wall, were two fist-sized brass lions. Yet, the one on the left gleamed more brightly than its counterpart on the right, as if it were frequently handled. This brass lion must conceal something. A cold smile crept across Chu Qingyun's face as he extended his hand and pressed down forcefully on the brass lion. Click, click, click. After a series of mechanical sounds, a section of the previously smooth wall protruded, revealing a small square box measuring 30 centimeters on each side. Chu Qingyun used his sword to pry open the box, ensuring there were no traps before extracting it from its hidden compartment. Inside the box lay a bright yellow package, which contained a collection of milky white primordial stones, high-grade primordial stones. Chu Qingyun's eyes lit up with delight. Since departing from Qingshan City, he had found himself utterly destitute. Little did he expect to stumble upon such a windfall within Zhao Zi's quarters. This small pile of primordial stones amounted to at least 200, equivalent to 20,000 in mid-grade stones. The bounty for killing a Bloodwolf Gang elder did not even rival this. Stuffing the primordial stones into his garments, Chu Qingyun exited the house through the front door. Navigating the chaos in search of Zhao Yixue, Chu Qingyun rummaged for valuables. Turmoil and panic had already engulfed the entire Zhao family fortress. Almost everyone was in a frenzy, running and shouting in all directions. Zhao Yixue, as the young master of the fortress, naturally stepped forward in an attempt to stabilize the situation. However, he soon realized that the chaotic scene was far beyond his control. The young master. The lord has been killed. A guard stumbled forward, trembling as he spoke. What? Zhao Yixue exclaimed. What did you say? My father is a martial artist. How could he possibly be slain? He seized the man by the collar. His face contorted with rage. Just then, another panicked individual rushed in. Young master, it's bad. The second master has been killed. What? My uncle is dead too? Zhao Yixue's mind spiraled into chaos, his thoughts blank. The young master. Steward Kong has been killed. The young master. Hurry and report to the lord. Captain Zhao Xiao has been slain in his home. One death report after another flooded in, each more dire than the last. Zhao Yixue's complexion grew increasingly pallid, chills coursing through him. In a single night, the entire high-ranking echelon of the Zhao family fortress had been silently exterminated. What extraordinary means must this entail? If Zhao Yixue could not discern that they were being targeted by a formidable foe, then he would truly be a fool. You lot. You and all of you, charge to the village entrance together. Zhao Yixue pointed at those around him, commanding them to rush toward the village entrance. Those individuals, equally stunned, acted without hesitation, flocking toward the entrance like a swarm. Meanwhile, Zhao Yixue returned to his room, retrieving a brocade box, carefully avoiding the notice of others, and made his way toward the Zhao family fortress. Zhao Yixue's intent was simple: to draw the enemy's attention while he slipped away from a concealed location amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, he was unaware that all of this had been clearly observed by Chu Qingyun, who was perched atop the roof. This Zhao Yixue possesses a modicum of skill, even considering the notion of finding scapegoats. However, the more he attempts such tactics, the less he can be spared. With a swift movement, Chu Qingyun leaped across the rooftops, landing directly in Zhao Yixue's path. You! Who are you? The sudden appearance of the figure in black startled Zhao Yixue, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. nearly collapsing to the ground. Young Master Zhao, it seems the wealthy often forget their affairs. Chu Qingyun sneered, pulling down the black cloth concealing his face. It's you, Chu Qingyun. Under the dim moonlight, Zhao Yishui recognized the one he had longed to kill. The bane of his existence. Chu Qingyun, you tread upon the path to heaven, yet refuse to walk it. You barge into hell without invitation. Die haha. I forgot to mention, these days I have ascended to the rank of a level 7 warrior. Zhao Yishui laughed heartily, launching a powerful punch towards Chu Qingyun. Level 7 warrior. A flicker of disdain crossed Chu Qingyun's face. In the face of Zhao Yishui's ludicrous attack, Chu Qingyun suddenly raised his head. A fierce aura surging forth directly towards Zhao Yishui. Having slain over 20 individuals, the overwhelming aura emanating from Chu Qingyun was laced with a heavy scent of murderous intent, causing Zhao Yishui's legs to weaken. And he felt his knees with a thud. Warrior Master, Chu Qingyun, how could you be a warrior master? After being defeated by Chu Qingyun on the engagement platform, Zhao Yishui encountered a series of fortunate events that allowed him to swiftly break through and become a level 7 warrior. He had thought that upon meeting Chu Qingyun again, he would be able to trample him underfoot. Never could he have anticipated such an outcome. Chu Qingyun had, against all odds, broken through to become a warrior master. My father, my second uncle, and Zhao Kong and Zhao Xiao, were they all killed by you? Zhao Yishui suddenly recalled something and spoke with a trembling voice. You guessed correctly. Consider it a reward for you to reunite with them. Chu Qingyun scoffed, and with a flash of dark light in his hand, a black dagger pierced Zhao Yishui's throat, ending his life in one swift motion. After Zhao Yishui's demise, a small crimson pistol soon emerged from his body. Second tier Martial Soul, Fire Spear, Devour the Martial Soul, consume it. With a thought, Chu Qingyun's eager Devouring Martial Soul surged forward and swallowed the small pistol in one gulp, veiling himself once more with a black cloth. He took the ornate box from Zhao Yishui's hands and slipped away from Zhao family fort under the cover of night. The item that Zhao Yishui deemed essential even in his flight for survival must be a treasure. And Chu Qingyun, now in dire need of money, had no intention of letting it go. Once outside Zhao family fort, Chu Qingyun mounted his horse and returned to Chu family village under the starry night. Along the way, he opened Zhao Yishui's ornate box. The moment the box was opened, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted out, invigorating Chu Qingyun's spirit. Upon discerning the contents within the box, he was utterly delighted. Golden blood ginseng. The box contained a second-tier spiritual herb, golden blood ginseng. Moreover, this particular specimen was a remarkable 30 centimeters in length, significantly thicker than the one Chu Qingyun had purchased at the auction. A millennium-old golden blood ginseng. Its medicinal potency was nearly tenfold that of a 100-year-old specimen. With this spiritual herb, I shall be able to perfect the first level of the Xiantian divine pattern. Chu Qingyun felt a surge of joy. The Xiantian divine pattern secret technique would greatly enhance his strength. Merely completing the divine pattern on his right arm had already provided him with a substantial boost. One could only imagine how terrifying the enhancement would be upon completing all the divine patterns throughout his body. Oh, there's also a token in the box. Just before closing the ornate box, Chu Qingyun noticed a token lying beside the golden blood ginseng. The token felt slightly heavy in his hand, its pale yellow hue exuding a cool sensation. The back of the token was smooth, while the front bore a large character, Zhao. Zhao, the token of Zhao family fort. I have never heard of Zhao family fort possessing a token. After pondering for a moment without reaching a conclusion, Chu Qingyun decided to return and inquire with the village chief. The village chief was well-versed and might be able to identify the token. After all, it was he who recognized the Qing Wolf Bloodjade from the Blood Wolf gang last time. As Chu Qingyun returned to Chu family village, the horizon began to lighten. The village chief and the higher-ups of Chu family village were still standing at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting Chu Qingyun's return. As the sole warrior master in Chu family village, Chu Qingyun had earned this privilege. Village chief, look, a horse is approaching. It's Qingyun returning. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun's return, everyone breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Their spirits visibly lifted. The village chief's tense expression from the previous night finally broke into a smile. Their greatest concern was not whether Chu Qingyun could defeat Zhao Zi or kill the people of Zhao family fort, but rather his own safety. Village chief, Uncle Hua, I have not failed my mission. All the level 6 and above warriors from Zhao family fort have been slain, and Zhao Yishui has met his end as well. Henceforth, Zhao family fort poses no threat to us. Chu Qingyun dismounted with a smile. Excellent. Truly splendid. Qingyun, you are remarkable. Haha. I knew Qingyun would accomplish it. What a farce. Zhao family fort and Zhao Zi are in the face of Qingyun. Mo Yin, I said so. Yet you didn't believe me. I wasn't disbelieving. I was merely concerned about Qingyun's safety. The people of Chu family village erupted into laughter, with the extermination of Zhao family fort's elite. It marked a definitive end. From now on, Chu family village would stand as the strongest settlement in this region. Villagers could walk with their heads held high. Qingyun, aside from killing, you must have gained quite a bounty from this trip to Zhao family fort. Right? Chu Hua laughed heartily. Chu Qingyun chuckled, shaking the ornate box in his hand and patting his bulging clothing. Over 200 high-grade spirit stones, along with a millennium-old second-tier spiritual herb, golden blood ginseng. Wow, you lad have struck gold this time. Over 200 high-grade spirit stones. That must be the accumulation of Zhao family fort over the years, and now it all belongs to you. Let us celebrate. Qingyun, the next time we have a chance to go to Qingshan City, you must treat us to a feast in the city. The group felt even more jubilant, their laughter echoing. All these treasures were seized by Chu Qingyun through perilous endeavors, and none of them harbored any thoughts of claiming them. Although most were of an older generation than Chu Qingyun, none dared to act superior in his presence. And no problem, I will definitely treat you next time. By the way, village chief, I also obtained this from Zhao Yishui, Chu Qingyun said as he handed the token to the village chief. The village chief brought the token closer to the nearby torch, squinting to examine it closely. After a moment, he returned the token to Chu Qingyun with a sigh. It seems that the rumors are indeed true. What rumors? Everyone instinctively fell silent, their ears perked up in curiosity as they looked at the village chief. Long ago, there were rumors that the ancestors of Zhao family fort were not originally from Qingshan City. They were a branch of the Zhao clan from Yinqing. Moreover, Yinqing is a much larger city than Qingshan City and ranks among the foremost cities in the entire Lianshan prefecture. The Zhao clan is the most powerful force in Yinqing, wielding immense influence. After the village chief's explanation, Chu Qingyun nodded and remarked, no wonder Zhao Yishui managed to leap 3 levels in such a short time to become a level 7 warrior and obtain this golden blood ginseng. It appears he has attracted the attention of the Zhao clan from Yinqing. Chu Qingyun's speculation was correct. Zhao Yishui, having awakened a second-tier martial soul, was indeed under the watchful eye of a branch of the Zhao clan from Yinqing, who had bestowed upon him 2 spiritual herbs to facilitate his breakthrough to warrior master, intending for him to return to the clan in Yinqing. Little did he expect that before he could break through, he would meet his end, and the golden blood ginseng would fall into Chu Qingyun's hands. Village chief, Qingyun, do you think our killing Zhao Yishui will provoke retaliation from the Zhao clan? Chu Hua's face bore a hint of worry. The greatest force in Yinqing is a daunting thought that in the face of such power, Chu family village seems as insignificant as ants. After contemplating for a moment, Chu Qingyun shook his head, saying, there is no need for concern. A mere second-tier martial soul holds little significance in the eyes of such forces. Zhao Yishui only obtained a token and was not directly led back to the clan, indicating that the Zhao clan does not pay him much mind, let alone mobilize their resources for him. After hearing Chu Qingyun's analysis, the village chief and others nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. All right, this matter must remain confidential. No one is to speak of it. Qingyun, you have been on the move all night. Hurry home and rest. Everyone disperse and return to your homes at tea last. The village chief waved his hand, signaling everyone to return home and rest. Once back in his abode, Chu Qingyun retrieved the package he had received from Zhao Ziyi and meticulously counted its contents at a total of 245 high-grade yuan stones. To his astonishment, Zhao Ziyi, that old rascal, was indeed quite wealthy. This sum of yuan stones could be utilized for cultivation. After all, his qi had yet to be fully replenished with yuan power, and he also needed to purchase the martial master edition of the hidden qi technique. Moreover, it was high time for him to acquire a better sword, not to mention the second-tier spiritual herb for the Xiantian divine pattern. In an instant, Chu Qingyun's mind was flooded with numerous places where money was required. Regardless of which aspect he considered, the yuan stones needed were far beyond a mere 100 or two to alas. He lamented in resignation, thinking he had stumbled upon a windfall, only to realize the gap was still so vast after reckoning. Ultimately, he refrained from using those more than 200 high-grade yuan stones. Good steel should be reserved for the blade. One never knows when a need for yuan stones might arise, after safely storing the yuan stones. Chu Qingyun took out the golden blood ginseng that he decided to use it now to fully cultivate the first tier of the Xiantian divine pattern, lest he be plagued by lingering worries. With a swift motion, Chu Qingyun tore off a piece of the ginseng skin and consumed all the ginseng essence in one gulp, but a surge of potent medicinal power erupted within his abdomen. Harnessing this medicinal force, Chu Qingyun began to inscribe divine patterns on other parts of his body. After 2 hours, save for his face, his limbs, hands, feet, and torso were all adorned with dark golden divine patterns. Together, these patterns formed a cohesive whole, radiating a dark golden light that exuded an aura of mystery and majesty, brimming with power. Upon completing the first tier of the Xiantian divine pattern, its potency was significantly enhanced, leading to a considerable increase in Chu Qingyun's combat prowess. Based on his estimations, with just the Xiantian divine pattern, he could contend with an ordinary second-tier martial master. Coupled with his perfect control over his martial soul and the comprehension of sword momentum, he even had the means to challenge a third-tier martial master. Zhang Han, you have a little over 20 days. Just you wait. In the days that followed, Chu Qingyun did not rush to Qingshan City, but chose instead to spend time with his parents. He kept his 1-month appointment with Zhang Han from the Blood Wolf gang a secret from everyone in the village, fearing it would cause his family unnecessary worry. Thanks to the medicinal herbs provided by the village chief, after about 10 days, Chu Xian's injuries had healed significantly. Not only could he get out of bed and walk, but he was also able to do some lighter chores. During this time, Zhao Yishui's flame gun martial soul was completely devoured. Nevertheless, Chu Qingyun opted not to retain it, as he wielded a sword and had no knowledge of spear techniques. Thus, he utilized the power of the flame gun martial soul to fortify his devouring martial soul. Consequently, the enhancement progress of the devouring martial soul reached 16, while the 5-star vine martial soul and shadow martial soul remained at 0. Without large-scale battles, advancing martial souls proved to be quite a challenging endeavor that it was only with the help of Ning Xiao, who stirred up trouble at the Yuan Stone Mine, that Chu Qingyun managed to elevate all his martial souls to the second tier. The cultivation of realms requires Yuan Stone resources, and the second tier of the Xiantian divine pattern necessitates new spiritual herbs, all of which Chu Qingyun lacked. Therefore, throughout these 20 days, he focused on studying the Seven-Wind Sword. If he could master the final sword before his 1-month appointment with Zhang Han, it would undoubtedly elevate his strength to new heights. With 3 days remaining until the appointment, on a certain afternoon, Chu Qingyun reclined on the roof of his home, nibbling on a blade of grass, his eyes half closed as he gazed at the azure sky, watching the clouds drift lazily. Wind sweeps the clouds. The final sword of the Seven-Wind Sword eluded him. Despite having practiced the sword techniques to perfection, he could not grasp that elusive essence. The sword moves remained lifeless. The first 4 swords embodied the winds of the 4 seasons. The 5th sword, Morning Breeze and Waning Moon, drew inspiration from longing and the waning moon. The 6th sword, Howling Winds and Raging Storms, encapsulated ferocity and sharpness. Yet where, pray tell, lay the essence of the final sword? Wind sweeps the clouds? In the month of May, as willow catkins danced in the air, large clusters swirled together, lifted by the wind, resembling clouds drifting through the sky. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept through, scattering all the catkins in an instant. Witnessing this scene, a flash of insight illuminated Chu Qingyun's mind. The essence of wind sweeps the clouds lies in its momentum, an unstoppable force that guarantees victory. In these days, I have been consumed with worry over the upcoming appointment, fretting over whether I could defeat a third-tier martial master. How could I comprehend that fierce momentum with such anxieties weighing me down? I understand now, regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, One must dare to draw the sword and fight with all their might, unyielding forward. Victory is assured. This is the essence of wind sweeps the clouds. With a sudden burst of energy, Chu Qingyun leaped over 10 meters from the roof, descending gracefully as he drew his long sword in mid-air. With a sweeping strike, a sharp sword light spanning over 20 meters cleaved through the ground, carving out a deep ravine, and with a resounding crash, split a small hill several dozen meters away in half. Thus, the seven-sword, wind sweeps the clouds, was perfected. The entire seven-wind sword technique had been mastered to its fullest, after lingering at home for another 2 days. On the morning of the third day, the day of his appointment with Zhang Han, Chu Qingyun mounted his swift steed and galloped toward Qingshan City. The news of a 9th-tier martial artist facing a life-and-death duel against a 3rd-tier martial master had spread like wildfire throughout Qingshan City. In response, the Blood Wolf gang not only refrained from hindering the event, but actively fanned the flames, ensuring that more people became aware of it. Their motive was simple: to establish their authority and demonstrate the dire consequences faced by those who dared to offend the Blood Wolf gang. Early that day, tickets for the Daxia Martial Palace were snatched up in an instant to accommodate the surging crowd. The Daxia Martial Palace had no choice but to sell standing tickets as an exception. However, even with the stands packed to the brim, many outside were unable to secure tickets, forced to wait outside for the results. Inside the Daxia Martial Palace, an inconspicuous middle-aged martial artist lounged lazily against the wall, glancing intermittently toward the stage in the back. With a chi spanning a radius of 10,000 meters, coupled with his understanding of sword momentum, he was not entirely without a chance even against a 3rd-tier martial master. Chu Qingyun, if you dare not show up, it would be a great disappointment to me. The stands were packed tightly, yet curiously, there was no one around this middle-aged martial artist. An aura of dread seemed to emanate from him, causing those nearby to keep their distance, unwilling to approach. Chi. I think that Chu Qingyun is too afraid to come, remarked a young nobleman with an air of superiority, smiling at Yi Chi. His eyes, filled with fervor, were fixed upon her. It's impossible. Chu Qingyun will definitely come. Just you wait and see, Yi Chi retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Even if he arrives, it would be tantamount to seeking death. How could a mere country bumpkin dare challenge a martial master? Indeed, only our brother Yilan possesses the capability to do so. Laughed another. Brother Yilan is a genius. He once defeated a 1st-tier martial master with the strength of a 9th-tier martial artist. That was a tale for the ages. Listening to the flattery from those around, the first nobleman humbly dismissed their praise, yet his face was one of smug satisfaction. Years ago, he had relied on underhanded tactics to kill a severely injured martial master who had just opened their chi. A feat he had boasted about for many years. In the back, the beautiful servant girl, Xiao Mo, paced back and forth, a conflicted expression adorning her delicate features as she approached Gao Feng repeatedly. Xiao Mo, can you please sit still for a moment? You're making my head spin, Gao Feng said, somewhat exasperated. Uncle Gao, do you think Lord Qingyun will come? Xiao Mo asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Gao Feng, with a smile on his face, countered, do you wish for him to come? Of course. I hope he comes. Otherwise, Lord Qingyun will be labeled a coward. Wait, it might be better if he doesn't come. That Zhang Han is far too formidable. Lord Qingyun may not stand a chance against him and could end up in grave danger. Alas, is it better to come or not to come? Once again, Xiao Mo found herself ensnared in a web of indecision, pacing back and forth before Gao Feng, her murmurs continuing unabated. Meanwhile, Gao Feng had his eyes closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chu Qingyun will undoubtedly arrive. Nearby the arena, a throng of Blood Wolf gang members clustered around Elder Zhang Han, eagerly awaiting Chu Qingyun's appearance. At this moment, Zhang Han's heart was ablaze with rage. The life-and-death battle was agreed to take place at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He had initially planned to arrive a little late to showcase his distinguished status and composure, aiming for a psychological advantage. To his astonishment, he arrived at 2:30, only to find he was still earlier than Chu Qingyun. The whispers and laughter from the spectators only fueled his agitation, igniting his fury. Here he was, a dignified elder of the Blood Wolf gang, a figure capable of shaking the very foundations of Qingshan City with a stomp. now reduced to a mere spectacle akin to a monkey in a zoo. Elder, I believe that Chu Qingyun dares not come. He is nothing compared to you. I concur. Elder, if that brat fails to show, we shall unleash a bloodbath upon Chu family village to avenge young master's son. Yes, avenge our grievances. I, Go, shall lead the charge. Beside Zhang Han, the members of the Blood Wolf gang seethed with bloodlust. With merely 10 minutes remaining before the appointed time, Chu Qingyun ambled into the Devouring Martial Palace. He's here. He's here. Chu Qingyun has arrived. What? He truly dares to come. The audacity of youth is remarkable. Ah, I once possessed such vigor in my younger days. Indeed, so youthful. What a pity. What a pity. A commotion erupted in the crowd as they instinctively parted to make way for Chu Qingyun. Haha, Chu Qingyun, I knew you wouldn't shy away. Enough with the banter. Go forth. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, Gao Feng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, and he burst into hearty laughter. Go, Lord Qingyun, you must defeat that old turtle. Xiao Mo exclaimed, shaking her tiny fists at Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he replied, All right, watch as I shatter his shell today. As Chu Qingyun stepped onto the arena, he instantly stirred a tempest among the spectators. Their faces lit up with exhilaration. This outing would not be in vain. He has indeed come, and he has not disappointed me. Chu Qingyun is someone I have personally nurtured, since he has not let me down. Even in the event of defeat, I shall spare his life. Our assassin alliance does not adhere to the rules of others. A middle-aged warrior by the wall silently contemplated as he watched Chu Qingyun on the arena. If Chu Qingyun were to stand before him, he might feel a sense of familiarity, for she was none other than Yu Yun after her disguise. In the stands, Yi Chi felt a mix of joy and worry. Grasping the arm of Steward Qin beside her, Grandfather Qin, you promised me you would intervene at a critical moment. Steward Qin nodded with a smile. Rest assured, that lad has mastered the sword-drawing technique and earned the favor of the city lord. I will certainly ensure his survival. Moreover, the Blood Wolf gang has grown increasingly audacious. It is time to teach them a lesson, to remind them who truly rules Qingshan City. Giggle, you are the best. Grandfather Qin, Yi Chi beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Meanwhile, the noble youth Yi Lan glared at Chu Qingyun on the arena, his eyes brimming with envy. In the backstage area, Gao Feng found himself overwhelmed by Xiao Mo's insistence, ultimately surrendering. All right, Xiao Mo, I promise you, at the critical moment, I will certainly intervene and ensure Lord Qingyun remains intact. That acceptable. Gao Feng chuckled in assurance, though he felt no burden in his heart. A Daxiao warrior was a rare find, one he had personally unearthed, and he would not stand idly by while Chu Qingyun faced death for the agreement with the Blood Wolf gang. He cared little for it. Compared to the Daxiao Martial Palace, the Blood Wolf gang was but a mere trifle. Poor Zhang Han, still rubbing his fists in anticipation, remained oblivious to the fact that 3 formidable powerhouses had their eyes fixed on the arena. The outcome of this battle was already largely determined, even before the clash commenced. Regardless, he would not accomplish his mission to eliminate Chu Qingyun, shedding his outer robe to reveal a fitted combat uniform. Zhang Han ascended the arena with a sinister expression, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Chu Qingyun, you have finally deigned to arrive. Next year on this day shall be your day of reckoning. Day of reckoning? Old turtle, be wary of your tongue. Today, I shall shatter your frail bones and send you to meet Zhang Ning. On the arena, the 2 men faced each other with unwavering resolve. Ha! Shatter my frail bones? Ha! Zhang Han, consumed by fury, erupted in a laughter, but then his gaze sharpened as he swiftly unleashed a burst of white energy from his hand, aiming directly at Chu Qingyun. The release of energy was a hallmark of a martial master. A warrior at the martial artist level possesses only a few meridians, storing minimal energy and unable to release it externally, relying instead on weapons or martial spirits. Conversely, a martial master has established a Qi Si. Their energy vastly multiplied, allowing them to unleash it directly. Indeed, the prowess of a skilled martial master is capable of transforming their energy into blades and swords, augmenting their might. The release of energy is a common tactic employed by martial masters to dominate lower-tier warriors. Clearly, Zhang Han regarded Chu Qingyun as merely an ordinary ninth-level warrior, intending to crush him effortlessly. Humph, I can release energy too, Chu Qingyun scoffed, thrusting out his palm to unleash an even more formidable wave of energy that surged towards Zhang Han's attack. Simultaneously, he unabashedly released the aura of a first-level martial master. Boom! With a resounding crash, the two energy forces collided, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the arena. Fortunately, they stood on a martial master-level arena, otherwise in a lower-tier arena. Even this casual exchange could have torn it asunder. A martial master? You little brat, how dare you advance to the martial master level? Zhang Han was utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting to attack. He vividly recalled that just a month prior, Chu Qingyun had only just broken through to the 9th level. Yet now, in the span of a mere month, he had achieved the rank of martial master, reflecting on the arduous journey he had endured to reach the martial master level. Zhang Han nearly spat blood, overwhelmed by the urge to bash his head against a wall. Truly, comparison breeds envy. At this moment, Chu Qingyun remained vigilant, unwilling to underestimate his opponent. Though their previous exchange appeared evenly matched, he understood that his energy output was several times greater than Zhang Han's. The purity of a third-level martial master's energy was indeed far superior to that of a first-level martial master. However, Chu Qingyun felt little trepidation, as his expansive Qi Si granted him ample energy to withstand the onslaught. You little brat, even if you've ascended to the martial master level, what does it matter? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of a third-level martial master. Black Tiger Martial Spirit, Black Tiger Claw, Zhang Han bellowed, and before him, a shadow of a black tiger darted forth, a massive black claw, over 10 meters in diameter, sweeping toward Chu Qingyun with a fierce gust. The potent energy of a third-level martial master rendered his martial skill exceptionally formidable. The power of a martial skill relies on two factors: the rank of the skill itself and the energy used to activate it. The latter becomes increasingly significant at the martial master level. The energy of a high-level martial master surpasses that of a low-level martial master, amplifying the power of the martial skill. It is akin to the difference in effectiveness of the same blade wielded by an adult versus a child. Unfazed by the descending claw, Chu Qingyun remained composed, skillfully manifesting his martial spirit. The 5 tendrils of the 5-star vine had reached a terrifying length of 100 meters. In this moment, 5 dark green vines entwined and transformed into a colossal green fist, which thundered toward the black tiger claw. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the vine fist was shattered, while the black tiger claw faltered, erupting into a spectacular explosion. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Han suddenly charged forth, raising his fist to deliver a powerful strike towards Chu Qingyun. You little brat, die! Upon his fist coalesced an immense reservoir of pure elemental power, emanating waves of an unsettling aura that rendered the nearby warrior's weak-kneed and unsteadied. It was evident that the earlier soul technique, the Black Tiger Claw, though seemingly ferocious, was merely a feint. The true lethal strike lay within this very punch, that a blow of such magnitude would undoubtedly leave Chu Qingyun grievously injured, rendering him vulnerable to merciless slaughter. Come at me, old fool, and receive my blow. Xiantian divine pattern. Wind sweeps the clouds. With a low exclamation, Chu Qingyun was suddenly enveloped in a dark golden glow of divine patterns, drawing forth his long sword. A deluge of elemental energy surged forth like a tidal wave, the fierce sword light carving deep furrows upon the arena. The relentless advance of the wind sweeps the clouds technique was unstoppable. Zhang Han's pupils constricted sharply, his previously overwhelming demeanor considerably diminished. The sword light radiated a formidable aura that promised victory, embodying an invincible spirit. This was the most potent strike among the 7 winds. Enhanced by the perfect Xiantian divine pattern, even a third-level martial artist would not dare to underestimate its power. Damn it, how can this little brat possess such a formidable sword technique? Zhang Han gritted his teeth, channeling more elemental force into his hands, causing the energy to shimmer brilliantly upon his fist. As elemental power collided with sword light, Zhang Han felt an even greater pressure, gritting his teeth as he drew forth energy from his core to counter the sword's brilliance. At that moment, Zhang Han was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. What appeared to be a mere sword light was, in truth, the culmination of over 20 sword intents. Its might truly astonishing. He had skills in swordplay, blade techniques, and even fist techniques, yet his mediocre talent prevented him from grasping the elusive concept of momentum. Thus, his fighting style relied solely on absolute strength, crushing opponents with elemental force and martial spirits, a method looked down upon by true masters. Though the sword light was powerful, it was not without limits. Under Zhang Han's relentless elemental counterattack, it suddenly erupted into a brilliant explosion. As the pressure lessened, Zhang Han instinctively exhaled in relief. However, at that very moment, a fist glowing with dark golden light tore through the shattered sword light and elemental energy, appearing abruptly before Zhang Han. The remnants of the sword light and elemental force easily shredded Chu Qingyun's sleeve. Yet upon striking the arm adorned with the shimmering dark golden divine patterns, it produced a series of deep resonant clangs, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Die! With a mighty swing, bolstered by the Xiantian divine pattern. The force of this punch reached its zenith. Even a third-level martial artist like Zhang Han was instantaneously smashed to the ground, the muscles in his face rippling from the impact, observing the shattered arena. Everyone gasped in astonishment, some even instinctively touching their own faces. How tragic it was for a distinguished elder of the sect, a third-level martial artist, to be felled by a single punch, dazed and lying on the ground. Zhang Han struggled to regain his senses. Chu Qingyun's eyes glinted coldly as the five-star vine materialized, a dark green vine rapidly sprouting forth to pierce through Zhang Han's abdomen, rupturing his core. Zhang Han let out a blood-curdling scream, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon. The destruction of his core signified that Zhang Han was rendered powerless to incapacitate. A third-level martial artist without a flicker of hesitation was truly ruthless. Such a merciless individual, without regard for Zhang Han's background, posed a significant threat if allowed to grow. It was fortunate that he had not made an enemy of Chu Qingyun, for a person with such astonishing talent and a ruthless disposition was not someone to be trifled with. In a flash, Chu Qingyun had incapacitated Zhang Han, causing whispers of unease to ripple through the crowd. The entire Great Xi'an martial palace fell into an eerie silence, with nearly all eyes fixated upon one particular area. There sat the leader of the Blood Wolf gang, alongside several elders, their expressions darkening as they absorbed the implications of the recent events. Just days before, one of their elders had been assassinated, and now another had been rendered powerless. With the day of the Martial King's tombs opening fast approaching, the Blood Wolf gang's strength had been severely diminished, leaving them in a precarious state. Chu Qingyun, how dare you incapacitate Zhang Han's core? This is utterly outrageous. Qi Gang seethed, his hands trembling with fury. Outrageous. Leader Qi, it seems you have forgotten that this is a life-and-death battle, Chu Qingyun retorted, manipulating his martial spirit to hoist Zhang Han aloft. With his core pierced, Zhang Han was in excruciating pain, yet he could only weakly struggle, his face contorted with agony. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. Chu Qingyun's intentions were clear. He did not plan to spare Zhang Han. Not only did he aim to render him powerless, but he also seemed poised to take his life. Zhang Han's complexion turned pallid with fear as he cried out, "Leader, save me!" Qi Gang snorted disdainfully, leaping down from the arena. Chu Qingyun, grant this leader a favor and release Zhang Han. Let us settle our grievances here and now. Settle our grievances? Huh, how absurd. What right does he have to negotiate with me in his current state? Chu Qingyun scoffed. When Zhang Han had previously threatened Chu Qingyun with his parents and the bloodbath of the Chu family village, Chu Qingyun had already resolved that Zhang Han must die. Do you intend to oppose my Blood Wolf gang? Qi Gang's expression grew increasingly frigid. Zhang Han had consistently harbored murderous intent towards me, delivering lethal strikes at every turn. Must only your Blood Wolf gang be allowed to kill others, while no one else is permitted to retaliate? Those who take lives shall invariably face death in return. Today, I shall show you just that. With a fierce shout, Chu Qingyun summoned a vine that lightning-fast coiled around Zhang Han's neck, pulling with such force that it severed his head from his body, ensuring his death was absolute. Chu Qingyun, you seek your own demise. Qi Gang roared. unleashing a potent surge of energy toward Chu Qingyun. Having lowered himself to negotiate with Chu Qingyun, he found that Chu Qingyun would not entertain him, that if he did not eliminate Chu Qingyun, it would be a tremendous loss for both him and the Blood Wolf Gang's reputation. Yet at that moment, 3 terrifying auras descended upon the arena. Qi Gang felt a chill in his heart, as if he were bearing an immense burden, his complexion paling as he collapsed onto the arena floor, filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, the ever-impatient steward Qin, urged on by Yi Qi, swiftly appeared, positioning himself as a barrier between Qi Gang and Chu Qingyun. Qi Gang, the life-and-death battle was agreed upon in my presence. Do you now dare to defy me and provoke the city lord's manner? Steward Qin's voice was cold and imposing, his reprimand unyielding. Qi Gang's lips twitched as he lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Both the inscrutable Steward Qin and the usually discreet city lord's manner were not entities he could afford to provoke. Cursed be that Chu Qingyun. He is indeed connected to the city lord's manor. Qi Gang lamented inwardly, aware that today he could not move against Chu Qingyun at that moment. The composed Gao Feng ascended the arena, casting a mocking glance at Qi Gang. Qi Gang. Chu Qingyun is a member of the Great Xiao Warriors, part of my Great Xiao Martial Palace. Should such incidents occur again, the Blood Wolf Gang shall cease to exist. Dare not, dare not. It was merely a moment of impulse. Qi Gang's face turned ashen as he begrudgingly capitulated. Though Gao Feng's tone was light, it sent shivers down Qi Gang's spine. With Steward Qin intervening under the pretense of being a witness to the life-and-death battle, Gao Feng made it clear that Chu Qingyun was under his protection. Should Qi Gang dare to act against him again, he would face dire consequences. Furthermore, Qi Gang's gaze kept darting toward the stands, where an additional terrifying aura had been pressing down on him. One he had only sensed years ago in the presence of the city lord. It was likely that this being was a formidable warrior of the martial spirit level. At this moment, Qi Gang could hardly restrain his urge to slap himself in frustration. Had he known that there was a martial spirit level powerhouse backing Chu Qingyun, he would have never humiliated himself by stepping forward. Now, not only had he failed to eliminate his opponent, but he had also been threatened in the process, causing the reputation of the Blood Wolf Gang to plummet to an all-time low. Qi Gang departed with his followers, their heads hung low in disgrace. Chu Qingyun accepted Zhang Han's second-tier Black Tiger Martial Soul. As he leapt down from the battle platform, he heard Yu Yun's voice whispering in his ear, instructing him to find her at the Assassin Alliance after the event concluded. Chu Qingyun searched frantically, yet he was unable to catch a glimpse of Yu Yun, ultimately surrendering to the futility of his quest. Intrigued yet inexplicably trusting towards the mysterious and formidable Yu Yun, he contemplated her character. Given Chu Qingyun's prowess and potential, he was inundated with flattering praises and solicitations, with many even offering their daughters and granddaughters as leverage to entice him. Fortunately, Gao Feng, acting in the name of the Daxia Martial Palace, managed to deflect all these advances at the exit of the Daxia Martial Palace. Yilan observed the attention-grabbing Chu Qingyun with a scowl. Thinking to himself that defeating a mere third-tier martial artist was hardly an accomplishment worthy of such acclaim, he felt a strong urge to descend and teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Yi Qi disregarded him entirely, placing immense importance on Chu Qingyun, which left the proud Yilan feeling quite uncomfortable. Ha! Brother Yilan, do not be angered. What is he to warrant your ire? The martial king's tomb is of utmost importance, he said, attempting to calm the situation. The other 3 families are undoubtedly eyeing Qingshan City. It would be wise for us to remain low-key. We shall discuss everything further when Brother Yikan arrives. Upon mentioning Yikan, admiration appeared on their faces. All of them hailed from Lianshan County and regarded the martial artists of Qingshan City with disdain, let alone those from the rural villages outside the city. Yikan was the standout of the younger generation of the Yi family, hailed as the second strongest among them. The first, however, had become a myth within Lianshan County, having broken through to martial spirit before the age of 30. Let us wait for Brother Yi. That lad will undoubtedly be unable to resist the allure of the martial king's tomb, and then we shall deal with him. Yilan scoffed before departing. After leaving the Daxia Martial Palace, Chu Qingyun promptly made his way to the Assassin Alliance as dusk began to fall. Noticing fewer people on the streets, his movements drawing no attention. The assassin alliance remained dimly lit, with 2 assassins queued to conduct business, though Yu Yun was not among those attending to them. Sensing Chu Qingyun's presence, Yu Yun emerged and beckoned him into a private chamber. Chu Qingyun, the tomb of King Songlong is about to open. You are aware of this, correct? She stated directly, without preamble. Chu Qingyun nodded, having heard about it from the enigmatic Qian Samping. You have established a Qi Sea with a radius of 10,000 meters. How much of it is now filled with elemental force? Yu Yun inquired. Approximately 1/3, all of which was absorbed during my breakthrough. I haven't practiced much since then, Chu Qingyun replied, finding her question somewhat peculiar, but responding honestly nonetheless. I'll give you a top-tier elemental stone. See how it goes, Yu Yun said, handing him the stone. Chu Qingyun, brushing his nose, accepted the gift, thinking it foolish to refuse such a generous offering. Moreover, it was evident that Yu Yun regarded the stone as inconsequential. The stone, about the size of a pigeon egg, resembled a translucent white crystal, emitting a faint glow and a delicate fragrance that left Chu Qingyun momentarily entranced. Quickly cultivate. What are you dawdling for? Yu Yun urged, her brow furrowed. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Chu Qingyun closed his eyes, banishing distractions as he began to absorb and refine the elemental force within the stone. The elemental force from the top-tier stone was easily refined. After about 10 minutes, he had completely absorbed it, causing the stone to crack and crumble into brittle crystals that scattered to the ground. How is it? How much elemental force has been added to your Qi Sea? Yu Yun inquired, a hint of amusement in her tone. Furrowing his brows, Chu Qingyun responded, only a slight increase. There's hardly any noticeable change. Previously, he had only heard Yu Yun mention that cultivation could consume an immense amount of resources. However, he had not grasped the full extent of this until now. 1 top-tier elemental stone was equivalent to 100 superior stones, 1,000 medium stones, or 1,000,000 inferior stones. Such elemental force, when poured into his Qi Sea, barely made a ripple. Gazing at the emptiness of his 2/3 depleted Qi Sea, Chu Qingyun felt a complex swirl of emotions, and a single top-tier elemental stone is sufficient for a martial artist with a second-tier martial soul to advance to the 3rd tier. Yet for you, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Therefore, you will need far more resources for your cultivation than others. From what I know, the tomb of King Songlong holds the resources you require. Listening to Yu Yun's words, Chu Qingyun felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the tomb and seize the treasures within. However, reason reminded him that a martial king's tomb would undoubtedly attract countless individuals, each willing to fight for their share. I must go to the martial king's tomb. Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth. The martial king's tomb represented an extraordinarily rare opportunity, particularly for him. Earning enough elemental stones through conventional means would likely take him a lifetime to elevate to a second-tier martial artist. While he was aware that the tomb would attract a multitude of martial artists, he had no choice but to take the plunge. Excellent. The martial king's tomb is protected by restrictions, permitting only those below the martial spirit level to enter. With your strength, you should be able to defend yourself against 4th-tier martial artists, granting you some semblance of qualification. However, you must be wary of 4 factions, the 4 great families of Lianshan County, the Shao family, the Jin family, the Zhou family, and the Yi family. The Yi family. Is there a connection to Yi Qi? Chu Qingyun interrupted, inquiring. Yu Yun nodded. Indeed, Qingshan City falls within the domain of the Yi family and the city lord. Yi Qingfeng is also an elder of the Yi family. Chu Qingyun pondered, signaling for Yu Yun to continue. The most valuable item in the martial king's tomb is a set of royal-level sword techniques. Considered the pinnacle of swordsmanship in Lianshan County. Even in the Daxia Kingdom, it is a highly coveted treasure, the royal-level sword techniques. Chu Qingyun's expression reflected confusion. Seeing this, Yu Yun sighed and clarified, from the martial spirit level onward. Breakthroughs in major realms require more than mere accumulation of elemental force. They necessitate an understanding of one's martial path. Royal-level sword techniques imply that mastering them fully could enable one to break through to royal level. However, it is merely a possibility, not a certainty. Upon this explanation, Chu Qingyun's understanding deepened, igniting a fervor within him. Indeed, The tomb of a martial king was a treasure trove of such significance. He had perfected the Seven Winds sword and now sought an even more powerful technique. Although royal-level sword techniques were precious, Yu Yun revealed a closely guarded secret. In the tomb of King Songlong, there exists an item that could utterly transform your destiny. Her tone turned serious as she spoke these words. And Chu Qingyun sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. As if she was guarding against eavesdroppers, he had long suspected that Yu Yun was likely a martial spirit-level powerhouse. If even she was cautious about this item, it must be extraordinary. Could the royal-level sword techniques not suffice to change one's fate? Is the royal-level sword technique not enough to utterly transform fate? Chu Qingyun cautiously probed. Yu Yun fixed her gaze upon him for a moment before replying. Chu Qingyun, you must first grasp one fundamental truth. Lianshan County, and even the Daxia Kingdom, are but tiny realms in the grand tapestry of the world. In the grand scheme of things, what significance do royal-level sword techniques hold? There are even emperor-level and sect-level techniques that exist. The item I speak of can incite a frenzy in countless individuals across the world, possessing the potential to irrevocably alter the fate of an individual or even an entire faction. The words of Yu Yun profoundly shocked Chu Qingyun. Upon arriving at Qingshan City, Chu Qingyun initially believed that Lianshan County was an extraordinary place, and that the great Xia nation was even more distant and unattainable. To his astonishment, Yu Yun deemed all of it trivial. He had previously speculated about Yu Yun's identity, but he had underestimated her. What could that be? If one were to claim that Chu Qingyun was unperturbed, it would be a blatant falsehood. Yu Yun's demeanor instilled in him an intense curiosity and longing for that object. However, Yu Yun shook her head and stated, I shall not disclose what it is. It all depends on your fortune. Should you lack that fortune and forcibly seek it, you may endanger your own life. Unyielding, Chu Qingyun pressed her for answers twice more. Yet, Yu Yun remained tight-lipped, leaving him feeling quite helpless. By the way, my sword seemed to have broken on the battle platform. I possess 245 superior-grade yuan stones. Can I acquire a good sword? Chu Qingyun remarked, drawing forth his long sword and pointing to a crack several centimeters from the hilt. He had wielded the fine steel longsword since the beginning of his training. Little did he expect it to break after enduring a month of martial master-level yuan force. The martial master-level yuan force was too potent for ordinary weapons to withstand. Follow me. I shall find you a suitable one. Yu Yun accepted the payment and led Chu Qingyun to the front desk. After some searching, she produced a long sword and tossed it to Chu Qingyun, saying, Try this one and see if it suits you. With a flick of the sword sheath, the long sword sprang forth into his grasp. That Ikati measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, 3 fingers wide, with a spine running down its center. Entirely black. The moment the sword was unsheathed, Chu Qingyun sensed a faint chill. The sword felt slightly heavy in his hand, which was unfamiliar to him. However, this was indeed appropriate, for after invoking the Xiantian divine pattern, his strength would amplify significantly. A sword that was too light would be ill-suited for him. The black iron longsword, forged entirely from black tungsten iron, left no trace in the night and no blood upon its blade. Capable of withstanding a martial master of the 9th rank, Chu Qingyun wielded the sword. Yu Yun explained its merits, a fine sword indeed. I'll take it. How much? Chu Qingyun inquired with a smile as he sheathed the sword. 150 superior-grade yuan stones. But considering our familiarity, I shall sell it to you for 145. With the exceptional yuan stone you provided earlier, we are even. Yu Yun jingled Chu Qingyun's pouch and then turned to leave. It was only after Yu Yun had vanished that Chu Qingyun realized she had taken all his money. Moreover, he was taken aback to discover that the enigmatic and formidable Yu Yun had such a side to her. Alas, it seemed that one could not take advantage of small gains. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Qingyun departed from the Assassin Alliance. According to Yu Yun, the seal on the Songlong King's tomb would reach its weakest critical point in 3 days, at which time someone would surely take action. With not a single inferior-grade yuan stone in hand, Chu Qingyun could only seek a weapon shop to exchange his broken fine steel longsword for some ordinary currency. He then found a shabby inn, economizing to make do for 3 days. While an ordinary martial artist might have found this intolerable, Chu Qingyun, raised in a farming household, felt little discomfort. Regrettably, his black iron crossbow remained at home. Otherwise, he could have exchanged it for a considerable sum of yuan stones. On the day Yu Yun had indicated, Chu Qingyun arose early, departing the city towards the cold green mountains, both within the city and outside. He observed numerous martial artists, clustering together as they made their way to the cold green mountains, the majority of whom were at the martial artist realm. This made Chu Qingyun shake his head. Those who dared to enter would undoubtedly become cannon fodder. The cold green mountains were not far from Qingshan City, and after riding for half an hour at a leisurely pace, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he discovered that a checkpoint had been established along the path up the mountain. Pay up, pay up. Those wishing to ascend and seek treasures must submit 1 mid-grade yuan stone each. What? On what grounds do you charge? A disgruntled martial artist shouted. I'm a member of the Blood Wolf gang. If you don't pay, be gone. The scene at the foot of the mountain was chaotic, with many expressing their discontent, yet the majority complied and paid to ascend. After all, 1's arms could not outmatch a leg, and most of those approaching from this direction were citizens of Qingshan City. The Blood Wolf gang's reputation was indeed formidable. You there, pay up 2 mid-grade yuan stones. When it was Chu Qingyun's turn, a disreputable martial artist grinned, extending his hand. Ditto. Why is it 1 for everyone else? Yet 2 for me. Chu Qingyun replied with a light chuckle. No reason other than I find you displeasing. You have 2 choices. Either pay up and ascend, or my friends, and I will relieve you of your possessions and toss you down the mountain. The Blood Wolf gang member sneered, his thieving gaze sizing up Chu Qingyun for valuables. He had been eyeing Chu Qingyun for some time, believing him to be an easy target due to his youth. Apologies, but I choose the third option. You shall step aside. With a swift motion, Chu Qingyun seized the man by the collar and casually tossed him aside, sending him tumbling several times before crashing into a tree. How dare you strike a member of the Blood Wolf gang? You're finished. Brother Fat Bear, someone's causing trouble. They're hitting people. At the cries of the fallen, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with dark skin and a massive physique, approached with heavy steps. Who dares to cause trouble? Who would strike one of our Blood Wolf gang members? Brother Fat Bear roared, his imposing figure and fierce demeanor striking fear into the nearby martial artists, who instinctively distanced themselves from Chu Qingyun. Itsu. You are Chu Qingyun. Damn it, Sanguzi. Did I not tell you to avoid provoking martial masters? You blind fool. Upon recognizing Chu Qingyun, Brother Fat Bear trembled in fear, delivering a resounding slap to the earlier troublemaker before turning to flee. The ruthless manner in which Chu Qingyun had incapacitated Zhang Han, showing no mercy as he severed his head, was an image that would forever be etched in Brother Fat Bear's memory. He had been seated in the stands during that moment and could never forget it. This young man appeared somewhat handsome, yet when he fought, he was more ruthless than anyone else. Those around, hearing Chu Qingyun's name, began to murmur among themselves. They had not encountered him personally, but they had heard of his exploits. A rural martial artist who dared to stand against the Blood Wolf gang. Chu Qingyun's name had long since spread throughout Qingshan City. Seizing the opportunity while the Blood Wolf gang members fled, many surged forward, hastening their ascent. It was only after Chu Qingyun had moved on that the Blood Wolf gang re-established their checkpoint to collect fees. However, within 2 minutes, another group of riders charged through, knocking several of them aside as they entered. The disgruntled Blood Wolf gang members exchanged glances, both furious and powerless, for they could not afford to provoke the city guards, who were backed by the Lord's estate. To the summit of the cold green mountains, within a vast pit of considerable diameter, stood a colossal stone door, with a portion of buildings and pavilions peeking above the surface. Surrounding this site were layers of martial artists and masters from all over Lianshan County. Curious, someone hurled a large stone, half a person's height, into the pit. However, as it entered the area, a faint, translucent energy membrane, reminiscent of an eggshell, illuminated around the pit, shattering the stone into fragments. That membrane was the seal of this tomb. A cacophony of voices erupted as everyone clamored for someone to break the seal. Yet none were willing to take action. Each individual sought to expend another yuan force to open the seal for themselves. With a resounding cry of an eagle, a shadow swept across the mountaintop, prompting the crowd to look up in awe at a magnificent golden eagle circling above. The third-tier demon beast, the golden light eagle, Brother Jintai has arrived. Brother Jintai, we are here. A group of individuals near the summit, close to the seal, waved and cheered. It appeared that they were from the Jin family among the four great clans. Traveling with a third-tier demon beast as their steed was indeed quite impressive. Chu Qingyun raised his head to behold the proud figure carved in gold, silently contemplating. Soon, a colossal green bird soared overhead, circling the mountain's peak. Upon its back stood a figure, eliciting cheers from the members of the Yi family below. It was Yi Kan, the second of the young generation of the Yi clan, out of fiery red phoenix, accompanied by a young man with crimson eyebrows, silently approached. From the Zhou family, it was Zhou Li. "Ha! Zhou Li Yi Kan, you are but a step behind me. It seems that the green-feathered bird and the phoenix cannot compare to our family's golden eagle," boomed Jin Tai, perched upon the golden eagle. His laughter echoing a trivial comparison. Zhou Li remarked with a shake of his head and a faint smile. "Why, Yi Kan, somewhat displeased, exclaimed, Where's Xiao Zhu? Hm. Why has no one from the Xiao family arrived?" "Ha ha! Yi Kan, you are unaware that the spot for the Xiao family has already been given to that esteemed young lady," Jin Tai replied with hearty laughter. That esteemed young lady? Both Yi Kan and Zhou Li were momentarily taken aback, their eyes involuntarily igniting with fervor. This young lady had appeared suddenly in Lianshan County half a month ago, dazzling the entire county overnight, drawing countless young noblemen to bow and scrape in her presence. Moreover, nearly every young nobleman with a hint of background received stern warnings from their families, strictly forbidding any disrespect towards her. While the two reminisced, a streak of azure light streaked across the sky, revealing an ethereal woman in azure robes, gracefully hovering atop a blue silk ribbon at the mountain's peak. The moment she appeared, the entire mountain fell silent, all gazes fixated upon her, with skin as flawless as ice and a beauty unmatched. She seemed a celestial being descended from the heavens. Humph! Jin Tai, upon the golden eagle, huffed heavily, startling everyone from their reverie. Witnessing his goddess being gazed upon by others, he felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. "Miss Ning Shui, I am Yi Kan of the Yi family. That I have heard of your unparalleled beauty, and today it truly lives up to its reputation," said Yi Kan, bowing deeply. "I am Zhou Li, and it is indeed a rare fortune to behold your esteemed presence." Miss Ning Shui. Both Yi Kan and Zhou Li vied to flatter her, inciting a twitch of annoyance in Jin Tai's eye. However, Miss Ning Shui maintained an expression of calm indifference, even bordering on coldness. "Gentlemen, the matter at hand is of utmost importance. We should hasten to break the seal, at your behest." The three promptly agreed. This time, Jin Tai seized the initiative. "Cliff's golden blade of the cliff." Jin Tai bellowed, conjuring a radiant golden sword in his hand. With a mighty swing, a blade stretching over 100 meters appeared in midair, shining with blinding brilliance as it crashed heavily onto the seal. The thin seal trembled violently, causing the entire mountaintop to quiver gently under the force of his formidable strike. The Jin family's most potent martial soul, the third-tier Cliff's golden blade, was indeed formidable. It was said that Jin Tai had perfectly inherited the martial soul of his father, the Jin family patriarch, possessing an identical martial soul, thus being designated as the next clan leader from a young age. The display of Jin Tai's strength instilled a profound sense of caution in many below. "Watch me, black-winged python." Yi Kan, unwilling to be outdone, summoned his martial soul. Infusing it with energy, it rapidly expanded into a massive python as thick as a barrel. Measuring 100 meters in length, the python bore sharp fangs, enveloped in swirling black mist, as it lunged ferociously towards the seal atop the mountain. The violent impact further weakened the seal, further astonishing the martial artist below with the prowess of a third-tier martial soul. Chu Qingyun had been in Qingshan City for some time, yet this was his first encounter with a third-tier martial soul. However, despite the awe, he felt no jealousy, for he knew that one day he too would possess a third-tier martial soul. Perhaps even one stronger at the fourth or fifth tier. His devouring martial soul had absorbed Zhang Han's martial strength, and its enhancement progress had reached 21, but once he advanced the devouring martial soul to the third tier, he could begin enhancing other martial souls. Following Jin Tai and Yi Kan, Zhou Li also took his turn, moving at a steady pace. His martial soul was also third tier, the flame bird. The flame bird circled the seal, showering it with flames, significantly raising the temperature at the mountaintop. After the trio took turns launching their attacks, the seal enveloping the tomb had become exceedingly fragile, appearing almost translucent, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Everyone secretly gathered their strength, casting their gazes toward the last of the four in the sky, the celestial Miss Ning Shui. What tier was her martial soul? Curiosity filled the hearts of all present. However, Ning Shui did not summon her martial soul. Instead, she lightly stepped on the azure silk ribbon beneath her feet, releasing a beam of azure light that struck the seal like a flying sword. The seal, already teetering on the brink of destruction, shattered with a resounding crash under this blow. The moment the seal broke, the three young masters from the three great families, along with the esteemed Miss Ning Shui, leaped down, racing towards the depths of the Martial King tomb almost simultaneously. The others followed closely behind, surging into the broad entrance like a tide. Chu Qingyun had arrived later and fell behind. Once he rushed in, many had already vanished within. Observing this, Chu Qingyun found himself unexpectedly unhurried. Having fallen behind, there was little point in rushing forward. Moreover, he was certain that the Martial King tomb was far from simple. It was not merely a matter of speed determining who would reap the benefits. Upon entering the grand entrance, he found himself in a hall. Directly opposite was a life-size statue carved from white jade, behind which were three passageways, seemingly leading to three distinct locations. The statue was intricately detailed, every aspect meticulously crafted, clearly a labor of great care. The face of the figure depicted was handsome, exuding an air of gallantry. This must be the statue of the tomb's master, King Songlong. Chu Qingyun gazed at the statue for a moment, and in that brief instant, everyone else had already rushed into the three passageways. The spacious hall was now left with only Chu Qingyun. Approaching the statue, he bowed thrice and silently murmured, "Today, I trespass upon the tomb. I beseech the great King Songlong for forgiveness." Just then, another individual burst in. The newcomer cast a glance at Chu Qingyun, scoffed, muttering "fool," and then dashed into the left passage without a backward glance. However, just as Chu Qingyun rose for the final time, he suddenly noticed that on one of the hands behind the statue of King Songlong rested a black ring. Ensuring no one was around, Chu Qingyun circled to the back of the statue and retrieved the ring. As he walked around the statue, he discovered that the placement of the ring was exceptionally discreet. No matter the angle, it was invisible, only discernible when bowing or kneeling in front of the statue. From that low vantage point between the hands could one see the ring. I did not expect there to be treasures in the hall. Truly, good deeds are rewarded. Chu Qingyun bowed once more to the statue and then carefully examined the ring. The ring was entirely black, appearing simple to the point of being somewhat crude, yet it emanated an ancient and grand aura, making one feel upon first glance that it was no ordinary item. After some time spent fiddling with it, Chu Qingyun could not discern how to utilize the ring. Could it be that he needed to perform the legendary blood oath to recognize its master? Chu Qingyun decided to give it a try. He bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. The crimson droplet was slowly absorbed by the ring, and a sensation of bloodline connection emerged between him and the ring. This is the legendary storage ring. A surge of delight filled Chu Qingyun's heart, causing his hands to tremble slightly. A storage ring. Not a single person in the entirety of Qingshan City had been heard of possessing one. To think such a precious item was hidden right at the entrance of this hall. Delving into the ring, Chu Qingyun discovered that it possessed a space roughly 10 meters in length, width, and height, translating to a volume of 1,000 cubic meters. In a vast expanse, there lay an emptiness, punctuated only by a small, palm-sized piece of gray cloth, were it not for the fact that Chu Qingyun was the sovereign of this space. Possessing absolute control over it, he might have easily overlooked this inconspicuous scrap. With a mere thought, the cloth materialized in his hand. The moment it appeared, a palpable aura of antiquity enveloped him, causing Chu Qingyun to fear that any sudden movement might shatter the fragile piece. Fortunately, despite its age, it remained remarkably resilient. This small patch of fabric bore an assortment of crooked lines and several cryptic symbols that left Chu Qingyun utterly perplexed. It seemed to be a fragment of a map, a remnant of something greater. After examining it from various angles, he speculated that it was indeed a partial map, though its destination and the treasures it concealed remained a mystery, as the fragment offered little clarity. With another thought, the fragment vanished from his hand, reappearing within his storage ring. The wonders of the storage ring. Chu Qingyun's fascination with it evidently eclipsed his interest in the map fragment. Before him lay 3 grand passageways, each chosen by those who had come before him. Now, Chu Qingyun faced a similar choice that he navigated around the statue, positioning himself before the central passage, when he suddenly felt a warmth emanating from the storage ring on his hand. This phenomenon piqued his curiosity. Upon stepping into the left passage, the ring remained unresponsive, but as he ventured into the right, it radiated warmth once more, albeit at a slightly lower temperature than that of the central passage. Given the effort that had gone into acquiring the ring, it surely would not lead him astray through the central path. Chu Qingyun quickly resolved to proceed through the middle passage. After walking for a while, he discovered that the sides of the passage were lined with identical rooms, many of which echoed with sounds of combat. Some rooms stood ajar, revealing a silence within, devoid of occupants. Upon entering one such room, he noted the chaos it contained, littered with signs of struggle. That moment, a martial artist burst from one of the rooms, clutching a substantial package. This individual, evidently having just endured a fierce battle, exhibited intense fluctuations of energy, and Chu Qingyun discerned at a glance that he was a second-tier martial artist. "Hey, brother, what on earth is happening here?" Chu Qingyun called out, inquiring. "First-tier martial artist? Kid, hand over everything you've got." The man sized him up, then threatened him with a fierce countenance. "What a troublesome fellow!" Chu Qingyun mused silently, unleashing the Xiantian divine mark as he lunged towards the second-tier martial artist. "You're seeking death." Black Iron Claw. Upon witnessing Chu Qingyun's audacity, the man erupted in fury, directly employing his soul technique, his hands seemingly enveloped in iron claws as he struck fiercely at Chu Qingyun. However, the moment their hands collided, a flash of dark golden light erupted, shattering his soul technique in an instant. The tremendous force fractured his arm, and he crashed heavily against the wall of first-tier soul technique, in the face of Chu Qingyun's Xiantian divine mark. Was utterly inadequate. "Now, shall we converse?" Chu Qingyun inquired coolly, looking down upon him. Chu Qingyun harbored no fondness for those who resorted to robbery at first sight. Should the man remain obstinate, Chu Qingyun would not hesitate to eliminate him. "Please, I beg you." There are numerous rooms flanking this passage. Some contain treasures, while others hold nothing at all. Additionally, certain rooms are guarded by puppets or sealed beasts, while others are completely devoid of sentinels. There's no discernible pattern. It's all random. My lord, I have just acquired 3 second-tier spiritual herbs. I offer them all to you. Please, spare my life," the man pleaded, placing his package on the ground and continuing to beseech him. Though his arm was broken, such an injury was trivial for a martial artist. With energy, he could easily recover. However, should Chu Qingyun choose to kill him, he would lose everything. After hearing his explanation, Chu Qingyun grasped that the treasures of the martial king's tomb resided within these various rooms, leaving the rest to chance. Those fortunate enough might stumble upon rooms filled with treasures and devoid of guardians, whereas others could find themselves confronted solely by sentinels, with no treasures in sight. "Very well, you may leave." The 3 second-tier spiritual herbs were hardly worth Chu Qingyun's attention, and he turned to delve deeper into the passage. He did not kill me, nor did he rob me. As he watched Chu Qingyun's retreating figure, the second-tier martial artist felt a twinge of shame. "My lord, wait. I have one more hypothesis to share. My lord, based on my experiences with a few friends, we suspect that the rooms within this passage follow a pattern. The deeper one goes, the better the treasures, but likewise, the guardians grow stronger. The rooms at the beginning could be traversed by even a 9th-tier martial artist. Yet the rooms here required me to risk my life to shatter that puppet. Therefore, my lord, you must exercise caution and gauge your strength. Do not venture too deep." Grateful for Chu Qingyun's mercy, the man divulged his insights. "Thank you." Chu Qingyun smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude before continuing deeper into the passage, Just moments after taking a few steps, he sensed the temperature of the ring on his hand gradually rising. With each step he took inward, the ring's warmth escalated. It was evident that the ring was guiding him toward a specific room within the passage. He proceeded. Chu Qingyun noted numerous untouched rooms, and even some engaged in combat. Although he could have reaped the benefits by entering, he remained undeterred, focusing intently on the temperature of the ring as he moved towards the room it indicated. The further he traversed, the fewer individuals he encountered, and the more vacant rooms appeared. Yet, those present exhibited formidable strength. One was a fool. The pattern discovered by the earlier man would surely be recognized by others in time. Along his journey, Chu Qingyun even encountered several individuals whose mere presence sent shivers down his spine. Certainly, they were martial artists of 5th tier or higher. However, everyone was too preoccupied with seizing treasures, with nothing of value on him. Chu Qingyun attracted no trouble. After walking for a while, the ring had become quite hot in his hand. After taking a dozen more steps, he noticed the temperature had decreased. The room indicated by the ring was not far behind. Chu Qingyun's heart raced with excitement. It was clear that the room he sought was nearby. Following the ring's guidance, he slowly maneuvered, ultimately confirming a room where the temperature at the entrance was at its peak. Regardless of whether he moved forward or back, the ring's temperature would diminish. This must be it. Chu Qingyun burst through the door, only to widen his eyes in astonishment. The room was sizable, nearly 100 square meters. It was starkly empty, revealing nothing but a 2-meter-tall, imposing humanoid puppet stationed in the center. This was a chamber with a guardian, but devoid of treasures. At that moment, Chu Qingyun felt a surge of frustration, as if 1,000 curses were galloping through his mind. After exerting himself so thoroughly, forsaking numerous opportunities, he had followed the ring's guidance only to find such a room. Yet, after standing in the doorway for a moment, he sensed something amiss. The puppet, while facing him, remained utterly still, devoid of any intent to attack. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Chu Qingyun, igniting a hypothesis within him. He cautiously approached the puppet and gently prodded it. To his surprise, it reacted not at all, confirming his suspicion. This was a masterless puppet. Chu Qingyun, adhering to the previous method concerning the storage ring, prepared to pierce his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the puppet's forehead. The blood was gradually absorbed, and Chu Qingyun felt an enhanced sense of control over the puppet, along with a piece of information regarding it. This puppet was classified as a high-level one, requiring superior or exquisite elemental stones as its energy core. However, its core had sustained some damage, limiting its maximum output to a strike equivalent to that of a peak-level 7th-tier martial artist. A strike from a 7th-tier martial artist. Chu Qingyun raised an eyebrow, his heart brimming with joy. Even he, at present, might not withstand such a blow from a 7th-tier martial artist. Previously, with his 1st-tier martial artist realm and barely 4th-tier martial prowess, he could only meander around the periphery of the Martial King tomb. But now, having obtained this puppet, with sufficient elemental stones, he had earned the right to explore deeper into the tomb. Fortunately, with this storage ring, it would have been problematic to carry the puppet out otherwise. After securing the puppet within the storage ring, Chu Qingyun stepped out of the room and ventured once more toward the depths of the tomb. Before long, the ring, which had initially become scorching, soon cooled to a warm touch. However, after walking nearly 100 meters, it began to heat up again. That a smile graced Chu Qingyun's face once more, his heart filled with anticipation. The first indication had granted him a puppet with combat capabilities rivaling that of a 7th-tier martial artist. He could only wonder what kind of surprise awaited him this time, drawing from his previous experience. Chu Qingyun quickly located the room indicated by the ring. With a flicker of elemental energy in his hand, he shattered the door. Instantly, a dense aura of elemental energy surged toward him, leaving Chu Qingyun momentarily stunned. These are all elemental stones, superior, and even exquisite. Heavens, the least among them were superior elemental stones. Chu Qingyun was astonished. The room was filled with piles of elemental stones the size of pigeon eggs. Stacked high, he had never seen, nor even conceived, that so many elemental stones would lie before him. That moment, he was genuinely overwhelmed with a sense of bliss. Yet, just moments later, he regained his composure. Without hesitation, Chu Qingyun dashed toward the exquisite elemental stones, grasping them by the handful and stowing them away in the storage ring. I will collect. All the elemental stones are mine. Chu Qingyun unleashed the full might of a martial artist, his hands moving like phantoms as the towering piles of elemental stones diminished at an observable rate. After 5 minutes of frantic collection, he finally secured all the exquisite elemental stones within the storage ring. However, he did not pause there. He swiftly began to gather the superior elemental stones, filling the storage ring with them as well. Half an hour later, with his hands aching from exhaustion, he had nearly depleted the supply of elemental stones in the room. With only one final pile remaining to that moment, he caught a sound, and his ears perked up. It grew increasingly clear that someone was approaching. Greed can lead to demise, and one must remain vigilant. With a mental command, Chu Qingyun released the previously summoned puppet. Gazing at the towering figure, he felt a measure of reassurance. He seized a handful of elemental stones, channeling his energy to shatter them. Infusing the puppet with power, the elemental energy coursed into it. A flicker of light ignited in the puppet's eyes, emanating a subtle yet chilling aura. Boss, there's a strong fluctuation of elemental energy ahead. There must be treasures. Another business opportunity. Just like before, I'll go in with the second. You 3 stay at the door. The voices grew nearer, and soon 5 individuals appeared outside Chu Qingyun's door, casting greedy glances inside. Elemental stones, all elemental stones, superior elemental stones. Boss, this time we've hit the jackpot. The 2 individuals at the back were unable to conceal their avarice. Completely disregarding Chu Qingyun, viewing him merely as a lowly first-tier martial artist, inconsequential compared to their ranks, at least third-tier martial artists, led by the boss and the second, the group filed in, blocking the doorway. Without hesitation, they unleashed their auras, even revealing their martial spirits to intimidate Chu Qingyun. The boss was a 6th-tier martial artist, while the second was 5th tier, both possessing 2nd-tier martial spirits. The remaining 3 were 3rd and 4th-tier martial artists, all with 1st-tier martial spirits, creating a significant disparity in strength. Kid, in light of your handling of that puppet, obediently bowed down to us, and we might spare your life today, the boss sneered at Chu Qingyun. Although Chu Qingyun had already collected the majority of the elemental stones, they could not fathom that he possessed a storage ring to them. He appeared to have just dealt with the puppet and had yet to collect the stones. Bowing is insufficient. To leave, you must crawl between my legs, the second chuckled, raising a leg to rest it on the doorframe, blocking the entrance. Exactly, crawl like a dog under the second brother's legs. If you bark like a dog too, it'd be perfect, haha. The others joined in the mockery, completely dismissing Chu Qingyun. Kneeling and bowing, crawling and barking like a dog, a cold, sinister smile suddenly spread across Chu Qingyun's face. Had he encountered this group earlier, he might have found himself in serious trouble. However, now, the situation was entirely different. With a mental command, he silently directed the puppet beside him. The puppet's eyes lit up, and it surged forward, closing the distance to the boss in 2 strides, its right arm radiating a blinding surge of elemental energy as it unleashed a powerful punch. The puppet's strike held no finesse, only pure elemental energy and brute force. Yet, the might behind this punch rivaled that of the most formidable 7th-tier martial artist. The boss, caught completely off guard, had not anticipated that the previously incapacitated puppet could move and attack him. In a panic, he barely had time to summon his martial spirit, releasing only a small amount of elemental energy for a basic defense. Boom! That minuscule defense was instantly obliterated by the puppet's ferocious assault. The concentrated elemental energy and terrifying force erupted upon the boss's body. He flew backward like a kite severed from its string, blood spraying as he crashed into the wall, leaving a human-shaped bloodstain before collapsing to the ground. Motionless. 1 strike, and a 6th-tier martial artist was slain. While Chu Qingyun reveled in the victory, a pang of regret struck him. The energy expended in that single blow had completely drained the elemental energy he had infused into the puppet. He had poured in a staggering 1,000 superior elemental stones. Just one punch had consumed all those resources. Though the boss lay dead, the second and the others remained, and Chu Qingyun dared not underestimate them. He quickly grabbed around 1,000 elemental stones, shattering them to replenish the puppet. Run, quick, run. One punch killed the boss, a monster, an absolute monster. As the second-in-command and his companions regained their composure and took a closer look at Chu Qingyun, their previous disdain was entirely replaced by an overwhelming sense of fear and reverence. The four of them, terrified to their core, scrambled to flee in a disheveled manner. However, Chu Qingyun skillfully controlled his puppet and pursued them relentlessly. He could afford to overlook the others, but the second-in-command was a target he could not let slip away. The reason was simple. His martial soul was of the second tier, precisely what Chu Qingyun urgently needed. With sufficient elemental force at his disposal, the puppet exhibited astonishing speed, catching up to the second-in-command in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch that followed closely behind. This time, under Chu Qingyun's deliberate control, the puppet unleashed the power equivalent to a 6th-level martial artist, intentionally avoiding any critical points of the second-in-command. Nevertheless, even so, the punch landed with devastating force, leaving the second-in-command gravely injured and entirely incapable of resistance. After retrieving the second-in-command and bringing him back to the room, Chu Qingyun silently assessed the situation and realized that the 6th-level martial artist strike had consumed approximately 300 high-grade elemental stones worth of energy. However, the pursuit and the act of bringing someone back, although it covered only a short distance, had also drained over 40 high-grade elemental stones. The mere act of walking seemed to devour an insatiable amount of elemental energy. Chu Qingyun lamented inwardly, a foreboding sense of impending financial ruin at the hands of this puppet looming before him. You want me to crawl under your legs? You want me to bow and bark like a dog? Chu Qingyun sneered at the second-in-command, who lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. The second-in-command, pale as a ghost, hurriedly pleaded, "My lord, I was wrong. It was my fault for being blind and offending you. I will bark like a dog. Woof, woof, woof. My lord, I beg you, just treat me as a mere trifling and let me go. I can crawl under your legs, crawl under your own hindquarters." Chu Qingyun barked coldly, placing a foot on his back, unleashing a force that shattered his heart. After the second-in-command's demise, his martial soul gradually manifested, only to be summoned and devoured by Chu Qingyun's soul-eating ability, along with the one belonging to the first-in-command. The remaining high-grade elemental stones were swiftly stored in Chu Qingyun's storage ring. From the first and second-in-command, he also discovered 2 large bundles. However, pressed for time, he chose not to examine them closely, stuffing them into his storage ring to inspect later after exiting. Upon leaving the room, he continued onward, and throughout the journey, the storage ring showed no signs of heating up. Chu Qingyun did not linger. Pressing forward resolutely, his interest in the rooms on either side had waned, as he suspected that the most valuable treasures were likely confined to the 2 rooms he had already visited. Anything else was probably designed to mislead and confuse. After traversing for nearly 10 more minutes, Chu Qingyun emerged into a wide expanse, stepping out from the dimly lit passageway. Turning back, he spotted 3 additional passageways behind him. It appeared that those 3 paths converged here, ultimately leading everyone to this point. Curious about what lay within the other 2 passages, Chu Qingyun, however, had no intention of retracing his steps. Ahead, he could faintly hear the sounds of commotion and conflict, so he followed the noise. After rounding 2 corners and navigating through a rocky forest, Chu Qingyun arrived at a grand hall, bustling with people. Avoid revealing his storage ring. He first released the puppet, then extracted a substantial bundle of elemental stones before entering the hall with the puppet in tow. Inside the hall, a crowd of over 100 individuals had gathered, all fixated intently on a transparent crystal at the center of the room. On a stone platform towering over 3 meters high rested a crystal sphere approximately half a meter in diameter. Inside the sphere floated several drops of crystalline liquid, emitting neither ripples nor any discernible aura. Chu Qingyun was unaware of what exactly this object was, yet the demeanor of those around him indicated that it was undoubtedly a coveted treasure. Even members of the 3 prominent families from Lianshan County, the Jin, Zhou, and Yi families, were present, refraining from advancing any further. Of course, the 4 most elite individuals had not lingered in the prior passageways or here at all. Given their status, they were indifferent to the objects that lay before them. Their targets were exceedingly clear: the legacy of King Songlong and that set of royal-level sword techniques. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, with individuals eyeing each other warily. Upon his entrance, Chu Qingyun immediately drew the attention of the entire assembly. With so many gazes fixed upon him, including several formidable fifth-level martial artists, a surge of anxiety coursed through Chu Qingyun. However, the presence of the puppet beside him granted him some reassurance. The combat prowess of a seventh-level martial artist was not to be underestimated, regardless of the circumstances. With the puppet at his side, Chu Qingyun felt emboldened enough to stake a claim in this gathering. He made no effort to conceal his aura. His status as a first-level martial artist elicited disdainful glances from everyone present. They deemed him insignificant, with the sole exception of Yilan from the Yi family. I thought I might miss this little fellow. Who would have imagined you'd stumble in here uninvited? Don't blame me for what happens next, Yilan mused inwardly, a cold smile creeping onto his face. He had arrived in Qingshan City several days earlier, instantly captivated by Yi Qi. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her father was also a powerful martial spirit-level expert and the city lord, giving her a position of considerable prestige within the Yi family. Gaining her favor would undoubtedly benefit his future endeavors. However, despite his persistent advances over the past few days, Yi Qi had shown him no interest, often lamenting her own lack of strength that prevented her from accompanying Chu Qingyun here. All of this had fueled Yi Lan's jealousy toward Chu Qingyun. Why, Yi Xiaohai, go eliminate that worthless fool. Yilan discreetly instructed a lackey beside him. The lackey nodded and approached Chu Qingyun with a sneer. You little brat, you're merely a first-level martial artist. What gives you the right to be here? Kneel and crawl out, Yi Xiaohai taunted, pointing a finger at Chu Qingyun. The onlookers merely crossed their arms, enjoying the spectacle with no intention of intervening. Who do you think you are? Is this Martial King's tomb your family has property? Chu Qingyun shot him a disdainful glance and retorted coldly. Haha, good. You little brat, have some nerve. Do you think that by killing a worthless third-level martial artist, you can consider yourself a master? Let me tell you, in our eyes, you will forever be nothing but trash. Yi Xiaohai laughed heartily, utterly dismissing Chu Qingyun. Coming from one of the four prominent families in Lianshan County, they inherently carried an air of superiority, looking down upon those of humble origins. Barking dogs don't bite. You talk so much nonsense. I wonder if you can even bite. Chu Qingyun scoffed lightly. You insolent brat. Of course I can bite, Yi Xiaohai retorted impulsively. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the folly of his admission. Acknowledging that he could bite implied he considered himself a dog. Oh, so you're a dog that bites. Chu Qingyun mused, nodding thoughtfully. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, particularly from the Zhou and Jin families, who not only laughed uproariously, but also hurled insults and provocations. Among the four prominent families, their relationships were far from harmonious. You little brat, you're doomed. 8 Extremes Fist. Yi Xiaohai's face flushed with rage as he let out a furious roar, the aura of a third-tier martial artist erupting violently from him. Clenching his fists, he charged at Chu Qingyun. Encased in pure elemental energy, Yi Xiaohai's punch exuded a distinctive feeling, one that Chu Qingyun found familiar. It was momentum, a force that Yi Xiaohai had comprehended through his own understanding of martial arts. Just as swords possess their own momentum and blades have their own, a martial artist can condense the power of a set of techniques into a single strike, thereby grasping the essence of that technique. This was a type of opponent that Chu Qingyun had never encountered before. He dared not be careless. In an instant, he drew his long sword and countered with the technique Gentle Breeze and Waning Moon, preparing even his 5-star Vine and Shadow Martial Souls for immediate use. The two swiftly engaged in combat, their sword light and fist wind intertwining in a fierce exchange. However, Chu Qingyun was merely a first-tier martial artist, and the purity of his elemental power paled in comparison to Yi Xiaohai's. Moreover, he begrudgingly realized that even his most powerful move, wind sweeping the fallen leaves, was inferior to Yi Xiaohai's martial techniques. Thus, it was not long before he found himself at a disadvantage. Brother Yilan, that kid is destined to lose. His swordsmanship is nothing but the most inferior of low-level techniques, while Xiaohai's 8 Extremes Fist is an advanced technique treasured by our family. Such a worthless sword technique wouldn't even be accepted as a gift in the county town. Even if mastered to perfection, it lacks the power to condense sword energy. Let's not forget that this kid emerged from the mountains. Perhaps that is their village's sword technique. The members of the Yi family erupted in laughter at Chu Qingyun's expense. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun felt utterly helpless. His innate talent for comprehending the sword path was nothing short of terrifying. However, a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. After all, the seven-wind sword was merely a technique that his grandfather had stumbled upon, and most sword techniques available to a martial artist were low-level. That Chu Qingyun could grasp the essence of sword momentum with a low-level technique was already a remarkable feat. 8 extremes, shattering stone. 8 extremes, subduing tiger. 8 extremes, shaking earth, as Yi Xiaohai continued to unleash the 8 extremes fist with increasing skill. He relentlessly pushed Chu Qingyun back, leaving him struggling to defend himself. The sensation of overpowering a low-level sword technique with an advanced fist technique was particularly gratifying for him. Frustrated, Chu Qingyun pondered whether he should resort to using his martial souls. Yet Yi Xiaohai possessed martial souls as well. In a moment of panic, Chu Qingyun swung his sword, but due to his distraction, the strike was almost instinctive. Moreover, he employed a technique he had not used in quite some time: fallen leaves in autumn. However, while he executed fallen leaves in autumn, his mind was focused on tempestuous rain. With his thoughts and actions misaligned, the resulting strike was surprisingly powerful, directly countering Yi Xiaohai's punch. I understand now. I see it clearly. With one sword, he forced Yi Xiaohai back, and a realization dawned upon Chu Qingyun. If techniques within the same sword move could amalgamate their power into sword momentum, then why not fuse different techniques? The unintentional melding of fallen leaves in autumn and tempestuous rain had successfully repelled the unprepared Yi Xiaohai. This indicated that such a fusion was indeed feasible. Without hesitation, Chu Qingyun wielded his sword again, this time using fallen leaves in autumn while envisioning tempestuous rain in his mind. However, this attempt ended in failure. He merely executed fallen leaves in autumn. After 2 more failures, he realized that his earlier success was purely serendipitous. A fleeting opportunity. Why is this happening? Right, to learn anything, one must start with the simplest. I should first attempt to fuse spring breeze and silent summer breeze. Chu Qingyun immediately altered his sword techniques, employing these 2 moves against his opponent. However, the power of the first 2 techniques of the seven-wind sword was inherently limited. As a result, his situation became increasingly precarious, with Yi Xiaohai's relentless assaults nearly landing multiple times. Yet, Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth, determined to seek out the opportunity for fusion between these 2 techniques. Finally, after narrowly dodging a punch aimed at his head from Yi Xiaohai, a spark of inspiration struck him, revealing the thread of fusion. Summer wind and spring breeze were, at their core, both winds. Go! Upon discovering this connection, Chu Qingyun's profound understanding of the seven-wind sword was instantaneously unleashed. With great momentum, he achieved the fusion of the 2 techniques in the blink of an eye. The black iron longsword descended in a powerful slash, an unprecedented sword light cleaving through the air, forcing Yi Xiaohai to cross his fists in defense. The combined power of the first 2 techniques was now on par with the 5th technique. Gentle breeze and waning moon. This realization only bolstered Chu Qingyun's confidence. The next step was to integrate the 3rd technique, fallen leaves in autumn. In the face of life and death, a martial artist's potential can be awakened. At this moment, Chu Qingyun even felt a sense of gratitude towards Yi Xiaohai. Had it not been for an opponent whose strength was just superior yet not overwhelming, he might never have conceived the idea of fusing sword techniques. Nor would he have been spurred to tap into his latent potential in such dire circumstances. Building upon his previous experiences, Chu Qingyun's fusion speed increased. Once fallen leaves in autumn was integrated, the power of the 3 techniques combined was now sufficient to rival tempestuous rain. After the inclusion of winter wind, the fusion of 4 techniques surpassed even the final technique, wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Chu Qingyun gradually reversed his disadvantage. By the time he fused the 5th technique, its power had far exceeded that of wind sweeping the fallen leaves, even rivaling the weaker punches of Yi Xiaohai's 8 extremes fist. At this moment, many skilled observers began to sense something amiss. It seemed that Chu Qingyun's sword technique had undergone a transformation. Yet upon closer inspection, It appeared unchanged, leaving them perplexed. How curious. Why was the power of his sword technique continuously increasing? I understand now. He is actually fusing different sword techniques. He is amalgamating the moves of that low-level sword technique as if they were condensing sword momentum. Among the onlookers, some perceptive individuals quickly discerned that Chu Qingyun was indeed merging sword techniques. Instantly, shock reverberated through the hearts of all present. The notion of fusing different sword techniques was something they had never contemplated at this juncture. Chu Qingyun had successfully fused the first 6 techniques of the Seven-Wind Sword, resulting in a new strike of astonishing power and ferocity. For the first time, he forced the prepared Yi Shaohai back in a direct confrontation, in the contest between swordsmanship and fist techniques. He no longer lagged behind Yi Shaohai. You fool, what are you comparing with him in terms of fist techniques? Use your elemental power to crush him. Yi Lan scolded Yi Shaohai sharply. Only then did Yi Shaohai suddenly recall that beyond his fist techniques, he possessed the significant advantage of elemental power. Initially, he had sought to dominate Chu Qingyun with his fist techniques, intending to toy with him and ultimately crush him, even forgetting that as a third-tier martial artist, he could utilize his absolute strength and pure elemental power to overpower Chu Qingyun. However, upon introspection, he regretfully discovered that after the earlier fierce battle, his elemental energy had already been depleted by more than half. My elemental energy has diminished so much. That little brat must be in an even worse state. I shall exhaust you. Yi Shaohai charged forward once more, this time channeling more elemental energy, focusing on depleting their energies in mutual combat. Of course, Chu Qingyun was not oblivious to this shift, yet he remained unfazed. Mutual depletion of elemental energy. The energy sea opened by second-tier martial soul is at most 100 meters in radius. Chu Qingyun's energy sea, however, boasts a terrifying expanse of 10,000 meters. Even if it were only filled to 1/3 capacity, it is far beyond what Yi Shaohai could contend with. Chu Qingyun remained fixated on fusing his final technique. While Yi Shaohai grew increasingly alarmed, his confidence waning with each passing moment. The depletion of his elemental energy was accelerating, while Chu Qingyun appeared unaffected, maintaining the potency of his sword techniques. How can this be? Does this kid possess infinite elemental energy? Or does he have a third-tier martial soul with a larger energy sea? Yi Shaohai's mind was in turmoil. Yet, even if he racked his brain, he could never have guessed that Chu Qingyun's energy sea spanned 10,000 meters. It's over. My elemental energy is on the verge of collapse. Damn it. I can only make one last desperate attempt. Kid, receive my final blow. 8 extremes hell. Yi Shaohai bellowed, channeling all the remaining elemental energy within his energy sea and meridians into his fist, launching a devastating strike towards Chu Qingyun. Come at me. As Chu Qingyun's eyes sparkled with brilliance, he had just achieved the fusion of his 7th sword, the Gale 7 swords, where all sword techniques harmoniously blended into a singular strike. 7 swords united, the sword of the Gale. In that moment, every gaze in the hall was fixated on the obsidian longsword in Chu Qingyun's grasp. What unprecedented power would arise from the fusion of these 7 sword techniques? Would this strike be capable of manifesting sword chi? A mix of tension and anticipation coursed through the hearts of all present. A blinding beam of sword light erupted from the black iron longsword, its fierce aura sending chills down the spines of many, as if a tempest had swept through the grand hall. However, several adept martial artists at the 7th and 8th levels could only sigh softly. Ultimately, the feat was not miraculous. The sword chi had not been conjured. The sword technique was simply too feeble. Even at its peak, the fusion of 7 swords failed to yield sword chi. Had it been a superior sword technique, or even a premier low-tier one, such a fusion might have indeed generated sword chi. Alas, it was a pity. Had he been able to conjure sword chi, his strength would have been sufficient to rival a 5th-tier martial artist. Many could only shake their heads in resignation, lamenting the weakness of the sword technique. Yet, even without the manifestation of sword chi, the strike was far beyond Yi Shaohai's capacity to withstand. The piercing sword light instantaneously shattered Yi Shaohai's offensive stance, delivering a heavy blow upon him. Instantly, all of Yi Shaohai's garments were torn to shreds, and he was violently propelled upwards, crashing into the ceiling of the hall before plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud, exhausting all his energy to unleash the 8 extremes hell. He had braced himself against the impact with his body. The result was a torrent of blood spewing forth, his insides aflame with pain, as he lay on the ground, breathless. You always claim, I am worthless. Yet now I have reduced you to a pitiful state, akin to a beaten dog. Does this not imply that you are even less than worthless? Chu Qingyun gazed down at Yi Shaohai, taunting him. Ugh! Yi Shaohai was so enraged that words failed him, prompting another spurt of blood as darkness enveloped his vision, rendering him unconscious. This time, he had utterly lost face. Considering Yi Qi, I shall spare your life. Depart, Chu Qingyun coldly commanded, kicking Yi Shaohai to the feet of Yilan. The secretive whispers exchanged between the two had not escaped Chu Qingyun's keen observation. As the saying goes, one must consider the owner when beating a dog. Chu Qingyun's actions clearly indicated his disregard for Yi Lan. In truth, he was justified in his confidence. Standing beside him was a puppet comparable to a top-tier 7th-level martial artist, and Chu Qingyun was not one to be easily bullied. That brat, Yi Shaohai, is a member of the Yi family. Indeed, Yilan's expression darkened significantly, his gaze fixated on Chu Qingyun. Humph, do you imply that the Yi family has not suffered enough humiliation? Chu Qingyun remained unfazed, responding boldly. Very well, young one, you possess audacity. Today, I shall show you the repercussions of provoking the Yi family. Yilan's countenance grew increasingly grim, and he prepared to take matters into his own hands. The aura of a 7th-level martial artist was unabashedly released, bearing down on Chu Qingyun, a direct descendant of a prominent family. He had undergone the finest training from a young age. Equipped with the best resources and secrets, dealing with ordinary 8th-level martial artists posed no challenge for him. The terrifying pressure sent shivers through Chu Qingyun's heart. He swiftly positioned himself behind the puppet, clutching a pouch filled with precious spirit stones, ready to replenish the puppet's energy at a moment's notice. The puppet's eyes flickered with a faint glow, poised for action that moment. The leaders of the Jin and Zhou families exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone's attention was diverted, they suddenly sprang into action, leaping towards the crystal ball in the center of the hall. However, with so many powerful figures present, they could not hope to escape the notice of all. Halt! Cunning wretches! In an instant, 3 more individuals followed suit, leaping towards the crystal ball on the stone platform, while numerous blasts of energy surged forth in retaliation. The standoff was shattered in an instant. The 5 who charged forward were embroiled in a chaotic scramble, all while remaining wary of energy attacks from behind. Amidst the turmoil, a blast of energy struck the crystal ball, shattering it into countless fragments, sending the several droplets of crystalline liquid scattering throughout the hall. Seize it! Those are mine. You all get away! The hall descended into utter chaos, as everyone frantically vied for the elusive droplets. Those in front were desperate to grasp them, while those behind hurled energy blasts at their competitors. A 5th-level martial artist reached out, mere inches from a droplet, only to be struck by several surges of energy simultaneously, rendering him to a mere mass of flesh. Another martial artist, wielding a control-type martial soul, employed his ribbon-like soul to disrupt the surrounding combatants, successfully snatching 2 droplets in a single breath. Yet before he could revel in his triumph, he was met with a barrage of energy blasts and soul techniques that obliterated him, sending the droplets fleeing once more in the hall. Since the droplets had taken flight, chaos erupted at nearly every corner, with death looming wherever droplets appeared. Yilan glanced at Chu Qingyun, then at a droplet soaring past him, and with a stomp of his foot, charged towards to kill was always an option. But missing out on such treasures would be a grave loss. A droplet soared towards Chu Qingyun, pursued by 2 4th-level martial artists, 5-star vine. Chu Qingyun shouted, unleashing 4 tendrils of dark green vines that momentarily hindered the 2 pursuers, allowing him to grasp the droplet in hand. The droplet felt cool to the touch, yet remained intact, preserving its form as a single droplet of water. You seek death, young one. A 1st-level martial artist dares to covet the spirit liquid. As soon as the droplet was in his grasp, furious shouts erupted around him, and the surrounding martial artists turned their aggression towards him. 1 5th-level martial artist, emboldened by his strength, charged directly at him. Humph, do you truly believe me to be an easy target? Chu Qingyun scoffed, retreating behind the puppet and commanding it to deflect all incoming attacks. The puppet's body was exceptionally sturdy, be it energy or soul attacks. They merely resonated against it, failing to inflict any harm. You will perish, the 5th-level martial artist bellowed, his energy swirling into a colossal white hand aimed at Chu Qingyun. You shall be the one to die. Chu Qingyun roared back, his heart ignited with resolve as he directed the puppet into action. With a single punch, he shattered the energy, unleashing explosive force that surged into the martial artist's body, resulting in a thunderous explosion that scattered him into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. This punch, executed through the puppet, was the pinnacle of power, a strike befitting a top-tier 7th-level martial artist. The intent was clear, to instill fear in those around him. These individuals were like hungry wolves. Only by demonstrating his strength and making them realize he was not to be trifled with could he deter their relentless assaults. As expected, the 5th-level martial artist was obliterated in a single blow, a sight so shocking that the surrounding martial artists felt a chill of trepidation, hesitating to entertain any thoughts of confronting Chu Qingyun. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Qingyun swiftly retrieved a precious spirit stone, shattering it and channeling all its energy into the puppet. Anyone who wishes to test their luck may come forth. Chu Qingyun coldly surveyed the onlookers, his tone chilling. Though the others wore reluctant expressions, they had no choice but to abandon their intentions towards Chu Qingyun, redirecting their efforts elsewhere. With a puppet of 7th-level martial prowess by his side, Chu Qingyun was well-positioned to claim his share of the spoils. At the entrance of the hall, not far from Chu Qingyun, a 4th-level martial artist snatched a droplet of spirit liquid, attempting to slip away amidst the chaos. Yet as he stepped beyond the threshold, a hand of earth and rock erupted from the ground, ensnaring him entirely. Before he could struggle, 2 individuals followed closely behind, each delivering a fatal blow, resulting in his demise. The spirit liquid was knocked from his grasp, soaring into the air. What a splendid opportunity! As Chu Qingyun's thoughts stirred, a vine shot out with lightning speed, deftly ensnaring the essence of the primordial spirit liquid and drawing it to his side. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasure invites peril. The entire hall had succumbed to a frenzied atmosphere with the emergence of the primordial spirit liquid. All those who possessed it became targets for the masses. Under the intoxicating allure of the treasure, many even dared to assault those they would typically avoid offending. Madness is contagious. Chu Qingyun had witnessed several instances where lower-tier martial artists recklessly lunged at their higher-tier counterparts, only to meet their demise at the swift kick of an opponent. However, even a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant, and such incidents of higher-tier martial artists falling to the hands of their lesser peers were not unheard of. Even the members of the 3 prominent families found themselves under constant attack, forced to huddle together and proceed with caution to end this chaotic scene. Chu Qingyun remained steadfastly beside his puppet, unwilling to stray even a step. Nevertheless, with his 5-star vine's maximum reach extending to 100 meters, coupled with his flawless control over his martial soul, he frequently seized the opportunity to acquire several drops of the primordial spirit liquid. Often, amidst a violent struggle, a group would suddenly discover that the precious liquid had been spirited away by a vine that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Moreover, with the puppet guarding him, most dared not make a move against Chu Qingyun in a short span. He had already secured 6 drops of the primordial spirit liquid. It was noteworthy that the crystal orb contained only a handful of drops. While over 100 martial artists filled the hall, the majority of whom were of level 5 or above, including several at level 7. Among all present, Chu Qingyun undoubtedly reaped the most abundant rewards. As the fierce conflict raged on, the number of martial artists dwindled rapidly, and the primordial spirit liquid began to find its rightful owners, primarily falling into the hands of Chu Qingyun, the members of the 3 great families, and another mysterious level 7 martial artist. The remaining individuals, even if they managed to seize some of the liquid, lacked the strength to retain it. Only those possessing level 7 prowess could intimidate others effectively. One level 6 martial artist, met his end at the hands of a member of the Jin family, who claimed the last drop of primordial spirit liquid. Thus, all the liquid had found its owners. In less than 10 minutes, over half, more than 50 martial artists, lay dead in the hall. The remaining 30 or so, who had not obtained any primordial spirit liquid, instinctively gathered at the entrance, their eyes fixed hungrily on those who had. The 5 factions that had secured the liquid were embroiled in their own battles. The members of the 3 great families fared better, not only boasting a level 7 martial artist among them, but also numbering 5 or 6 strong. In contrast, Chu Qingyun and the other level 7 martial artists stood isolated, devoid of allies. Thus, the hall's numerous fervent gazes were predominantly directed at the 2 of them. After the frenzied chaos subsided, an eerie calm enveloped the scene. The 6 factions remained on high alert, wary of one another, none daring to lower their guard. Those without the primordial spirit liquid felt a gnawing dissatisfaction, yearning for even a single drop, while those who had it sought to acquire more. After all, no one would ever consider having too much of such a precious item. Furrowing his brow, Chu Qingyun contemplated an escape route. 6 drops of primordial spirit liquid were already the most substantial gain among all present. More critically, he was the weakest among the 6 factions. The entrance had been sealed off by the 30 or so martial artists, making it improbable for him, or even an 8th-level martial artist, to break free. The only potential exit lay at the far end of the hall, where a door with a red-tinged frame loomed, shrouded in darkness. He had noticed this door upon entering, yet it emanated a sense of danger that made him instinctively wary. His intuition warned him that it was no safe haven. The higher a martial artist's rank, the keener their spiritual perception. Intuition, often deemed the 6th sense, does not issue warnings lightly to martial artists. Based on Chu Qingyun's speculation, that door likely led to the final resting place of the martial king's tomb, the very site of the legendary royal sword techniques, or perhaps even the fabled item that could alter one's fate. As spoken of by Yu Yun, Chu Qingyun was self-aware. Given his current strength, contending for the primordial spirit liquid here was already a struggle. Competing with those 4 for the inheritance would be an exercise in futility and a certain path to ruin. Thus, he had resolved from the outset not to enter. Amidst the tense standoff, Chu Qingyun remained alert, as the belongings of the over 50 martial artists had already been stripped away. However, there was something of even greater significance to him: their martial souls. First-tier martial souls no longer held any appeal for him, as they were of little use. Yet among those 50 or so martial artists, 28 possessed second-tier martial souls. Those capable of traversing the 3 passageways to reach this hall were all confident in their abilities. Thus, a significant majority bore second-tier martial souls. Releasing his Devouring Martial Soul, Chu Qingyun traversed the hall, swiftly consuming all the second-tier martial souls he encountered. With the 2 he had previously acquired, he amassed a total of 30 second-tier martial souls, sufficient to elevate his martial soul to the 3rd tier. Alas, this would require some time. Otherwise, possessing a 3rd-tier martial soul immediately might have resolved his current predicament. Chu Qingyun, surrender all your primordial spirit liquid to me, and I shall spare your life today. In the hushed hall, Yilan suddenly stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Chu Qingyun and bellowing. Instantly, everyone inwardly cursed him as a fool. In such a bizarre situation, all were contemplating how to ally with others or forge partnerships to leverage their strength or find a shield. Yet Yilan, with a single statement, had irrevocably offended Chu Qingyun and exposed his ambitions. Becoming a target for all, was this not sheer folly? The primordial spirit liquid is in my possession. If you dare, come and take it, Chu Qingyun retorted, effortlessly sidestepping 2 steps closer to the ominous door. He had resolved firmly. If all else failed, he would escape through there. And no matter the danger within, it offered at least a glimmer of hope, far better than perishing outside. Furious, Yilan seethed. Throughout his life, he had never been so provoked by a mere 1st-level martial artist. However, upon seeing the glowing-eyed puppet beside Chu Qingyun, he hesitated. He had witnessed the puppet's strength. If he were to take a direct hit, he would likely emerge gravely injured, if not dead. Brother Chu, you possess great courage. I am Lu Tianhu. Currently, only the 2 of us remain in direct conflict. Why not join forces and break free together? Another level 7 martial artist greeted Chu Qingyun with a smile and a bow. Join forces? Chu Qingyun scoffed internally, choosing to remain silent. Lu Tianhu's eyes flickered with malice, his demeanor exuding a predatory intent. His so-called cooperation was merely a ruse to exploit Chu Qingyun's puppet as a shield to facilitate his own escape. There was even a chance he harbored thoughts of eliminating Chu Qingyun afterward to seize his primordial spirit liquid and puppet. Collaborating with such a person, without adequate means of self-defense, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Haha, Lu Tianhu, you have a notorious reputation as a thief. How could a youthful hero like Brother Chu possibly ally with you? Suddenly, Zhou Qing, the leader of the Zhou family, burst into laughter. Brother Chu, I represent the Zhou family of Lianshan County, and I extend an invitation to you. If you hand over all your primordial spirit liquid, I will ensure your entry into our Zhou family's outer circle. What do you say? The Zhou family's outer circle is merely a pack of lackeys. Who would wish to join such a fate? Chu Qingyun retorted dismissively. Enough of the trivialities, Chu Qingyun. You have acquired 6 drops of primordial spirit liquid. Yield 4 to me, and allow your puppet to assist me in battle. This time, my Jin family guarantees your safety. The leader of the Jin family began to court Chu Qingyun, which caused the 30 or so individuals at the entrance to lose their composure. The strength of those inside far surpassed theirs. However, the infighting among those within rendered them a disjointed group, allowing the outsiders to become the dominant force. If the individuals inside were to unite, their advantage would instantly dissolve, leaving them as the weakest faction, likely to be eliminated first. After a brief discussion, one among them stepped forward and stated, Brother Chu, if you wish to leave, we shall not impede you, provided you surrender 5 drops of the Yuan spirit liquid. Everyone present possessed enough acumen to recognize that Chu Qingyun was the key player. The 3 major families were on equal footing in terms of strength and had been in competition for years. They would not sacrifice their family honor for a mere few drops of Yuan spirit liquid. Lu Tianhu, notorious yet powerful, was someone no one desired to have at their side. In contrast, Chu Qingyun was of lowly power, relying solely on his puppets to survive, making him relatively easy to manipulate. More importantly, he had secured 6 drops of Yuan's spirit liquid for himself, a figure that elicited envy from all within the hall. Chu Qingyun was well aware of this. The flattering words of these individuals masked their true intentions. They merely sought to exploit his puppets before seizing his Yuan's spirit liquid. Yet, he harbored his own plans. Each time someone spoke to capture the attention of the others, Chu Qingyun would quietly inch closer to the door that he was now but a stone's throw away from it. Should he unleash his full power, he could breach it in less than 10 seconds. With all that needed to be said now articulated, the gazes of everyone fixated on Chu Qingyun, awaiting his decision. Chu Qingyun felt a profound sense of helplessness. Despite appearing to bask in glory, with everyone vying for his favor, the discomfort he felt was singularly his to bear. Regardless of his choice, he faced a dead end. In such a predicament, he could only opt to carve out a new path for himself. Gentlemen, what's the point of this scheming? Allow me to gift you a drop of Yuan spirit liquid. Upon concluding his words, Chu Qingyun produced a drop of Yuan spirit liquid and flicked it towards the entrance of the Grand Hall. Instantly, everyone was taken aback, bewildered by Chu Qingyun's intentions. However, amazement aside, the Yuan spirit liquid was no illusion. Almost everyone surged forward in a frenzied scramble to seize it. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Qingyun unleashed his full speed, propelling himself and his puppet towards the door. No, we've been deceived. Chu Qingyun is escaping. Quick, stop him. Brother Chu, do not enter. It is a dead end. Witnessing Chu Qingyun's flight, several 7th-level martial masters were infuriated, their prize slipping through their fingers. As he neared the door, Chu Qingyun suddenly felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, and the hair on his body stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded his puppet to shield him from behind. Bang, bang, bang! A cacophony of impacts erupted as over 20 Yuan force attacks struck the puppet's back. The heavy and sturdy puppet was sent hurtling through the air, colliding into Chu Qingyun and propelling them both through the doorway. A bunch of lunatics, Chu Qingyun cursed inwardly. Upon entering the door, He was momentarily disoriented, as if the very fabric of space was shifting. Before long, he and his puppet landed with a thud. They found themselves in a realm engulfed in flames. The landscape was ablaze, with fierce flames raging everywhere, casting the entire world in a fiery hue. Even the air they breathed was laced with an intense heat. However, upon closer inspection, through the flames, one could faintly discern pathways that resembled a labyrinth. Chu Qingyun and his puppet were situated in the midst of this inferno, on a path devoid of fire. Perceiving that there was no immediate danger, Chu Qingyun placed his hand on his puppet and stored it within his storage ring. It was worth noting that even a single step taken by the puppet consumed several high-grade yuan stones. Choosing a direction at random, he opted to proceed left. An ordinary person would undoubtedly succumb to the searing heat in such an environment, quickly reduced to a charred corpse. Yet, as a martial master with yuan force to shield him, the sheer temperature posed no challenge. The energy expenditure was negligible. After walking for approximately 2 minutes, he encountered a fork in the path. Chu Qingyun continued left. Another minute passed, and yet another fork appeared. He again chose left. Thus, he persisted, consistently taking the left path at each divergence. Initially, he diligently memorized his route, but the surroundings were indistinguishable, all ablaze in the same fiery hue. After several turns, he became utterly lost, unsure of his whereabouts or the distance he had traveled, that a sense of panic began to creep in. This sea of flames seemed far from ordinary. Just then, from the flames beside the path ahead, a fire beast resembling a wild boar erupted forth. The creature roared and unleashed a jet of flame over 1 meter long, charging directly at Chu Qingyun. A first-level martial master's aura. Chu Qingyun immediately recognized the beast's strength as that of a first-level martial master. Windblade. He scoffed, drawing his sword and sending forth a sweeping arc of light. This strike was a culmination of his fusion of the 7 sword techniques from the Gale 7 swords. Even Yi Shaohai's 8 extremes hell would be unable to withstand it. Chu Qingyun was confident that a single blow would shatter this first-level martial beast. However, to his astonishment, the sword light passed straight through the fire beast's body, slicing into the sea of flames beyond, disappearing entirely. How could this be? Chu Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword light of the Gale Blade had effortlessly traversed the fire beast without inflicting any harm whatsoever. As he stood there, astonished and bewildered, the fire beast lunged at him. Damn it! Chu Qingyun quickly unleashed a burst of yuan force as a defense before him. Once again, an uncanny occurrence transpired. The fire beast penetrated his yuan force barrier without resistance, passing right through him and vanishing into the flames behind. It was not until the fire beast had entirely disappeared that Chu Qingyun regained his senses. Though the creature was composed of flames, he had distinctly felt the heat of its fiery breath. Yet, it had behaved like a specter, capable of passing through even his yuan force. In that instant, 2 words flashed through Chu Qingyun's mind. Illusion. That fire beast must have been a mirage conjured within the sea of flames, possessing no tangible effect, merely a means to instill fear. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Chu Qingyun pressed onward. After wandering aimlessly and turning several corners, he encountered another fire beast. This time, it took the form of a mighty tiger, still exuding the aura of a first-level martial master, spewing flames as it pounced toward Chu Qingyun. Another illusion. While Chu Qingyun suspected it might be yet another mirage, he remained cautious and slashed with his sword, executing the moonlight slash. The crescent-shaped sword light passed through the body of the flaming tiger without resistance. As expected, it was yet another illusion. Chu Qingyun stood still, unmoving, as the fiery tiger passed through him without imparting any sensation. After wandering through the blazing sea for over 10 minutes, he encountered several more fire beasts, each with a different form, yet all maintaining the aura of first-level martial masters, mere deceptive phantoms. Upon turning a crossroads, Chu Qingyun spotted another fire beast. Humph. Yet another goat-shaped one. He shook his head, disregarding it and continuing forward. The flaming goat tossed its head and exhaled flames from its nostrils, charging at Chu Qingyun. How tedious. Could they not vary their tactics? Each was so predictably mundane. Suddenly, this time, it was real. Mystic sky divine pattern. At this moment, the fire beast charged forth, exuding the familiar sensation of searing heat. However, Chu Qingyun soon discovered that his garments had ignited instantaneously. Instinctively, he activated the Xiantian divine pattern. Channeling his Yuan power, and forcefully struck the flaming goat before him. A substantial surge of Yuan energy erupted, finally dispersing the fire beast, which transformed into large billows of flame that dissipated into the surrounding sea of fire. Though protected by the Xiantian divine pattern and unharmed, his chest bore a charred patch where his clothing had been singed. How insidious! Within the guise of a mere fire beast, a genuine one lay concealed. After vanquishing one fire beast, Chu Qingyun couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fortunately, this fire beast was not particularly formidable. Had a more powerful one confronted him, the situation could have been dire. As he regained his composure, Chu Qingyun was suddenly struck by a sense of summoning emanating from 4 distinct locations within the fiery expanse, beckoning him to approach. Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine, even amidst the scorching inferno. He felt an unexpected chill enveloping him. The bizarre path through the sea of fire, the illusions of the fire beasts, and now this strange summons, all contributed to a growing unease within Chu Qingyun. The only connection I have to this martial king tomb is that ring, he thought. With this in mind, he removed the ring from his finger and tucked it into his clothing. Indeed, the sensation of summoning vanished, only to return once he donned the ring again. This ring poses no threat to me. Could those 4 locations be the key to exiting this sea of fire? Or perhaps they conceal some treasures? Recalling the puppets and Yuan stones he had encountered in the previous 2 chambers, Chu Qingyun felt a surge of excitement. That he chose the direction where the sensation of summoning was strongest, presumably the closest, and made his way there. With a clear direction in mind, navigating the identical, labyrinthine paths no longer unsettled him. And no matter how convoluted the route, as long as he felt the summoning intensify, it signified he was on the right path. After taking only a few steps, a fire beast appeared. This time, Chu Qingyun dared not underestimate it. He swiftly slashed with his sword, only to find yet another illusion. After wandering for over 10 minutes and turning a corner, he suddenly beheld 4 individuals. These 4 were none other than the first to charge into the martial king tomb, pushing ahead without even touching the Yuan spirit liquid. Yi Ji is Yi Can, Jin Ji is Jin Tai, Zhou Ji is Zhou Li, and the ethereal Miss Ning Shui. Yet at this moment, the 4 appeared somewhat disheveled. Particularly Yi Can, Jin Tai, and Zhou Li bore pale expressions, their bodies marked with singe marks. Even a level 1 martial master dares to venture here. You wretched creature, be gone. Jin Tai scoffed upon spotting Chu Qingyun. Having suffered setbacks in the sea of fire, he was brimming with pent-up frustration and seized the opportunity to vent it on Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun had heard of their prowess outside. All 3 men were level 8 martial masters, exceptionally powerful, while no one knew of Ning Shui's strength, nor had they even heard of her martial soul. Dear young Master Jin, do not lose your temper. The more people we have, the better our chances of breaking this formation. Ning Shui interjected gracefully, yet her words carried a natural chill, imparting an aura of inaccessibility. I am Chu Qingyun. It is a pleasure to meet you all. You mentioned this is a grand formation. What do you mean by that? Chu Qingyun asked curiously. Tisich, you do not even know this. What help can you offer? Jin Tai replied, disdainfully, Ha. Jin Tai, your words imply you possess knowledge of it. Were it not for Miss Ning Shui's explanation, you would have thought we had fallen into another world. Zhou Li chuckled, unperturbed as he pointed out Jin Tai's ignorance. Jin Tai snorted but remained silent. As a fellow level 8 martial master, he did not wish to escalate tensions with Zhou Li. If I am not mistaken, this sea of fire is part of a formation known as the 4 Directions Illusory Fire Formation. You have likely experienced its effects, young Master Chu dismantle it. We must locate the 4 formation bases and destroy them, which will cause the entire formation to collapse. Ning Shui succinctly explained the formation. The key to breaking this formation lies in identifying the positions of the bases. Those unfamiliar with formation techniques will become disoriented, wandering aimlessly until they were exhausted within the formation. Ning Shui, however, had her own trump card, capable of directly destroying the formation through brute force. Yet, Such an action would unleash power far exceeding that of a martial master, triggering the tomb's defenses and leading to its self-destruction, leaving no one with any benefits. Upon hearing Ning Xue's words, Chu Qingyun's heart stirred. Could the four bases correspond to the four sensations of summoning he felt? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. The storage ring would not mislead him with random summoning sensations. Within this formation, it surely indicated the locations of the bases. What exactly are the bases? Chu Qingyun mused, his gaze flickering with intent. Undoubtedly, they are fire attribute spiritual herbs, Ning Xue asserted. The king of Songlong perished a millennium ago, after such a long time, for this formation to remain operational. The bases cannot be fire attribute spiritual stones or treasures. They must be living spiritual herbs. Chu Qingyun nodded and declared, I can assist you in locating the bases. What? The four of Ning Xue exclaimed in unison. Their expressions a mix of disbelief as they gazed at Chu Qingyun. Despite their formidable strength and vast experience, they had become lost within this formation, unable to find the bases, while Chu Qingyun, who previously did not even know this was a grand formation, claimed he could locate the bases. Humph, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall strike you down. Jin Tai's gaze towards Chu Qingyun grew increasingly menacing. Unperturbed, Chu Qingyun smiled nonchalantly. I can help you find the bases, but the four fire attribute spiritual herbs belong to me, and each of you must provide me with a reward at a reward. You are trapped in this formation just as we are. We are all in the same predicament, so what gives you the right to demand a reward? You can shot a glance at Chu Qingyun, retorting, that is not quite right. You entered here seeking that royal level sword technique. I cannot compete with you for it, nor do I intend to. However, if you wish for me to locate the bases, you must offer me a reward. Otherwise, we may as well wait here indefinitely. Chu Qingyun responded with a smile, that he understood he could not vie for that royal-level sword technique against these individuals, so it was prudent to seek some form of compensation in advance. Young Master Chu makes a valid point. The Four Directions illusory fire formation has four bases, and only by destroying all four can we dismantle the formation. Assist us in finding one base first. And upon confirmation, I will provide you with your reward, Ning Xue stated, her confidence in Chu Qingyun growing. After all, in a place like this, trying to deceive the four of them would undoubtedly be a path to ruin. With Ning Xue's endorsement, the remaining three had no objections and nodded in agreement. However, Jin Tai issued a warning, stating that if they failed to locate the bases, he would toss Chu Qingyun into the sea of fire to roast. After negotiating the terms, Chu Qingyun led the way, following the sensation imparted by the ring to approach the nearest base. Although they occasionally took detours, the summoning sensation continued to intensify, indicating they were indeed drawing closer to the base. From the fiery depths on either side, fire beasts of various forms occasionally emerged, and each time, the beasts faced were of comparable strength to their own, though these fire beasts were a mix of reality and illusion, making them troublesome. Even the genuine ones were not particularly difficult to deal with. They merely accelerated the consumption of yuan power. After approximately 20 minutes of traversing, the five arrived at a peculiar location. It was a circular clearing with a diameter of about 20 meters, devoid of flames, and at its center stood a fiery red shell. Through the translucent shell, they could vaguely discern a fire-red spiritual herb resembling a lotus. Roughly the size of a fist, strange waves emanated from within the shell, merging into the surrounding fiery formation. This was the location of the formation base. The red lotus within the shell was the base. It was a third-order spiritual herb, the blazing red lotus. If they shattered that shell and retrieved the red lotus, the base would be deemed destroyed. That a flicker of excitement danced across Ning Xue's face. Initially approaching the situation with a mere sense of trial, she was astonished to witness Chu Qingyun genuinely locating the array's foundation. The fiery shell, fragile in nature, was shattered by Jin Tai's burst of elemental force. Following the shell's destruction, a torrent of flames erupted, forcing the five individuals to retreat in a somewhat disheveled manner. However, the energy accumulated within the shell was limited. After a brief explosion, the flames swiftly receded, leaving behind the spirit herb, the scarlet flame red lotus, which occasionally emitted flickers of crimson fire. As previously agreed upon, the The spirit herb within the erased foundation belonged to Chu Qingyun. Without hesitation, he wielded his sword to sever the herb's stem. Once severed, the originally vibrant red lotus quickly dulled to a dark crimson, all its energy rapidly converging, the temperature barely exceeding that of the human body. After securing the scarlet flame red lotus, Chu Qingyun turned his gaze towards Ning Shui and her companions, stating, "You must now believe that I can locate the erased foundation, that I, in return, provide me with a reward, and I shall guide you to find the remaining 4 foundations. Rest assured, a reward will indeed be given. Yet, I cannot help but wonder how you determine the position of the erased foundation, a feat even I could not uncover," Ning Shui inquired, her eyes devoid of malice. Driven purely by curiosity. However, her companions, Jin Tai, Yi Kan, and the others, exchanged glances, their expressions flickering with uncertainty. To accurately pinpoint the erased foundation, could it be that this young man had encountered some extraordinary fortune? It is often said that fortune does not come without risk, and the world is vast. Encountering rare opportunities is not as uncommon as one might think. In fact, many formidable individuals had altered their destinies due to such encounters. Therefore, Ning Shui remained unconcerned, while the 3 others began calculating in their minds. Upon hearing the question, Chu Qingyun felt a tightening in his chest, yet his expression remained unchanged. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his right hand, invoking the Xiantian divine pattern, which illuminated his forearm with a dark golden sigil, that I fortuitously acquired the first 2 levels of a secret method. The first level requires the assistance of metal attribute spirit herbs for cultivation, while the second level necessitates fire attribute spirit herbs, thus granting me a faint sensitivity to fire attribute herbs. Chu Qingyun fabricated a calm lie. He would rather expose the Xiantian divine pattern than reveal the existence of a storage ring. Otherwise, not only would the ring itself be at risk, but also the puppets and elemental stones contained within. Upon hearing his words, Jin Tai and the others could only shake their heads in resignation. They had anticipated some extraordinary stroke of luck, only to discover it was merely a secret method, and a flawed one at that. Their interest waned instantly. Secret methods were abundant within their clan, and there was no need for further deliberation. Moreover, as a mere first-level martial artist, what formidable secret method could Chu Qingyun possibly possess? However, Ning Shui furrowed her brows slightly, casting a glance at Chu Qingyun but refraining from comment. She recognized at a glance that it was the Xiantian divine pattern secret method, yet had never heard of it being able to sense spirit herbs. Given this, we shall rely on young Master Chu from here on out. "This is a Bingxin leaf, which I offer as a reward," Ning Shui declared. "The Bingxin leaf possesses calming properties for the mind and spirit. Young Master Chu may find it helpful during crucial moments of comprehension in martial arts." As she spoke, a delicate white brocade box appeared in her slender hand, which she extended towards Chu Qingyun, a storage ring. Chu Qingyun's heart raced. He was certainly no stranger to this. The sudden appearance of such an item was unmistakable. The gazes of Jin Tai and the others immediately fixated on the exquisite white ring in Ning Shui's hand. Their eyes filled with envy that a storage ring was a rare treasure, even in Lianshan County. And it was known that only the patriarchs of the 4 great families, the 4 martial kings, possessed such items. Yet here was Ning Shui, merely a martial artist, possessing a storage ring. This clearly indicated her extraordinary background. Could she possibly hail from the imperial city, or even beyond? Chu Qingyun accepted the brocade box, casting a deep glance at the white ring, unable to suppress a smirk, while others could openly utilize their storage rings. He had to conceal his, ensuring it remained a secret. The disparity was infuriating. Upon opening the small white brocade box, a wave of icy air surged forth, causing him to shiver involuntarily, having grown accustomed to the fiery temperatures. Inside the box lay a snow-white leaf, thumb-sized, adorned with intricate horizontal veins, radiating an intense chill. "Young Master Chu, you should take a moment to admire it. The Bingxin leaf will soon dissipate," Ning Shui remarked nonchalantly. Chu Qingyun quickly closed the brocade box, clearing his throat before placing it against his chest, cleverly storing it within his storage ring. Though he had never heard of the Bingxin leaf, Its potential to aid in comprehension suggested it was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. Furthermore, judging by Jin Tai and the others' envious expressions, he could surmise its worth. Once the Bingxin leaf was secured, Chu Qingyun turned to Yi Kan, smiling. The Yi family is a renowned clan in Lianshan County. And young Master Yi is a distinguished figure among the younger generation. Surely your contribution will not be meager. At this, Yi Kan's face twitched, and he set aside a brocade box he had been holding, instead retrieving a small jade vial. Since Miss Ning Shui has presented the Bingxin leaf, my Yi family shall not be outdone. However, due to the hasty nature of our outing, I have not brought many treasures. Thus, these 20 drops of Yuan spirit liquid shall serve as my offering. Yi Kan declared, his expression somewhat grim as he tossed the vial to Chu Qingyun. Initially, he had intended to offer a mere third-tier spirit herb to suffice. However, he hadn't anticipated that Chu Qingyun would cunningly leverage the Yi family against him, that if the next two individuals offered better rewards, it would imply that the Yi family was stingier compared to the Jin and Zhou families. The competition among the four great families was fierce, and none dared to gamble with their family's reputation. Not even Yi Kan. 20 drops of Yuan spirit liquid. What a hefty price! Chu Qingyun exclaimed as he opened the jade vial to count, his heart brimming with joy. Previously, in the Grand Hall, after a fierce battle, he had risked everything to acquire just 6 drops of Yuan spirit liquid. Now, simply guiding them, he had effortlessly obtained 20 drops. What a remarkable profit! Before Chu Qingyun could speak further, Yi Kan turned to Jin Tai, saying, the Jin family prides itself on generosity. Brother Jin, I trust you will not offer less than what Yi has provided. It was better to share in the joy than to suffer alone. Having been outsmarted by Chu Qingyun, Yi Kan naturally sought to drag the others down with him to alleviate his own discomfort. Jin Tai's expression darkened as he glared at Yi Kan, retorting, I, Jin Tai, will not be outdone by you. 20 drops of Yuan spirit liquid. Catch! He too tossed a jade vial to Chu Qingyun, containing another 20 drops of Yuan spirit liquid. Rest assured, breaking the array is absolutely within my capabilities. Chu Qingyun's heart swelled with delight as he secured another 20 drops of Yuan spirit liquid. At that moment, the individuals outside the Grand Hall were likely still embroiled in fierce battles over the Yuan spirit liquid. If they were to discover that Chu Qingyun had effortlessly obtained 40 drops just for guiding them, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood, following Jin Tai's generous offering. He and Yi Kan both turned their gazes toward Zhou Li. Zhou Li, with a helpless smile, realized that with the other two families contributing so much, he could not afford to be stingy and tarnish the Zhou family's reputation. I do not possess as much Yuan spirit liquid, but I do have a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron, which I acquired not long ago. I had initially intended to reserve it for crafting a weapon after advancing to martial spirit. However, it shall now serve as my reward for you, Zhou Li stated as he produced a box the size of 2 fists and tossed it to Chu Qingyun. Upon receiving the box, Chu Qingyun furrowed his brows slightly. It was remarkably light, akin to an empty container. Upon opening it, he found a piece of black metal, weighing almost nothing, as if he were holding a bundle of cotton. Could it be fake? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Given the importance of family reputation, Zhou Li would not be foolish enough to present a counterfeit item. Moreover, judging by his reluctant expression, it did not seem like a sham. Splendid. Since all 4 of you have shown such sincerity, let us proceed to break the array. After gathering all the benefits, Chu Qingyun led the 4 of them to continue their search for the next formation base. At this moment, Chu Qingyun's mood was exceptionally bright. The gains from this expedition had far surpassed his expectations. Although he was still unaware of the purpose of the Yuanling liquid, the fervent competition among those people for it suggested that it was no ordinary item. Once outside, he could inquire about it from Yuyun. With a clear direction in mind, the remaining 3 formation bases were swiftly located. Each base was similarly arranged, with the same third-tier spiritual herb, the Flame Lotus. After collecting the final Flame Lotus and destroying the last formation base, the entire sea of flames began to tremble. Various fire beasts, each with unique shapes and different auras, rolled and roared within the inferno, continuously converging and collapsing. Chu Qingyun and his companions could distinctly feel the diminishing waves of the fire sea. With the destruction of the 4 formation bases, the 4-point illusionary flame formation had lost its energy supply and was gradually disintegrating. After a short wait, the entire grand formation would be utterly destroyed. Haha, splendid. We are finally going to escape this cursed place. It is truly too strange. The 4-point illusionary flame formation is indeed remarkable. It is thanks to Miss Ning Xue's extensive knowledge that we were able to identify this formation and break it. Miss Ning Xue's background is extraordinary. Naturally, dismantling a mere grand formation is not beyond her capabilities. As the formation was on the verge of collapse, Jin Tai, Yi Kan, and Zhou Li began to rejoice, showering praises upon Ning Xue, forgetting entirely who had helped them locate the formation bases, leaving Chu Qingyun sidelined. Chu Qingyun, however, was indifferent to this. After all, he had already reaped the rewards, which was the most crucial aspect. 2 minutes later, all the flames extinguished. The 5 of them stared in astonishment, their eyes wide. With the flames gone, the true face of the area enveloped by the 4-point illusionary flame formation revealed itself. It was a vast square, approximately 2,000 meters in diameter. The ground of the square was marked with deep grooves, delineating pathways that closely resembled the corridors they had traversed within the Fire Sea. They had spent several hours winding through the Fire Sea, only to find themselves circling this very square. In the center of the square stood an imposing statue, towering over 10 meters high. The gray-black statue loomed majestically. It was the likeness of the master of this tomb, King Songlong, gazing at the statue. Chu Qingyun felt an uncanny familiarity. Aside from the color and size, this statue was almost identical to the white jade statue he had encountered upon first entering the tomb. The legacy of the royal swordsmanship must be contained within this statue. Jin Tai, Yi Kan, and Zhou Li were fervently excited, rushing towards the colossal statue, while Ning Xue hesitated for a moment before following suit. However, as the 4 circled the statue, searching for any clues, they found nothing of significance. Chu Qingyun adhered to their agreement, refraining from pursuing the royal swordsmanship, choosing instead to observe from a distance that he understood that even if they discovered something, he would not be able to seize it. So it was best not to wade into these murky waters. Yet he soon found himself helplessly aware that the black ring on his hand had begun to heat up again, and the temperature was rising rapidly, as if urging him onward. Reluctantly, Chu Qingyun stepped closer to the immense statue with great caution. Fortunately, the other 4 were preoccupied with examining the statue, tapping and probing for hidden mechanisms, just as Chu Qingyun approached within 100 meters of the statue. The temperature of the ring suddenly dropped back to normal, and a subtle glimmer flickered in the statue's eyes. After this brief flash, the statue began to tremble. The resounding noise echoed loudly, causing the square to shudder gently. "What is happening? What did you touch?" "I don't know, I just tapped the statue's temple, and it seemed to move slightly. No, it was me. I stepped on the top of the statue. That spot was special and concealed. Surely there's a mechanism there." The 3 of them debated loudly, but they could not determine who had triggered the mechanism. As for Chu Qingyun, he had long been forgotten, dismissed completely from their minds. Only Ning Xue cast a curious glance at Chu Qingyun, noting that he had moved slightly closer than before. The tremors of the statue grew increasingly intense, and soon the 4 could no longer maintain their positions. Leaping down from the statue to join Chu Qingyun, spreading out around it. Just as the 5 stood there in confusion, 5 beams of light suddenly shot forth from the statue. The beams converged instantly, enveloping them all. Not even the most enigmatic Ning Xue had any chance to evade. Wrapped in the light, the 5 felt the space around them twist, and with a whoosh, all 5 vanished, disappearing along with the beams. No one witnessed the moment the light faded. A thin purple ray, akin to a lightning bolt, surged from the statue's eyes and entered the beam that enveloped Chu Qingyun, after everyone had vanished. The statue shattered with a thunderous roar, breaking into massive stones that scattered across the ground. After a brief moment of silence in the vast square, an inconspicuous spot suddenly bulged. Soon, a large rat, 2 meters long and adorned with 2 golden stripes, emerged from that location. If Chu Qingyun were still present, he would certainly recall the peculiar sensation he had experienced when he first began his cultivation in the abandoned Yuan stone mine. The large rat stood upright, hands on hips, glaring furiously at the fragments of the shattered statue. Damned Songlong King, I never expected you would pull such a trick in the end, randomly teleporting all 5 of them away. Truly looking after your chosen successor. Originally intending to capture all 5, it now seemed he could only pursue one. Very well, I shall hunt down Ning Shui. Among the 5, she possesses the greatest talent and strength. Chu Qingyun, consider yourself fortunate this time. Sooner or later, I shall uncover the news of the vermilion bird from you. The large rat made its decision and promptly dug into the ground, hastening to pursue Ning Shui. The moment the beam enveloping him dissipated, Chu Qingyun felt dizzy and disoriented. He had no sense of how much time had passed when he suddenly felt himself land with a thud. A thin purple ray silently penetrated into Chu Qingyun's mind that, in an instant, he stood there like he had been struck by lightning, dazed and frozen in place. Suddenly, a piece of information surged into his mind. Thunder Ray Sword Cannon. 4 large purple characters appeared in his mind, and moments later, these characters shattered, transforming into a sword technique that floated within Chu Qingyun's consciousness. After quickly scanning the arcane and complex sword technique with his mind, it felt as if it had been imprinted in his brain, impossible to forget. Once he had memorized the sword technique, all the small purple characters shattered again, coalescing into a purple silhouette whose features were indistinct. The figure waved its right hand, conjuring a purple long sword, and within Chu Qingyun's mind, it demonstrated the Thunder Ray Sword Cannon, executing each move for him to observe. After 3 complete demonstrations, Chu Qingyun memorized every action and detail. Once this was accomplished, the silhouette faded away, and everything vanished without a trace. Chu Qingyun exhaled deeply. Overwhelmed with emotion, he had merely paid his respects to King Songlong upon entering, never expecting to receive such a monumental boon. It was now abundantly clear that the storage ring was King Songlong's legacy. Whether it was the puppet Yuan stones, the formation bases, or even the final Thunder Ray Sword Cannon, all were left for his chosen successor. The criterion for selecting a successor was not based on talent or background, but rather on a heart that respected the deceased. Yet, therein lies the greatest challenge. Amidst endless temptation, who could still afford to pay respect to the departed? Had Chu Qingyun entered earlier, he might not have bowed at all, likely rushing in instead. However, this was precisely his fortune and opportunity. After thoroughly reviewing the Thunder Ray Sword Cannon in his mind and confirming that he had completely memorized it, Chu Qingyun opened his eyes. How did she end up here? Chu Qingyun was somewhat taken aback, for he had unexpectedly spotted Ning Shui, clad in green, sitting cross-legged on the ground not far from him. Her face was flushed, and there was a hint of pain etched between her brows. Upon sensing Chu Qingyun's movement, Ning Shui opened her eyes, a look of confusion crossing her features. Young Master Chu, how is it that you are unscathed? Did you not fall victim to the fire poison? Fire poison. Chu Qingyun pondered when suddenly a torrent of violent, searing energy surged through his meridians that in an instant. He felt as if he had been transported back into that sea of flames, but this time the heat emanated from within, engulfing him in a torturous blaze. Focusing his mind and gathering his energy to refine the fire poison would take some time. Yet it was a solvable predicament. Hearing Ning Shui's words, Chu Qingyun nodded, settling into a cross-legged position as his energy flowed into his meridians, beginning to suppress the fire poison. Miss Ning, is there fire poison within the 4 directions illusory fire array? When did we become poisoned? Chu Qingyun could not help but inquire. Ning Shui appeared equally perplexed. The 4 directions illusory fire array is based on 4 blazing red lotuses. Its energy is exceedingly pure. Logically, it should not produce fire poison. Moreover, even if it were a trap set by King Songlong, a millennium has passed, and it should have dissipated by now. Excellent analysis. The fire poison was indeed introduced by me. At that moment, a hearty laughter erupted from beneath the ground soon, to the astonished gazes of Chu Qingyun and Ning Shui. A 2-meter-long giant rat emerged from the earth, its eyes brimming with excitement as it regarded the two. I thought I could only eliminate Ning Shui this time. Yet to my surprise, Chu Qingyun is also here. Truly a blessing from the heavens. Both Chu Qingyun and Ning Shui stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A talking rat? Could it be some high-tier demon beast? However, upon closer inspection, its aura was merely that of a second-tier demon beast. There had never been any accounts of a second-tier demon beast possessing the ability to speak. Chu Qingyun was even more astonished, for upon seeing this giant rat, his devouring martial soul began to quiver restlessly once more. Here it comes again. This was the third time. The first was in that mine. The second at the Wanbao Tower auction when he encountered Qian Sampang. And now, his devouring martial soul was stirring again. Brother Chu, long time no see. The giant rat swayed its tail and leisurely crawled to Chu Qingyun's front. Speaking. Instantly, Chu Qingyun felt the hairs on his back stand on end, a chill creeping through him that it was utterly bizarre to be addressed as Brother Chu by a rat. Hee, Brother Chu seems to have forgotten me. To recount, we are quite old acquaintances. I saw you when you were still a fourth-tier martial artist. As the giant rat spoke, it suddenly began to twist its body in less than 5 seconds. It transformed from a large rat into a plump man clad in a golden robe. Qian Sampang. Chu Qingyun could not help but exclaim in shock. This was terrifying. Not only could the giant rat speak, but it had also transformed into a human. Even more unnerving for Chu Qingyun was that he had previously met this person and exchanged words with him. Are you a monster? Chu Qingyun's expression darkened as he queried. At this, Qian Sampang paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. You are from the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Ning Shui fixed her gaze on Qian Sampang, her voice cold. Qian Sampang ceased his laughter, turning to Ning Shui with a sneer. No wonder you are a prodigy from the Central Plains. You discern my origins at a glance. The fire poison within the 4 directions illusory fire array was placed by you? Ning Shui inquired. Indeed, it was I who said it. Alas, I had intended to eradicate all 5 geniuses of Lianshan County in one fell swoop, but it seems King Songlong had a final trick up his sleeve, randomly teleporting them away. However, fortune favored me, as you two were transported together. Ha! At this, Qian Sampang laughed heartily once more. Since you are for the Spirit Hall, there's nothing more to discuss. Today, it will either be you or me. As she spoke, Ning Shui forced down the fire poison within her meridians, preparing to strike. Yet, Qian Sampang waved his hand, grinning. Hold on. I still have matters to discuss with Brother Chu. Why not wait a moment and allow you to refine a bit more fire poison? Qian Sampang appeared quite pleased with himself, seemingly unperturbed. Brother Chu, I shall not waste words. You have fallen into my grasp that I will only ask you this. Where is the Zhuke? Qian Sanpong's gaze fixed intently on Chu Qingyun as he questioned. Zhuke, what is Zhuke? Chu Qingyun's expression was one of utter bewilderment. He had encountered more peculiarities in one day than throughout his entire life. Qian Sampang sneered, still pretending. When I saw you in the mine, you bore no trace of Zhu Chue's aura. However, at the auction and now here, you have already acquired Zhu Chue's essence. You cannot deceive me. I know Zhuke is in Qingshan City. Tell me, where exactly is Zhuke? A flicker of hostility flashed in Chu Qingyun's eyes. Qian Sanpong's aggressive demeanor irked him immensely. Ignorance is ignorance. Do not think that just because you can transform into a rat, I am afraid of you. Very well, if you refuse to drink the wine offered, you shall taste the punishment. Kid, let me show you my might. Qian Sampang shouted coldly, golden light radiating from his hand as he clawed toward Chu Qingyun. You seek death? Chu Qingyun's fingers twitched, and a towering figure suddenly appeared before him, striking forth with a powerful punch aimed at Qian Sampang. Boom! The golden light shattered, and Qian Sampang was sent staggering back a dozen steps, his face paling dramatically. That was a puppet. Kid, you actually possess a storage ring. Qian Sampang was utterly astonished, never expecting Chu Qingyun to have such a hidden ace. The punch from that puppet was undoubtedly imbued with the strength of a 6th-tier martial artist. Had he not been cautious and employed golden energy, he would have likely been severely injured. This kid, emerging from a mere mountain village, how could he possess such treasures? Could it be that the greatest boon of the martial king tomb has been seized by you? In that moment, Qian Sanpong's gaze towards Chu Qingyun was now filled with trepidation. He had thought to employ the fire poison without anyone being the wiser, certain of his victory, yet he had not anticipated this unforeseen turn of events. You know what to do, Qian Sampang. If you are wise, keep your distance. Otherwise, once we neutralize the fire poison, you will be doomed. After their previous clash, Chu Qingyun had discerned that Qian Sampang was merely a fifth-tier martial artist, not a monster. Understanding his strength, Chu Qingyun's wariness had dissipated. The unknown is truly the most terrifying. Once everything was clear, Chu Qingyun had long since regained his composure. Hee, naive. You think a mere puppet can stop me? Qian Sampang scoffed, flicking his hand as golden light surged forth, transforming into a long whip that approached Chu Qingyun once more. There was no way to evade it. Chu Qingyun sighed softly, retrieving a premium elemental stone from his storage ring. Shattering it, he infused his energy into the puppet. Kid, taste my whip. Qian Sampang screeched, swinging the whip forcefully toward Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun, preoccupied with suppressing the fire poison, did not wish to engage directly. Therefore, he commanded the puppet to intercept, reaching out to grasp the golden whip. Unexpectedly, however, Qian Sampang suddenly flicked his wrist, his body flashing as he attacked Chu Qingyun from another angle. Chu Qingyun hastily directed the puppet to change course, blocking the strike once more. Yet, the puppet, despite its formidable strength, was still just a puppet, and its agility was its greatest flaw. If charging straight ahead, the puppet's speed could rival that of an ordinary 7th-tier martial artist. However, changing direction revealed its most significant weakness. Qian Sampang was evidently aware of this vulnerability. Thus, he cunningly flitted about, wielding the whip erratically, playing with the puppet as if it were a mere toy. Now, Qian Sampang suddenly seized an opportunity, cracking the whip with a piercing sound as it lashed toward Chu Qingyun. This time, the puppet could no longer block that whip. Damn it! Chu Qingyun cursed inwardly. Leaping from the ground, sword draw technique. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleaved through Qian Sampang's whip. However, Chu Qingyun's expression suddenly darkened in that instant of action. The fire poison within him lost its suppression, and the searing sensation of flames ravaging his meridians drove him to the brink of madness. The feeling of being consumed by fire poison is quite unpleasant, isn't it? If you tell me the whereabouts of Zhuke, I may just let you go. What do you say? Qian Sampang sneered. Zhuke again. Who did he think he was to know anything about Zhuke? Rage boiled within Chu Qingyun, ignited by the fire poison. Anger and pain that relentlessly assaulted his reason. Qian Sampang, today you shall meet your demise. Windstorm sword. In his fury, Chu Qingyun unleashed his most powerful strike, the fierce sword aura, causing even Qian Sampang, a 5th-level martial master, to flinch slightly. You dare to seek death? Qian Sampang scoffed, swinging his whip, and a burst of golden power erupted, dissipating Chu Qingyun's sword aura. However, just as he prepared to launch an attack, a piercing sound of air slicing through reached his ears. Not good. Panic seized Qian Sampang's heart, making it feel as if it had been violently squeezed, and he hastily retreated, stumbling backward in disarray. The puppet's heavy punch grazed past Qian Sampang's nose, leaving him trembling with fear. Had that punch landed squarely, it would have surely shattered his skull. What a pity, Chu Qingyun lamented quietly, retrieving another elemental stone, infusing it with elemental power into the puppet's body to 5-star vines. Chu Qingyun shouted. And before him, his martial soul flickered, the dark green vines of martial arts rapidly sprouting, lunging toward Qian Sampang, while he himself charged forward, the windstorm sword striking once more. Meanwhile, the puppet remained motionless, poised to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Qian Sampang. Such a troublesome little brat. Qian Sampang cursed inwardly as golden light suddenly surged from his hands. Prepare to witness the might of my soul technique. Ultimate whip dance. Qian Sampang bellowed, the golden radiance erupting from his hands, engulfing Chu Qingyun, rendering even the long whip invisible. The golden light transformed into countless long whips, suspended in midair, relentlessly lashing out at Chu Qingyun. Forced into a defensive stance, Chu Qingyun could sever several of the long whips with a single strike. Yet the sheer number overwhelmed him beyond measure. The 5 vines of the 5-star vines clashed with the whips, but as a first-level martial master, Chu Qingyun's elemental power could not compare to Qian Sampang's. The vines were soon reduced to tatters, and the golden whips left numerous bloody gashes on Chu Qingyun's body. This moment, If Qian Sampang had chosen to launch a sneak attack, he would have surely thrown Chu Qingyun into disarray and secured a complete victory. Yet, he hesitated. The puppet posed an overwhelming threat, and the majority of his focus remained fixated on it. He understood that if struck by the puppet even once, his life would be forfeit, though his current strategy was slower. It was the safest and most prudent that, as long as he extinguished Chu Qingyun with his soul technique, the puppet would naturally become a lifeless entity, posing no threat whatsoever. Chu Qingyun, prepare to meet your end. How does it feel to be mercilessly whipped to death? Qian Sampang laughed heartily, mockingly taunting Chu Qingyun. Damn it. Damn all. Fire, poison, agony, and fury converged, pushing Chu Qingyun to the brink of insanity, his eyes bloodshot. Gazing upon Qian Sanpong's detestable visage, all he could think of was killing him. Killing him. Mystic Heaven Divine Pattern. Chu Qingyun roared, the dark golden divine patterns manifesting upon his body, and without hesitation, he charged through the dense barrage of whips. Lunging at Qian Sampang in an instant, Chu Qingyun was struck repeatedly, blood spurting from his mouth, his body a wreck. Yet he cared not for his wounds. All that occupied his mind was the detestable Qian Sampang. As Chu Qingyun acted, he commanded the puppet to charge toward Qian Sampang. Despite his battered state, he surged through the ultimate whip dance, madly lunging at Qian Sampang, desperately clinging to him. Qian Sampang was momentarily stunned, unable to evade in time. Damn it! Let go of me! As he noticed the rapidly approaching puppet, Qian Sampang snapped back to reality, his composure shattered. He unleashed 3 powerful punches, striking Chu Qingyun fiercely, causing him to spit blood once more. However, Chu Qingyun clung to him tenaciously, refusing to relent. Let go! Let me go! Qian Sampang shouted in terror, golden energy bursting forth, attempting to shake Chu Qingyun free. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Qingyun displayed a desperate resolve. An overwhelming surge of elemental power emanating from him as he declared, Qian Sampang, today you must die. No, I will not perish. Is you who will die. You are the one destined for demise. Martial soul, true form. Qian Sampang bellowed, his body contorting and transforming into a 2-meter-long giant rat. You shall die, little brat. Qian Sampang's front paws gripped Chu Qingyun's shoulders, and he lunged forward, jaws agape, aiming for Chu Qingyun's neck, his sharp teeth glistening with a chilling gleam. Yet just as he was about to bite down, the puppet's heavy punch landed. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. The terrifying elemental power erupted upon the rat's head, obliterating it into a burst of gore. Strangely, despite the head being blown apart, not a drop of blood spilled forth. The headless corpse of the giant rat deflated like a punctured balloon, swiftly transforming into clusters of golden objects that floated in mid-air, gradually dissipating at that moment. Chu Qingyun's devouring martial soul surged uncontrollably, hastily consuming all the golden objects. What was happening? Chu Qingyun was bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. However, before he could ponder further, he felt a violent, searing energy flood into his mind. The previously suppressed fire poison erupted, not only scorching his meridians, but also invading his consciousness, eroding his sanity. In a moment of clarity, Chu Qingyun attempted to absorb a fragment of that power. Instantly feeling buoyant, the myriad wounds on his body beginning to itch, signaling the onset of healing. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that merely absorbing a fraction of the energy had significantly boosted the elemental power within his dantian. What a treasure! Chu Qingyun rejoiced internally, preparing to absorb more, only to realize he could no longer draw upon it. Clearly, Ningxue had also recognized this and sought to leverage the power for her cultivation breakthrough, which prompted her to compete with Chu Qingyun for it, as expected. With her strength, Chu Qingyun stood no chance. However, at that moment, the devouring martial soul within Chu Qingyun's dantian, as if provoked, suddenly sprang into action. The once chaotic devouring martial soul began to spin, transforming into a vortex that unleashed a terrifying sucking force. All the energy, even that which had already been absorbed by Ningxue, was violently pulled out and drawn into Chu Qingyun's body. Even her dantian trembled under the strain, causing her great alarm that a portion of the energy was absorbed by Chu Qingyun's body, significantly enhancing his physique, while the majority surged into his dantian through the devouring force. The elemental power within his dantian rose at a visible rate. Soon, it filled his entire dantian to the brim. Chu Qingyun understood that he had reached a critical juncture for a breakthrough. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to compress and refine the elemental power within his dantian. In a fleeting moment, the painful sensation within his dantian vanished, and the elemental power became extraordinarily pure. He realized he had leveled up. He was now a second-level martial master. After ascending to the second rank, the essence of the primordial energy became more refined and concentrated, and the space it occupied within the Qi Sea diminished significantly. However, with the influx of that incredible power, the primordial energy within the Qi Sea surged rapidly once more, quickly filling the entire expanse. What formidable strength! Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth and compressed the primordial energy within the Qi Sea again. With yet another breakthrough, he ascended to the rank of a third-level martial master. Moreover, the primordial energy of the third-level martial master surged until it occupied half of the Qi Sea, consuming that force entirely. It is worth noting that Chu Qingyun's Qi Sea spans a terrifying radius of 10,000 meters, the power that enabled him to leap 2 ranks, from a first-level martial master to a third-level martial master, could likely elevate an ordinary second-tier martial soul martial master to the 7th or even 8th level. Having refined that power, not only did Chu Qingyun ascend to the 3rd level, but all his injuries healed completely, leaving no scars behind. Upon regaining his senses, he realized the current situation. Both he and Ning Shui had been liberated from the fire poison, and they were now entirely clear-headed, gazing at his remarkably perfect body beneath him. Chu Qingyun steeled his resolve. If death is inevitable, so be it. He lowered himself again and immersed himself in his task. Half an hour later, Chu Qingyun hurriedly donned his clothes and stowed away his puppet before sprinting out at full speed. A blast of primordial energy shot past him, colliding with the wall and causing the entire area to tremble. Terrified, Chu Qingyun did not dare to look back as he fled in a frenzy. "You bastard! I will kill you!" Ning Shui glared at her disheveled appearance, marked by claw marks across her chest, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent, after retrieving clothing from her storage ring and changing. She set off in pursuit of Chu Qingyun with a frosty expression. That be why the time Chu Qingyun burst out of the martial king's tomb. The sun was setting, and dusk had fallen. The outer rooms had been thoroughly cleared, and the people from the Hanqing mountain range had largely dispersed. However, midway up the mountain, he was intercepted by a figure. It was Jin Tai from the Jin family. After being transported away by the statue of King Tsanglong, Jin Tai discovered that not only had he failed to acquire the king-level sword technique inheritance, but he had also been afflicted with fire poison. Having refined the fire poison, he emerged from the martial king's tomb. Yet, the more he thought about it, the more disgruntled he became. He had no idea who had obtained the sword technique inheritance, and this trip had cost him 20 drops of primordial spirit liquid without yielding any benefits, leaving him with nothing but fire poison. Frustrated, he thought of Chu Qingyun. That brat not only disrespected him, but also reaped so many rewards. If he could seize his ice heart leaf, the extraterrestrial fallen iron, and the primordial spirit liquid, this trip would still be worthwhile. Thus, after meeting with Yikan and Zhou Li, he pretended to leave, but stealthily returned, allowing the Jin family's puppet to fly back on its own. Third-level martial master. Jin Tai instantly recognized Chu Qingyun's realm, though he was indifferent to it. Regardless of whether it was first level or third level, in the face of an 8th-level martial master, it was utterly insignificant. Easily crushed? Kid. Hand over the ice heart leaf, the extraterrestrial fallen iron, and the primordial spirit liquid. Self-destruct your Qi Sea and kneel to apologize, and I shall spare your life today. Otherwise, Jin Tai's eyes brimmed with disdain as he looked at Chu Qingyun. 8th-level martial master. Chu Qingyun's expression darkened, and a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. He then subtly moved his fingers, releasing the puppet to stand before him, facing an 8th-level martial master with just a 3rd-level martial master. Even if he fought alongside the puppet, his chances of victory were slim. Yet, Chu Qingyun had no other recourse. He could only take the gamble to this moment. Jean Tai's eyes widened in excitement, and he trembled with exhilaration. The puppet is still here, along with the storage ring. The heavens are truly favoring me. Jean Tai, I intended to return with some benefits, and who would have thought I would encounter such a windfall? Unable to contain his joy, Jean Tai burst into laughter, feeling as though fortune had fallen from the sky. Go. Chu Qingyun infused the puppet with primordial energy, issuing a cold command as the puppet's eyes glimmered. It struck the ground, creating 2 deep craters as it barreled toward Jean Tai like a cannonball. Humph! A mere puppet dares to act recklessly. Hua Lao, this puppet is yours to handle. Jean Tai remained motionless, issuing his command. Rest assured, young master, it is merely a shattered high-level puppet. Leave it to this old servant. A voice, raspy and unpleasant, echoed, sending shivers down one spine. Soon, a figure materialized before Jean T was a frail old man shrouded in a voluminous black robe, revealing only a face lined with wrinkles and eyes that sparkled with a piercing intensity, as though they could penetrate one's very soul. Hua Lao extended a bony, claw-like right hand and grasped the puppet's fist. That grip, seemingly weightless, appeared to possess no strength at all, yet it caused the puppet to come to an abrupt halt, its energy scattering in an instant. The puppet, capable of delivering a devastating blow to a 7th-level martial master, was effortlessly neutralized by this old man. Witnessing this scene, Chu Qingyun's heart sank to the depths of despair. This old fellow possesses such strength. Is he a 9th-level martial master, or perhaps something even more terrifying? A martial spirit? Ha ha ha, kid, considering you have so willingly presented me with treasures, hand over your storage ring, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. With a wave of his hand, Jean Tai signaled Hua Lao to step aside. Still clutching the puppet's ARM, and no matter how Chu Qingyun commanded, the puppet remained immobile, unable to break free. Hand over the storage ring? Leave a complete corpse? Dream on. Chu Qingyun drew his long sword with a swift motion, and simultaneously his 5-star vine martial soul materialized, 500-meter-long dark green vines dancing around him, ready for a desperate fight. It was now dusk, and soon darkness would envelop the land that moment. With the aid of his shadow martial soul's soul skill, he would undoubtedly have the opportunity to escape. Most importantly, he needed to buy time until nightfall. As for the puppet, as long as the green hills remained, he would not fear the absence of firewood. Survival took precedence. In the blink of an eye, Chu Qingyun devised the best plan. Now, not only did he face Jean Tai, an 8th-level martial master, but also the unfathomably powerful Hua Lao. It was impossible to confront them head-on. He could only seek a way to escape. Jean Tai, in that tomb, I assisted you in unraveling the 4 Directions illusionary fire array and helped you obtain the Martial King's inheritance. You repay my kindness with ingratitude. And are you not afraid of tarnishing the Jean family's reputation? Chu Qingyun remained on high alert, shouting loudly. Jean Tai merely scoffed. Reputation? If I kill you, who will know that Jean Tai was ever here? As for repaying kindness with ingratitude, I didn't even receive the Martial King's inheritance. Yi Kan and Zhou Li, those 2 little bastards, claimed they didn't obtain it either. Who knows who got the inheritance? Chu Qingyun inwardly cursed. Indeed, the Jean family members among the 4 great families were utterly despicable. From the Jean family's members competing for primordial spirit liquid in the Great Hall to Jean Tai now. They all appeared generous and magnanimous on the surface, yet were treacherous, cunning, and unscrupulous beneath. Kid, you need not struggle any longer. Today, I shall let you witness the might of an 8th-level martial master and understand just how laughable your resistance is. As Jean Tai spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from him, pressing down on Chu Qingyun. Under the oppressive weight of Jean Tai's terrifying presence, Chu Qingyun found his martial soul trembling violently, on the verge of collapse. While cold sweat dripped from his forehead, rendering him unable to steady his grip on his sword, the aura of advanced martial artists exerts a strong pressure on lower-level martial artists. For instance, the aura of Yu Yun could render Chu Qingyun completely immobile. While Jean Tai could not achieve such a feat, he could still suppress the primordial energy within Chu Qingyun, leaving him utterly defenseless. You can still stand? Get down. Jin Tai barked, intensifying the aura he released. Bang, 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 bang. With 5 muffled thuds, all 5 vines of the 5-star vine shattered and vanished. Under Jin Tai's oppressive aura, Chu Qingyun's primordial energy was suppressed to the point where he could no longer muster the strength to wield his martial soul. As for himself, he was struck down to the ground with a resounding thud, unable to rise. The gap between a 3rd-level martial master and an 8th-level martial master is simply insurmountable. Kid, enjoy your moment of pride. You dared to demand compensation from me, and now you lie on the ground like a dog. Ah! Jin Tai could not contain his delight, laughing heartily as he looked up at the sky. Curse be it! Get up! Get up! Get up! Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling as he struggled to rise. However, the pressure bearing down on him was insurmountable, with his elemental energy nearly entirely suppressed. He could only rely on the strength of his body to resist. Heavenly Xian divine pattern. Chu Qingyun roared inwardly, channeling the last vestige of controllable elemental energy to invoke the secret technique. The heavenly Xian divine pattern. Dark golden symbols rapidly spread across his body, greatly enhancing his strength, and trembling. Chu Qingyun gradually rose from the ground. Impossible! How can an insignificant ant like you withstand my aura suppression? Jin Tai roared in disbelief. With his power as an 8th-level martial master, combined with the aura sea opened by a 3rd-tier martial soul, even 4th or 5th-level martial masters would be reduced to trembling on the ground before him. Yet, Chu Qingyun, merely a 3rd-level martial master, had actually managed to stand up. You scoundrel, get back down! Jin Tai's face twisted with rage as a flash of golden light appeared before him, revealing a petite golden dagger. 3rd-tier martial soul, the cliff-breaking golden dagger. In his desperation to overwhelm Chu Qingyun with sheer force, he even resorted to using his martial soul. Instantly, Chu Qingyun felt the pressure on him surge again, his legs shaking violently as he threatened to collapse once more. No, I cannot. Once is enough. Chu Qingyun, will not fall a 2nd time. His face contorted with determination, he roared in anger and defiance, desperately extracting the last ounce of strength from his body. However, the disparity in absolute strength was far too great, and his knees began to buckle, inch by inch. No, I refuse to accept this. As if responding to Chu Qingyun's fervent defiance, the devouring martial soul within his aura suddenly stirred gently. Strange waves emanated from the devouring martial soul, swiftly filling Chu Qingyun's meridians, suffusing his entire being. With the aid of those peculiar waves, he felt the pressure on him gradually lessen, and he stood up once more. This time, not only did Chu Qingyun rise, but he also stood tall and straight. Even in death, he would die standing. An intangible belief radiated from Chu Qingyun, subtly countering Jin Tai's aura. Will is an elusive force, unseen and intangible. Yet in all endeavors, will is indispensable. With unwavering resolve and a courageous determination to fight back, one can shatter constraints and transcend personal limitations. That they call a miracle. Get down, get down. You will submit to me. Jin Tai, as if possessed, desperately unleashed his aura in an attempt to crush Chu Qingyun. Beside him, Elder Huai could not suppress his frown. Jin Tai's state was far from a good sign. Having lived a life of ease, he found it difficult to accept such a setback. Chu Qingyun, I will kill you. With his aura suppression failing, Chu Qingyun stood resolute like a sturdy pine tree. Unyielding, this infuriated Jin Tai beyond measure. He bellowed, unleashing a powerful surge of elemental energy from his palm, aimed directly at Chu Qingyun's head. If I cannot subdue you, then I shall kill you, Jin Tai. If I survive today, I will repay you 100-fold in the future. Chu Qingyun shouted, his eyes wide with fury. At that critical moment, a flash of azure light shot forth from behind Chu Qingyun, intercepting Jin Tai's elemental force. Following that, a blue ribbon extended, swiftly wrapping around the waist of the puppet, wresting it from Elder Huai's grasp. Ning Shui appeared behind Chu Qingyun, one hand holding the azure ribbon, while the other gripped the back of his collar. Casting a cold glance at Jin Tai before pulling Chu Qingyun away, in mere seconds, they vanished without a trace. Elder Huai, I did not missee. That was Ning Shui. Why did she save Chu Qingyun? Jean Tai's expression darkened considerably. Elder Huai sighed. Young master, it was indeed Miss Ning Shui who intervened. Since she has taken action, I believe it would be wise to let this matter rest. Jean Tai's brow furrowed, his face growing even grimmer. Let rest? I, Jean Tai, and from one of the four great families, destined from birth to be the next head of the Jean family, I have always had my way. And I cannot accept being thwarted here by Chu Qingyun. Moreover, the allure of that storage ring is too great. In the vast Jean family, only the head is qualified to possess such a treasure. Jean Tai pondered for a moment before coldly stating, Elder Huai, remember, today's events must remain a secret. Not even to our Jean family members, nor to my father. Elder Huai frowned. Young master, do you mean? With Miss Ning Shui's intervention, we naturally cannot act recklessly. However, she cannot remain in Lianshan County forever, nor can she protect Chu Qingyun indefinitely. Once she departs, I will return to claim what is mine. What I, Jean Tai, have set my sights on, I must obtain. On the other side, as Ning Shui dragged Chu Qingyun away, he could not help but feel utterly drained. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death. This time, he had truly experienced a miraculous escape from a dire situation. Yet, as he turned slightly to glance at the girl's frosty countenance beside him, he found himself silently praying that this was not merely a flight from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's mouth. After distancing themselves from Jean Tai, Ning Shui unceremoniously tossed Chu Qingyun to the ground, discarding the puppet to the side. Without the support of elemental energy, the puppet was nothing more than a heap of useless scrap. Chu Qingyun, how do you wish to die? Ning Shui regarded him, her voice melodious yet chilling. Miss Ning Shui, I am not to blame for this. If one must assign fault, it should be to Qian Sampang. He is the one who set this fire, and I am merely a victim. Chu Qingyun's scalp tingled, his gaze flickering as he contemplated the possibility of escape. Though the sky was darkening, he was reluctant to flee unless absolutely necessary. Even with his shadow martial soul, he had barely a 10% chance of escape. Qian Sampang is already dead, and you are the one who has tarnished my purity, Ning Shui said, her lips pouting slightly, betraying a sense of humiliation and grievance. Proud by nature, she had encountered countless talented youths throughout her life, none of whom had ever stirred her heart. Yet, unexpectedly, in this remote Lianshan County, she had been robbed of her maidenhood by someone merely possessing a second-tier martial soul, a trifling third-level martial master. Such a person, Ning Shui would usually not even deign to glance at. Yet now, he had directly taken from her that which was most precious. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, her elemental energy swirling around her. With a mere flick of her hand, she could reduce this detestable fellow's head to fragments. However, at the critical moment, she bit her lip, unable to bring herself to do it. Just moments ago, when Chu Qingyun was nearly killed by Jean Tai, she had inexplicably acted to save him without a second thought. Why? Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? The thought startled Ning Shui, causing her to blush involuntarily. Fortunately, with the night having fallen, Chu Qingyun could not see her flushed face. Hesitating, Ning Shui found herself in turmoil, while Chu Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Miss, will you kill me, or not? Please give me a clear answer. If she truly intended to take his life, he would have to activate his shadow martial soul and make a run for it. Even with less than a 10% chance, he had to at least try. Did you obtain the item from the Martial King's tomb? Ning Shui, feeling flustered, shifted the topic. Yet she herself did not realize that she had quietly set aside her murderous intent. That item? You mean the king-level sword technique? I did obtain it. If you wish, I can give it to you. Chu Qingyun replied hastily. Compared to his life, the king-level sword technique was of little consequence. Ning Shui raised an eyebrow. Do not feign ignorance with me. Do you think I traveled all the way to this desolate place merely for a king-level sword technique? Merely a king-level sword technique. Chu Qingyun was left speechless. Something for which the four great families of Lianshan County fought tooth and nail had been reduced to merely in Ning Shui's eyes. If it were not for the sword technique, then what was it for? Chu Qingyun quickly recalled what Yu Yun had previously mentioned, something that could fundamentally alter one's fate. Elemental stones? Puppets? Elemental liquid? Storage rings did not seem to fit. Chu Qingyun meticulously recalled the items he had obtained in the Martial King's tomb, ruling each one out. Suddenly, he thought of something, an item he had previously disregarded. That fragmentary map, the only thing within the storage ring at the time of its acquisition. Is it this item you are referring to? Chu Qingyun spoke as he retrieved the fragment of the map from his storage ring and handed it to Ning Shui. The moment the fragment appeared, a faint yet ancient aura permeated the air. Ning Shui's hand trembled slightly as she accepted the fragment. The instant she made contact with it, an instinctive warning surged within her, prompting her to glance towards the nearby woods. Straining her senses, she found nothing amiss. Perplexed, there had clearly been a disturbance moments ago. Was it merely a product of my anxiety? Dismissing her unease, Ning Shui meticulously examined the fragment in her hand. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she let out a sigh, her delicate fingers flicking the fragment back to Chu Qingyun. Since you've obtained this fragment, take good care of it. Ensure it doesn't fall into the hands of others. And as for today's events, forget them entirely. Let it be as if they never occurred. I must take my leave. Where are you going? Chu Qingyun inquired. Ning Shui shot him a glance, her voice icy as she replied. It is none of your concern. You will remain you, and I shall remain. I.is it because I am too weak? Chu Qingyun clenched the fragment tightly, a bitter sensation welling up within him. The first woman in his life found herself in such a predicament. Ning Shui nodded, affirming, indeed, no one is born a powerhouse. Even the mightiest of warriors ascend from the ranks of novice fighters, forging their strength through arduous effort. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Chu Qingyun spoke with profound confidence. Possessing the enigmatic Devouring Martial Soul, he had uncovered its myriad uses as it advanced, gradually grasping its formidable essence. Chu Qingyun was resolute. If granted sufficient time, he would one day stand atop the pinnacle of this world. Observing the steadfastness in Chu Qingyun's eyes and recalling his formidable resilience displayed under Jin Tai's pressure, Ning Shui felt her cheeks warm. After a moment's hesitation, she delicately moved her fingers, retrieving an object from her storage ring and laying it in her palm, releasing a familiar, ancient aura to her astonishment. It was another fragment of a map. The energy it exuded was identical to that of Chu Qingyun's fragment. Clearly, the two fragments have been severed from the same map. Chu Qingyun, I shall grant you 5 years. If within that time you can ascend to the misty peak of Zhongzhou, this fragment shall be yours. With that, Ning Shui gracefully departed, her azure ribbon trailing behind her. Is it merely the fragment you wish to bestow upon me? I shall claim your heart as well. Any woman with whom I, Chu Qingyun, have shared a night shall forever remain mine. Chu Qingyun suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming loudly. Ning Shui paused, nearly losing her balance, and turned to glare at him, quickening her pace. Yet a faint smile danced upon her lips. Chu Qingyun, I hope you can achieve that my man, Ning Shui, shall not be a mere wastrel. With a sigh of relief, Chu Qingyun reflected on the numerous brushes with death he had faced throughout the day. The royal tomb of the Martial King was undoubtedly a significant opportunity, yet also posed great peril. Risk and reward intertwined. Chu Qingyun, you seem rather pleased. A haunting voice suddenly echoed, causing his legs to weaken, nearly collapsing him to the ground. Turning around, he beheld an individual cloaked in black robes, their head obscured by a dark hood. The disdain on their face was palpable, yet their figure suggested they were a woman. Yunyu? Chu Qingyun inhaled, questioning. How could you recognize me? I have concealed my aura to the utmost degree, Yunyu replied. With confirmation, Chu Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least Yunyu posed no threat. Moreover, her presence ensured his safety. I detected the fragrance upon you. By the way, Yunyu, were you waiting for me in the Hanqing mountain range all this while? Chu Qingyun suddenly recalled and inquired. Yunyu nodded. Then why did you not come to my aid when Jin Tai and that old ghost attacked me? Chu Qingyun bit his teeth, speaking with irritation. Why should I assist you? Besides, your little girlfriend remained hidden and did not intervene. Why should I meddle? Yunyu's tone seemed somewhat unfriendly. Cough. What little girlfriend? What nonsense are you spewing? Chu Qingyun rubbed his nose, feeling a tad embarrassed. Humph. Enough of this chit-chat. Hand over that fragment.